Chapter 1, Desperate Teenager Awakens Treasure Identification Skills. Jiang Feng initially chose a cold cultural relics identification and restoration professional. Thought this cold professional learning less people. Graduated from the job competition is small, but when he graduated from the campus, only to find that this professional cannot even find a job. Jiang Feng's family is not rich. All the tuition during the university are student loans. The family relies on parents to do odd jobs to live. The family's economic situation is already severe, but the house leakage coincided with a rainy night. Jiang Feng's mother has been detected uremia. This was a bolt from the blue for Jiang Feng's family. Jiang Feng now urgently needs a job to subsidize the family. Finally, under the introduction of the third uncle of the Jiang family, who was the only one who was considered capable, Jiang Feng became a fellow of a small antique store in the antique city of a city. Although the salary was meager, Jiang Feng was still dedicated. After all, the work was not easy to come by. It is so. Jiang Feng will still be subjected to the boss's crazy exploitation. Always find some very strange excuses. Deductions Jiang Feng wages. For the sake of the family, these Jiang Feng have endured. But what makes Jiang Feng unexpected is that the store lost something. The boss will even think that he stole it. Jiang Feng, I advise you to be honest. The middle-aged lean man with a treacherous face slapped Jiang Feng in the face, sending him stumbling. Jiang Feng was then pushed over by a youngster behind him. Boss Wang, I really didn't take it. I took it last night. Bull ***** with me? Last night Lousy left at 6:30. You left at 9:30. Originally thought you are good overtime. Now it seems you is on purpose. So you can steal that Liao Jin Feng through the flower jade pendant. Jiang Feng was surrounded by two other youngsters, also fellows of this antique store, who had never failed to gang up and bully him on weekdays. And now that Jiang Feng was being reprimanded by his boss, they naturally seized this rare opportunity to curry favor with Boss Wang. Boss Wang is right. I didn't expect you to have such dog guts and learn to steal. Jiang Feng, you'd better admit it. Hand over the phoenix through flowers jade pendant and Boss Wang will definitely be magnanimous. You know it was Boss Wang who kindly took you in at first. You can't be so ungrateful. Deceitful. Jiang Feng's face was flushed red. His heart was burning with anger. These two people had made him do dirty and tiring work on weekdays, and now they were even intentionally vilifying him in order to curry favor with Boss Wang. Lu Feng, Wang Yu, it was you two's night shift last night. You're blaming me for the loss of the jade pendant? I'll see if it's the two of you who have enriched yourselves. Jiang Feng looked at the two of them angrily and opened his mouth to question them. Are you jumping over the wall and biting people? This is my second uncle's store. I would steal from my own uncle? Don't be sophomoric. Just admit it. Wang Yu looked at Jiang Feng contemptuously, and then said to her second uncle, I think this kid is a stone in a latrine. Smelly and hard. He just owes a beating. Give him a brutal beating and he'll confess everything. Boss Wang's face was full of coldness, looking at Jiang Feng as if he was a blade, then sneered. Jiang Feng, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Honestly return the phoenix wearing flower jade pendant and I won't hold you responsible. Otherwise I'll send you to the police station. Boss Wang, I really didn't take the phoenix flower jade pendant. Last night I cleaned up and left. This morning I came to work and realized that the jade pendant was lost. I really don't know. Humph. Give face don't face. Give me a fight. Do you really think I'm good at talking? Stealing things to steal to the old man facade to come. Wang Boss waved his hand to signal. Then Wang Yu, Lu Feng went forward to Jiang Feng as a storm of fierce beating. Jiang Feng was in a panic and had to protect his vital parts. These two people were extraordinarily forceful and showed no mercy. Honestly explain, where is the jade pendant hidden? Steal it for me. I let you steal. I'll get you killed. I didn't steal the jade pendant. I really didn't. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and insisted. He would not admit to death what he had not done. It was also his words that enraged Boss Wang, who was already mad, coming forward with 2 kicks plus countless slaps. Jiang Feng only felt like he was going to die with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. The three seemed to be tired of fighting, and directly threw Jiang Feng to the basement, letting him think about it, whether to pay or not. Jiang Feng was lying on the ground. His body couldn't even move. His eyes were already filled with tears. He was a 7-foot man, but today he was so aggrieved. Doesn't he just want to work hard and earn some money for his mother's dialysis treatment? For the sake of the family, for the sake of his mother, he can endure any pain and tiredness, but it is so conscientious to do things. Cannot? The boss deducted money for various reasons, and now everyone thinks he is a thief. Do not listen to the explanation on a beating, but also sent to the police station. If it is really into the police station, I am afraid that their parents will be disappointed in themselves. The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more aggrieved he was. Why was he so miserable? Why did the thief god treat him so badly? I'm not willing. Jiang Feng roared. He could never carry this unwarranted charge. Just did he have a way out? Treasure appreciation skill loading. Just at this time, an icy voice suddenly flashed in Jiang Feng's mind, startling him to sit up, surrounded by some clutter, and there was no silhouette. The treasure appreciation skill is fusing with the host. Fusion completed. In Jiang Feng's mind, an icy cold voice appeared again. What was the meaning of this? Jiang Feng patted his head hard. Could it be that he had just been hit by Boss Wang and hallucinated? As the voice disappeared, Jiang Feng felt a moment of clarity in his mind, and the injuries from the previous beating were all healed at this moment. What the hell? I actually got better. Jiang Feng was now very confused. He thought he was hallucinating, but when he pinched the part of his body where he was kicked and punched before, it didn't hurt anymore. This was what really happened. Chapter 2, Turning Hatred into Motivation. Treasure Appraisal Skill Fusion Successful. Gained Reward Eye of Appraisal. Jiang Feng felt a coolness surge into his eye pupils. After this coolness, Jiang Feng opened his eyes again and felt like he could see all around a bit more clearly. Of course, Jiang Feng didn't forget to check the Eye of Discernment that he had just obtained. Discriminating Eye, the host scans nearby objects through his eyes, and can distinguish specific qualities. The current scanning range is 3 meters, and can be upgraded at a later stage. Jiang Feng then looked at a broken jar next to him. Immediately afterward, an icy voice sounded again in his mind. Double-ear celadone jar, height 18 centimeters, caliber 19 centimeters, bottom diameter 16 centimeters, round lip, converging mouth, curved shoulders, bulging belly, flat bottom. There is a pair of loop ears on either side of the shoulders, and a wave pattern for 1 week under the mouth rim, decorated with a circle of convex string pattern, abdomen incised close string pattern, tire color gray and white, outside the application of light green glaze, uniform and light, has a certain cultural relics value. Under Jiang Feng's burst of astonishment, the voice in his head gave its assessment. It's really possible? Could it all be true? Only then did Jiang Feng realize that he really had acquired a remarkable feature. This thing was too important for him, a person who was studying artifact identification and restoration, in order to test it again and see if this eye of identification was reliable or not. Jiang Feng this time especially directed his gaze at a bronze vessel that looked like an obvious imitation to his previous eyes. Bronze wash basin, cast with 4 or 5 feet at the bottom. Typical of the Middle Western Zhou style, abdomen decorated with Taotai pattern, wash basin mouth decorated with Chinese characters, delicate and beautiful decoration, fine bronze ware. Really? Jiang Feng's face was full of incredulity. This bronze looked too new. It all looked like a fake. But the information from the Eye of Discernment was surprisingly true. All that was thrown in this basement were things that Boss Wang thought were trash. But he didn't expect that amongst all this trash, there were some real things. After a few more tests, Jiang Feng was sure that the Eye of Discernment was real and effective. As a graduate in cultural relics appraisal and restoration, if you have the ability to recognize the truth with a glance, you still worry about finding a job? I'm afraid those bosses have to cry and beg to let him help Pomai it. Just when Jiang Feng was envisioning the future, a very low voice appeared outside the basement door. Marred. What bad luck. That phoenix-wearing flower jade pendant was actually taken by your boss's wife. That, only calling me now. You two go and throw that guy out. Just say that he won't be held accountable anymore and tell him to get lost. The person who spoke was Boss Wang, and as for the manpower that was ordered, one didn't need to think to know that it must be Wang Yu and Lu Feng. As for why Boss Wang would be so bold to speak outside the basement door, it was because the basement was soundproofed so well that ordinary people couldn't hear it. What he hadn't thought of was that Jiang Feng's own sense of hearing had been sharpened a few notches incidentally after acquiring the treasure appraisal skill and the Eye of Discernment. The sound that was absolutely inaudible on a normal day, he heard it today. Oomph. This Boss Wang is too vicious. Now that the jade pendant has been found, he even wants to sweep him out of the door. He won't even pay for his medical bills. He's simply heartless. Jiang Feng sniffed and was about to ask for an explanation for himself, but then he restrained himself. Now that he had the Eye of Discernment, where would he go without food? Still need to look at that person's disgusting face? And even if he made such a fuss, at most it would be 3 or 2 medical bills. If Boss Wang was certain that he had stolen the jade pendant, he really couldn't say anything. So let them arrogant again for a period of time. But today's insults, he will certainly be several times in the future to return. Having made a decision, Jiang Feng immediately fell on the ground, pretending not to know anything, and even for the sake of realism, his mouth was still humming in a small voice. Marred, why aren't you dead yet? I'll tell you good news. Our boss Wang is kind and won't pursue your responsibility, so pack up and get lost. Lu Feng kicked Jiang Feng, then bent down and set him up. Rubbish. Go home and burn incense and kowtow to my second uncle. Anyone else would have thrown you out of the police station long ago. Wang Yu looked at Jiang Feng and snorted coldly. At those words, Jiang Feng sneered in his heart. If he hadn't heard Boss Wang's words, I'm afraid that he would still be thankful to them now. Afterwards, without waiting for Jiang Feng to reply, The two of them set Jiang Feng up and headed towards the city's Qingguan village. After throwing Jiang Feng on the edge of a garbage pond, the duo even urinated on Jiang Feng. People are doing what heaven is watching. What you two have done to me, I will pay back 100 times over in the future. Jiang Feng roared angrily. These two were simply too deceitful. It was just enough to falsely accuse him, but now they even insulted him like this. Ha ha, you're such a loser? Still want to take revenge later? Don't wait, let's do it now. Little master is right here, waiting for you to fight. Wang Yu stood forward and spat out a mouthful of saliva towards Jiang Feng. Considering his parents at home, Jiang Feng endured the humiliation and didn't resist a bit anymore. But the idea of revenge in his heart had already taken root and kept growing. After the two plague god left, Jiang Feng dragged his tired body back to his rental house. After taking off his urine-smelling clothes and throwing them away, and taking a hot bath, Jiang Feng quietly laid down on his bed. Jiang Feng turned humiliation into motivation, and now had only one thought in his mind: make money. Must make money. With money, he could cure his mother's illness, change his status, and trample the hateful boss Wang under his feet. Now he has the eye of discernment. Treasure. Money should not be too difficult. The antique market is the biggest place for him to use his discerning eye. The dusty and inconspicuous little things could be valuable treasures. Jiang Feng is excited. The idea of pouring antiques is getting stronger and stronger. The original work of the A City Antique City cannot go. He worked there, too familiar. Jiang Feng then locked his eyes on the A City, near Qingguan village, a ghost market. This ghost market was not large, but it was also quite large. There were countless people who wanted to get rich overnight at the ghost market in Qingguan village. Of course, they weren't the lucky ones like Jiang Feng. Chapter 3, Fragrance leads to two beauties. Jiang Feng slept extraordinarily well this night. His heart already had a goal and hope. Jiang Feng woke up at 2:30 a.m. the next morning. He then geared up and headed towards the ghost market in Qingguan village. The reason why the ghost market was called a ghost market was because the market was opened at 3 in the morning, and both sides of the transaction were carried out with flashlights. Generally, the things in the ghost market were either stolen, or tofu goods, and anyway, they were things that were not allowed to see the light of day. Here, the probability of real things appearing should be higher. Jiang Feng carried an old torch and quickly arrived at the ghost market in Qingguan village. The ghost market had already opened, and this was the first time Jiang Feng had seen the so-called ghost market. With his memory of the book on the ghost market is different. This village ghost market, in addition to the time point, is the same as the book. The rest are not the same. Here to sell things, all set up neat stalls, also not playing the torch trading, full of streets or bright street lamps. Let Jiang Feng feel that his hands of the old Guger torch is really redundant. Little brother, are you here to sell flashlights? A man beside him asked Jiang Feng playfully. In his eyes, he had seen many rookies like Jiang Feng. All of them are holding the dream of getting rich to come, which is not happily holding the fake goods as the real thing. Jiang Feng didn't get angry when he heard that, and sent the flashlight to this person. Come, sell it to you. The man saw Jiang Feng so illiterate, then smiled twice, turned his head and left. Jiang Feng looked around at the wide array of stalls and got a little excited. However, when he carefully searched in front of each stall, he found that the vast majority of them were fakes, and the rest of the real ones were some trashy goods. What's more, through the eye of discernment, Jiang Feng saw only yesterday during the day production of Yuan Qinghua, Changhua chicken bowl cup, Kangxi 5-color porcelain. With the eye of discernment, Jiang Feng looked at all this fake goods feel so thunderous. The bronze cup of the Shangzhou is actually last week's bronze cup, when it is really fake goods flying all over the place. An hour later, Jiang Feng had almost seen 2/3 of the ghost market, and he still had nothing. Just around a corner, Jiang Feng keenly sensed a hint of difference. Jiang Feng took big strides towards the stall. The stall owner was an obese old man, and on the stall, there were quite a few worn-out contraptions neatly arranged. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. A body-rounded black incense caught his attention. By intuition, this black incense is very unusual. Jiang Feng squatted down casually and picked up the aromatherapy, and sure enough, a string of voices immediately appeared in his mind after the eye of discernment swept through. Silver aromatherapy. From the Tang dynasty, the aromatherapy consists of 2 hemispheres with a child mouth that can be snapped together. The lower hemisphere contains 2 concentric machine rings and an incense pot for holding spices. The larger ring is connected to the outer wall of the ball, while the smaller ring is connected to the larger ring and the incense pot. When in use, due to the gravity of the incense pot itself and the mechanical balance of the 2 concentric rings, no matter how the scent bag rolls, the incense pot inside can be maintained in a horizontal state, and the spices will not spill. The shell of the aromatherapy pouch is carved with phoenix and bird motifs throughout the body, which is gorgeous and solemn. The inner wall of the aromatherapy pot has the character Yang carved in seal script. It should be used by Yang Yuhuan. As the information was presented in Jiang Feng's mind, Zhang Feng couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Not only was this unimpressive aroma is a real antique to the shock, but also surprised that this aroma is actually the Tang Dynasty Yang Guifei personal use. Master, how do you sell this black ball? Zhang Feng deliberately pretended to be a layman and inquired about the price. 15,000. The obese old man looked up at Zhang Feng and threw out a random price. $1,000 to sell or not? Zhang Feng shook his head, thinking it was too expensive. He didn't have much money on him in the first place. $1,000 was his limit. Oh, deal, the obese old man said when it was too late, and even directly shoved the pitch-black aroma into Zhang Feng's hand. It was as if he was afraid that Zhang Feng would back out. As soon as Zhang Feng saw this situation, he knew that his price was too high, but once he thought that this was the aromatherapy used by Yang Guifei, he was incredibly fortunate. It seems that this boss does not know the true identity of the aromatherapy. In order to maximize the suspicion, Zhang Feng intentionally showed a very painful look. Only then did he reluctantly touch 10 red tickets to the old man. Only then did Zhang Feng put the aroma ball into his bag. After the old man sold the aroma balls, he said he had something to do at home and left the stall. The people around cast a pitiful look at Zhang Feng. This kid is really a rookie. He was even cheated by that old man for $1,000. That thing is worth $80. That's right, that thing must be fake. Otherwise that old man ran what? This is a weak heart. For a while, all kinds of sympathetic voices rang out. Some even took Zhang Feng as an ingrate, and said they wanted to sell antiques to him. Zhang Feng was naturally too lazy to pay attention to these people. At this moment, he was taking out his cell phone to find out how much this kind of royal item could be sold for. Tang Dynasty Palace Secret Color Porcelain. Sotheby's auction price. 500,000 yuan. A message slid past Zhang Feng's cell phone screen. Although he didn't find the information about the auction of the aroma ball, he also had a preliminary understanding of the things that were royal items in the Tang Dynasty. Zhang Feng was that excited in his heart. As long as he changed hands with this thing, it would definitely be 500,000 to 600,000 dollars without running off. Hey, do you hear me? Are you deaf? A delicate voice interrupted Zhang Feng's longing. Zhang Feng hadn't reacted yet. The charming voice was another bombardment. What are you fuming about? No manners at all. Zhang Feng completely reacted and raised his eyes to be stunned by the two people in front of him. The two standing in front of him, one had a hot and tall figure, and the other was cute and pure. When looking at the real faces of the two beauties, Zhang Feng even looked a bit dazed. Zhang Feng was a bit puzzled. Although these two people behaved and dressed in a low-key, single temperament and posture, how to see is not like should appear in this small place of characters. In particular, they also ran to him. Zhang Feng smilingly looked at the little lowly and opened his mouth. Miss, may I ask something? Originally the little lowly in red was angry at Zhang Feng for ignoring her, and now it was even more impolite to shout at her as a young lady. She was even more furious and trembling. You're the young lady. Your whole family is the young lady. Chapter 4, Experts Debate Authenticity. Zhang Feng tells the bottom line. Cousin, he bullied me. The little lowly pouted towards the tall beauty beside her. Lin, stop it. The tall and cold beauty patted the little lowly's hand on her arm, a rare sense of tenderness like coaxing a small child. Bring it. Bring what? Zhang Feng was a bit confused. That aroma ball. A few points of impatience surfaced on the beauty's cold face. However, right now Zhang Feng was not in the mood to think about this. His mind was full of questions that came one after another. How did she know that the aroma ball is here with me? Did she find out something? No. If she knew, why was she saying that she was just taking a look? Could it be that she just traded with the obese old man and was seen by this woman? Zhang Feng was smart enough to guess that this woman had found something. Zhang Feng mentally blamed himself for his carelessness while grinning. Beautiful woman. Want to see earlier to say ah. With that, Zhang Feng took out the aroma ball from his bag. The cold beauty took the aroma ball and stared at it in thought. Just as Zhang Feng had guessed, not only had she witnessed Zhang Feng's deal with the old man, she had likewise smelled something fishy. Her name was Lu Sherman, a terrifying woman with extremely high IQ and EQ. Studying other people's unusual hearts was her occupational disease. So just now, she noticed Zhang Feng, who was behaving abnormally, at a glance, and these actions also proved one thing sideways. There was something fishy about this aroma ball. Lu Sherman looked deeply at Zhang Feng and spoke. This aroma ball is good. I'll buy it. Not for sale. Zhang Feng shook his head without hesitation. Lu Sherman was stunned. She hadn't even expected to be rejected so dryly. However, she felt that as long as it was a trade item, there would always be a price. It was up to her to come up with enough chips. But the problem came. Lu Sherman didn't even see what this aroma ball was really about, and how much it was worth. Looking carefully at the mirror in her hand, Lu Sherman said thoughtfully, 10,000. Seeing that Zhang Feng refused to relent, Lu Sherman raised the price again. 50,000. 100,000. Lu Shimon's cold face was already angry, lightly biting her teeth. 250,000. Jiang Feng heart excited, face but still remain unmoved. This aromatherapy ball is at least a million level. Picking up sesame and losing watermelon loss business. He cannot do. Lu Shiman completely lost patience. Cold voice, 250. 000 quite a lot. You do not get an inch. Facing the angry rebuke, Jiang Feng was not angry, stretched his neck, stared at Lu Shiman strangely and spoke. Since you don't understand it, why are you still buying it? I just like it. Lu Shiman simply went straight for the jugular. Can I take a picture? You, whatever. Jiang Feng didn't care what little moves Lu Shiman had, as long as the stuff was here. What did it matter if it was just a photo? Lu Shiman then took a few photos of the aroma ball inside and out, and then sent them to Zhou Lao's mailbox. Afterward, Lu Shiman made another call. Elder Zhou, help me take a look at the pictures I sent you in your mailbox. Is it true or not? How much can it be worth? After hanging up the phone, she began to wait for Zhou Lao's result. Lu Shiman was the young lady of the Lu clan. They had an auction house in the Lu clan, and the Zhou Lao she contacted was precisely the appraisal expert of the auction house. Miss, this aroma ball should be real. The age is quite long, the workmanship as well as the character. It's quite exquisite. The price to give a 150,000 will be fine. Lu Shiman's cell phone vibrated. Zhou Lao's message had been sent over. Lu Shiman's willow eyebrows rose. She wasn't surprised by the result, but was surprised by Jiang Feng's eye for identifying treasures. She did not think that Jiang Feng was blindly bought. Otherwise this aroma ball so many people overhand did not buy. But let Jiang Feng to buy? Could it be that Jiang Feng, at such a young age, would have such a powerful eye? After Lu Shiman read the result, she spoke to Jiang Feng with a stern face. $200,000. Although the price she had given before was 250,000. But now that Zhou Lao had already given his opinion on the appraisal, there was no need for her to spend that wasted money. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar when they heard Lu Shiman mention the price to 200,000 in one breath. Did you hear that? Even offered $200,000 to buy that aroma ball. I'll go. That aroma ball I also saw yesterday. Thought it was the old one from the desert north side. Didn't think it was actually real. Asterisk. I wanted to buy it at first, but the old man asked for 800, and I didn't have the heart to give it to. What? The price of $200,000. You are not satisfied? There have been experts' appraisal. It is worth 150,000 yuan. You can't stomp on your nose. Lu Shiman already had some huffing and puffing. Said Lu Shiman also gave the appraisal result under Zhou Lao to Jiang Feng to watch. Can I take your meaning to mean that this aromatherapy ball you found someone to appraise with just a few pictures? Jiang Feng asked rhetorically, but also looked at the two oddly, sniffing. Feelings of these experts are so appraisal why don't you go and grab it? What do you mean by that? Lu Shiman frowned. Jiang Feng looked at the huffing Lu Shiman, hoping where did you get an expert appraisal from? Not even knowing the origin of this aroma ball. You dare to offer this price? Now anyone can hear out. This Jiang Feng is picking out that Lu Shiman is forcefully buying and selling. Want to pick his leakage? Then tell me, what is the origin of this thing and how much is it worth? At this time, Lu Shiman laughed back in anger. Zhou Lao is a very prestigious appraiser. How could he be wrong? Jiang Feng showed no concern. Silver aromatherapy. From the Tang dynasty, the aromatherapy consists of two hemispheres, with a mother and child mouth can be fastened. The lower hemisphere is equipped with two concentric rings and a spice pot. The larger ring is connected to the outer wall of the ball, and the smaller ring is connected to the larger ring and the incense pot. When in use, due to the gravity of the incense pot itself and the mechanical balance of the two concentric rings, no matter how the scent bag rolls, the incense pot inside can be maintained in a horizontal state, and the spices will not spill. The shell of the aromatherapy pouch is carved with phoenix and bird motifs throughout the body, which is gorgeous and solemn. The inner wall of the incense burner is inscribed in seal script with the character Yang, which is believed to have been used by Yang Yuan, not to mention its collector's value. It was used by Yang Guifei at that time. Do you think it's still worth that much? Chapter 5, Rich and Capricious. Although Jiang Feng's words Lu Shiman didn't return, her original sulky face instantly became serious. Immediately after, Jiang Feng added, Yang Guifei used such an aroma ball. It's not a robbery pickup. What else is there? Jiang Feng's comment about the aroma ball was justified, and the surrounding crowd was staring at it with jaws dropping. Even Lu Shiman frowned her willow brows, and looked at Jiang Feng again with a hint of difference in her gaze. Cedar usually, although a small young stubborn nature, does not mean that she really is a child. More or less is to hear a special meaning. Just mouth is still not willing to give in. Constantly yelling, step on dog is just happen to be, what is there to drag? 1 million. Lu Shiman thought deeply and threw out a price. All the onlookers including Zhang Feng were stunned, and the originally noisy market was suddenly pin-drop audible. $1 million? The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the beautiful woman in front of him to be so spontaneous and casually set a sky-high price. Lu Sherman was worthy of studying psychology. Looking at Zhang Feng's expression, she understood that the price she opened should exceed the value of this aroma ball. $1 million? Sure. Lu Sherman's vermilion lips slightly opened. Sure. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands together and said he. Okay, then it's a deal. Of course Lu Sherman didn't give so much money just for an aroma ball that Yang Guifei had used. Don't be in a hurry. Let's make it clear first. $1 million can't just buy the aroma ball. You also have to help me do one thing. Lu Sherman opened her mouth without panic. Zhang Feng calculated in his heart. This aroma ball to the auction house auction. It is estimated that it is only 700,000 to 800,000 like, but also have to deliver a high commission fee, catalog fee. The real hands of the estimate is only 500,000 to 600,000. And now, do something can earn another 400,000? Why not do it? Fine, as long as it doesn't break the law and harm the heavens. Zhang Feng's brows stretched and spoke. Lu Sherman took out a check. This is 1 million. Go to Ruifeng Bank and you can withdraw it. I'll take the aroma ball first. Then Lu Sherman added, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp wait for me here. Do not be late. For a moment, the antique dealers in the ghost market of Chengguan village went crazy, and an aroma ball was sold on the spot at a price of nearly $1 million. The news swept through the entire City Gate Village ghost market. Who would have thought that a pitch-black aroma ball would be an antique from 1,000 years ago, also from the palace, but also likely to be the imperial use of Yang Guifei, especially a number of Taobao customers who had taken over, and even almost bought this aroma ball, staring at Zhang Feng's gaze, as if Zhang Feng robbed them of $1 million. If it wasn't a legalized society, I'm afraid Zhang Feng would have been eaten alive. Why didn't I buy it for $800 in the first place? $1 million. This guy stepped on dog. Buddha. But I have a shaved head. Similar size abounded. Some people always thought that others got it because of luck, while they were just God's blind eyes if they didn't get it. They didn't care. If Zhang Feng hadn't pointed out the origin of the aroma ball and the seal script Yang character hidden in the corner, I'm afraid that until now, they wouldn't be able to figure out what the origin of that pitch-black sinful smoky aroma ball was. Of course, what these people think, he doesn't care. Today this deal has made Zhang Feng earn a smile. After Zhang Feng left the ghost market in Chengguan village, he went to Ruifeng Bank, and after the money in the check was transferred to his own bank card, Zhang Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. From now on, he was also a millionaire. Time to treat myself. After earning so much money in one go and giving his parents' account $500,000, Zhang Feng decided to corrupt himself a bit, so he reached out and stopped a taxi on the side of the road. The cab stopped with a swish. Green Dragon Bay Hotel. The driver led Zhang Feng through the bustling city and soon arrived at the Green Dragon Bay Hotel. The Green Dragon Bay Hotel was the largest five-star hotel in the city, and the hotel had all kinds of services, all of which were one-stop services. During Zhang Feng's studies in a city, he had passed by the Green Dragon Bay Hotel many times, and he had a deep yearning for this place. Zhang Feng stepped out of the car, and his eyes were on the shining Green Dragon Bay Hotel. 6 big words. Walking into the Green Dragon Bay Hotel, there were 6 pretty-faced welcoming ladies. Welcome, the delicate voice rang out, making one's body tingle. But unfortunately it wasn't said to Zhang Feng, but to an old man with a big belly who walked before Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng secretly nodded and couldn't help but feel that this welcoming lady was of good quality. But when it came time for him to enter, not only did the waiter who was responsible for opening the door pretend not to see him, even the welcoming ladies around him treated him as heir. They had long seen Zhang Feng walking down from a taxi, and with this cheap equipment, he didn't look like a rich man. Maybe he was a handyman applying for a job. In other hotels, perhaps not so dog-eyed, but here is the only 5-star hotel in a city. Every day in and out of the people are dignified characters, and even these waiters are self-conscious of a high level. Zhang Feng's face was a little cold, but he didn't get angry. He just raised his sword eyebrows and coughed twice to show his reminder. Take the back door if you're applying for a job. Don't get in the way here. Zhang Feng sneered. He was about to reach out and push the door open himself, so he walked inside. It's been said that job applicants go through the back door. Zhang Feng had just entered the door when he was stopped by the waiter with a sneer on his face. By the sound of it, I can't use the front door? Zhang Feng laughed instead of being angry. When he was poor and downtrodden, he was bullied and looked down on. But now that he was rich, there were still people treating him like this, and a long-standing bad gas made Zhang Feng unable to resist the attack. Did not wait for the waiter to speak. Zhang Feng pulled out 2 red bills from his pocket and threw them directly into the waiter's face. Master rewarded you. Take the money and give me a side. The guests in the hall were dumbfounded. The 6 welcoming ladies were baffled. The waiter was even more dumbfounded. And then a burst of laughter erupted. A mere $200. You're sending out beggars, aren't you? $200? You really think you are a master? Where did you come from, hillbilly? Get out. For a moment, the 6 greeters along with the waiters laughed maniacally. Ha, you think it's too little? Zhang Feng faced the mockery and pulled out a bunch of unopened red bills from his pocket, directly smashing them on the face of the one who laughed the most wildly. The banknotes then flew around, scattering all over the place. You're superior just because you're dressed like a dog? At heart, you're still not a watchdog. Get lost, dog-eyed lowly fellow. Don't you think the money is too little? Pick it up. Why don't you pick it up? Are you scared? Where's your foolishness just now? In the face of Zhang Feng's scolding, the waiter did not dare to come out of the atmosphere, or dare to pick up the money on the ground, directly wimped out and retreated to the side. Fonkai, this smashing money move, let everyone is dumbfounded. Even the manager who heard the news. The security are also flabbergasted at the original place. Is it still too little? This is enough now. Zhang Feng smashed out $10,000 again, then coldly swept the surrounding. Those surrounding welcome ladies' faces turned green and red. All buried their heads and didn't dare to meet Zhang Feng's eyes. This gentleman, I'm really sorry about today's matter. I'll definitely report up to the senior management truthfully. The manager should have figured out the whole thing, and ran over in a huff. Dear sir, if there's anything we can do for you, just mention it, we'll do our best. Put on a deluxe set meal. Zhang Feng's lazy voice rang out. Hearing many people stumbled. It's really a tycoon. Deluxe set meal? You have to know that the most expensive set meal in this Green Dragon Bay hotel is $38,000 a meal. Chapter 6, Involved in Disputes. Soon this kind of powerful news had spread throughout the entire city. The tycoon youth is rich and capricious, angrily smashing the dog-eyed man of Qinglong Bay by $20,000. The senior management of the Green Dragon Bay Hotel was now considered a bit anxious. Let this thing on the internet fermentation words, for the whole big hotel, is not a good thing. Any backstore big bully this reputation will certainly be the consumer's severe attack. The general manager of the Green Dragon Bay Hotel took the waiter involved in the incident and apologized bitterly for an hour outside Zhang Feng's private room. Finally promised to fire the waiter involved and exempt Zhang Feng now this order, but also promised to give him a Green Dragon Bay super member, which resolved the matter. After Zhang Feng had his meal, he ordered a suite and prepared to take a good rest. He remembered that since he had come out to work, it had almost been a long time since he had gotten a good night's sleep. At 2:30 in the morning, Zhang Feng felt a wave of uneasiness. Sleeping, he always felt as if he was in the middle of a mud puddle, surrounded by slimy. Then Zhang Feng woke up, reached out and wiped his hand. Sticky things even stained him all over. The stench of rotten eggs almost made him vomit. Zhang Feng didn't know what was wrong with him, and scrambled to the bathroom to turn on the showerhead to rinse himself. As the water rushed over Zhang Feng's body, some black gelatinous material kept washing down with the water flow. It took Zhang Feng a full half-hour to wash himself clean. Afterwards, Zhang Feng realized that his own body in the mirror had become snow white. Even his once dark skin had become very pink, and his face had become much more handsome. In Zhang Feng's own words, now he had turned into a white boy. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was covered in tendon meat, making him look extremely explosive, I'm afraid he would really be a little white guy. What? Zhang Feng was completely confused at this point. This change made him feel too unbelievable. Treasure appraisal skill attachment benefit. Improvement of master's physical quality. An icy voice rang out in Zhang Feng's mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looks like I really picked up a treasure. Zhang Feng pulled the already soiled bed cover to the side and directly lay down on the mattress. The intense excitement made him not sleep at all. Early the next morning, Zhang Feng still arrived at the ghost market in Chengguan village as promised. At this time, the ghost market had already dispersed one after another. Key. Lu Shimon's car stopped in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng opened the door and made it to the back row. Cousin, what are you bringing this person for? Lin Lin on the passenger seat was very unimpressed with Zhang Feng, always finding Zhang Feng unpleasant. Lu Sherman looked back at Zhang Feng as if she was dozing off and ignored Lin Lin. Instead she concentrated on driving the car. Seeing her cousin ignoring herself, Lu Lin Lin was a bit angry, but she didn't dare to disturb her cousin who was driving too much. She could only look out the window at the flying retreating trees and days. Besides, Zhang Feng, he did fall asleep. Last night he was too excited after half the night did not sleep at all. As soon as he got into the car, lying on the back seat, the perfect wrapping feeling of the leather seat let Zhang Feng heart straight to comfort, and soon fell into dreamland. The car in the hands of Lu Sherman drove fast, took a large section of the highway, the car on a country road. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, there was a key. The car was braked violently. The sleeping Zhang Feng was caught off guard. his body directly hit the main driver's seat. However, Zhang Feng did not have any problems. Originally should be broken a few bones, but he after last night's welfare enhancement, his physical strength has been greatly improved. Just hit his seat, but not a threat to him. What's the situation? Zhang Feng cast over the car glass and looked at their car had been stopped by 4 pickup trucks. This was a deserted country road. Even if they called the police, not to mention whether the signal was good or not, even if the police succeeded, if they wanted to get here, they would have to spend half a day. No matter what the purpose of this group of people is, this location is indeed very cleverly chosen. Zhang Feng looked at Lu Sherman, who was usually unperturbed. There was obviously a trace of panic on her face at this moment. Take Lin Lin away. I'm the one they're targeting. Lu Sherman looked at Zhang Feng and forced herself to calm down, and began to say to Zhang Feng in a commanding-like tone, "Cousin, Lin Lin can't leave you behind." At this time, on the 4 pickup trucks, a group of people with various shapes jumped down, but without exception, all of these people were holding club weapons in their hands. Turn off the engine. Roll down again honestly. Better give up the idea of escaping. Otherwise if you get your legs broken, don't blame me for not reminding you. An inchworm brandished a wooden stick and directly struck Lu Shimon's hood with a blow. The trembling sound made by the wooden stick striking on the metal made Lu Shimon's heart go 1 point colder. Remember to seize the opportunity to run. I'll get out of the car to buy time. Lu Sherman left these words behind and opened the car door, walking down flatly. As soon as Lu Sherman stepped out of the car, she caused the group to scream. As for why, she knew it very well in her heart. She had a pretty face, as well as a firm circumference, and it was her beauty that caused this group of people to become lustful. These people's gazes roamed over Lu Shimon's body recklessly, and their possessive desires were simply too much for Lu Sherman to bear. She was a master of psychology. She knew exactly what was going on in these people's heads. I didn't expect it to be such a pretty chick. When I use it first before throwing it over to him, I think he won't have a problem with it. Speaking person is that Inch Head called Giant Scorpion, half a month ago from a city of Black Pingpu prison to release. Out of this guy unrepentant, and pulled up a stick of mongrels, engaged in the old business. Chick, come and serve me well, or you'll have a good time. The Inch Head lifted the wooden stick in his hand, and his eyes looked at Lu Sherman with fire. Today, as long as you guys get out of the way, how much money others give you, I can give you 3 times. Although Lu Sherman was scared, for Lin Lin's sake she still endured her fear and negotiated a price with the giant scorpion. Generally speaking, these rotten dragons were all about money. As long as the money was given in place, there wouldn't be too much trouble, and with a 3 times higher price, it should be considerable. Thinking that the giant scorpion would agree. 3 times? Very tempting indeed. The giant scorpion laughed. But compared to you, a beautiful girl, what is money? It's just a piece of waste paper. It's a great honor to have a beautiful girl in your life. Obviously, the negotiation broke down, and Giant Scorpion obviously wanted Lu Sherman. Chapter 7, Unexpected Battle Power. What are you waiting for? Lu Sherman was momentarily irritated when she saw that the talk had collapsed, but Zhang Feng hadn't taken the opportunity to take Lin Lin and run. It was just that this action of hers had obviously caught the attention of the giant scorpion. Yo, so there are 2 more in the car, a little lowly and a little white boy. Quickly roll down to the old man. Otherwise, the brothers under the old man's command will eat both men and women. As soon as the giant scorpion's phrase, both men and women, came out, several people behind him waved their wooden sticks and kept making uproarious noises. Zhang Feng wanted to take Lin Lin and run, but he was surrounded, so he couldn't run at all. In addition, he was scolded for being a little white boy, and he had to be eaten by that passerby. Zhang Feng was a little angry. Not just his physique has become better, a little more white. Where is the white boy? Zhang Feng opened the door with Lin Lin and got out of the car. The surrounding assholes instantly narrowed the circle, preventing the duo from running away. Aha! These 2 are also superb. A childish little lowly and a pink little white boy. Xingpi, aren't you the one who loves this kind of little white boy the most? The giant scorpion looked at Lu Lin Lin and Zhang Feng and glanced at Xingpi with a bad smile on his face. In his eyes, these 3 wouldn't be able to run away today no matter what. The one who knows me, Xingpi, is none other than the boss. This kid really makes me lose control of myself. Thanks, boss. A very shriveled-looking man looked at Zhang Feng with eyes that were practically glowing with thievery. Damn it, not even a man? It's too much. Zhang Feng was speechless. There was really everything these days. It was the first time he had seen this kind of person. This kind of person who wanted to just him. Lu Sherman was simply stunned when she saw this. Not only could their 2 sisters be tragically poisoned, even Zhang Feng, who was a man, wasn't safe. As long as you honestly obey us, we definitely won't hurt your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The giant scorpion said as he once again knocked the wooden stick on the hood. With that said, The giant scorpion moved his hand towards Lu Shiman's chest, while that Qingpi actually started to come towards Zhang Feng. What was even more infuriating was that the green skin was actually unbuckling his belt as he walked. It was obvious that he was going to directly confront Zhang Feng. Mud! Stop it, bully, what do you take us for? The giant scorpion was startled by this roar. His outstretched hand didn't fall in midair for a long time. Then he said in a chilling voice, "Kid, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save this chick?" Zhang Feng didn't say anything in the face of the giant scorpion's cold smile, but took a deep breath. "Ha ha, it's good to wimp out. I don't want to tough you out. You'd better be honest and let me just." "Don't worry, brother's skill is good, sneaky and comfortable." As soon as Qingpi saw that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, he thought that he had already obeyed and couldn't help but sigh and open his mouth. "You really wimped out?" Linlin glanced at Zhang Feng from the side. "I wimped out? How could that be?" Zhang Feng opened his mouth, directly dismissing Linlin's thoughts. In fact, he wanted to say, how could he wimp out? If he wimped out, then he was going to be justified by the green skin. He was a decent man. How could he put himself through this eternal pain? "Little brother, don't be afraid. Brother will be gentle." As soon as Qingpi saw Zhang Feng trying to resist, he opened his mouth again to comfort him. The atmosphere at the scene was subtle for a while. Even the giant scorpion gave up acting on Lu Shiman for a moment and instead watched Qingpi's performance with interest. Although this kind of play was disgusting, it couldn't help but be curious. The thought that Zhang Feng would scream underneath Qingpi's body sent a wave of excitement through them. It was simply wicked. Dang it, when little master doesn't make a move, he bullies me. Zhang Feng saw a wooden stick on the ground. Then he manipulated it and headed towards Qingpi. To be honest, this was Zhang Feng's first time fighting. His first time fighting with a social gangster. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't weak at all. However, when he thought of his own not resisting to be just, he had to become strong and brave. Besides, beside him there are two beautiful women. If he was really just, that's still live not live. Seeing that Zhang Feng wanted to resist, Qingpi instantly stopped taking off his belt and swung the wooden stick in his hand down towards Zhang Feng. This stick, if it hit solidly, Zhang Feng would definitely lose his mobility. And by then, if he, Qingpi, wanted to be just or not, it wasn't just a matter of a thought. "Get out of the way." Lu Shiman spoke in shock at the sight. Boom! Zhang Feng dodged, but he was still hit on the shoulder by Qingpi's wooden stick. But what was amazing was that Zhang Feng seemed to not feel it. Directly grabbing Qingpi's wrist with his left hand, the wooden stick in his right hand slammed down towards Qingpi. Qingpi wanted to break free from Zhang Feng's left hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break away from Zhang Feng's control. When Qingpi's that stick, Zhang Feng had understood that the defense ability, or resistance to blows, that he possessed now had reached a terrifying realm. In other words, he was simply fearless of his opponent's strikes. Zhang Feng's stick directly knocked Qingpi backwards to lie on the ground. Qingpi retreated so violently that this blow also incidentally smashed the two men. Just one stick, it knocked down three. A single stick was surprisingly so terrifying. This battle power was simply unexpected. Qingpi, who wanted to just Zhang Feng, had already fainted. So Zhang Feng turned his head and cast his gaze towards the giant scorpion. Giant scorpion took a look at Qingpi, who had fainted on the ground. His face turned green and red. He didn't expect that this guy, who looked like a white boy, would have such strength. In that case, he was afraid that his mission today would fall through. "Dude, I think we can actually make a deal." Giant Scorpion looked at Zhang Feng and thought that Zhang Feng shouldn't have anything to do with Lu Shiman. So out of consideration for preserving his own strength, he decided to use money to take care of Zhang Feng. "Brother, I see that you guys are not all the way. So, I'll pay $100,000. You just pretend that nothing happened. And before you play wild, I don't accept. You guys better accept to be beaten." As soon as Zhang Feng heard that Giant Scorpion was going to mention the thing that Qingpi wanted to just him before again, he was directly enraged. Not to mention this thing first, even if there was no such thing, rushing to the so much money that Lu Shiman gave him, he wouldn't have abandoned the two Lu Shiman sisters. Not to mention that said Zhang Feng also promised Lu Shiman a condition. After saying that, Zhang Feng accelerated his speed and came towards the Giant Scorpion with a wooden stick. Giant Scorpion took a look. "Yo-ho, this kid said hands on." Then he said sternly, "Since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill you. Brothers, give me a fight. I'll take the blame if I kill him. Whoever kills him, I'll give him $500,000. Giant Scorpion then made another price, and his crowd of gangster minions, hearing this price, directly went crazy. They all came towards Zhang Feng with their wooden sticks. Seeing this situation, Lu Shiman's pretty face turned white. In this situation, even if Zhang Feng could fight, I'm afraid there was nothing he could do. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. A messy fist kills a master. Not to mention that Zhang Feng was not a master teacher in her eyes, just a rash young man. However, the result is often amazing. The giant scorpion's men, along with the giant scorpion himself, are in the Zhang Feng 3 times in 2, all put over on the ground. At this moment, Zhang Feng, holding a wooden stick, was practically a god of war. Chapter 8, Beautiful Lingyan. The battle in which Zhang Feng had single-handedly taken on the entire field was soon over. All around were all the assholes who fell on the ground and kept on howling. These people without exception, all were broken by Zhang Feng's legs and feet, in addition to still being able to howl, no longer able to have any extra movement. Even the giant scorpion at this time is miserable. He is Zhang Feng in addition to the green skin, extra care of the object. At this moment, the giant scorpion was already out of breath and in breath, but Zhang Feng had also controlled his force. Although the giant scorpion was miserable, but it wasn't so bad that it died. Idol, I adore you so much. This one man single-handedly picking the whole battle let Lu Linlin was so shocked that her little mouth couldn't close. It was too exciting. I didn't think that the weak Zhang Feng still had such a powerful side. Lu Sherman also woke up from the shock at this time. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng today, I'm afraid that she and Linlin would definitely be buried under the tiger's mouth of the giant scorpion and the others. It was because of this that Lu Sherman looked at Zhang Feng with a different luster. Ask Giant Scorpion to see who instructed him. Lu Sherman flicked her red lips towards Zhang Feng. Say, who sent you? Zhang Feng nodded towards Lu Sherman that he knew, and then walked towards the giant scorpion with the wooden stick. The giant scorpion looked at Zhang Feng coldly. His mouth was hard. If you have the ability to get me killed, or else I definitely won't say anything. Zhang Feng sneered. The wooden stick in his hand directly pestled towards the giant scorpion's crotch. It's fine if you don't say anything. I promise I'll beat the yolk out of you. I'll do what I say. Zhang Feng moved the wooden stick in his hand, making a dull thud in the giant scorpion's crotch. Say, who the hell is it? The giant scorpion still wanted to be tough, but the wooden stick in Zhang Feng's hand was directly pestled on his crotch. He had clearly felt Zhang Feng's force coming from above the wooden stick. He had even felt a feeling of oppression. He had a premonition that if he didn't say anything today, he was afraid that he would really get his warm yellow blown off. Since you don't say anything, you don't have a chance. The wooden stick in Zhang Feng's hand was directly about to fall. And the giant scorpion panicked this time and spoke. Wang Yun, it's all Wang Yun. The giant scorpion shouted very loudly, afraid that if he shouted slowly, his warm yellow would be beaten out. Once that egg was broken, what hope did he have of living in this life? Your bull asterisk ting me. Linlin shuddered when she heard the name, and Lu Sherman was also greatly shocked, reacting for a few seconds before coming to her senses. Her eyes filled with hesitation. Leave this place and then make plans. Lu Sherman pulled up Linlin and got into the car. Zhang Feng's side directly hit the giant scorpion's crotch with a stick, and the giant scorpion directly fainted. When he passed out, he obviously heard the sound of eggs breaking. He was considered hopeless in this life. Zhang Feng's heart was also full of doubts about what happened today, but seeing Lu Shimon's complicated expression, he forced himself to hold back his curiosity. He could only bury it silently in his heart, and he also had a strong curiosity about the favor Lu Sherman had asked him to do. The car came out from the country road and went on the highway. After a burst of Mercedes, the car drove to the provincial capital of W Province, Xindu. After passing through a busy street and turning a few scenic lakeside roads, Lu Sherman and Zhang Feng arrived at the Lianfu mountain villa area. Following Lu Shimon's footsteps, Zhang Feng entered a luxurious mid-mountain villa. Lu Sherman threw down Linlin and Zhang Feng and ran up the stairs alone. Zhang Feng scanned around out of curiosity, and the furnishings in the villa shocked him. Compared to his doghouse, it was like one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Afterwards, Zhang Feng's eyes landed on the bogu shelf in the middle of the hall. He approached and casually picked up a stone sculpture ornament. The eye of discernment immediately analyzed the true identity of this stone carving ornament. The middle of the Qing dynasty, Tianhuang stone shanzi. Its structure dense block structure, cryptocrystalline to fine-grained microscopic scale structure, which Tianhuang or some puddle stone often has a special radish-patterned stripe structure. For the typical Fuzhou Tianhuang, damn, this is a Tianhuang stone that is measured in grams. It's such a big lump. It's also a mid-Qing carving. It's unbelievable. Zhang Feng was incomparably surprised, knowing that Tianhuang stone was 100 times more precious than gold of the same weight. And this kind of stone carving ornaments, there were a few more on the entire bogu shelf. Zhang Feng still wanted to take a good look, but he was disturbed by a sound of water. Who's in there? Is it Linlin? Zhang Feng was instantly on guard, as it seemed like he had seen Linlin on the other side before. So who could this sound coming from the bathroom be coming from? I'm here. What are your eyes? Linlin replied from behind Zhang Feng. There was contempt in her eyes. She was a blind eye. Just then, the bathroom door creaked with a wow sound, and a dark-haired beauty came out from inside. That head of dark hair made Zhang Feng lose his mind for a while. As soon as Linlin saw the brunette beauty, She was so happy that she leapt up and rushed towards the beauty to bear hug her. Zhang Feng was a little lost in thought as he looked at the beauty, for no other reason than the fact that this woman who suddenly appeared was just too beautiful. Lin Lin, where's your cousin? The black-haired beauty hugged Lu Lin Lin. Like a wombat, Lu Lin Lin hung onto the black-haired beauty's neck, then whispered. She went to the second floor. Ha, Lin Lin, who is this tender little handsome guy? The black-haired beauty pointed to Zhang Feng who was on the side. Lin Lin then turned back to look at Zhang Feng and said, Sister Smokey, he's just a little white boy. Zhang Feng was speechless. What did he mean by a little white boy? Didn't he just become a little pinker because of his improved physique? As for that, when the black-haired beauty heard Lu Lin Lin's words, she sized up Zhang Feng with amusement, and just a glance made Zhang Feng feel an electric shock. The black-haired beauty saw Zhang Feng lost in thought for a while, then smiled and said, Hello, you are Shimon's friend, right? Faced with a beautiful woman to extend the slender hand, Zhang Feng appeared a little formal. He had never dealt with a woman before, not to mention it was such a big beauty. After a moment of disorientation, Zhang Feng panicked and stretched out his hand. Under the touch of both hands, although the black-haired beauty's hand was very soft, but Zhang Feng still felt a little callus on the side edge of her fingers. This part of the finger, unless some special training, generally is impossible to have calluses. Zhang Feng then looked up and gazed at the beauty. His heart was a little saddened. This woman was definitely not simple. Hello, I'm Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng directly reported his big name. Ling Yan. The black-haired beauty revealed a guffawing smile before her red lips slightly opened. At this time, Lu Sherman came down from the second floor just in time to see this harmonious scene, and was somewhat pleased in her heart. After all, the two were her friends, and with Ling Yan's nature, it was a miracle that she didn't fall out with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng heard Ling Yan's reply at this time, and also revealed a smile. Ling Yan, the name is really good. Hee, turtle. Ling Yan gave Zhang Feng a disconcerting look. Chapter 9, Divine Pit Questions. Lin Lin, what are you talking about? Zhang Feng is our savior. Lu Sherman happened to hear Lu Linlin's words on her way downstairs, so she hurriedly stopped it. Ling Yan, come up here for a moment. I have something to find you. Lu Sherman glanced at Ling Yan before going upstairs again. Ling Yan patted Lu Linlin and put her down before walking her long legs up to the second floor. Lu Sherman then told Ling Yan about the three of them meeting the giant scorpion's interception on the country road. After Ling Yan heard that Lu Sherman was almost violated, she was furious and wanted to call the police. Someone like Giant Scorpion should be locked up in jail for the rest of his life. Forget it, it's not that simple. I'm afraid that calling the police will be useless. Instead, it will scare the snakes. Lu Sherman saw Ling Yan pick up her cell phone and hurriedly stopped it down. Sherman, it must be Qinlan's doing. You know this guy has been salivating over you for a long time. Ling Yan thought steadily, then said with great certainty, it shouldn't be. Lu Sherman shook her head. This Qinlan is Qin Bushua's son. What kind of temperament Qin Bushua has, I'm sure the whole of China knows. If Qinlan dares to do something like this, if Qin Bushua finds out about it, he will definitely deprive him of his heir status. For the sake of the huge Qin clan, I'm afraid Qinlan wouldn't take such a risk. Lu Shimon's analysis was very thorough, and this kind of thing, it just didn't feel like something Qinlan would do. Then it must be Yang Wei. Ling Yan picked her head and came up with such a name again. Lu Sherman frowned for a while after hearing Yang Wei. This person was too familiar to him, and this person was also suspected of doing such underhanded deeds from the surface. I don't think so. This young family head is now interested in courting a marriage for his son Yang Wei, wanting to tie the knot with our Lu family as a son and daughter. So I don't think this person would be a straw man to come and touch bad luck at this time. Well, that's true, but this is neither here nor there. Just who else dares to deal with the Lu family like this? Lu Sherman did not reply after hearing Ling Yan's complaint. She concealed from Ling Yan the Wang Yun that the giant scorpion had accounted for. For Wang Yun, Lu Sherman believed in her heart. After all, Lu Sherman was considered to have grown up under Wang Yun's eyes. After all, Lu Sherman had grown up under Wang Yun's watchful eye. After more than 10 years of companionship, she had long been closer than an ordinary relative. And as Lu Shimon's personal butler, Wang Yun had also been conscientious and had never made any mistakes. Although Lu Sherman trusted Wang Yun, but Wang Yun did have some abnormal behavior before her accident. This had caused her to have her conviction shaken again. Originally, as Lu Shimon's personal butler, Wang Yun was basically by her side at all times. However, in a city, Wang Yun started to be a bit secretive, often answering the phone behind Lu Shimon's back. Moreover, before the trip to the ghost market in Qingguan village, Wang Yun also claimed that he had something going on at home and needed to leave for a week. And on the second day of the trip, he did not follow Lu Sherman. It was also Wang Yun's not following that Lu Shimon's sisters almost went into the tiger's mouth. This has to make people more concerned. Also, why would Giant Scorpion only report a Wang Yun, but not others? This was a great suspicion. Lu Sherman felt bad in her heart. She was praying that this matter must not be Wang Yun's doing, or else the loving image of Wang Yun in his mind would definitely come crashing down. Sherman, what are you fuming about? I think that handsome male ticket of yours is not bad. Still an emotional fledgling. Ling Yan pushed the dazed Lu Sherman with her finger, trying to find a topic to bring Lu Sherman back to reality from her contemplation. Boyfriend? Ling Yan, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Feng is a high-ranking person I invited to participate in the Knowledge and Appreciation Society. In response to Ling Yan's teasing, Lu Sherman gave her a blank look. This kid? He's still attending the appraisal meeting? And a high-ranking person? Ha ha, I think it's more like a little white boy. Feel however you like. Lu Sherman was too lazy to explain. She still had a rough idea in her mind of how much weight Zhang Feng had. Ling Yan glanced at Lu Sherman. Her eyes were full of curiosity and surprise. This kid, what makes Lu Sherman think highly of him? Lu Sherman's heart knows. If there is no Qingguan Village Ghost Market Tang Dynasty incense ball matter, I'm afraid she will also be in Ling Yan is a cognitive. After that, Lu Sherman pulled Ling Yan to change into a homie outfit and then went downstairs. Seeing the two beauties floating around, Zhang Feng's eyes were round. As the saying goes, a fair lady is a good girl. Not to mention that this was still two heavenly fairies. Lu Sherman boarded a glance at Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng instantly felt his outburst and couldn't help but blush slightly. Ha ha, Sherman, you really don't want this little male ticket? Don't I can take it. Such an innocent little handsome guy. Where can I find him? Ling Yan glanced at the red-faced Zhang Feng and said, half seriously and half jokingly, ha ha, I didn't think that a pretty girl would even look at me. Looks like this trick of pretending to be innocent is pretty good. Zhang Feng's heart was very rich in activities at this time. Although he hadn't been in love, he was a complete sullen type of man. So usually when he first met, he gave off the impression that he was slightly shy. And once he got acquainted, he burned like hell. You want it? Take it. Lu Sherman glanced at the two of them, passing by Zhang Feng and coldly said, this BFF of mine loves to toss and turn. I'm not afraid of being tossed. I just love being tossed. Zhang Feng sniffed, simply a bit oblivious, about to reveal his true colors. Ling Yan took a look and immediately revealed a bad smile. I didn't find you so little bad. Since you're not afraid, let me ask you, who do you think is prettier compared to me and Sherman? Once he heard Ling Yan's words, Zhang Feng thought that it was not good. Feelings of this kind of love tossing not on that Ling Yan's question was simply a pit. Once the answer to one of the beautiful, will certainly attract the other person's killing opportunity, but if it is said that the two are beautiful, but also cannot get rid of the suspicion of perfunctory. As soon as Lu Sherman heard this question, she instantly came to the spirit and turned to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng felt like crying. If he had known, he wouldn't have messed with Ling Yan. Chapter 10, It's All a Ruse. Seeing that Zhang Feng hesitated, Ling Yan simply wrapped her hand around Zhang Feng's arm, then exhaled. Little brother, you quickly praise me and I'll promise you, do whatever you want. Once Zhang Feng heard these words full of unlimited possibilities, his heart immediately itched, and he was almost about to blurt out that you are the prettiest. But at this time, Lu Sherman deliberately coughed. Along with this cough, Zhang Feng also felt a hint of killing intent in Lu Sherman's eyes. Should it be like this? Women are truly magical creatures. Under the concern of the two women, Zhang Feng felt in a dilemma. So Zhang Feng's brain was quite good. Then a flash of light. I think my girlfriend is the prettiest. Lu Sherman walked towards Lin Lin after hearing a cold snort, no longer paying attention to Zhang Feng. Once Ling Yan heard this, she felt that there was some subtlety between Zhang Feng and Lu Sherman, then pushed Zhang Feng away. I didn't expect that little brother would have a family at such a young age. Then I can't be a third party to ruin the harmony. When Zhang Feng heard this, he just wanted to reply that he didn't have a family. So you can be assured that you can boldly come and destroy it. But when he thought of Ling Yan's tossing and turning, forget it, he couldn't afford to mess with it. So he said, Sister Ling Yan is so right. As long as he can get Ling Yan to stop tossing and turning, who knows what other traps Ling Yan can lay on him if he continues like this. Right, Zhang Feng, let me tell you what I asked you to do this time. I want to ask you to attend the sense appreciation meeting instead of us. Seeing that the two had calmed down, Lu Sherman cut straight to the chase. What? I'm attending the Sense and Appreciation Society? Zhang Feng was a bit stunned. Or else, Lu Sherman gave Zhang Feng a blank look. I thought you were looking for a personal bodyguard who could do anything. Zhang Feng cooed in a small voice. Lu Sherman's face flushed slightly for a moment. Then she said you'd better be able to achieve good results in the Sense and Appreciation meeting, or I'll clean you up. Is it important? Important. Lu Sherman nodded. If she could achieve results in the knowledge appraisal, their family's auction would certainly be able to expand properly. Well, I'll strive to win first place. Every time the knowledge appraisal meeting, There will be a large number of identification experts to participate. For those who obtain the ranking, these people will be stationed in the major auction house field. With these additions, the auction business, the reputation will also rise significantly. With these support, business can be expected to prosper, but also because of the interests linked, so all parties will come up with the strongest killer mace. You think the first place is that easy to take? Lu Sherman blankly glanced at Zhang Feng. In her opinion, it would be good if Zhang Feng could get a place for them in the competition. As for the first place, it was something she wouldn't even dare to think about. Zhang Feng sniffled. You don't think so highly of me? It's too hard. Lu Sherman looked at Zhang Feng, still not confident in him. She felt that it was all so transparent. She thought that Zhang Feng would be afraid, but she was wrong. Zhang Feng was not afraid at all. Instead, he had enough confidence. Zhang Feng is cultural relics appraisal and restoration of professional birth, and did a few months of antique store apprentice. The most important thing is that he also has the eye of identification. As long as not encountered the same bug existence of the opponents, he took the first place. Absolutely is stable. The Knowledge and Appreciation Society, that was tailor-made for him. The next morning, Zhang Feng was still in the soft bed of the villa with hazy eyes when he was unceremoniously dragged up by Lu Sherman. Zhang Feng got into the car in a daze, feeling the car drive for 10 minutes. After 5 or 6 traffic lights, with a chirp, the car stopped in front of a towering office building. Hello, Mr. Lu. On the 9th floor, the receptionist saw the two of them coming and hurriedly greeted them respectfully. The Lu clan's auction headquarters was on the 9th floor of this office building, and the receptionist was naturally familiar with this family lady. After Lu Sherman pushed open the right-hand side of an office, a little old man eagerly greeted her. Sherman is back? Lu Sherman was just about to reply to the old man when a very shoeless voice came from behind her. Ms. Lu, I didn't expect to be back so early. You must have worked hard outside. Lu Sherman looked at this person. There was no image at all in her mind. Sherman, have you forgotten? I am Qin Ruojia. I came back to China to work here. My father invited the whole company to dinner. We even had a couple drinks back then. Sorry, I really forgot. Lu Sherman didn't want to bother with this person and then said perfunctorily. This person, Qin Ruoji, was 23 or 24 years old, with a fairly handsome face, coupled with a straight suit, and the identity of a returnee from the sea. He was still able to have a certain lethality to thousands of young girls. Unfortunately, Lu Sherman was not the least bit interested in such goods. Seeing Lu Sherman so not giving face, Qin Ruoji was very embarrassed. Wanting to find a step down, just happened to see Zhang Feng, and then had a topic of conversation. Ms. Lu, this little friend is your friend? Little friend? Zhang Feng shrugged. Little? Looks like it's necessary to take him to the restroom to compare. I think this Qin Ruoji is going to be desperate. Lu Sherman didn't pay attention to Qin Ruoji at all. Qin Ruoji felt embarrassed and started to make again. Looking at Zhang Feng dressed normally. Is it a bodyguard or a secretary? Zhang Feng sneered a bit, since he wanted to make it, so he just made him dead. In our line of work, don't look at the young age, look at the quality. Besides, it's only the young and good-looking ones like us that are popular. Zhang Feng should be for the physical enhancement, making him obviously 20, but appear to be only 17 or 18 years old. And these words were to give this Qin Ruoji a reason to continue to make a fool of himself. It was unlikely for a pink and tender little kid to be a bodyguard. The secretary is also not like it. Could it be? It's Crow Boy. Qin Ruoji really fell for Zhang Feng's trap and blurted out. The little old man was drinking water, and when he heard this, he directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. The rest of the people on the side heard this, and they all gave it a sideways glance. They all wanted to see who the duct paper in this Qin Ruoshi's mouth was. Lu Sherman took a look at the countless gazes cast around her and instantly blushed so red that she could have scalded an egg. Zhang Feng was also twitching his face. Martyr, how this person is so not speaking human words. The thought is really bad. Is it possible that the returnees are all in this mold? This, Qin Ruoji first sin. You are afraid to be responsible for their own words and deeds. Said I am duct paper nothing? Is. Zhang Feng deliberately dragged his voice. Looked at Lu Sherman. Is that Lu total? Estimated that there will be a what? Sure enough, when Qin Ruoji saw Lu Sherman's murderous gaze, Qin Ruoji was a bit dumbfounded. He couldn't wait to slap Zhang Feng a few times. It was all because Zhang Feng had set him up, but he wanted to smack himself even more. Who let himself speak out of turn? This kind of thing, even if Lu Sherman really found duct paper, but he couldn't say it in front of her. This was tantamount to looking for death. Chapter 11, Gifted. Qin Ruoji was that bitter in his heart. He already hated this Zhang Feng to the core. To set him up like this was just too much of an abomination. Looking at Qin Ruoji's look like he had eaten a dead child, Zhang Feng then felt a wave of relief, and then laughed. Why didn't Mr. Qin say anything? As soon as Qin Ruoji heard Zhang Feng's slightly teasing tone, He instantly wanted to clean up Jiang Feng, who was very hateful in his opinion. Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't give Qin Ruoji a chance, and directly stepped back and flashed to Lu Shimon's back. As soon as Qin Ruoji saw that Jiang Feng was planning to rely on the woman, he was simply furious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't directly bypass Lu Shiman to clean up Jiang Feng, could he? So shameless. Qin Ruoji was so embarrassed that he could only clench his teeth and say this sentence. Shameless? Mr. Qin, are you afraid you're not retarded? Talking about yourself right forgot. You're Ruoji ah. Qin Ruoji was about to explode with anger as he watched Jiang Feng taunt him in such a way, but after thinking about the consequences, he still endured it. By the way, Mr. Ruoji, do you want to clarify that I'm General Lu's bodyguard? Don't look at me as small, but I'm of good quality, and handsome. Physical strength is okay. I believe you. Qin Ruoji was so angry by Jiang Feng that he simply couldn't control it, thinking that he couldn't make a move, so he also hit back in language. But before Qin Ruoji could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Feng. Believe it or not, that's your business, but the fact is so, you can't do anything if you don't believe it? On the contrary, you sincerely slandered Mr. Lu. I'm afraid that you have ulterior motives. Now that everything is clear, you don't apologize and are still reversing right and wrong. Such an employee should get out. In the company, many people were attracted by what Jiang Feng said. Usually this Qin Ruoji on the basis of his Zhou Lao's nephew, plus Shanghai returned to the status, there is always a feeling of superiority. Now it is rare to see Qin Ruoji defeated. The crowd heard vaguely some excitement. Of course, this kind of excitement is impossible to show on the face. Seeing that Jiang Feng used the name of slandering the company's top management to pressure himself, Qin Ruoji knew that if he didn't bow down and admit his mistake, I'm afraid that under Jiang Feng's babbling, he would really have to be swept out of the door, and he simply had to open his mouth and admit his mistake. Seeing Qin Ruoji admit his mistake, Jiang Feng's heart felt a burst of relief. At the same time, he also secretly admired himself, did not expect his own mouth talent is so powerful. I didn't realize I had such a good mouth. I must exercise more when I have the chance. Even if I don't appraise treasures, if I go to be a salesman, as long as I can talk, it shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Feng blankly glanced at Qin Ruoji before revealing a cold smile. To say that he was a duck paper, or to say it in front of the crowd, simply looking for death. Too arrogant, too shameless. Even Lu Shiman sighed in her heart. She didn't expect that this Jiang Feng, who looked so gentle, would have such a sharp mouth. I have to go out for a while first. Qin Ruoji really didn't want to see Jiang Feng's face anymore, so he excused himself and went to the corridor to have a smoke. He was afraid that he would be pissed off by Jiang Feng if he was here again. Lu Shiman gave Jiang Feng a blank look, as if to say again, you say a few words will die ah. Then she ignored Jiang Feng. Lu Shiman then took out the aroma ball she got from Jiang Feng from her backpack and solemnly handed it over to the old man. The old man's name was Zhou Lin, Qin Ruoji's cousin, but also the chief appraisal expert of Lu's auction house. Has been in the antique business for 40 to 50 years, is a veritable veteran. Zhou Lin saw the aroma ball, instantly came to the spirit. Originally placed in the corner of the table of the glasses was also the first time he put on. Zhou Lin felt that this aroma ball was very familiar, and the moment it arrived, he remembered that it was the same aroma ball that Lu Shiman had asked him to identify on his cell phone earlier. Shiman, didn't you let me appraise this aroma ball? How? Zhou Lin was a bit skeptical, not knowing what Lu Shiman meant. Take a good look and say it again. After Lu Shiman said this, she stopped talking. As soon as Zhou Lin heard Lu Shiman's tone, he knew that there might be a problem with this aroma ball. Could it be that he was wrong in his appraisal that day? Was it a fake? Zhou Lin then began to observe the aroma ball. From the surface, there is no problem this thing must be genuine. However, when Zhou Lin opened the aroma ball, he realized the extraordinary nature of the aroma ball. He touched the words inside the ball. Turning it up and looking at it, it was a seal script character. Zhou Lin couldn't sit up any longer and sat up excitedly. Shiman, on that day, I only appraised it from the outside. This thing is indeed genuine, yet I was wrong about it as well. This thing is not ordinary. It is the same thing as the Yang Taishan incense sachet recorded in the Yuyang miscellany chopping block. Where did Shiman get this incense ball? I bought it from him. Lu Shiman raised her finger and pointed at Jiang Feng, who was doing nothing on the side. Bought it? So lucky? Well, bought it for $1 million. He's kind of a second-hand dealer. He only spent $1,000 on this aroma ball. Lu Shiman spoke in a breezy manner, but the people around her were not calm. This person was that lucky? $1,000 to buy, $1 million to sell, and $1 million to change hands. How much did he step on? Luck is so unbelievable that it exploded. Everyone present thought it was Jiang Feng's luck. They wouldn't think that a guy who looked only 17 or 18 years old, like a duck, could have the ability to recognize treasure with a discerning eye. Qin Ruwaji smoke a cigarette. Also came back. He came back just to hear Lu Sherman said a million things. The heart cannot help but jealousy. He a returnee. Come back to the present is only a small 10,000 salary. Want a hold to a million. That have to monkey years and months. Zhou Lin looked at the aroma ball in his hand and said, 1 million. It's worth it. Now put it out for auction. Put the word out. It's bound to fetch a few million. Zhang Feng's face turned blue as soon as he heard Zhou Lin's words. He didn't know if he should blame himself for being too stupid. Something that was worth a few $1,000,000 was sold by him for $1 million. And there was also a condition attached to it. The aroma ball is put away. Lu Sherman smiled faintly. Knowing that the thing she had bought for millions could be doubled several times, she was naturally very happy. Zhou Lin also smiled. Well, it's best not to sell it. This kind of thing is too rare. And it's my Yang Taishan's personal belongings. In a couple years, I'm afraid it'll have to break $10 million. After saying that, Zhou Lin returned the aroma ball to Lu Sherman. Elder Zhou, I came here today to discuss something with you. Lu Sherman then glanced at Zhang Feng and said, I want him to attend the sense appraisal for us. Him? Zhou Lin glanced at Zhang Feng with some skepticism. Right, it's him. Lu Shimon's tone was a bit resolute. Only after she finished her words, the surrounding area was talking. Letting this kid go to the sense appraisal society? Could it be that he's going to play soy sauce? That's right. In terms of qualifications, Elder Zhou has been playing for most of his life, and he can definitely get a good ranking in the Knowledge and Appreciation Society. Where is this kid's turn? This kid, handsome, beauty pageant is almost, but this Knowledge and Appreciation, I'm afraid it can't be qualified. Without exception, the surroundings were full of disbelieving voices. As soon as Qin Ruwaji saw that Zhang Feng was on the tip of the storm, he immediately felt that the opportunity had come. Children, or to study well to take the university too important. This kind of thing do not blindly participate. This matter concerns the future of our auction house. Idle people or side cool good. Chapter 12, Genius. For Qin Ruwaji's vocalization, Zhang Feng simply treated him as a dog barking furiously, knowing that attending this Knowledge and Appreciation Society wasn't something he wanted to attend on his own. It was Lu Sherman who asked him to go, which meant that this thing was important to Lu Sherman, and it didn't matter whether he went or not to him. Zhang Feng, now so many people are questioning him, that is, questioning Lu Shimon's decision. How on earth can these people mix in the workplace? Zhang Feng felt deeply skeptical about this. If he can't go, it would be better if he doesn't know, but he doesn't really want to go anyway. Zhang Feng in his heart playing a small plan, but his eyes inadvertently swept over Zhou Lin's desk. There were a few stoves on the desk, and as his eyes swept by, Zhang Feng felt a flash of golden light in his eyes, and a burst of mixed information appeared in his mind. Imitation Schwanda stove, dating from the near-contemporary era. The material is rough and loose. As the results came out, the stoves became dull from their original brass color. Instead, there was a black stove in a corner under the table emitting a glittering precious light. Zhang Feng was curious about this. Something that could emit such precious light under his discerning eye was bound to be not simple. Genuine Schwanda stove. The Ming Dynasty Schwanda years made. Crust deep pulp. The appearance of simple and thick. Paragraph knowledge word mouth deep handsome. Smooth lines. The material for the 100 refined wind-worn copper mixed with gold and silver. 10 refined and become. The whole body of the precious light within the pregnant. Zhang Feng for this inconspicuous furnace is actually genuine Schwanda furnace stunned. This Lu's auction house really rich and generous. So valuable furnace. Even so thrown in the corner. Zhang Feng couldn't help but stretch out his hand and rub the few imitation stoves on the table. Ha ha, I didn't expect little brother to like these old objects so young. There aren't many young people who are interested in these old objects nowadays. How is it? Like it? Then I'll give you one. Zhou Lin saw Zhang Feng rubbing the stove. One to do a favor. The second is also to see the level of Zhang Feng. Intends to see Zhang Feng make a fool of himself. Zhou old man seems to be especially cherish these stoves, or else he wouldn't have played with them to get the pulp. I don't want to take away people's favor. I'll take that one. Zhang Feng hee smiled, then pointed to the table leg side of the dirty stove. The people around had heard that Elder Zhou was going to give Zhang Feng an item earlier and were guessing what Zhang Feng would choose. But as a result, when Zhang Feng pointed at this dirty stove, everyone couldn't help but look at him with a strange look. This dirty stove was not a good item at first glance. Even Lu Sherman was so mental. She even doubted Zhang Feng's vision. But Zhou Lin was but sore. This dirty stove in the end, what is the origin of his heart is very clear. This thing is not a fake. This is the real thing. Okay. He had thought that Zhang Feng would only choose among the few stoves on the table. Who would have thought that his eyes would be so poisonous? It must be a coincidence. It must be that he stepped on dog. Zhou Lin consoled himself with this in his mind. He didn't believe that a person who hadn't even had his hands on a stove could tell at a glance if it was real or fake. The leather shell wrapping around this stove was original. How could one identify it without looking closely? Of course there was another possibility, that Jiang Feng had identified the authenticity at a glance. But this possibility, Zhou Lin didn't dare to guess. Little brother, that stove is too dirty. You'd better pick something else. Zhou Lin coughed before saying to Jiang Feng with a calm face, not necessarily this thing is dirt? Jiang Feng muttered after sniffing. Nonsense, my Lu's auction house. Things come from the right place. Zhou Lin naturally heard Jiang Feng's words and directly gave a negative. If he was labeled as selling dirt goods, I'm afraid that the next day he would be invited to the bureau to drink tea. Oh, then it doesn't matter. So what if it's dirty? I'll just wash it, and dish it out for another 3 or 2 months. It's absolutely moist. It doesn't matter to you, but it does to me. Zhou Lin felt incomparably but broken. How does this make him feel? Seeing this, Jiang Feng knew that it was Old Man Zhou who couldn't part with it, so he made a shy face. Is Old Man Zhou unable to part with it? Zhou Lin looked at Jiang Feng's seemingly coy face and couldn't help but want to sigh to the heavens. This Gaby is just pitting himself. I should have known that I wouldn't let him choose. Today, he, Zhou Lin, had suffered a muffled loss. Zhou Lin didn't even know what to do for a moment. Jiang Feng, you're just being petty-minded. How could Zhou Lao not give up? Originally I wanted you to pick a valuable one. I won't stop you if you have to have this crap. Lu Sherman saw that Zhou Lin didn't say anything, thinking that he was mentioning Jiang Feng's regret, so she opened her mouth to relieve Zhou Lin. Aha! It's the kid who's being petty-minded. Thanks then. Jiang Feng happily picked up the stove from the table leg and held it in his arms, looking like he had found a treasure. Qin Ruoji couldn't help but sneer when he took a look at Jiang Feng's foolishness. Dirtbag, hugging garbage as a treasure. As soon as Zhou Lin heard Qin Ruoji's words, he had a headache. This is a genuine Schwanda stove worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where is the trash? The more Zhou Lin looked at the heart of the more stifled, almost to slap himself. Who let his own mouth each gate? Qin Ruoji saw his cousin Zhou Lin sent Jiang Feng a stove, also to some intention. Elder Zhou, send me one too. I want that white jade stove. Jiang Feng only knew for a few minutes. He got a stove. Qin Ruoji is Zhou Lin's own nephew. How can he get a stove? Zhou Lin now has a belly full of anger. When he heard Qin Ruoji want that fake can no longer be fake Shibei goods, did not even lift his eyelids. Give me away. For a moment, Jiang Feng, Qin Ruoji, Zhou Lin, the expressions of the three were analyzed in Lu Shimon's keen eyes. Lu Sherman understood. She then reached out. Give me the stove in your arms. Jiang Feng gave Lu Sherman an incredulous look. I think it's good to put it on my family's blog shelf. Lu Sherman looked as usual. This one is dirty. It doesn't go well in your house. I think that Emperor Yellow Bowl is nice. Atmospheric. Jiang Feng hugged the stove in his arms tightly. Jokingly, this stove was sent to him. How can he return it? After all, several $100,000. Are you sure you don't want to give it? Lu Sherman was completely sure now. This stove was definitely a treasure. Sherman, it's just a piece of Shibei goods. If you want it, I'll get you a few pieces later. Qin Ruoji saw that Jiang Feng had rejected Lu Sherman and knew that he had his chance. Then he started to be attentive. Scram! Lu Shimon's simple and rough word made Qin Ruoji, whose face was about to blossom with smiles, suddenly look like a frosted chrysanthemum. Seeing Lu Sherman getting angry, Jiang Feng was shocked in his heart, although it wasn't directed at him. But once this young lady got upset, one could imagine what would be waiting for him. Got, here you go, Jiang Feng said and put the stove in his arms into Lu Shimon's hands. After all, this thing still belonged to Lu Shimon's family. Tell me the bottom line of this stove. Lu Shimon's eyes narrowed as she looked at Jiang Feng with a hint of mischief. If Jiang Feng couldn't tell the truth, I'm afraid she'd take something like, this dirty furnace might not really be a treasure? The surrounding onlookers were a bit bewildered. Jiang Feng blankly glanced at Lu Sherman and said, serves you right, my big miss. Genuine Schwanda furnace. The Ming Dynasty Schwanda years made. Crust pulp deep. The appearance of simple and thick. Paragraph knowledge word mouth deep handsome. Smooth lines. The material for the 100 refined wind-worn copper mixed with gold and silver. 10 refined and become. The whole body of the precious light within the pregnancy. Jiang Feng in one breath will be this dirty furnace real identity to point out. Lu Sherman, Qin Ruoji and the others simply had the feeling of being in a dream when they heard it. Old Man Zhou also looked at Jiang Feng as if he were a monster. He then believed that Jiang Feng had seen the true identity of the stove from the very beginning. This young Jiang Feng was really a genius. Chapter 13, Yan Lao. Seeing the surrounding people are looking at Jiang Feng with surprised eyes, Qin Ruoji clenched his teeth and said, you guys just believe him? What if this kid is just blabbering about it? Zhou old man put it here for such a long time all of them don't recognize it is not that this kid can still be better than the old man of Zhou. I think so. At this time then Qin Ruoshi speak as the auction house deputy head, Wu Kuan. This person has always been with Qin Ruoshi close. This time out of the voice is the support of Qin Ruoshi. Here Qin Ruoji and Wu Kuan words Jiang Feng are fast in the heart to laugh dead. this Qin Ruoji really is a retarded this Wu Koan is also. He said this time the meaning of this sentence is to say Zhou Lin own technology is not good, or that the technology of the forgeries is too high no matter how it is interpreted, it is favorable to Jiang Feng anyway. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Ruoji's words, Zhou Lin's face turned black. Jiang Feng chewed his gum and smiled as he watched Qin Ruoji muttering explanations there, but the more he explained, the more annoyed Zhou Lin's expression became. But Zhou Lin couldn't directly say to Qin Ruoji, "Don't compare, you're so annoying," so he could only listen to Qin Ruoshi's nagging. And although Qin Ruoshi kept trying to explain, Zhou Lin's dislike of Qin Ruoshi grew deeper and deeper. Truth be told, this nephew Zhou Lin could not look at, but it was in the way of Qin Ruoshi's father that made Zhou Lin have to take care of it. In the end, Zhou Lin really couldn't help but be nagged by him and could only force a smile. "Since you've been talking for such a long time and don't believe in Jiang Feng's judgment, let's just take it and let the others appraise it. And in the meantime, let's see if this Jiang Feng is really capable or just pretending to be." Seeing Zhou Lin said so, Qin Ruoji also finally stopped his mouth, and then looked at Jiang Feng with a cold smile. Qin Ruoji always do not believe that Jiang Feng is really capable. Such a young age can understand what? I guess I don't know anything, but I just have a good mouth. And Zhou Lin, this old man did not directly confirm the authenticity of the thing. Perhaps the old man is just by Lu Shimon's hints, so this thing he will find someone to re-identify. Although Qin Ruoji is a turtle through many years of Western education, but his brain is still full of stupid ideas. As soon as he saw Jiang Feng following Lu Shimon's ass, he had a wave of revulsion from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Feng was definitely a duck paper. This tender-skinned little white boy. Otherwise how would he be working under Lu Shiman? Ma duh. This Lu Shiman is not a saving grace either. To be so indifferent to me before is simply unforgivable. Qin Ruoji blankly glanced at Jiang Feng before revealing a snort. This snort was directed not only at Jiang Feng, but also at Lu Shiman in front of him. Looking at Qin Ruoshi this appearance, Lu Shiman just helplessly shook his head. Although Qin Ruoshi's emotions are well hidden, but still cannot escape her eyes. Her psychology big brother name that is not called for nothing. Qin Ruoshi in the thought of what? Lu Shiman is a clear. This person is always so disgusting. Jiang Feng what level Lu Shiman heart that is a number. Moreover, Zhou Lin's previous behavior wasn't saying that something was fake. His complexion already indicated everything. But Qin Ruoji cannot see. Wait a moment, this appraisal results out. This Qin Ruoji will certainly be ashamed to vomit blood. And Wu Koan is completely because of Qin Ruoji was pulled into the water. Wait a moment, Long Face or Jiang Feng. Wu Koan lost people will be directly blamed on Qin Ruoji. Equivalent to say that this Qin Ruoji fussed for half a day. In the end, or moving a stone to stone their own feet. Zhou Lin can know the ability of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng has been chewing gum next to this. Even a word are lazy to say. See Jiang Feng this attitude. Lu Shiman secretly opened his mouth and asked, "What's wrong? How do you not speak? You're not very talkative just now." Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Two clowns, what else can I say? Just see what they want to do. Go and invite old man Yang over." Wu Koan drank low. This auction house, in addition to Zhou Lin, belongs to the 2 days only to Yang oldest eyesight, and this Yang old identity special, first-class connoisseurship, and he is not considered to be Lu's auction house in the people, so he came to appraisal, the most persuasive. Qin Ruoji instantly came to the spirit of hearing. A small trot ran to invite Yang Lao. A little while later, Yang carefully looked at the Xuan furnace, touching his beard to Qin Ruoji said, "To say it you may not believe, this furnace is actually a genuine. The Royal Office of Production. Preservation is very good, crust thick, very rare. How can it be? This thing is clearly an imitation. The crust mortar is very pompous. Copper fire is also big. How is the treasures?" Wu Koan was dumbfounded. Qin Ruoji was also baffled. Which I do you see pompous? Such a thick mortar is said to be pompous. Simply blind. As for the copper fire being big my ass. That's the treasure light within. Elder Yang glared at Wu Koan, and then stopped paying attention to the two of them. "Old man Zhou, when did you receive a big treasure?" Zhou Lin shook his head helplessly and said, This thing is not mine now. It's this little friend's. You shouldn't underestimate this little friend. He can tell the true nature of this furnace at a glance." Elder Yang looked at Jiang Feng with a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect that this Jiang Feng didn't look very old but had such a skill. Yang Lao held the stove and couldn't let go of it. Such a warm and moist coating was too tempting. Then Yang Lao said to Zhou Lin, "Old Zhou, how about you sell this stove to me? The price you pay. You know the market anyway." Zhou Lin looked at Lu Shiman and shook his head. "If it were mine, I would definitely sell it to you. But I just sent this furnace to Jiang Feng. If you want this furnace, then you have to ask the little brother if he's willing to sell it to you." "Stop. It has nothing to do with me. It's been given to Miss Lu now." Jiang Feng saw Zhou Lin talking like this and directly threw the bag to Lu Shiman. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Yang Lao squinted his eyes and sized up Lu Sherman and said, "Yo, this is the Lu family's girl all grown up so big I've looked at this for half a day and didn't recognize you, so still don't remember me I remember that the last time I saw you you were only 5 or 6 years old, how could I forget you, Grandpa Yang," Lu Sherman said to Yang Lao with a smile. At the same time, she also said to Zhang Feng, "This is Grandpa Yang. His old man is a decades-old man in the appraisal field of a city. That can be said to be the encyclopedia of the appraisal field. You can find Grandpa Yang to ask for advice when you have the chance." Hearing Lu Shimon's words, Zhang Feng hurriedly introduced himself to Grandpa Yang. "Good. My name is Zhang Feng, Cultural Relics Appraisal and Restoration of Professional Graduates of A. For the appraisal of this area has a little bit of understanding. Today in front of all of you to make a fool of myself." Hearing Zhang Feng's introduction, Yang old eyes lit up and said, "You studied the appraisal profession? As far as I know, there are not many people who study this profession. How did you think to study such a cold profession? And this line is very difficult to master What can be learned in school? What can you learn in school? It's all on paper, and you can't make much money without real skills." Hearing Yang's question, of course, Zhang Feng cannot say that he enrolled in the profession. The brain into the water think that this is a profession that can make a lot of money. Zhang Feng had a moment to answer to. "When I first chose to major in the other majors do not really like. On this one I am also quite interested in the rush to choose. This appraisal of the profession is really difficult. I'm learning a few years, but I feel that I have not even entered the door. Really ashamed of the opportunity to go to school is very difficult to get out of the profession, and there is no real skill after coming out. Really ashamed have the opportunity to please Yang Lao good guide me." Zhang Feng was very low-key, although he now had treasure identification skills, the eye of discernment. Appraisal ability has long left Yang Lao a few streets, but he did not have no one in his sight. After listening to the words of Zhang Feng, Yang old nodded and said, "Very good have a hobby on the line. I have seen a lot of people interested in appraisal, but are not even a year have not insisted on. Like you can always insist on it is not rare. This appraisal is about an accumulation. See a lot of more, touch a lot. You have suffered a lot of losses. You naturally understand the bottom of the year of the thing. Grandpa Yang, do you still remember me? I'm Qin Ruoji. You even hugged me when I was little." See Zhang Feng and Grandpa Yang chatting hot. Qin Ruoji could not help but interject. Heard Qin Ruoji words, Grandpa Yang froze half a day hard, did not remember who this is. The best in the crowd in the awkward atmosphere, Zhou Lin out to solve the problem, said, "This is the Qin family, that kid, my nephew, study abroad that, the recent period of time just returned to the country." Listen to the words of Zhou Lin. Yang old man only face suddenly realized that, so is your nephew so in foreign countries will come after learning. Now the domestic is also good, is also has a lot of space for development. Do a good job. Do not give your old man disgrace Chapter 14, Trial Level. Although Yang Lao is very enthusiastic to chat with Qin Ruoji, but people with clear eyes can see that this Yang Lao simply did not think of this Qin Ruoji in the end, who is just in the way of the face of the crowd, is not good to say that they cannot think of. Can only be so very Qin Ruoji speaking polite words. Seeing that Qin Ruoji wanted to pull Yang Lao to chat endlessly, Lu Sherman couldn't help but open her mouth and said, "Zhou Lao, you see, I want to let Zhang Feng represent the company to participate in the knowledge appraisal meeting. His ability you have also seen it, or very powerful." Hearing Lu Shimon's words, Zhou Lin was still hesitant but obviously no longer reluctant. Zhou Lin said to Lu Sherman after half a day's thought, "Sherman, after all, this is also a big thing. This way, I think this directly let Zhang Feng to participate in the knowledge and appreciation will, even if I am assured. But there are still many people do not rest assured. And before this furnace, although I have no doubt, but in order to seal other people's mouth, or to come back to a good, recently I just received a rare object. If Zhang Feng can identify what it is, then let him on behalf of the company to participate in the knowledge of the identification will how." After listening to Zhou Lin's words, Lu Sherman shifted her gaze to Zhang Feng's body. Lu Sherman looked at Zhang Feng with the clear meaning of asking Zhang Feng if he was willing to do so. Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders and said humbly, "Let's take a look. Even if I don't recognize it, it doesn't matter. It's just for me to get a better understanding. I'm not at a disadvantage anyway. Alright, since you want to try, then you can come with me." Saying that, Zhou Lin led Zhang Feng and Lu Sherman, as well as Elder Yang, towards the upper floors. Qin Ruoji and Wu Kuan naturally wanted to follow them up to see what was going on. Zhang Feng turned his head and rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, "What are you doing following me up here? People didn't ask you to come, and you don't know about these things. It's better to wait downstairs." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Qin Ruoji's face was red with anger. As for Wu Kuan, he glared fiercely at Zhang Feng and didn't say anything. Qin Ruoji also ignored Zhang Feng. This was their territory, to where I'm afraid it's not enough for Zhang Feng to say. Qin Ruoji walked forward, followed by Wu Kuan and others. several people came to a room upstairs. When Jiang Feng's 3 people were ready, Zhou Lin took out a box and placed it on the table. After Zhou Lin put the box away, he signaled Jiang Feng that he could appraise it. Jiang Feng slowly opened the box. The box is not what gold and silver jewelry and other things, but a thin like yarn-like things, above also twisted with something written with what do not understand do not know is not the son of things. Jiang Feng looked at this table, things froze. Under normal circumstances this eye of discernment should have told him the results, but in the face of this thing identification of the eye is very abnormal, even a little reaction. The other 3 people just look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng can only pretend to be the same as the same, check the table on the same thing as the yarn. Time by little past this forensic eye or no reaction at all. Just when Jiang Feng is ready to give up, when the forensic eye finally had movement, a message appeared in Jiang Feng's brain. Snow gold silk, light a thin abnormal fabric, age Xia dynasty, for the legendary items. Seeing this snow gold silk message, Jiang Feng almost screamed out directly. This thing was actually snow gold silk. This kind of thing that only appeared in the Xia dynasty, actually really existed. Seeing Jiang Feng's stunned expression, Lu Shiman opened her mouth and asked, "What's going on? Why do you have such an expression?" Only then did Jiang Feng realize that his expression was a bit subtle. Jiang Feng coughed and said after sorting out his disorder, "This thing is indeed very peculiar. Rarely seen. This should be a product of the Xia dynasty. It's definitely a treasure." Hearing Jiang Feng's appraisal result, Lu Shiman frowned and said, "It's unlikely. How can this be something from the Xia dynasty? How can a yarn from the Xia dynasty be preserved until now, and still be preserved so intact? Are you starting to talk nonsense because you don't know what this is?" Seeing that Lu Shiman didn't believe himself, Jiang Feng could only shrug his shoulders helplessly to show that he wasn't talking nonsense. After hearing Jiang Feng's appraisal result, Zhou Lin nodded. Lu Shiman said in surprise, "What, this is really something from the Xia dynasty? How could this be preserved until now?" Hearing Lu Shiman's question, Zhou Lin could only shake his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I've asked a lot of appraisal authorities to appraise the results of the appraisal said that this is the Xia dynasty's Shui Jinshi. Isn't that the result of Jiang Feng's appraisal is correct?" Hearing Zhou Lin's words, Lu Shiman froze for a moment before reacting. Zhou Lin nodded and said, "You brought this kid really have 2 brushes. I was looking for a lot of people to come up with such a result. He is a person so fast to come up with this result, and also so sure to participate in the knowledge of the identification will be. It should be no problem." Hearing Zhou Lin's words, Lu Shiman covered her face and smiled. "This is a secret. I can't tell you, so let's decide now. Letting Jiang Feng go to the Sense Appraisal Society. Hearing Lu Shiman's words, Zhou Lin said with a snicker, "So this also have to keep a secret with me? Okay, you today this thing is also finished, then go back. Then wait for the connoisseurship conference to start it, and then give me to get a good name back it. The company's next future can be handed over to you. Okay, then today's things are also done. Then we will go back first. There is still a little thing at home, and when there is time we will come back to visit. Said Lu Shiman and led Jiang Feng away. When she turned around and saw Qin Ruoshi still standing there, Lu Shiman helplessly rolled her eyes and turned around to go back to the elevator. If she was pestered by Qin Ruoshi, she would have to mumble to her for half a day. The key is that this Qin Ruoshi also liked to target Jiang Feng. Lu Shiman, although Jiang Feng has no feelings but after all is his own people, so has been Qin Ruoshi here to target. Lu Shiman's heart will not be too comfortable. Back home, Ling Yan and Lu Linlin have already made lunch waiting. Lu Shiman and Jiang Feng went back, just entered the door. Ling Yan came over and asked, "What's the situation?" Zhou Lin Master agreed to let Jiang Feng go on behalf of the company to participate in the knowledge appraisal will. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Let." Zhou old man at first did not believe me. Forced me to look out from him 2 pieces of treasure before agreeing to, can really not fooled. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Lu Shiman rolled her eyes and said, "What's the point of fooling? This is about the future of our company. You can seriously get me? Otherwise I cannot forgive you." Chapter 15, Knowledge and Appreciation. Have to Lu. What is my level? Miss, you are not clear? This matter is wrapped in my body that is proper. Jiang Feng showed a confident smile at Lu Shiman. Are you talking to me poorly? Lu Shiman's almond eyes picked up. Looking at the somewhat dejected Jiang Feng, there was a touch of dissimilarity in her eyes. Nah, I'm giving you a peace of mind. Right, what are we going to do next? Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't admit it, so he simply changed the topic. However, Lu Shiman gave Jiang Feng a blank look before she no longer cared about him. After leaving the company gate, Jiang Feng followed Lu Shiman's footsteps and got into the Audi. Jiang Feng had a conversation, but Lu Shiman didn't pay any attention to him. As usual, Lu Shiman was very cold. Jiang Feng felt an icy chill. This rose in the snow really made people freeze to death. The knowledge and appreciation meeting you asked me to attend. What exactly is the situation? Can you tell me about it first? The so-called know thyself and know thy enemy. I can also have a mental preparation. seeing that Lu Sherman wasn't going to pay attention to herself. Zhang Feng could only look for the things she cared about the most. He still didn't believe that he couldn't get this ice rose to talk today. There's nothing to talk about this. Anyway, the time is tomorrow. You just need to play well is all. I'll send you back now. You adjust your state. I'm dizzy. Is the time so urgent? I haven't had a good rest in the past 2 days. Since leaving the curio store, he didn't even have the time to go for a good wave. Zhang Feng couldn't help but complain a little in his heart when he heard this, except that he didn't have a trace of urgency due to the time constraints. On the contrary, Zhang Feng was surprisingly calm. Anyway, no matter what time it was, this knowledge appraisal society was always going to be opened. Tomorrow would be good, so he could finish it earlier and be free earlier. Seeing Zhang Feng look like nothing, Lu Sherman was a bit surprised. Are you so sure you'll win first place? That's right. That kind of small scene is just a piece of cake. I hope it's really just a drizzle. Lu Sherman saw that Zhang Feng was going to be full of talk. Her face instantly became incomparably cold, and the sudden change in style caused Zhang Feng to hit a chill. At Zhang Feng's gesture, Lu Sherman drove back to the Green Dragon Bay Hotel. This time the service welcome eyes that are snow bright. The attitude is too good to be true. After all, the last time Zhang Feng but threw a few tens of thousands of tips. Once Zhang Feng Moncler outlet store service is comfortable. Perhaps there are many tips? But this time Zhang Feng simply did not give a damn about these people. Without even twisting his head a bit he returned to his luxury suite. The next morning, Zhang Feng was awakened from his sleep by the incessant ringing of the phone. Zhang Feng, are you a pig? I'm going to personally come and clean you up if you don't answer the phone. Today is the time for the Sense and Appreciation Society to start. You couldn't have forgotten? Lu Sherman held a bellyful of anger. This knowledge and appreciation will not wait for you alone. The participants in the knowledge and appreciation will be some authorities, rich and powerful. Once she was deprived of the qualification, she absolutely could not spare Zhang Feng. At this time, Lu Sherman and Lu Linlin and Ling Yan, 3 people have been in front of the Green Dragon Bay Hotel. If not in the way of the boys' room inside, the situation is not clear. I'm afraid that now these 3 people have long gone up to Zhang Feng beat up. Zhang Feng hastily packed up, then went out. Pulling open the car door, Zhang Feng sat on his butt in the back row, only to find that there were actually 3 people in the car. Holy, you're wearing this? We're going to the Knowledge and Appreciation Society? Ling Yan looked at Zhang Feng's appearance. Simply a bit unbelievable. This casual to the extreme attire. How to look like going to buy food. Where does it look like we're going to a knowledge appraisal meeting? Ah, what's wrong? I feel fine. Zhang Feng yawned, unimpressed. This outfit of yours, it's not much different from a beggar. Lu Linlin glanced at Zhang Feng. In her worldview, as long as it wasn't a name brand, it was a beggar's outfit. Ling Yan laughed at Li Lin's words. Uncultured. How terrible. What brother wears is not clothes. What he wears is connotation. Besides, the Sense and Appreciation Society isn't about being able to take first place just because you're dressed beautifully. Zhang Feng blankly glanced at the duo and straight away started to rest his eyes. Lu Sherman nodded as she drove. It was really true. If they could get first place by dressing beautifully, I'm afraid they wouldn't know how many first places they could get. Arriving at the location where the knowledge appraisal meeting was held, many of the participants greeted Lu Sherman warmly upon seeing her. When they saw Lu Sherman followed by a small handsome man in rustic clothes, they showed a burst of contempt before continuing to look back. In their eyes, this person would definitely not be the one Lu's auction house had invited to compete. Sherman. At this time, a stout and graceful man in a suit walked towards Lu Sherman. With a sharp, slate-inch head, coupled with a handsome face profile, this person was definitely an existence that attracted bees and butterflies. When Lu Sherman saw the visitor, she unexpectedly put away her icy stance, and her previous attitude towards Qin Ruwaji was worlds apart. Brother Qin Lin, you've also come to the Sense Appreciation meeting? That goes without saying. Qin Lin is a rare teenage appraiser. How could such a big knowledge and appraisal meeting be missing him? Lu Linlin jumped up, and Ling Yan followed suit and praised Qin Lin. Zhang Feng had a hint of curiosity about this Qin Lin, this so-called teenage appraiser. Just how much weight did he have? This is? Qin Lin looked at Zhang Feng twice and said politely, this is Zhang Feng. My cousin brought him to the Sense Appraisal Society. Brother Jiang is good. We must have a good exchange when we have the chance, and spar on the side. Zhang Feng wasn't polite, and revealed a confident smile after shaking Qin Lin's hand. Somewhat unbelievably, for Zhang Feng's arrogance, Qin Lin didn't show any resentment. Instead, Zhang Feng's confidence caused Qin Lin to have a sense of curiosity. He wanted to see what made Zhang Feng have such confidence. As for the others, they looked at Zhang Feng with contempt. The reason why Qin Lin was so polite should be that he was interested in Lu Sherman. Zhang Feng could see it in Qin Lin's eyes. Originally this should be nothing, but once he saw Lu Sherman's attitude towards Qin Lin, he was vaguely upset. The appraisal meeting was about to start, The participants and onlookers were all seated. Jin Ruoshi, Zhou Lin and the others were all at the appraisal meeting as well. Chapter 16, Broken Porcelain Pot. When Jiang Feng, the little kid plus hick in the eyes of the crowd, sat his ass down on that treasure appraisal seat where Lu's auction house was located, the surroundings threw over astonished gazes. This little hick is Lu's auction house invited appraiser. Isn't this nonsense? This is simply joking about the future of his company. Ha ha, Lu's auction house is afraid to be removed from a city. The appraisers from the other corporate companies around were waiting to see Jiang Feng make a fool of himself. Jiang Feng, however, was too lazy to bother with these people. With the help of the eye of discernment, he might not be afraid of these people? What a joke! As the treasures that participated in this appraisal meeting were rolled out, the appraisers around them had a very grave look on their faces. Only Jiang Feng looked at these treasures of all shapes and colors with a normal expression. With the many appraisers who had their own good things to shoot down, the Miss Welcome Sisters of the Knowledge and Appraisal Society would one by one, each of the things they had shot down, carefully sent to the appraisers in front of the appraisers. Many appraisers, all of them were full of gravity, carefully identifying the things they had auctioned off. At this time, Jiang Feng discovered a very elegant pot on the far side of the field. Jiang Feng vaguely felt that this unassuming pot had some origin, and then swept with the eye of discernment. You kiln green and white porcelain pot, produced in the Tang dynasty, exquisite workmanship, elegant color, white as snow. Above the body of the pot there is a dark carving of chi dragons. The knife is exquisite, it is a top quality. After Jiang Feng learned the details of the pot, information about Yueyao green and white porcelain pots instantly appeared in his mind. He remembered that there was a record of this kind of pot in the textbook when he was in college. This type of pot was pitifully rare in the whole of China. It was definitely a rare and precious item. Jiang Feng was instantly excited. This kind of thing would even appear here. To know that this kind of level is usually treasured in museums. With that, Jiang Feng directly auctioned off this kiln green and white porcelain pot. Qin Ruoji had been watching Jiang Feng's actions, and when he saw Jiang Feng choose a white porcelain pot that looked unimpressive, he instantly laughed out loud. Zhou Lin on the side looked at Jiang Feng, also shook his head. Jiang Feng will not care about the eyes of the two. This thing should be rare, so these people will not recognize. Perhaps there are people recognized, but this kind of thing is too many fakes. They cannot make up their mind. Naturally do not dare to shoot. Of course, this also cheapens Jiang Feng. In order to make sure, Jiang Feng also opened his eye of discernment and scanned around. When Lin Lin saw Jiang Feng choose such a broken pot, she was simply furious. She kept shouting at the back to make Jiang Feng choose a new one. Only when Lin Lin just opened her mouth, she was grabbed by Lu Sherman. Lin Lin, don't say anything. This guy knows his business. I think this porcelain pot should be extraordinary. She knew Jiang Feng's temperament of not seeing a rabbit without a hawk very well. After being pulled by her cousin, Lin Lin could only quiet down. Only her little mouth was still pouting, obviously unconvinced. Jiang Feng glanced at Lu Sherman and gave her a confident smile. Now it was time to start judging the things auctioned by the appraisers. One of the appraisers' chosen items had already been appraised, and the one he had auctioned was a jade tsong, which looked extraordinary. Western Zhou jade tsong. Jade quality is Xiuyan jade. The body is hollowed out in the form of a column, surrounded by the surface of a shadowy engraved animal face pattern, surrounded by earth percolating with natural color. A fine product. It seems that these appraisers still have some strength. Such a jade badge has been selected. In Jiang Feng's opinion, if he didn't have some eyesight, he would have seen it as a fake. Jiang Feng is very emotional. This knowledge appraisal will be a lot of things or the price of hundreds of thousands of things. One by one, things were comprehensively evaluated. As if on purpose, Jiang Feng's hand of green and white porcelain pot was placed in the last place. Jiang Feng got up and put the overall image of the green and white porcelain pot on the big screen. The appearance of this pot is a miracle. It's even more of a miracle to be recognized. This object is from the same kiln as the only remaining blue and white porcelain pot in the Huaxia Museum. Exquisite workmanship, elegant color, white as snow. The body of the pot above the dark carving chi dragons, knife exquisite, is the best. This object cannot be measured by the price. After all, the value of the cultural information attached to this object is priceless. If it were to be truly auctioned, the price would be at least $30 million. Those who were sitting around waiting to see Jiang Feng's joke at the knowledge appraisal were dumbfounded now. They regretted. Regret is before why they did not see this green and white porcelain pot. Hate is, so good things, how let Jiang Feng picked up. This is simply a huge leak. Originally the crowd's eyes of the ragged thing, at this time has become so unattainable. Zhou Lin felt a kind of a dream feeling. More surprising than the identity of this green and white porcelain pot is that Jiang Feng is so young, but has such a horrible appraisal talent knowledge, coupled with Schwanda furnace and the consort fragrance ball. This is afraid to be the third Zhou Lin know it. Still, it's the third one that Zhou Lin knows about. and it's still at this level of $10 million. This Jiang Feng is simply an invincible treasure king. It's not even true to say it's treasure hunting. It's treasure hunting. Shin Ruwaji was so shocked that he couldn't even close his jaw. Looking at Jiang Feng, who was in full bloom, he had a feeling of madness. After Jiang Feng was recognized, he turned back and smiled confidently at Lu Sherman. Ling Yan on the side saw this and teased. I didn't expect the trash in the eyes of the crowd to be so amazing. Ling Yan had been convinced by Jiang Feng's appraisal ability. Facts spoke louder than words. The blue and white porcelain pot worth tens of millions of dollars was right there. It seemed like Lu Sherman had made a super right choice in asking Jiang Feng to come to the knowledge and appraisal session for Lu's auction house. At this moment, Lu Linlin was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Looking at the screen above the green and white porcelain pot directly burst out foul language, Nima. It seems that this country bumpkin to get the first. Lu Sherman had obviously anticipated this, and after a rare smile on her face, she decided to take the green and white porcelain pot. This item could definitely become the cover powerful picture of the next auction, Lu's auction house. Once this auction catalog was put out, it was bound to trigger a round of scrambling. Chapter 17, Junior Master. Jiang Feng had gained the title of Junior Master after this knowledge and appreciation session. His reputation was also climbing rapidly. At the same time, he took the green and white porcelain pot for Lu's auction house. As a reward, Lu Sherman gave Jiang Feng an additional $800,000 on the spot. According to Jiang Feng's words, this money was for nothing. Numerous appraisers' eyes went straight. This kind of opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. The appraisal meeting ended with a sigh of relief. The crowd all left the venue. Is it only $800,000? Shouldn't there be other compensation? Jiang Feng got the money, but also wanted to hold a beauty. Stretched out his hand to hug Lu Sherman with the dejected vigor of winning the first place. The result was naturally imaginable. This action of Jiang Feng was directly cracked by Lu Sherman's slap. Jiang Feng touched his reddened hand and was speechless in his heart. I didn't expect this Lu Sherman to be so vigorous, but when he was facing the giant scorpion, how come he wasn't this strong? Lu Sherman blankly glanced at him. She couldn't be clearer about the little plans in Jiang Feng's heart. Forget it. I don't want compensation. I can't afford this compensation. Jiang Feng was conspiratorial, dragging his voice out. Shameless. Lu Sherman naturally heard that Jiang Feng was amusing and teasing her. She couldn't help but frown, wanting to make Jiang Feng a meal. Lu Sherman raised her hand and slapped again. Only this time Jiang Feng was on guard, and this slap was easily dodged by him. Forget it. Buy me a meal. Jiang Feng retreated and said again. Scram. What was left for Jiang Feng was Lu Shimon's crisp and clear word roll. It's too heartless. I'm the one who won first place. After helping you so much, you can't even spare a meal? Jiang Feng looked as if doing so was unconscionable. Jiang Feng won the first place. Lu Sherman is naturally very happy. After all, Jiang Feng is Lu Shimon's discerning eye, which is the reputation for Lu's auction house, but in the way of their own high-cold paradigm, so do not want to show it, just hate to look at Jiang Feng a glance. And then took Ling Yan and Lu Linlin to a city's most luxurious restaurant. Although he didn't invite Jiang Feng still directly followed closely behind. He wouldn't economize for Lu Sherman. Taking the order menu, Jiang Feng frantically swept a table of good dishes, drinking while eating good food and squinting at the three beauties. Jiang Feng felt that life was fortunate enough to be like this. After he was full, Jiang Feng slowly moved back to the Green Dragon Bay Hotel, holding onto the wall. All the way as Linlin their chatter now finally can be much quieter. Lying on top of the big bed in the luxury suite, Jiang Feng felt comfortable and unusual. Wine and food, sleep, perfect match. The treasure appreciation skill needs to be upgraded. You must find $1 million worth of antiques on the stalls in a month in order to maintain the operation of the Eye of Discernment. And in order to upgrade, you must fulfill this condition for 3 consecutive months. This prompt suddenly appeared in Jiang Feng's mind, which left Jiang Feng speechless for a while. This condition was really harsh. It had to be plucked from the ground stalls. Ground stalls were usually filled with Shibei goods. Where could one have that much luck? Jiang Feng was speechless to the extreme. It was better to sleep first. Sleeping is the biggest thing in the world. After the identification meeting, Jiang Feng's fame is rising. Jiang Feng had become a hot topic in the appraisal circle, and many people even came to ask Jiang Feng to appraise treasures. Even Ling Yan bought a string to find Jiang Feng to identify for her. After Jiang Feng saw Ling Yan's string, his eye of discernment took a glance. This thing was pretty good. Authentic sea yellow incense string. The beads are round, huge in size. The pulp is glistening, and it smells of the unique fragrance of incense. A rare and good thing. This thing is very good. Where did you find it? When will you show me? Jiang Feng rubbed the sea yellow incense string in his hand. The touch that was like a baby's skin fascinated him. Where there were such things out there. He thought there were other treasures. What Jiang Feng lacked right now was panning for floor goods. The place where Ling Yan found this sea yellow incense string was thought to be a good place. It was worth him exploring. Alright, but it's so late today, yeah. Only another day. You first say how much this thing can be worth? Ling Yan exhaled like an orchid, her delicate voice echoing in Jiang Feng's ears, making Jiang Feng almost lose control. This thing thinks Smoke Sister has a number. This sea yellow incense string is at least around 200,000. As for under your operation means, think it's normal to sell it for 300,000 or 400,000. Ling Yan placed her arm on Jiang Feng's neck and laughed delicately. Worthy of being a junior master. Quite professional. It's a pity. It's just missing a female ticket. Emotionally it's just a retarded master. Jiang Feng shook his head inside, setting up his legs, causing Ling Yan to burst into a fit of delicate laughter. Chapter 18, Hitting the Eye. The following day, Jiang Feng of the Green Dragon Bay Hotel received a call from Lu Sherman. The tone of Lu Sherman on the phone was different from the past days, with a seemingly low spirits. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng was a bit puzzled. Lu Sherman has always had a say. This time what happened? Had to go to the villa to see exactly what he could not say clearly on the phone? Go out and take a taxi straight to Lu Shimon's residence. After entering the door, Jiang Feng found that even Lu Linlin speak breathless. Jiang Feng blocked in front of Lu Linlin watching TV. What happened? Lu Linlin vigorously dialed Jiang Feng, but Jiang Feng force, the figure does not move. Flattened small mouth said, sisters they are all in the front hall. You find them to go. Alas. Really? These people really call people's homes do not worry about. When the error of my mood to watch TV. Jiang Feng said, where you worry? Watching TV. Leisurely long legs, eating potato chips, every few mouthfuls of sip of Coke, borrowing Coke to dispel the sorrows? Grabbed Lu Linlin hand snacks, turned around and left, ignoring the back of the teeth and claws chasing after Lu Linlin. Large handfuls to the mouth, 3 times 5 kilo large bag of potato chips, so Lu Linlin round eyes, exasperated with a small fist after Jiang Feng pounding. Jiang Feng did not eat breakfast in the empty stomach, a large bag of potato chips down and did not eat the same feeling. Snacks are after all snacks. Not top hungry. When walking towards the front hall, a pair of eyes subconsciously glanced around. The front hall is a sad, Zhou Lao and Yan Lao sitting on the sofa, not saying a word. Let the hot tea on the table a little bit of temperature become cold. Lu Sherman sat on the other side, a uniquely shaped jade sculpture in front of her. Her eyes were lightless. A few people saw Jiang Feng arrive. Yang Lao's head was slightly sideways, not looking at Jiang Feng. Zhou Lao's gaze was downcast, quite a bit of groundlessness. Lu Shimon's beautiful eyes reflected Jiang Feng's figure, a few more colors in her eyes. Jiang Feng nibbled on an apple with a big mouthful, holding other fruits in his other hand. Lu Linlin, who was following Jiang Feng, angrily snitched to Lu Sherman, look at Jiang Feng, hungry wolf snatched my potato chips not to mention, snatched the fruit plate and licked it to ask if I have any pastries. Yuck, he ate everything. Sister, why don't you take care of him? Jiang Feng's old face was as thick as a city wall, turning a deaf ear to Lu Linlin's little report. Sitting down graciously and greeting Zhou Lao Yan Lao, Lu Sherman softly chided Lu Linlin. It's just a bag of chips and a few fruits, don't make a fuss. Lu Linlin's pretty face reddened with anger. Instead of catching the original culprit, her sister criticized her. Just spoil him. They say girls are extroverted. Sister is oriented towards him even before she's married. Humph. Lu Shimon's cheeks rose in a blush. Seeing that Jiang Feng on the side didn't even pay attention to this place, her heart was slightly relieved and at the same time, she was a bit lost. Jiang Feng poured himself a cup of tea and asked Zhou Lao, the carvings on the table have an unusual shape. Newly collected? In recent days, he often came here, clearly knowing Lu Shimon's collection of antiques. This carving looks unusual, casually asked. Zhou Lao's face turned bitter when he heard this, opening his mouth several times, wanting to speak but stopping. Lu Sherman said, you don't make it difficult for Zhou Lao. I don't believe you can't see it. Deliberately flirting with old Zhou isn't it? Elder Zhou also said, little friend you come over and palm your eyes. Jiang Feng took the carving, into the hand slightly cool, weighing about half a catty, jade carving a foot square, the body of white jade, the hole for a small furnace modeling, furnace covered disc with a pair of half-recumbent unicorn, a unicorn shoe tail. A unicorn was looking at the moon type modeling. The body of the furnace is carved with 8 bats, divided into 8 directions. For the 8 directions to the meaning of good fortune, with the auspicious unicorn, this white jade stove carries a strong flavor of good fortune. Shoulder ears, for the floating clouds carved, the bottom of the 3 feet are slightly flared outward, the animal foot on the auspicious clouds. Jiang Feng thought it seems that Lu Sherman received a valuable artifact, extremely high-quality white jade carved roué furnace. Say million price is low. The eye of discernment scanned, Imitation white jade keyring gathering of blessings furnace, carefully carved from the finest white jade. The body is round. The color is like white snow, with small imperfections. The lid of the stove is a unicorn. The body of the stove is 8 bats, and the foot of the stove is an animal's foot. The modeling is unique, imitated by modern craftsmen. The collection value is more general. After hearing the information of the eye of identification, Zhang Feng was struck by lightning. Such a delicate object is actually imitation. The imitation is too realistic. Whether it is a double qilin or furnace body flying 8 bats, all seem to carve everyone made. The hole into the eye will give a person a sense of amazement, coupled with the real quality of the best white jade. No matter anyone comment, absolutely cannot say a bad to. See Lu Sherman. 3 people all a glance unblinking looked at him, waiting for his conclusion. Zhang Feng dry cough, said, extreme white jade carvings, quite beautiful. In which literary store to buy? I would also like to buy a. The future placed on the desk. Zhou Lao couldn't help but laugh bitterly at his words. The meaning of Zhang Feng's words was obvious. Recognizing that the jade carving was a modern imitation, Elder Yang and Lu Sherman were slightly shocked at his words. The two of them had carefully examined the jade carving earlier, and both of them felt that it was the real thing. But Zhang Feng had only taken a rough look at it and concluded that it was an imitation. And this skill had made the two of them sigh in admiration. Lu Sherman said, Zhang Feng, your eyesight is too old. I can't fool you. If the previous acquisition called Zhang Feng over to palm eyes, as to receive a fake goods, Lu Linlin's small hand covered her sandalwood lips and said, hey, I was just about to watch your good show. I didn't expect you to see that it's a fake. You still have advantages besides being able to eat a little bit. Zhang Feng smiled and said, thank you, thank you. The old face didn't change its color and accepted all the praises from the crowd according to the list. He thought to himself, if he didn't have the eye of appraisal, he would have to be deceived by this exquisite jade carving just like a few others. This jade carving is really too deceptive. Carving first class, do the old skillful, excellent white jade. Hit the eye is not strange at all. Zhou Lao let out a long sigh. It's all my fault. Ridiculous, I thought I had countless hands. Vision. At first glance into the eyes of this white jade unicorn gathering bats furnace, such as a treasure. After a careful look, thought it was a device of the Song dynasty, a great loss of face, considered to be 9 out of 10 authentic, without too much cumbersome process, directly on the spot, heavily received. Zhang Feng suspected, how much money received? 4 million. 4 million? Zhang Feng strange shouted, so much money, how not to call some more people palm eyes? Yang Lao was there? Yang Lao was there? And he accepted it on the spot? Isn't it too hasty? 4 million for Lu Sherman is not a small amount. In case of eyeballing, the loss is not small. Lu Sherman paused and said, Elder Yang was there. The jade carving seller is a famous rich merchant Ming Jin in S province. At that time, Ming Jin sold it urgently, saying that the capital chain was broken. The turnover was not as good as it should be, so he offered his favorite thing to save his life. Elder Yang and Elder Zhou saw it and said it was genuine. Besides, Ming Jin was introduced by Wang Yun. Who would have thought that Ming Jin had ulterior motives, intent to sell fake goods to deceive us? Chapter 19, Bureau. Looking at the two old men with unnatural faces, Zhang Feng was incredibly surprised and at the same time, his heart sympathized a little. The two old experts pounced together. Both of them hit their eyes. This embarrassing situation can't be compared to the general situation. The rumor can make them unable to raise their heads for a long period of time. S province's rich businessman Ming Jin? Zhang Feng remembered Ming Jin's business. Ming Jin's business to do not small. There are many branch factories around the country. S province is the home base of Ming Jin. Ming Jin grassroots origin, experienced a wave of layoffs. The tide of the sea, from the end of the street to sell rat poison to begin with, have done a lot of people cannot stand the hard work of small business, and ultimately to do large, became a famous small electrical appliances manufacturers. Zhang Feng's home had used the electric kettle as Ming Jin manufacturers. That electric kettle is cheap and more durable than ordinary similar products. Long service life. According to reason, in order to Ming Jin's behavior, not to cheat people. Thinking of this, the heart in Samad. Right, Lu Sherman said that Ming Jin was introduced by Wang Yun. Wang Yun again. Last time, Lu Sherman and Lu Linlin were ambushed by Scorpion with a group of people, and after Scorpion was restrained by him, he said that Wang Yun had instructed them to come. A week has passed since this incident. Zhang Feng thought that Lu Sherman would have replaced Wang Yun long ago, either by ousting him or giving him a huge bonus to retire. But he didn't realize that Lu Sherman had been using Wang Yun as a housekeeper. This is the first time I've ever seen a person like that in my life. Wang Yun must be bad. Zhang Feng hard if you want to let Lu Sherman called Wang Yun over to blame the idea. Thinking of Lu Sherman mentioning the word Wang Yun strange, secretly sighing people's family affairs. He is inconvenient to intervene. He does not believe that with Lu Shiman's intelligence cannot see. Lu Shiman repeatedly put up with Wang Yun's small actions. Perhaps there is something bitter. Lu Shiman said. Wang Yun did not come to work today. He pushed to say that he was old and not feeling well. This matter should not trouble Wang Yun. Wang Yun has worked hard for more than 10 years as a housekeeper. It can be said that she was brought up from the top by Wang Yun. Wang Yun is both a housekeeper to her, but also carries a few points of father and brother's complex emotions. The thing that happened to hit the eye, even if it may be Wang Yun to get out, her heart as much as not want to recognize. Zhang Feng clapped his hands, somewhat angry at Lu Shiman's inaction. The head of the family does not care. We surrounded by an imitation of what to do. Lunchtime is almost here. Let's have a casual meal together. 4 million, I believe Miss Lu Shiman can afford to pay. Mixed in this business, how many have not hit the eye? Zhou Lao and Yang Lao often walk by the river. Finally wet a shoe. There is no need to make a big deal when spending money to buy a lesson well. Lu Shiman does not want to pursue the responsibility of Wang Yun, then hit the teeth to swallow, one by one to pull a long bitter face to who look. Lu Shiman said, next week in S province there is an auction. One of the auction items is this white jade unicorn gathering blessing stove. Zhang Feng, you didn't think wrong. The company reported this imitation. Notify the auction and tell them to withdraw this item. It's no big deal. Lu Shiman smiled bitterly. That's the problem. The auction published part of the collection online beforehand, and among them was this jade carving. As you can see, the chicly shaped jade carving caught the attention of many people once it was announced. The replies underneath the collection already had people starting to call for bids, and some of the masses also participated, praising the jade carving for its exquisiteness. Zhang Feng understood the meaning of Lu Shiman's words. It was too late to withdraw at this point. Attracting a lot of attention to the carving under the auction was tantamount to telling the public that this jade carving was a modern imitation, which would be very unfavorable to the company's reputation. The public will be skeptical. What kind of imitation are you participating in the auction? You want to cheat people? Unscrupulous company. Zhang Feng understands the process of auction in S province. Ordinary people have to send the collection to the auction office by expert appraisal. Get the expert's appraisal certificate before the auction. Lu Shiman's company is a long-term partner with the auction in S province, with the evil double standard VIP channel. In addition to the auction draw less, a lot of trivial aspects can be avoided. Coupled with the trust of the old man Zhou, the auction appraisal experts with tinted glasses appraisal, the results of the cup, they also hit the eye. The auction received a report from the public, said the white jade unicorn gathering blessing furnace for imitation, suspected of counterfeiting, which lists a few big points of evidence of imitation. Those evidence is very detailed and real, as if the informant has seen the imitation with their own eyes. The auction was tested according to the informant's suspicions, and it was indeed an imitation. Returned the jade carving, said the details of the auction matters to discuss. Auction shootout fake goods is not no thing. Such things have all aspects of the reason, and this matter is different. Lu Shiman said online rumors. There are media and some big V public number is trying to expose. Once the jade carving auction out, they will issue an article to expose the company and the auction. The dirty water can be imagined. Nothing more than the company and the auction in collusion with the fake to deceive the public. Zhang Feng put himself in his shoes and immediately understood the difficulties of the auction and Lu Shiman. Even if the auction was willing to pass off fakes as real, it was afraid of being exposed. Auctioning off fakes would be too much of an image loss for an auction. Want to let the collection under the auction, but also afraid of Lu Shiman's company? Lu Shiman is their big customers. Previously they have examined the jade carving. Is they hit the eye, and then out and instead. For people do not like. Lu Shiman does not want to let the jade carving on the auction. It is difficult to explain to the public. Rashly under the auction company's reputation want to? Who dares to buy the company's collection in the future? From the acquisition to the auction, things revealed a strong weird. Cannot let people associate. Someone behind the action. Zhang Feng said, can't auction, can't go down, sell or not sell is dead. Now it seems there is only one way. I think the fact that the auction didn't put the collection openly under auction, but instead secretly returned it is a signal that they are thinking the same as me. What way? Zhang Feng said helplessly. Participate in the auction and then auction this jade carving at the highest price. In this way, the imitation didn't flow into the hands of outsiders without losing the company's reputation, and merely lost a large sum of money, which was considered to be abandoning the car to protect the commander-in-chief. Lu Shiman and Zhou Lao Yang Lao nodded their heads. Nowadays it seemed like the best way. Hit the eye and still want to not lose anything. That is delusional. The loss of 4 million plus pay the auction draw can be accepted. Zhang Feng added, the collection we sent, we'll auction it back. Paying the handling fee and the draw from the auction total is the ideal situation. If my prediction is correct, another situation is more likely to occur. More tricky, we can't shoot. Imagine. people set up a trap with great care, Lu Shiman drilled into the urn, and they would lose their efforts at the critical moment? When the realm with a huge amount of money to compete with Lu Shiman, in case the imitation jade carving is auctioned by the other party, the more the other party pays, the greater the impact of the consequences, the heavier the damage to Lu Shiman's company. If it comes to the point where everyone knows about it, in the future, if Lu Shiman wants to redeem it at the original price of the sky-high auction amount, the other party will not even agree. Chapter 20, True and False. Lu Shiman's face is bleak. She was well thought out. Zhang Feng a little bit. The seriousness of the matter is known. Someone has set up a deadlock specifically for her. Participating in the auction or not is a dead end. The safest way is to disregard everything. Directly under the auction, the company's loss of reputation in comparison, not so big. Elder Zhou and Yang reviewed Lu Shiman, counting their own faults. Now the unfavorable situation is brought by the two of them eyeballing Lu Shiman after the square Jiang Feng's analysis. Know that someone to harm her, did not blame to Zhou Lao Yan Lao two people. The other party planned a tight layout, even if they two people this time not hit the eye, maybe the next time. The next time, wrong is not the old man Zhou Lao Yan Lao, the back of the action of the people who are bent on harming her. There will be a day of success. Lu Shiman comforted the two a few words. Zhou Lao is the old man of the company. Yang Lao has kindly come to help. Reproach words she cannot speak. Her eyes fell on Zhang Feng in confusion. Zhang Feng spread his hands. Okay, don't look at me like that. I admit that there's another way that isn't a way. Whether it'll work or not, I don't guarantee it. I didn't say anything because the probability is a bit low. What way? Lu Shiman drifted off like a drowning person trying to grab every hope that floated by. Zhang Feng picked up the jade carving and pointed to several delicate carvings on it. You guys see how exquisite the details of the relief carving are. I don't believe it when I say there is no reference to carve it out of thin air. The overall harmony of the modeling is not like a collection of patchwork. So I have a bold idea. Imitation jade carving is made according to the real thing. Only in this way could the eyes of Zhou Lao Yang and even the auction experts be perfectly fooled. Those imitations made out of thin air, placed on the stalls to deceive ordinary people can. Want to deceive the experts of real talent is impossible. According to the real imitation, details and old and so on all according to the real thing. This is the top grade of the fake. What do you mean? Zhang Feng put down the jade and looked straight at Lu Shiman. I guess Ming Jin has the real white jade Qilin gathering furnace in his hands. This was a guess obtained based on the bizarre development of the matter. Zhang Feng was not completely sure. White jade unicorn gathering blessing furnace must have the real thing. S province's auction said big or small. The person who owns the real thing has no feedback, but the whistleblower knows the real thing like the back of his hand. Said the whistleblower and Ming Let is not a gang. Is it possible? It is highly likely that the genuine article is collected in the hands of Ming Jin. As for Wang Yin, Zhang Feng guessed that he was one of the people who harmed Lu Shiman. But Wang Yin had limited financial resources and did not have such a large sum of money to collect the extremely valuable white jade furnace. Lu Shiman's inquiring eyes turned to Zhou Lao. Seeing Zhou Lao nodding his head, he said to Zhang Feng, so what? Ming Jin set up a trap to harm me. How could he sell me the real thing? Zhang Feng said, yes, he won't sell it to you 100%. But things are human. There is still a period of time before the auction. Let's do two-handed preparation. On the one hand, prepare to put the jade carving under the auction. On the other hand, try to buy the real product in Ming Let's hands. When the world cat for the prince, the auction with the real product for the imitation, to eliminate all the aftermath of the problem. When it comes to how to buy the collection in Ming Jin's hands, a few people have different opinions. Zhou Lao and Yang Lao are more old-fashioned, and outright said to pay a high price, which was unanimously rejected by Zhang Feng and Lu Shiman. It is not desirable to pay a high price. Who knows whether Ming Jin will be a lion? Out of a rare treasure of the sky price, Lu Shiman's idea is to speak frankly with Tin Jin. Ming Jin does not sell the real thing, then threaten him to take the legal route, sue him for fraud, and then to overflow the market price to acquire. Compared to Zhou Lao Yan Lao, Lu Shiman's method is a little better, still vetoed by Zhang Feng, since Ming Jin has the intention to set up a trap, surely ready to fight to the end, cannot threaten him. Lu Shiman exasperatedly said, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, so tell me a way I'll listen. Zhang Feng awkwardly touched his nose, his body leaned back and leaned on the sofa, his tone weakly said, I'm not thinking of a way. The atmosphere returned to silence. Everyone was silently contemplating, except for Lu Linlin who was scratching her ears. People's heads are getting big from thinking about it. Really, that what's his name Ming Jin, didn't he sell a fake to us? Let's sell a fake to him as well, and use his own way to cure his own. Lu Shiman said in a bad mood, what kind of uninspired method? How dare you think of it? Zhou Lao and Yang Lao's two long drawn-out faces rarely showed a hint of a smile. A few people were amused by Lu Linlin's words. The dullness of the atmosphere faded for a few minutes. Lu Linlin muttered her little mouth in aggravation, mumbling that people were serious. Good idea, Zhang Feng suddenly exclaimed. Linlin's method may seem funny. In my opinion it has at least two advantages. One is to sell an imitation to Ming Jin and get back our loss. According to Lin Lin, this is not harming people. It's a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Secondly, if we succeed in selling imitations to Ming Let, we also put out the wind, so that others know that Ming Let buy is fake. So that Ming Let's collection of rotten in the hands of the public negotiation with Ming Let have a weight. Zhou Lao, does the company have any higher level imitations? Zhou Lao nodded his head and said, those who are in this business, who doesn't have a few imitations in their hands? To be honest, there are imitations, and there are high-level imitations, and there are no top-level imitations like the white jade Qilin bat gathering furnace. Those imitations in the company could not pass his eyes, and the same could not pass Ming Let's eyes. If you want to fool Ming Jin, you can't have top-quality imitations that can't be mistaken for the real thing. Zhang Feng could see the nod in Lu Shimon's eyes. Selling imitations is not good for the company's reputation. Besides, Ming Let sold you imitations. There must be an embankment on you. I'll do this. Lu Sherman thought for a moment and agreed to Zhang Feng's approach. Lu Linlin saw a few people confused for half a day, and finally adopted her good solution, and smiled for a moment. Yang Lao sipped his tea on the side, pretending not to hear anything. After all, he is not Lu Sherman company within the people. Selling others' imitations is not an honorable thing. In the past to see this, in the morning to stop. Lu Sherman people and others are different. He can see that the anti-sale of Ming Let imitations, for the sake of the same level with Ming Let stand on the same level, and Ming Let negotiations, to save the company's reputation. Zhang Feng learned from Zhou Lao that the day after tomorrow there will be an internal small exchange meeting in a city, and Ming Let will be there. That is the best time to contact Ming Let. How to make the imitation only sold to Ming Jin, not sold to others. Several people communicated several ways. The imitation sold to Ming Jin fell on Zhou Old Man. Lu Sherman asked Zhou Old Man to pick out a high-value and high-simulation collection. Zhou Lao responded with a bitter smile. Zhang Feng can see Zhou's Old Man's difficulties, but he does not have a collection on hand, not to mention the imitations. Cannot help Zhou's Old Man, only hope that Zhou's Old Man picked out the imitations as realistic as possible. The ingenious woman can't cook without rice. The imitations are too fake, he said through the lips. Ming Jin also will not buy. Chapter 21, Peeping is not a thief. At noon in Lu Sherman several people had lunch. Zhang Feng left and came to the city of Qingguan village. Identify the eye of the upgrade task in the body. Come to the antique stalls to stroll around. See if there is a suitable object. The village at this time all over the large and small stalls. No need to guess, which accounted for 99% of the fake goods. The remaining 10% of the vast majority of the real goods are of little value. This kind of real goods sellers overflow over the value of their own. Buy back to the loss. Want to pick up the leaks is much more difficult. Often heard that a certain person to invest in antiques lost more? Is this reason? You want to pick up leaks. Others also want to pick up leaks. There are specialized every day to the village of Chengguan wandering around the various stalls on the object as a family favorite. And finally still cannot pick up the leaks. For what? Understand more useless points to come out of the real and fake, into the hands of the profit line. Zhang Feng is standing in front of an old man. The old man is wearing a worn-out suit, pants corner with mud, dry lips holding a dry cigarette, like an ordinary old-fashioned farmer's. Take a look. All newly unearthed goodies. As soon as the old farmer opened his mouth, he pulled Zhang Feng in extremely fluently, implying that there were genuine black goods in his stall. In Qingguan village no one cared if it was black goods. The price was set here, generally more than 80% less than the antique stores in the city. Real or fake depends on your eyesight to distinguish. Zhang Feng flipped and picked out a porcelain snuff bottle, asked, how much is this? The old farmer smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. 200? Zhang Feng said skeptically. The old farmer was stung by a bee, jumped to his feet and said, 20,000. Zhang Feng immediately put down the snuff bottle. This old farmer is not real. The vast majority of all fake goods, only the snuff bottle is considered passable. The snuff bottle with the eye of discernment swept the value of the heart estimate on a few $1,000s. The old farmer opened 20,000. Take the people as a fat goat to slaughter. See Zhang Feng get up to go. The old farmer advised, little brother, do not rush. If you really see on, I give you a cheap point. Counting a pile of adult beauty. A price of 19,008. Do not go 18,000 can be negotiated. From the East Street to the West Street, a stall to see the past. Did not find in line with the discernment of the eye to upgrade the object. Zhang Feng heart, worth millions of pickup is ultimately a minority. Cannot be every day. It seems that the near future will have to long to come here to see. Set up antique stalls of some people every day on the stalls. Some people 3 days fishing 2 days sun net. Some people far away from the village or in many places to run around. More than a few times to pick up the chance of leakage a little more. At the end of the street Jiang Feng saw a familiar figure. The man in front of the stall and the seller argued. A few passers-by on the sidelines to watch the show. Let the two people back and forth quarrel. Ling Yan? Jiang Feng paced over, pushed aside the bystanders and tapped Ling Yan's shoulder. Ling Yan turned around and looked. It's you. Immediately after the face showed ecstatic color. A pull over Jiang Feng's arm said, quickly come to help me see. I am trying to find foreign aid. You come to the right place. Jiang Hu Rescue. All rely on you. Ling Yan was wearing a white tight shirt on top, a pair of drawstring jeans underneath. Her feet stepped on 3-centimeter red high heels, displaying her beautiful figure to the fullest. Ling Yan's body is shorter than Jiang Feng by half a head. Her arm was half grasped and half hugged by Ling Yan. She immediately felt her arm touching a soft mass. Jiang Feng's body was straight. He looked ahead, and swept a pair of large breasts of Ling Yan out of the corner of his eye, and secretly lamented that her cups were not small, and he felt fluttering all over. Vendor Si Ling smoke pull to a white boy. See Jiang Feng age is not big, the heart of a loose at the same time. Face is serious, little brother. I see you are a person who recognize goods. You come to our assessment. If not value for money, the object white to send you. Peddler head held high and crossed his waist, as if the sale is absolutely genuine, not afraid of other people's judgment. This tactic successfully attracted the attention of the crowd of onlookers. The scales in their hearts have fallen to the side of the peddler. 3x3 and 2x2, seem to be considering whether to join in the bidding. Peddlers see the momentum changed. The bottom of the heart more, but the face is more and more severe, posing Ling Yan love to buy not to buy the faction. The old man is the world first. Ling Yan twitched her nose and whacked Jiang Feng. Don't you flinch and spy on me. When you're done helping me, I'll take off my shirt and show you. Discovered? This chick is too sensitive. She still noticed him peeping during the argument with the vendor. But what does it mean that she didn't stop it earlier? Let him look at it. Jiang Feng slowly withdrew his line of sight. This is not his fault. Is Ling Yan first seduced him? Hey, demon ah. Ling Yan poked and prodded. He was too embarrassed to look any further, picking up the object that the two were arguing about. This is a scroll of ancient paintings. The scroll of the ancient painting is very new. Look like the rear width. It is not strange. Many people, in order to better preserve the ancient painting, will use some modern means, anti-corrosion and insect control to keep dry, etc. Cannot rely on a single fur to determine the authenticity. Open the ancient painting. The ancient painting is about 4 feet long, 1.5 feet wide, the overall color yellowish, painting the background for a strange mountains and rocks, the outline of the mountain's strong sense of full, the tone of the brush like a knife and axe, thick ink splash. The atmosphere is magnificent. Nearby 3 flat head tree, 8 or 9 strokes into a group, fine hook clip leaves, withered brush painting branch, trunk color is heavier, branches and leaves lighter color, give people a sense of rugged and vigorous. The water in front of the tree, small sharp lines, there are convex stones exposed to the water surface, like the windless water, more white. Inscription, the night leakage remains, the rain clears up and first clears up, the rooster crows outside the window and breaks the dawn. Several times I looked at the secluded scenery, I could not bear to go, and I was glad to be entertained. Let the wind blow, the cold has not yet realized, the vermilion fence slanted chair, laughing at my frivolous, the wind and wine, free from the joy of comfort, painted in January at Linshui Country House with dry brushwork. Inscription, bitter gourd in Monk Ji, seals of identification, Fengyu collection, Zhang Tai collection, Wufei Z collection, etc. 7 seals of identification in total. Bitter gourd in Monk Ji? Jiang Feng thought it was the painting of Shi Tao, one of the 4 great monks in the late Ming and early Qing dynasty. Shi Tao, this good's name is not general much, a total of nearly 20 name. Bitter melon monk is one of the famous name. Discriminating eye swept. Imitation of AO painting splash ink landscape map, with soft side stroke outline overall, and then chapped with chapping. Get AO painting in the essence of the overall style is more detailed. Bold ink and brush, color levels well, but the wild gas is not enough. No AO gentle at the fine and moist. The big scene at the wild gas. Drawing calligraphy at the end of the painting. A skimmer is like a tanner's knife. Is from Yangzhou counterfeiting means. Jiang Feng nearly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Another imitation. Your sister ah. This year imitations with the times. Imitation is more and more realistic. According to the popular identification method on the market, it is absolutely 10% of the real thing. The key, you know those methods of identification. People also know the counterfeiters. According to your method of identification to fake, can distinguish the authenticity of a strange thing. Seeing the eyes of the crowd all look to him, Jiang Feng austere bluntly said, Shi Tao's imitation, nothing collectible. At that moment, the conclusion of the identification of the eye and their own suspicions combined to tell the crowd to listen. Chapter 22, Taoist Appearance. I go. According to what little brother said at a glance, it seems like it's really an imitation. Imitation is too much like, nearly can be fake. I said, the world where there are so many pick-up leakage. Another Pitman goods. The onlookers talk to the peddler's painting is worthless. The peddler to fake paintings to fool them. The peddler is not righteous in the first place. They do not have to be merciful. Did not greet the peddler's ancestors counted as a virtue. Imitations can have, but imitations so like, almost all the people in the net, do too much. You have to know. Most of the onlookers have a certain level of appreciation. The situation of collective eyeballing rarely occurs. Eyes cannot help but look at Zhang Feng again. People cannot be seen. This person identification skills really deep. They cannot see the paintings. People easily say the fake loopholes one by one. Ling Yan such as green onion jade finger covered the red lips. The same incredulous, how can it be? Actually is a fake. Luckily there are you, or I ate a big loss. Zhang Feng said, you don't understand antiques. Just know a fur. Don't come to pick up leaks. This line of water is deep. Be careful to drown. Ling Yan patted carefully mouth. Feel a burst of fear. Listening to Zhang Feng accused her. Mouth still unconvinced. Will not be able to learn People recently made great progress. Come to practice a turn cannot. The tone of the words is much weaker. There is a kind of little girl can't afford to buy sugar. Hard candy is not good posture. The crowd gradually dispersed. Even the original in the hawker stall to see other objects of the people have gone clean. Zhang Feng and Ling Yan is about to leave. The hawker urgently, you do not go. Is my eyes do not recognize the mountain. Small brother eyesight is very good. I was reckless. The heart of the bitter had known that the young man in front of the discernment of the full power. Why he jumped feet called people to palm eyes. As a result, once he said the truth, the people in the neighborhood all know that he sells fake paintings. To fake the real, he dug his own hole and buried himself. He didn't mention anything about the free gift that he had agreed to earlier. Being recognized on the spot was already bitter enough, so how could he be in the mood to give away the painting for free? Besides, the forgeries are not blown by the wind. Spend real money to buy, counting on a big profit. At this time was broken by a glance. The heart of the person who sold him the fake paintings cursed bloody head. What absolutely cannot see the authenticity? What painting everyone's imitation? Deep sure Tao calligraphy and painting 3 flavors. Fart, must be a low-grade imitation. That young man pointed out that there are more than 1 or 2 broken. Simply full of loopholes. The 2 of you stay back. This sure Tao imitation. I'll half sell it and give it to the 2 of you at a discounted price, how about it? Ling Yan scoffed. You're openly trying to sell us fakes? What's the use of us collecting a fake? You're a person with bad intentions. We're not going to buy it. The vendor's face was unnatural and his mouth still retained. Ling Yan saw Zhang Feng stop and turned back to the stall, saying, you have a big head. You don't really want to buy a fake at a high price. Zhang Feng thought that this painting is imitated very real, compared to the white jade Qilin gathering blessing furnace on a higher level. Is the imitation of a fine product? Vendors, if the price is not high, he does not mind to get this painting. He was able to say that the painting of a number of flaws, all rely on the identification of the eye, prompting him to a lot of not published in the outside world of the details of the fake paintings of Shi Tao. These details he did not say in detail, is now not known to the outside world, replaced by others, certainly cannot see the authenticity of this painting. How much? The peddler stretched out a palm. Zhang Feng turned around and left. The peddler stopped. Little brother wait, don't 50, 000, 40, 000. Counterfeiting also needs capital. A painting this realistic, 40, 000 is not much. Ling Yan looked at Zhang Feng, with a touch of eagerness. The peddler asked for a big drop in price. 40, 000 really not much. Hanging in the study cultivate sentiment is also good. Zhang Feng did not buy. She considered whether to buy this painting. Zhang Feng laughed, you will do business. At most 10, 000. I do not want more money. The peddler hesitated and clenched his teeth. Okay, just 10,000. But I see that little brother's eyesight is extraordinary. Can you help me identify another painting that was just collected from the countryside? 10,000 RMB plus help in identifying a painting. This was not a bad deal. Zhang Feng transferred 10,000 RMB to the peddler on the spot. The peddler helped Zhang Feng pack it carefully, and gave Zhang Feng a striped box containing the painting and calligraphy for nothing. Little brother, please take a look. The peddler opened a crane painting. Zhang Feng went up and looked at it for a couple of moments, and said in amusement, fake. The brush is too rough. The crane has a dead fish eye. The eye has no charisma, and it's dull and dead. This is a low-grade imitation. Without the eye of discernment, Zhang Feng will see the main points of it. With the eye of discernment, a sweep of the mind, The cues in the head of the continuous, the real broken countless. Leaving the peddler in front of the stall secretly hurt, Zhang Feng with sure Tao imitations and Ling Yan out of the village. Ling Yan's beautiful eyes looked at Zhang Feng. Her hand shook Zhang Feng's arm and said, I like this painting so much. When I initially saw it, I thought of buying it, but unfortunately the peddler asked for too high a price at that time, and fooled me with a mouthful of the real thing. Don't you like to peep? You send me the painting. The two of us go to your hotel. I'll take off my coat and let you have a full look. Zhang Feng reveals the dusty color of a high priest. Alas, the world misunderstands me too deeply. Peeping? Who likes peeping? Don't slander people with empty words. As a decent person, a good young man who shoulders the good morals of the 21st century, who takes building the motherland as his greatest dream, and who contributes to the future reproduction of the population and the raising of future generations. Peeping is an insult to this honorable mission. Ling Yan did not go naked. He just looked at two eyes. Outside separated clothes it. How can you call peeping? Zhang Feng swallowed a big mouthful of water at his throat. We both go to my room. After you take off your clothes, can I not touch it? You can rest assured that I'm simply touching you, and I'm definitely not doing anything else. Ling Yan teased. You can only look. You can't touch. Zhang Feng's old eyes glared. Can't touch? What's the point of just looking at an eye candy? With Ling Yan's fiery figure, just looking without touching would not suffocate the explosion. This woman is not purely want to see him embarrassed. A top beauty in three-point underwear dancing body. He can only sneak his hand into his crotch. Do not dare to cross the thunder pool one step. Too difficult for people. Really can't touch? Can't. No negotiation? No negotiation. Eyes full of anxious color of Zhang Feng suddenly empty bright, like a hole in everything. All the desires of the world in his eyes like clouds of smoke. You misunderstand me. I'm joking with you. I'm a decent person. I can't do such villainous deeds as peeping. Ling Yan open-mouthed and tongue-tied. Just to a face of anxious color to come. This goods change face become too fast it. Light look cannot, but also have to touch a touch? Although her mouth with Zhang Feng went to the hotel as a test, did not intend to really pay the action, but Zhang Feng this wolf obviously want a hook, and finally come to a big reversal. God seems to be a desireless Taoist master? Bah! The guy who looks like a man of the world. Chapter 23, The Pact. On the second day, the sunlight was just right. Zhang Feng rubbed the high-grade long box in his hand carefully. He took the imitation AO painting to Lu Sherman and Zhou Lao. Zhou Lao thought it was the real one after he saw it. He was shocked to hear Zhang Feng say it was an imitation, and a few people agreed to sell it to Ming Jin. Zhou Lao has reframed the painting, and the high-grade long box is also packaged by Zhou Lao. At this time, Zhou Lao has entered the field, waiting for them inside. Lu Sherman, who was on the side, couldn't look on and said, is it too much to part with? Friction again will MO out of the fire. Zhang Feng disheveled and put down his hand, an extremely serious look of flesh pain spreading across his face, saying, you don't know how much I've paid. If he didn't want to use it to save Lu Shimon's life, he would have given the painting to Ling Yan. What a great opportunity. Even though he couldn't touch it with his hands, it would be good to see it. Ling Yan's body is superb. A painting for a bright opportunity to feast your eyes. Such a good thing is not rare. Lu Shimon's pretty face climbed on a ray of scarlet. Ling Yan and she half-jokingly talked about using the painting and Zhang Feng in exchange for take off to him to see. At this time to see Zhang Feng a look of internal pain cannot afford to give up the look. The heart of the good gas and funny. The voice as if mosquitoes screamed. Big man cannot come to a point of vigor. Like a little girl as dilly-dallying. Is not the you want to see it? What's so great? If you successfully sell the painting to Ming Jin, go back and I'll take off my clothes for you to see. After finishing his sentence, he hurriedly entered the small hall, not daring to look at Zhang Feng again. Zhang Feng looked up sharply, like playing chicken blood. Full buff resurrection. Take off your clothes and show me? There's still this benefit, why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Shimon's figure is no less than Ling Yan's, and Lu Sherman often wears women's office formal wear. The whole person looks like a different kind of uniform temptation. Thought to take off. That visual effect must be excellent. Look at what Lu Sherman said. Who cannot afford a broken painting? Who cannot afford? Insulting personality is not. A man's word is 1,000 pieces of gold. Not to sell the painting to Ming Jin. Don't stop him. If he doesn't succeed, he'll do it, and he'll make that little old man Ming Jin buy it. Friends have difficulties. Not to help is not his style. Anxious and righteous little Langjun that is said to be him. Immediately Zhang Feng strides in. More excitement and eagerness in his eyes. The internal small antique exchange will be private nature. The place is a rich businessman in a city villa. Villa hall than Lu Shimon's home is a little larger. The decoration is very luxurious. With the beggar's eyes evaluation is the whole house through a thick rich as a two-pussy atmosphere. In the hall at this time not many people. The time has not arrived. There are still people continue to enter. Zhang Feng eyes scanning a circle. See Lu Sherman and Zhou Lao is talking with a person eagerly. Avoid the two of them, pretending not to recognize Lu Shiman's appearance. Walked to a corner to sit down. Next to him was a man in his 50s. On the table beside the man, there was a 1-foot square box. It looked like the purpose was similar to his. Wanting to come to the exchange to try his luck? The man saw the painting box in Zhang Feng's hand and said, I see that little brother is quite new to me. This is your first time here. Zhang Feng put down the long box, and the man to talk. The two introduced each other. It turned out that the man's name is Fu Long. Is this kind of small exchanges of regular guests? A city circle of this kind of exchanges of activities. He is almost every time to the scene. Fu Long self-scoffing said, not to hide the little brother. I enter the antique this line of the age of late, but more and more like antiques. Usually I often go to the village. The provinces of the antique stalls have also been a number of times, but my eyesight is too poor, and often hit the eye. 3 plus so many times the exchanges. The ability to learn a basket of things to the use of the time is still too eyes a stare. Puzzled. This time he bought a piece of porcelain. Want to come to the exchange to ask the crowd to palm eyes. Taste evaluation. Fu Long does not know antiques, but understand the luxury goods. See Zhang Feng painting box is extraordinary. Asked, little brother your hands of ancient paintings, right, is also invited to appreciate? Zhang Feng said, recently I need to use money. Bring the family heirloom ancient paintings to see if anyone is interested in Shi Tao's paintings. Fu Long was surprised. Shi Tao, one of the 4 great monks in the early Qing dynasty. Shi Tao's paintings have been on the rise in recent years. Little brother, there are definitely many people interested in your paintings. I think it's fate for us to meet each other. Why don't you sell the painting to me? I'll definitely give you a fair price. Zhang Feng politely thanked Fu Long's goodwill. He could see that Fu Long was a person who loved antiques. If the hand was genuine, he would definitely agree to sell it to Fu Long. But unfortunately, it was a Shibei goods. He had to keep it to pit Ming Jin. He could only say sorry to Fu Long. Fu Long thought Zhang Feng wanted to bring the painting into the field, looking for a high price, did not say anything. People are in urgent need of money. Want to sell high price is human nature. He talked with Zhang Feng about this kind of small exchange meeting. This exchange is single macro initiated. The venue is Single Macro Villa. Single Macro is a prestigious collector. His collection of antiques full of a wall. This is the 4th time he initiated the exchange meeting this year, and there are a few people present who are not small in origin. Fu Long pointed to Lu Sherman and Zhou Lao said, you don't see her as a female on the heart of contempt. People do not understand, but they have money. Next to her Zhou Lao is a middle connoisseur. Seeing Fu Long boasted about Lu Sherman in one board, Zhang Feng felt a strong weirdness in his heart, still nodding his head from time to time on his face, pretending to recognize Fu Long's statement. Fu Long talked with great interest, and pointed to a woman in her 40s. This person you have to look carefully. Her name is Yin Fengzhu. Opened 3 antique stores in a city. This time over to see if there are any objects worth getting. Zhang Feng nodded. A city of antique stores he went less. Antique stores more genuine goods. High prices. Ordinary people want to buy real goods. Antique stores more reliable than the stalls, but he has the eye of discernment. Not afraid to hit the eye. Most of the antique stores do not have the opportunity to pick up the leakage. He is not very interested in this. Fu Long pointed to a few people around, vaguely the center of the stars, said, this person is a city drug dealer, Tu Shangzhong. I heard that he is developing some new drug in partnership with someone. A very bullish person. There are quite a few people present who take the drugs he sells. Zhang Feng secretly wrote down Tu Shangzhong's name. He relied on the eye of discernment to get a prescription for the face-nourishing pill. In the future, the prescription will have to find someone to develop it. His heart is still thinking about the candidate. If he knows one more person, he will have one more choice. Even if the face-nourishing pill doesn't cooperate with Tu Shangzhong, handing over the sale to him will also give him another way to sell the product. Fu Long pointed to a new entrant and gushed. Zhang Feng's eyes stared straight at that person. Ming Jin. Lu Sherman had shown him a picture of Ming Jin. Zhou Lao had introduced Ming Jin in detail, and he was the one who had pitted Lu Sherman against him by selling imitations. And this time, he was participating in the exchange meeting to avenge Ming Jin's death. Zhang Feng tightened the long box in his hand. Come but not go is not a gift. Ming let you wait. Chapter 24, Bidding. Zhang Feng's breath stuttered when he saw the man following behind Ming Jin. Wang Yuan. Wang Plei had asked Lu Sherman for leave of absence for several days in a row, and today, just as he had pushed to say that he was not feeling well, he ended up living and breathing and accompanying Ming Jin to the exchange meeting? What kind of physical ailment is this? Deceiving Lu Sherman without pretense? Turning her gaze to Lu Sherman, she saw that she had been secretly watching the scene and saw Wang Yuan behind Minglet. Lu Sherman was extremely conspicuous in a group of half-aged men. Wang Yuan stepped into the hall at the moment, immediately saw Lu Sherman in the scene. His face changed, and after whispering a few words with Ming Jin in front of him, he turned around and left. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart. Lu Sherman has been forgiving Wang Yuan is not without a few reasons. It looks like Wang Yuan does not want to tear his face with Lu Sherman head on and chose to back off. Since this is the case, why behind the back pit Lu Sherman a time? Properly when a housekeeper. Ben to make money is not good. Ming let in field a few people greeted, even toward the Zhang Feng place to come, sitting next to Zhang Feng's left hand, separated by an empty seat. Fish has come. Zhang Feng put away the dangling look, interrupted even a sight of the gushing Fu Long, said, Fu old brother with what treasure? Between do not mind letting me look at two eyes? What is there to say? Fu Long pushed the box on the table to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng opened it and saw that it was an exquisite Ming Yunla blue and white flower plate with twining branches and flowers. The eye of identification swept through. Zhang Feng pointed at the Lu Qinghua large plate and followed the prompts in his mind, listing them one by one, and finally summarized. Elder brother Fu has had excellent luck this time, and the Lu Qinghua he collected is genuine. Fu Long saw Zhang Feng said clearly, word for word, although Zhang Feng is not a well-known person in the circle, is still very happy. He got his hands on antiques, fakes or more, the real one is less. For the first time someone complimented him on his good luck and vision. Mouth modestly said, where? My Lu Qinghua even better than the famous painting of Shi Tao. Zhang Feng oblique as Ming let a glance. No successfully attracted the attention of Ming let. Mouth long sigh, alas, if not urgent money, I do not go out of the family heirloom paintings. Shi Tao's paintings over the past 2 years appreciation of 30% is not a problem. Shi Tao's masterpiece? Ming Jin on the side finally couldn't help himself, came in big strides, sat down next to Zhang Feng, his eyes gleaming, straight hot eyes fell on the long box on the table. Little brother, I've been collecting antiques for many years, I've never seen Shi Tao's masterpieces with my own eyes, can you let me appreciate it? Zhang Feng listened to Ming Jin's tone with 3 points of politeness. Instead, he didn't panic and pretended to be hesitant. Fu Long advised, Ming Jin is a famous small electrical appliances boss in S province, and his products have been exported to Cambodia and the Philippines. Circle know that he loves antiques. Shi Tao's paintings are not common. Ming let the hunt for joy. You let him see. Ming let have a certain level of identification skills. Zhang Feng looked at Ming let a few eyes, hesitation reluctant to push the long box to one side. Ming Jin picked up the box, opened the long painting, laid it on the table, and watched it carefully with the 2 accompanying men. In a short while, the 3 of them got up one after another. Astonishment appeared in their eyes. They looked at each other, and after whispering a few words, Ming Jin's smile became more and more fervent. Little brother, your painting we looked at, it is Shi Tao's real handwriting. This point Ming let think can't cheat people. There is more than his side. Take the painting to others to see also know is true or false. Then said, not afraid of little brother joke. I like very much Shi Tao's paintings. This splash ink landscape in all of Shi Tao's paintings, counted among the top. I don't know if little brother can be interested in reselling this painting to me. I will buy it at the market price and not let little brother lose money. Zhang Feng was overjoyed, did not expect to reach the goal so easily, without effort. The imitation easily sold to Ming Jin. However, this is not urgent, too eager easy to reveal, but also have to pinch a turn, pretend, and then you and I haggle. Finally, he quite helpless to step back, out of the paintings, accept the transfer of Ming let. Accomplished, the sight of the Fu Long after listening to Ming let's identification of the conclusion, lost his voice. Oh my god, is it really Shi Tao's authentic painting? Ming Jin and Zhang Feng's faces changed in unison. Ming Jin was afraid that someone would hear the news and come over to fight for it. He was not the only rich person present. The price was up for grabs and there were too many variables. Zhang Feng was afraid that someone would come over and offer a high price, and if he didn't sell the imitation to the highest bidder, but sold it to Ming Jin instead, wouldn't it be too weird? Little cute, can also see that there is a problem inside. Then it will be in a dilemma. Sell an imitation to the highest bidder. This kind of thing he cannot do. This imitation in addition to Ming Jin, Zhang Feng who do not want to sell. Zhang Feng doesn't want to implicate others in the feud between Ming Jin and Lu Sherman. Not sold to the highest bidder alone sold to Minglet? Oh, unless the brain is kicked by a donkey. Ming Jin will buy. The traces of the trap is too obvious. Fu Long's voice is not high or low, but the content is explosive. Shi Tao's real handwriting. The field of conversation and the sound of words briefly stalled for a few seconds. Curious eyes turned one after another, to see Zhang Feng table spread in front of the ancient paintings. The people in the hall came one after another, without the need for Zhang Feng to greet them. These people familiarized themselves with the paintings on the table and began to taste them. Fu Long's eyebrows fluttered, proudly gestured with his eyes to Zhang Feng, looked as if he was pleased with himself and said, how about it? Thanks to me, I'm a voice to call all the people. Only sell Ming let more losses. Let them come over to call the price. guaranteed to sell price up a few percent. Jiang Feng's face is bitter. It turns out that Fu Longfang was intentional. This is really good, intentions have helped. Can't criticize Fu Long for doing wrong. After all, people are well-intentioned. For fear that Ming Let eat alone to suppress the price. The problem is that he only wants to sell to Ming Let. Do not want to sell the highest price. The thing that is a success. Let Fu Long's voice to make the situation complicated. Lu Sherman stood in the crowd. She just saw Ming Jin and Jiang Feng gathered together. Ming Jin looked satisfied after seeing the painting. She thought the matter was settled. But now all the people in the hall came to look at the painting. What is the meaning of this? Are you going to sell it or not? Jiang Feng threw Lu Sherman a helpless look, shrugged his shoulders. Things went wrong. What can he do? He didn't want to sell Ming Let. After the completion of Lu Shimon's exquisite body at a glance, such a good opportunity will not have a second time in the future. Jiang Feng does not want to miss. Jiang Feng took out his cell phone, fingers flying, a text message sent to Lu Sherman. Things have changed. See what happens in a moment. Try to stimulate Ming Jin's bidding desire. Lu Sherman read the text message. There are a few speechless. Things initially exceeded their plans. Ming Let sat next to Jiang Feng. Originally exceptionally smooth things. Ming Let saw the painting. Directly sold to him on it. What kind of demonic moth? Stimulate Ming Let's bidding desire? Oh, everyone present to see Shirtao Real, which has no bidding desire. Chapter 25, A Fierce Scramble. Authentic. A new painting by Shirtao has come out. This painting will give the calligraphy and painting world a new level of research on Shirtao, an informative addition to a great painter. The name of this painting holder is Jiang Feng, little brother Jiang. I don't know if you have the will to bid on this painting. Mr. Shan is a man of his word, and I guarantee that I won't let my little brother suffer half a loss. This exchange meeting is exactly a single Mao initiated. For people in the circle all clear. Little brother can rest assured. Alas, single macro you initiated the exchange will not be false. Do not want to use this to entice others, who do not know you like to press the price of picking up the leakage. Little brother hello, my name is Guan Yuqian. I usually favorite collection of calligraphy and painting. Shirtao is one of my favorite painters. I hope that the little brother to cut the love. I thank you very much. Little brother. After the crowd identification, most of them think it is Shirtao authentic. Individual on a few details is not without doubt. Was the public momentarily influenced produce herd mentality, coupled with the value of Shirtao's paintings are not expensive. Here the continuous scramble to buy. The bottom of the heart of the trace of suspicion was quickly suppressed, to join the ranks of the scramble to come. At the center of the crowd, Jiang Feng wore a bitter smile. I knew it was such a result. He acquired the imitation splash ink landscape on the stall, according to the tips of the eye of identification, and Zhou Lao together to repair most of the loopholes, including the details of the old and so on, so to speak, at this time of Shirtao imitation, reached an unimaginable degree. In addition to Jiang Feng intentionally opened the back door, there are not a few cracks. Looked at the side of the dry anxious Ming Let, Jiang Feng more anxious, almost yellow voice, I do not sell anyone, just sell Ming Let. However, the words must not be said out, not even a little trace. Have to treat Ming Let as an ordinary bidder. Do not give him a little preferential treatment. There are all kinds of rich businessmen accounted for the majority of the family than Ming Let a high number of people. Ming Let is not a professional collection of antiques people. Hands and factories need liquidity. Called up the price. Ming Let does not occupy the advantage. Jiang Feng stiffened the corners of his mouth to deal with the crowd, while his heart was burning. There are only a few women in the field, except for Lu Sherman, who has money to buy. Another person is Yin Fengzhu. Yin Fengzhu, a woman, was crowded by many men to the end of the crowd. See Shirtao Real and she has no chance. Hastily shouted to Jiang Feng, little brother, do not be fooled by them. Shirtao, not many surviving masterpieces. This splash of ink landscape is the peak of the late years of the peak of the work of the Shirtao. Very representative. The value of Shirtao, other works of greater. They want to buy a picture, but the value of the work of Shirtao is not as great. Shirtao's other works are greater. They want to bid according to Shirtao's ordinary works. Seems to be fair to you, but in fact, you have suffered a secret loss. Jiang Feng stiffly laughed. Oh, MS. Yin is right. What else can be said at this time? Have the intention to a group of unrelated people to drive them away? The face of the opposite to maintain a harmony, which is really gas. Another short man wearing old-fashioned glasses and holding a general's belly said in a loud voice, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll lie to little brother Jiang. He pointed at Jiang Feng and said with a single word. He pointed to Jiang Feng, said word for word, look at Jiang little brother at table of human resources. Young shot Shirtao masterpiece. This is the collection of young talent na. We initially like Jiang little brother of this age. That is 3 days to hit the eye, which has Jiang little brother's vigor. Shot Shirtao masterpieces. The bravado of a few people have. Jiang Feng looked at the person who spoke. remembered that this person Fu Long once introduced to him, named Tu Shangzhong, is a medicine merchant. Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Tu Shangzhong didn't look very good. His eyesight was really poisonous. In Fengzhu cursed Tu Shangzhong in his heart, in order to buy other people's paintings, actually shamelessly patting a 20-something-year-old young man's ass. A large age activity on the pug? Opened and Tu Shangzhong good to go. Zhang Feng little brother. I opened a few antique stores in a city. The location of all in the downtown area and the cultural square and other popular places. Now the cultural square that store is lacking a manager. I and John little brother. Little brother and no antiques. I want to sincerely invite you to serve as a manager of the store. The salary is negotiable. Jiang Feng's heart moved. The antique store in Culture Square, he happened to have been there. The store's scale is not small. In the whole A city ranked, when the manager of this antique store is definitely a promising position. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng imagined that In Fengzhu's additional conditions, nothing more than wanting him to sell the ink splash landscape drawing to her. At first sight, what said good? All false. If not for the paintings, as to this kind of blood money, the painting cannot be sold to In Fengzhu. Store manager is not appropriate. Anyway, he has the eye of discernment. Make money much faster than when a store manager. Shan Hong was the closest to Jiang Feng. He pulled Jiang Feng's shoulder and said with the eyes of an elder appreciating his juniors, "Little brother has a bright future. I see that little brother looks new. You're a newcomer to the industry soon, right?" After getting Jiang Feng's affirmative answer, "New young people, the talent is good again. It is inevitable to hit the eye on the wrong way. As a senior in the antique world, I have the responsibility to bring good juniors for the City of Antique World to contribute to their own part of the force. I'm the vice president of the City of Antique Association, and now we invite you to join the association. I am the vice president of the A City Antique Association. I'm not hiding from you. There are only two kinds of members in the Antique Association. One kind of rich merchants like Tu Shangzhong. The other is the unique vision of the experts. You are not in the two. Without my introduction as the vice president, I'm afraid it will be difficult to join the Antique Association for a very long time. A city is the Antique Association Zhang Feng has heard of. There are a lot of real talent inside the people. Zhou Lao Yan Lao is a member of the Antique Association, and a city Antique Association is different from other cities. Ordinary members have the qualification of the introduction, but the introduction of the candidate to comply with the single macro said two requirements. The introduction will have to be more than the vice president of the position of the person can be introduced. Joining the Antique Association will undoubtedly give Zhang Feng's grassroots identity a layer of gold. Is favorable but not harmful things. Zhang Feng wants to join the Antique Association is not false, but thinks single Hong additional conditions and In Fengzhu the same. Have to sell the painting to him. Zhang Feng bluntly asked. Get single Hong's affirmative answer. I introduce little brother to join the Antique Association. That we are friends. Like Shirtao authentic works of this kind of very cultural value of things, of course, must be circulated between the association within. Sell the painting to others, in case it is circulated abroad. Is it not a great cultural loss for the country? Zhang Feng slandered single macro said seemingly in every sense. In the final analysis is not to buy his painting. If the real thing, Zhang Feng agreed at this time, an imitation will not be able to do anything. Dry eyes greedy Antique Association members of the identity. There is a single macro and In Fengzhu start. The crowd woke up. After Zhang Feng opened a pile of generous conditions, Tu Shangzhong looked at the crowd in the left and right. Zhang Feng, secretly anxious. He a drug dealer. Neither antique stores nor the qualification of the introduction to join the Antique Association. Other people's many conditions he is similarly unable to compare. Chapter 26, Sage Son-in-Law. Tu Shangzhong saw Zhang Feng's face green, mistakenly thought that Zhang Feng wanted to make a decision to bid on the ink-splashed landscape. Green face is not able to give up the treasure painting. A moment of anxiety, 3 times pushed away others. Tugging Zhang Feng's sleeve does not let go of his hand. Said, Zhang Feng virtuous son-in-law. Zhang Feng flabbergasted for a moment, violently slowed down. Sage son-in-law? What kind of name is this? He has no relationship with Tu Shangzhong at all. He may not shout at people indiscriminately. It's easy to make people misunderstand. Looking up and down at the short and fat Tu Shangzhong a few times, Zhang Feng immediately shook his head into a wave drum. Nima, Tu Shangzhong has become this ugly. How good can his daughter be? Zhang Feng's mind imagined a short and fat woman who was 90% similar to Tu Shangzhong, and he almost didn't spit out his breakfast. A good son-in-law? I'm sorry. Tu Shangzhong poor ride money also cannot. He Zhang Feng this life swore to draw the line with this kind of woman. Do friends can? Other exemptions? Tu Shangzhong your old boy fool others to go. He Zhang Feng is the kind of C-color forget profit people. Not to mention Tu Shangzhong take an ugly woman to disgust him. Even if Tu Shangzhong take out a beautiful woman, Zhang Feng also want to say no to this kind of unrighteous behavior. This is not a question of beauty and ugliness. It is a question of personality. A question of moral bottom line. It is a roar of adhering to one's own good character, adhering to pure goodness. Tu Xiangzhong saw Jiang Feng's unusually resolute stance and determined face. Knowing that another person misunderstood, opened his cell phone to find a few of his daughter's life photos, scratching the picture to show Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's old eyes rounded. The girl in the picture is sunny and cute, smiling with a pair of beautiful dimples, body convex and curved. 10% of a small beauty. This value of this body absolutely meets the standard of the old Jiang family to nurture future generations of women. In order to better the next generation, this woman married home will be able to improve the old Jiang family's racial genes, confirming again and again that there are no PS traces in several pictures. Jiang Feng held Tu Xiangzhong's hand in a reverse grip and smiled even more brilliantly than Tu Xiangzhong. Uncle Tu grows up differently, and how is my daughter a little bit unlike your old man? Promote daughter's Tu Xiangzhong face without a trace of shame color. Laughed, daughter looks like her mother. You straight say I look ugly. Tu uncle, I'm not angry at all. This is the truth. But my daughter's fame in the city is not smaller than me. Who does not know you Tu uncle has a beautiful looking daughter? Xian's son-in-law, you can rest assured. This is my own daughter. I do paternity test. Daughter people look beautiful and kind, without any bad habits. Guarantee you a happy and harmonious married life. Jiang Feng and Tu Xiangzhong, you a mouthful of virtuous son-in-law and I a mouthful of Tu uncle, shamelessly boast each other up. The two said a sentence then a disgusting. Tu Xiangzhong's fat hand touched the painting on the table, and asked Jiang Feng, I wonder if my son-in-law is satisfied with my daughter. Satisfied. Too satisfied. 100 times satisfied. Jiang Feng nodded his head repeatedly. Happy. Inadvertently glancing at Lu Sherman in the crowd. Lu Shimon's pretty face was frosty, looking at Jiang Feng's eyes with a line of bitterness if any. Jiang Feng all of a sudden brain a clear. Wipe. Almost forgot the main thing. This really does not blame him. Is Tu Xiangzhong that old boy to take his daughter to tempt him? Really served this old boy. In order to paintings, even the daughter do not want. Do not say. Tu Xiangzhong's daughter really quite beautiful. The most important thing to remember is that the daughter of Tu Xiangzhong is really quite beautiful. There is a world of difference between the two. Jiang Feng does not need to think. Immediately know which side to stand. The key point is not here. It is Tu Xiangzhong that old boy underestimated him. He Jiang Feng has always been able to withstand the temptation, the area of seduction, also want to let him fall in the way. Tu underestimated him. He is the kind of person who is not firm in his position. That kind of color and painting deal can't be successful on him. Tu Xiangzhong was too shameless to cheat an innocent young man like him. Tu Xiangzhong rolled up the scroll and was about to put the painting into his arms when he saw someone pulling the other end of the painting, tugging it twice. The person didn't let go, and looked up to see that the one who was tugging the painting was not someone else, but Jiang Feng. Xian's son-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Uncle Tu, why did you take away my painting? Jiang Feng asked back, pretending to be innocent. Tu Xiangzhong said, I'm not afraid of your son-in-law's jokes. I collect a lot of paintings and calligraphy in my daily life, but I only lack such famous paintings as Shi Tao's, so I'm overjoyed to see this ink splash landscape of yours today. Uncle Tu won't take advantage of you, and will buy it at 10% of the overflow market price. Jiang Feng broke Tu Xiangzhong's fingers that were gripping the scroll inch by inch, put the painting into the box and held it in his arms. Uncle Tu, let's call it a favor. Business is business. You have to give me your daughter's crop. Then I reluctantly accept it, but with so many people present, the painting can't be sold to you alone. Tu Xiangzhong almost lost his breath and hiccuped. Usually people say he is shameless. Today he once saw more shameless than him. Ate the sugar-coated shells thrown back. Both want to marry his daughter and do not sell his treasure painting, but also said barely, face? Do not want a little be face. Do people cannot be so nasty? Tu Xiangzhong huffed and puffed and turned his head, not to look at Jiang Feng, also not called Jiang Feng virtuous son-in-law, said, little brother, you and my daughter's matter, I will reconsider. He said, I'll reconsider the matter between you and my daughter, little brother. By implication, this matter is blown. He couldn't get his hands on the precious painting, but instead he hitched a ride with his daughter. How in the world can there be this kind of pie in the sky? What a pity, Jiang Feng said. When he looked at Lu Sherman again, he saw that Lu Shimon's color was much better. Jiang Feng was relieved for no reason. Just now, Lu Sherman looked at him with a feeling like a fishbone in his throat. Very uncomfortable. The earliest stood beside Jiang Feng. Minglet was crowded out of the circle. Looking at the stupid Minglet, Jiang Feng heart sigh. This good's open not open. Did not see others fast grabbing a big fight? Minglet obvious fight but? I have to help Minglet a hand. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, said to the crowd, this ink splash landscape map you all want to buy. I do not want to offend people. Favoritism is not good. This way, according to the most primitive method, bidding, the highest bidder wins. Bidding? Shan Hong and In Fengju flinched and agreed with Jiang Feng's approach. Fu Long knew that Zhang Feng was in a hurry for money and helped Zhang Feng by saying, "Everyone start bidding now, one by one. My brother's painting can't be lost." The lost Tu Shangzhong wiped the sweat on his forehead, and took a long breath. "Scared me. I thought I couldn't get the precious painting, but it turns out to be a bidding process. I should have said earlier that I lacked everything, but not money." A mouth but exposed his stingy nature. 1 million. Ha 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 ha. Old Tu, are you kidding? Seeing that the atmosphere is too dull, easing the awkwardness? Zhang Feng did not care. This is Tu Shangzhong's first bid. It does not matter if the reserve price is lower. Seeing the crowd of Ming Jin slowly squeezing towards himself, Zhang Feng heart secretly happy. Ming Jin, you old turtle, finally get the hang of it. Chapter 27, threatened. $2 million. 2,800,000. Please give single person a face. Single person is grateful. 3 million. Lousy, give you a fart, do you want it or not? 3.5 million. All don't grab with me. Be careful, Lousy specialize in selling you fake medicine. You stinking men are all one kind. The splash ink landscape figure cannot fall in the hands of your group of vulgar people. This is the blasphemy of this painting. I, In Fengzhu, bid 4 million. Open your mouth and shut your mouth, vulgar. You old, go home and educate your children. Men call the price. Where is the part of a woman to open her mouth? 4,800,000. Zhang Feng, most concerned about the Ming-let bid a few times after a few seconds, did not come. To shout, not go on. At this time the Ming-let, the old face of a pair of eggplant color. Want to bid and open, not open mouth. That looks like a bubble of poop blocked. Pull is not pull is not. When the bidding reached 7 million, Ming Jin's old face was completely like an eggplant, wilted. Ming Jin leaned towards Zhang Feng, coupled with Zhang Feng's intention to move towards Ming Jin. At this time Ming Jin became the closest person to Zhang Feng. Ming let's heart rise a little bit of fire. Splash ink landscape painting is the first he saw. These people all come over to scramble. There is no a little bit of first come first served spirit. Now call to 7 million. Not in line with the market price. This is the peak of the late Shi Tao's work. The price of some more upward. A little more than 10 million is considered to be the top day. 10 million into the hand is 102% of the big money. To know antiques in this line is the love of painting people. Shi Tao's painting is very artistic value. There are people who want to get into this painting to be appreciated later. There are people who really like this painting, called the most joyful single macro. In Fengzhu and Tu Shangzhong are this kind of people. In the eyes of those who like this painting, it is not a matter of $10 million. The price goes up by another 50%. They will also buy it. Ming Jin secretly gritted his teeth. The difficulty was that the factory's efficiency was not good lately. A lot of his money was pressed in the factory and he didn't have much cash on hand. He can take out up to 8 million. More really cannot help. 8 million to buy the famous painting of Shi Tao? A bit delusional. Another half a minute passed. In Zhang Feng guessed Ming Let want to call the price. Ming Let opened his mouth, not to open the price. He whispered to Zhang Feng, said, "Little brother, you do not want to refuse to eat a penalty wine. I see the eyes of the painting you dare to sell to others. Know what the consequences. A city who do not know me, Ming Jin's person. To tell you the truth, I just put out a sentence. You cannot see the next day's sun. A city of the Scorpion, the Scar Li, the Shen Duke. All my good friends, these people have seen blood on their hands." Zhang Feng's heart was overjoyed. This old guy actually wanted to threaten him. He really thought he was a soft persimmon. The threat is too good, too good. Really want to stretch out his thumb to give Ming Jin a nod. However, the play still had to go on. Ming Jin pulled the curtain. He had to follow. Zhang Feng shivered, face white, whispered back, "I just want to sell paintings turnover. You are a celebrity in a city. In S province has a big enterprise, why make it difficult for me?" Ming Let was angry, casually said, "I did not expect the sight of the kid, timid as a mouse." He said a few words to scare some. This kid will be scared of fart. By the painting thing, there is the door. Heart overjoyed Ming Let, face more and more harshly whispered, "Humph, I want to engage in people. Never fly out of the palm of my hand. I see that you are not old. Parents alive. Right, alas, I am really sad for them. White hair to send black hair. This kind of taste is not good. Ah, do you have younger siblings at home? I good people do in the end. Send them together to accompany you. Save your funeral lonely." Zhang Feng thought Ming Let this old boy threatening means too low level. Scare children is not it? Really think he is the first into the society of the white. Also not afraid of the wind, big flash tongue. Ming Let really have this strength, how not dare to express on the spot. Sneaky threat of a ball. Ah, converge under the color. Zhang Feng finger trembling pointed at the Ming Let, said, you, woe is not as good as the family. You do not drive to the end of the world. Angry Zhang Feng did not control. This sentence is a little loud. Beside a few people heard Zhang Feng's words, and see Zhang Feng's face color is not normal. A little association. Guess that Ming Jin secretly threatened Zhang Feng. Ming Jin's face changed. It's over. The threat was known by the people present. Things can't go on. Immediately after hearing, Zhang Feng said, "Alright, everyone stop bidding. I decided to sell the painting to Ming Jin." The stunned Ming Jin reveals the color of ecstasy. There is no way out of the mountain. This kid is still too young. He has succeeded. Many people present were unconvinced. Shan Hong said, "In my villa, I have the final say." He Ming Jin counts. "Jiang, little brother, don't worry, I will keep you safe." Yin Fengzhu said, "Little brother, Ming let him misfraud you. Don't believe in the words of the villain mistaken business." Tu Shangzhong patted Zhang Feng and said, "You kid is more shameless than me, but your guts are too small. You sell paintings normally. Ming Jin doesn't dare to do anything." Zhang Feng stopped to persuade the crowd, said grimly, "Everyone's good intentions I appreciate. You can protect me for a while, can't protect me for a lifetime. I want to live on in a city. I still have a family. I don't want to leave them. I hope everyone can understand." The words reveal that the people present can't protect him for a long time. Who can guarantee that Ming Jin won't count the back account afterward? Fu Long understood Zhang Feng's difficulty and helped Zhang Feng politely refuse others. In the end, the crowd in the field helplessly accept this fact. Look at Zhang Feng's eyes are full of helplessness. And look at Ming Let smiling. Hearts have made up their minds. In the future, not with Ming Let dealings. Little brother, you paintings sold to me. I guarantee you in the future in the A city walk across, I will bid 8 million good. Ming Jin said. Zhang Feng's reply was only 2 words. No. According to the previous bidding momentum, 10 million cannot be blocked. Ming Let only bid 8 million. Want to test his bottom line? The painting is to sell Ming Let, but the price is too low against common sense. Who shall not think inside is not what trap. Threatened is one. The price cannot be reduced too much. 10 million cannot be less. Even if you want to buy a painting of Ming Let, the heart of the same have to beat the drums. The price is so low, is not in the pit him. Zhang Feng's words caused the crowd to cry out. They have long looked at Ming Let, not I. Ming Let stomped on the face. Get the power to buy paintings, still want to pressure the price? $8 million? Ming let you use this 8 million to go home to buy stop diaper pawing crotch. Save everyday side leakage fart. Bullying is too much. If you dare to forcefully buy the painting, believe it or not, I will beat the out of you on the spot. Yuck. Vulgar. But you guys are 100 times better than Ming Let. Little brother, we are on your side. $8 million? Ming Let don't even think about touching a finger of that painting. Chapter 28, Choosing Treasure. A moment of dispute. Ming Let see the situation cannot be. Agreed to pay in kind. The exchange, he brought 5 pieces of antiques. The value varies. Zhang Feng and Ming Let bargaining. And finally the two sides settled. Ming Let 8 million plus 3 pieces of antiques. The total value of not less than 10 million to buy Zhang Feng's ink splash landscape painting. Ming Let and companion whispered a few words. Played a heart. Zhang Feng pick 3 pieces of antiques can be, but must be Zhang Feng himself personally to pick. Others shall not interfere. And ultimately pick which piece counts which piece. Pick to the value of the low cannot regret. Hall and the crowd gathered. 5 pieces of antiques lined up in front of the table. Different sizes, are placed in the red tray, with good silk protection. Zhang Feng in front of the table with the eye of discernment swept through in turn. Yuan blue and white glazed red bowl. Qing Dynasty high-footed jade smoker. Qing Dynasty powdered dish with goldfish pattern. A set of 5 colored floral cups. Song polyjuice basin. Zhang Feng first pick Yuan blue and white glazed red bowl and the Qing Dynasty high-footed jade smoker. Secretly want a profit. Ming Let face gloomy. Thought underestimated him. A reach out to take the most valuable 2 objects. The 2 antiques add up to no less than 4 million, plus 8 million yuan. The acquisition of the ink and water painting, the price of a spike to 12 million. And ink painting sells at most 15 million. Just earn 3 million does not meet his previous expectations. As for the rest of a curio, Zhang Feng pick which piece. Ming Jin does not care. The remaining 3 pieces he found more than once appraisal. Not much value. Casually Zhang Feng pick. Single macro. Yin Fengzhu, Tu Shangzhong and other people are hidden in the world of a good hand. Clearly know the value of the items on the table. See Zhang Feng pick the most valuable 2 items. Look at Zhang Feng's eyes, somewhat different. They dip yin this way for many years. Ups and downs, see more, experience more. See naturally extraordinary. And Zhang Feng is young, this identification skills is not less than them. The heart cannot help but sigh, young can be feared. To see Zhang Feng's hand to the largest copper basin. Yin Fengzhu cannot see. Prompted, small brother, and then consider it too. Antiques is not the larger the more valuable. There are some things that look big and good, but are not worth much on their own. Ming Jin stopped Yin Fengzhu in surprise and said to Zhang Feng, drop your hand down. You can't change it anymore. You chose these 3 items. A slight sigh of relief came from all around. After Ming Jin and Zhang Feng signed the contract, Shan Hong sighed. Earlier you picked a Yuan blue and white glazed red bowl and Shanghai footed jade smoker. This move is out of my expectation. The vision is very good. The rest of the three pieces are not worth much. Only the Qing powder dish with goldfish pattern is slightly better, valued at less than $1 million. Why don't you pick it? Pick that copper basin? Minglet laughed. Young man, good luck. Pick the most valuable two objects to steal the joy to go. Which can all pick? Zhang Feng picked the two antiques to make Minglet quite painful. The end of the transaction. All three pieces of antiques to Zhang Feng. 8 million yuan on the spot transfer. The two have nothing to do. The heart of the upset Ming let a big ridicule Zhang Feng, like a teacher teaching a pupil. Ming Jin's tone was condescending and commanding. Zhang Feng, do you know how many years I've been collecting antiques? I collect antiques when you are still crawling on the ground. On this, I still do not dare to buy objects alone. See with me to the three experts. This is my temporary consultant. Young man, advise you a luck will one day lose. You kneel down and kowtow to worship my teacher. I do not mind teaching you a couple of tricks. Take your move of picking three antiques just now. Most of the people present can distinguish which three are the highest value items. The gap between you and us is enough for you to learn for another 10 years. On the side, Fu Long said, brother, Ming Jin is a jerk. What he said is hard to hear, but it really makes sense. Good medicine is bitter. You have to listen to advice. Life is like this. To grow, not only do you have to learn from your friends, you also have to learn from the strengths of your enemies. In Fengzhu said, Minglet collection of antiques never lost money. This point present more than half of the people do, but still no one compared to Minglet. We collect antiques many times is really like a certain object. Minglet is different. He collects antiques as a business. In his eyes only the value of the high and low are not. This point we can't learn and don't want to learn. But Jiang little brother, you undoubtedly have to learn from Minglet. Collects antiques. Don't lose money, is the fundamental basis of the foothold. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth held a cold smile. Qing powder dish goldfish pattern is worth more? Learning from Ming Jin? Kneel down and beg Minglet teach two strokes? What a joke. Learning from Ming Jin to threaten others to forcefully collect antiques. He admitted that his life experience is not as much as the people who are more than half 100 years old. But there is only one thing. He doesn't need to learn from others. He has the eye of discernment. What kind of curiosity is difficult to get him? Zhang Feng picked up the copper basin. You think it is not as valuable as the Qing powder dish goldfish pattern? Yes. This copper basin looks exquisite. It's just a bit overdone, like a modern imitation. I think so. You see how pompous that relief is. It makes people suspicious. Minglet said, since the copper basin is I may as well tell you. I suspect it is the same as modern imitations. Is worried about no wear out. I did not expect you this SB picked it. Ha 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 ha. Intend to take home as a wash basin. Ming Jin, your eyesight is nothing more than that. Zhang Feng laughed. A genuine Song Dynasty treasure basin was said by you as a wash basin. Ridiculously pathetic. Get the treasure without realizing it. A treasure basin? The crowd scattered look for one empty, and then look at the copper basin when the eyes of some unnatural. The mind constantly will be the treasure basin and its association. Earlier all sorts of suspicions suddenly have an explanation. The design of the treasure basin is different from normal things, more than a few exaggerated colors. For a moment, the crowd could not decide whether the copper basin was a replica or a treasure bowl, and their thoughts kept wandering between the two. Zhang Feng stroked his hand over the rim of the treasure basin as he remembered the conclusion of the eye of identification in his mind. He said aloud, Song Dynasty treasure pot, 2 feet in diameter, 1 foot high, weighing about 6.7 kilograms. The bottom of the inner basin is painted with 5 suns carrying gold and silver yuanbao, gold 9 and silver 7, and the children are 3 men and 2 women, lifelike, colorful and peaceful, using the unique lacquer carving process during the Song and Yuan dynasties, with red, green, and blue colors highlighted. The carving is surrounded by a small seal script, with 4 ancient inscriptions inside, inviting, wealth, entering and treasure. Basin outside the circumference of the thick lacquer molding, raised 9 lofty dancing golden dragons under the body of the waves rolling with the rising sun. At the bottom of the basin, the dragon and phoenix are playing with pearls, the dragon's head against the phoenix's tail, the phoenix head covers the dragon's tail, the phoenix feathers are flowing, and the dragon's scales are subtle, so that you can clearly see the arrangement of each piece of the dragon's scales, overall detailed and atmospheric, very royal style. It is not difficult to guess that this was once an imperial tribute. The crowd gathered around the copper basin and compared them one by one according to Zhang Feng's statement. As Zhang Feng said, this object was most likely a rare and exquisite object. Chapter 29, Blood Money. Minglet Si agree with Zhang Feng. More and more people. Some people even laughed at him face to face. The treasure is imitation. Dead duck mouth hard to hold out. Zhang Feng, I admit that what you said earlier has a point of truth. But those cannot prove that this basin is not an imitation of it. Modern imitations which are not exquisite, completely do everything you said above. Seeing a few people in the crowd nodding their heads at him, Ming Jin was instantly confident that he was right. It was a worthless piece of crap. Alright, I'll make it clear to you. Jiang Feng pointed at the circumference of the treasure basin and said, "Everyone, please take a look. What are the characteristics of the lacquer reliefs around the basin? Thick and heavy, is not a feeling of fat and greasy taste. This is precisely one of the unique characteristics of the Song dynasty lacquer carving. Carefully and then look at the basin edge pattern. These patterns are all carefully carved with the knife method of hiding the blade. The pattern is rounded. The lines are plump. The details of the details are very textured. This is the modern process cannot be imitated out of the." Jiang Feng pointed out 6 or 7 places in a row, and finally summarized, "This treasure pot is definitely a top-quality artifact. More than double the value of the Qing powder dish goldfish pattern." "Ming Jin, you claim to be teaching me. Do you want to teach me to be as two-bit as you are? Ha 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 ha." The crowd burst into laughter. Ming Jin's face was green and white, mumbling, "Could it really be a Song dynasty treasure bowl? Palace tribute? I lost a genuine treasure bowl." Jiang Feng laughed, "I have to thank you for this treasure bowl. I exchanged one of my splash ink landscape drawings for these things. I've earned it, yo." Ming Jin's face was unsightly. His figure staggered a few steps from side to side, shaking. The 2 curiosities he picked earlier were worth 4 million. The treasure basin was worth 4 million, plus the transfer of 8 million, a total of 16 million. He had carefully calculated to the end, but instead lost a million. Instead, he had lost $1 million in the end. Of course, the premise of ink painting is the case of authenticity. If Ming Jin learned that the painting is an imitation, is a pure loss of 16 million. Jiang Feng paid only 10,000 yuan to collect the imitation, compared to the 2, less than a fraction. Fu Long, who was looking at the treasure bowl on the table, said to Jiang Feng, "The more I look at it, the more beautiful it is. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Brother, are you going to make a bid? I want to buy it." Jiang Feng shook his head. He wanted to collect it for a while, not because it had much value, but because it had a good meaning. Treasure basin, artifacts of the same dynasty, even if they are made of the same craftsmanship, the same kind of material made of different objects, the value is not the same. Treasure bowl such as this has a good meaning of the object. Everyone likes, like what spittoon, urinal and so on, is an antique is not false. How many people genuinely like to collect? The value is greatly reduced. Jubilee pots do not have the high value of Shirtao's paintings, and not so high cultural and artistic standards, but painting and calligraphy is culture. Lacquer carving is not culture. Niche and lower level is also culture. The beautiful symbolism of the 8 sides of the treasure bowl to attract wealth is also quite unique in a group of antiques. Very collectible. Fu Long, let's get together later. This place is remote with no public transportation. I have to go out and find a car before it's too late. Jiang Feng, who wanted to leave the living room temporarily, said. Fu Long was flabbergasted at hearing this. What? Jiang Feng brother's vision is so poisonous. A glance out of the treasure basin. This treasure connoisseur skills far more than everyone present. Such a powerful brother actually do not have a car. Fu Long reached out and pulled out his car keys, handed Jiang Feng, said, Villa parked outside the Land Rover is our brotherhood deep friendship. Not much to say. Land Rover you take to open. The treasure bowl sent me well. Jiang Feng looked at the car keys handed over. Eyes floated out of the intention of the color. With the treasure pot for a luxury car Land Rover? Which man does not like luxury cars? Even if you know that the value of the two is not quite equal, Jiang Feng still cannot help but have a few moments of doubt. Shan Hong from the treasure bowl nearest, he buried his head in the treasure bowl, looking at the basin of carving and painting saliva flow, almost go up to kiss, hearing that Fu Long used the Land Rover for the treasure bowl, and Jiang Feng floated the color of intention. Snatched, Fu Long you whimsical, want to use a broken Land Rover for a treasure bowl, headlong ass? Fearing that Jiang Feng would exchange with Fu Long, Shan Hong depreciated the Land Rover as worthless. I really don't know what's so good about the Land Rover. It's big and ugly. A man should have a Land Rover of his own? Yuck. The advertisement is good, but isn't it a man's duty to have his own Land Rover? If you don't have a Land Rover, you are not a man. When did Land Rover become the standard for men? Land Rover has too many glitches, 2 repairs in 3 days, tired. My Bentley is different. Low-key luxury and durability. $4,800,000 to buy. How about exchanging your treasure bowl? Jiang Feng retracted his hand reaching out to Fu Long, and was about to take over the keys to Shan Hong's Bentley. In Fengzhu stopped. Little brother wait, don't fall into the single Hong's pawn. His Bentley for 8 million to buy is not true, but that is he bought 2 years ago, drove for 2 years, is an old car. In exchange for your treasure bowl, the value of the transaction is not equal to my Maserati is not the same. Last month the new sports car, the price is not at all lower than the single macro Bentley. As long as you nod your head, the treasure bowl to me. Maserati you can immediately drive away. Maserati? Jiang Feng drew back a breath of cold air. This one seemed a bit better. The sight of the two Shangzhong cannot stand to see. Snap also shot out a car key. To Jiang Feng said, son-in-law, you do not believe in Fengzhu, that woman. The woman driving the thing suitable for our old man. Her Maserati is a red women's sports car. It's classy, but don't you feel ashamed to drive it, son-in-law? You're a man's man. My Lamborghini just got in last week. All the formalities are complete. All kinds of documents can be transferred at any time. According to the price, my Lamborghini than your treasure bowl a little more expensive. But we don't need to be so clear. You too, Bobo, I ate a little bit of a loss no matter what. You agreed to the treasure bowl to send me the car you can always drive away. After signing a contract for the transfer of other insurance and such things, I'm all to help you deal with the minutiae. Package your satisfaction. Jiang Feng hesitated. This, my son-in-law, your uncle too. I really like this pot of treasure. You know I am selling medicine. In the final analysis, as a businessman, collection of antiques is my hobby. I have never encountered a hobby and make money in harmony. This pot of treasure is destined to my hands to help me attract wealth into the treasure. Your uncle too, my business in the future can't go out of the country. Counting on it. This, Tu Shangzhong fiercely wiped a handful of nose foam, voice with a crying tone, as if snot and mucus flowing like, Xian son-in-law, don't you want Uncle Tu to kneel down for you? Splash ink landscape you sold to Minglet. Tu uncle not blame you. Is that I have no destiny with this painting? The heart is a little difficult. You do not sell me the pot of treasure. I such as suffered death by 1,000 cuts of torture. The future days and nights cannot sleep peacefully. Meat tasteless. Pouchon does not lift. Jiang Feng hurriedly blocked the Tu Shangzhong who was splashing on the spot. Stop, stop, stop. Listen to me. You misunderstood me. I agreed to exchange your Lamborghini with the treasure bowl. I am asking, how are you going to go back if you exchange the car to me? You're very kind. Xian's son-in-law. Don't worry. You can take the car. I am willing to crawl back. Chapter 30, Furnace of Gathering Blessings. The next exchange of people talked to each other. Jiang Feng with its not bad eyesight, on all kinds of antiques as if it were a family treasure. His weighty speech, to the presence of all people to leave an extremely deep impression. Shan Hong, Yin Fengzhu, Fu Long and Tu Shangzhong all exchanged contact information with Jiang Feng. Tu Shangzhong wandered around behind Jiang Feng like a follower, calling him virtuous son-in-law with a mouthful of virtuous son-in-law in an incredibly affectionate manner. I say, old Tu, you've got the treasure basin. We've cleared the deal. You said earlier that I've blown it with your daughter. How come you still call me virtuous son-in-law? Tu Xian haha laughed. Son-in-law, we do not talk about two families. Before I was wrong, Tu uncle to apologize to you. You and my daughter's matter to rest assured. I have to pull the strings. Guaranteed that the two of you will be able to do. Don't call me old Tu. It's not polite. Tu Shangzhong saw Jiang Feng's antique identification skills, with his vision to see Jiang Feng's future achievements. And, he usually have a lot of contact with antiques. Many times may be used to Jiang Feng. Now use the present handover as well as at this time to play a good relationship. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel big-headed, and managed to get rid of Tu Shangzhong. Returning to Lu Shiman's side, Lu Sherman said unhappily, son-in-law, Jiang Feng, I really can't see that you're quite a flirt. Jiang Feng said, that's Tu Shangzhong's wishful thinking. It has nothing to do with me. You just saw it. I told him not to call me that, but he didn't listen. Mouth long in people's face, and is smiling and talk with him. He is always not because of a half-joke type of name to get angry. Lu Sherman hugged her arms in front of her chest and rolled her small intestines. I don't know who said that she was 100% satisfied with Tu Shangzhong's daughter, and now she is skimming clean. Jiang Feng said helplessly, I'm telling the truth. Tu Shangzhong's daughter does look quite pretty. She looks good to my eyes, but I don't mean anything else. Besides, even if I mean something else, what's wrong with it? You see how old I am? Is not big, but those of my old classmates, hometown old friends all embrace the child, the family every day to urge. I am in order to family want to hold grandchildren's idea to pay the sacrifice. After a pause, secretly look at Lu Sherman two eyes, whispered, you are 10 times more beautiful than Tu Shangzhong daughter, but you are not my girlfriend. You, Lu Shiman's cheeks were slightly red, so angry that she stomped her foot and snapped, unbelievable. With Jiang Feng's faults on her lips, the unhappiness in her heart just now was swept away. The two of them talked for a few moments, and occasionally, Ming Jin left. Jiang Feng, Lu Sherman and Zhou Lao followed closely and walked out. Lu Sherman and Zhou Lao drove the company's car. Jiang Feng drove the new Lamborghini. Silver-white Lamborghini appearance is extremely beautiful. Better than Lu Shiman's car on a chip. Lu Shiman's heart is not a taste. The car is a good car. The person who drives is not good. Zhou old man looked at Jiang Feng's car eyes also with fire. He into the antique this line for many years. Small savings. Still cannot afford to buy Lamborghini this luxury car. Jiang Feng in a short period of time to get this harvest, so that the old man sighed again and again that the world is changing too fast. Conservative some of him cannot keep up with the times of the beat. The future is bound to belong to Zhang Feng, this kind of people who dare to fight and dare to break through. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng and Lu Sherman stopped at a gas station to block the parking rest of Ming Jin. Seeing Zhang Feng and Lu Sherman together, Ming Let's face changed dramatically. He wasn't stupid. He sold Lu Sherman an imitation, pitted Lu Sherman, and now Lu Sherman was walking with Zhang Feng, who happened to have just sold him an ink splash landscape painting. Strongly holding back his panicked heart, Ming Jin didn't dare to think in the worst direction, still carrying a hint of fluke in his heart. "Ms. Lu, Zhang Feng, you two are too polite for sending me all the way here," Ming Jin said with a dry smile. Zhang Feng couldn't help but give Ming Jin a high look. Things were obvious. At the critical moment Ming Jin actually had the mood to flirt. It was worthy of being a person who had seen the world. This calmness was not easy even if he pretended. Zhang Feng said, "Minglet, let's not speak in the dark. You sell white jade unicorn gathering blessing furnace to Lu Sherman. One side behind the scenes to promote let Lu Shimon's company will be sent to the S province auction. One side put out the win to the media," said Lu Sherman, and the auction company partnering with the forgeries didn't wrongly accuse you, Ming Jin said. "Right guess," Zhang Feng continued. "Good, you admitted it dryly. You should have guessed what we came to do. I'm not going to hide it from you. I sold your ink splash landscape painting, which is also an imitation. If you do the first day, don't blame us for doing the 15th day. So what?" Ming Jin braced himself. "How? Of course it's like you. We put out the word that you bought a fake. A famous painting worth $10 million is an imitation. Ha, Ming let you lose not a small amount of it. Don't want to go back and immediately find someone out. We will publicize the evidence that the ink splash landscape painting is a fake. Do you want to hear it in advance?" Ming Jin knew that by doing what Zhang Feng said, it was highly likely that this semi-negotiation style conversation and rhythm would fall into Zhang Feng's hands. After pondering for a moment in his mind, his aura decadently loosened. "Listen, do not listen to him." Difficult to erase the doubt in his mind. Ink painting landscape in his eyes is a real piece of work. All the people present at the exchange meeting all appraisal. How can it be an imitation? Zhang Feng left the painting in the back door one by one. Every sentence, "Minglet's face will be ugly 1 point. And so Zhang Feng to 7 or 8 conclusive evidence finished. Minglet a soft body, and then cannot hold out. S province's factory capital chain broken not. Minglet wanted to rely on antiques to start a fund. Ease the difficult situation. Sell Lu Sherman imitations. Go to the exchange of people out of antiques. Want to resell the ink painting or trying to close the funds. Carefully calculated, he never expected to end up getting a worthless imitation. The factory in S province is his life's work. Is it finally time to maintain?" Minglet half leaning in front of the limousine. Bitter smile, "At first really should not promise that person. And Wang Yuan partnership pit Miss Lu. I did everything for my factory. Hope Miss Lu understanding 1 or 2. If Miss Lu need, I can give you kneeling apology." Zhang Feng turned his head to look at Lu Sherman on the side. Whether he originally forgave Ming Jin or not was Lu Shimon's business. It was up to Lu Sherman herself to make the decision. Lu Sherman said, "There's no need. I just want to know who's behind all this." "No one else," I said. "It's the two of us, Wang Yuan and I. Wang Yuan is your butler. He introduced me to Zhou Lao, and under his arrangement, I sold the white jade Kirin gathering blessing furnace to Zhou Lao. All the people in the antique circle in the city know that Zhou Lao is your man." Zhang Feng said, "Nonsense. You have no grudges or hatred with Lu Sherman. I don't believe that you overrate yourself regardless of Lu family's status in the city. Who is behind it to back you up? If you tell me, I'll return the antique that I bought the paintings with $8 million in cash to you." 2 antiques worth $4 million were returned along with the cash transferred to Zhang Feng. The polygon that had been replaced with a luxury car was naturally not among them. Chapter 31, First off for respect. Ming Jin's face changed, considered for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. I am instructed by someone with Wang Yuan, but who I can't say. I have a career and a family. If I say it I will lose everything, including my own life." The implication is that between offending Lu Sherman and offending the person who instructed him, Ming Jin chose to keep the secret. At least offending Lu Sherman he only lost a large sum of money. The consequences of betraying that person are unimaginable. "You think clearly, there are no bystanders here. No one will know if you say it. We'll keep the secret for you." Zhang Feng and Lu Sherman persuaded again and again. Ming Jin's heart was like iron, resolutely not spitting out a word. The two of them glanced at each other, seeing the meaning in each other's eyes, unable to open a breakthrough from Ming Jin. "All right, we won't make things difficult for you, but you still have a choice. Neither on that man's side nor on ours. There is an open space in the middle of the two parties that is set aside for you." "Oh," Ming Jin's eyes lit up. "We'll buy your genuine white jade Qilin gathering blessing furnace for $8 million. Don't try to deny it." We know it's in your hands. This is an opportunity for you. It's not nice to offend that man. Think about it. It's not nice to offend the Lu family in a city. In the end, Jiang Feng and Ming let haggle a flip. With 8 million plus 2 antiques in the hands of Jiang Feng in exchange for White Jade Unicorn Gathering Blessing Furnace plus Imitation Splash Ink Landscape Painting. After the deal was made, several people went to Ming Jin's residence to get all the 2 items. Imitation of the ink painting Jiang Feng and Zhou Lao is very familiar with. Swept a few eyes will be accepted. The White Jade Unicorn Gathering Blessing Stove 2 full view for a quarter of an hour. Jiang Feng and the Eye of Identification to determine that this time into the hands of the real thing. A few people are relieved. The auction in S province has fallen. Jiang Feng with 2 people came to Lu Sherman Villa. After lunch, the hall only left Lu Sherman and him. Such a heavenly opportunity. Jiang Feng's hot heart bang straight jump. He clearly remembered that Lu Sherman said that if he succeeded in selling the Shi Tao imitation paintings to Ming Jin, he would take off his clothes and show them to him. This trip can be said to be a complete success. With Ming Jin's money and antiques in exchange for the real Rue furnace, he also got a luxury car Lamborghini. The 2 did not spend a penny all proceeds from Ming Jin. If Lu Sherman is happy, will there be any other exciting activities besides undressing? Oops, treat him okay, but don't go overboard. He Jiang Feng Mortal 1, easy to hold, rubbed his eyes, thought about it, skillfully found the medicine box, a few drops of eye drops to the eyes. I suddenly feel a burst of cool vision plus 0.0001. After Lu Sherman finished dealing with the villa trivia, she saw Jiang Feng sitting on the sofa like an elementary school student, his body straight, his hands resting on his legs, only his eyes darting around betraying Jiang Feng's uneasy heart. The heart said a strange, Jiang Feng and she never see outside, which time is not on the sofa lying on the couch, the table of fruit snacks and other food. Since Jiang Feng often come, a day to add full 3 or 4 times. What's wrong with Jiang Feng's brain at the moment? After Lu Sherman said a few words to Jiang Feng, she saw that Jiang Feng spit out words indistinctly, turned on the TV and then turned around and went to the bathroom to take a shower. If Jiang Feng's little heart was beating wildly just now, at this moment, Jiang Feng's heart was about to jump out of his chest. Lu Sherman took a shower. When she came out of the shower, there was nothing on her body except a bath towel. The 2 were talking about taking off their coats, and after taking off their coats, they still have underwear like this, but under the towel, there is nothing. Jiang Feng really want to jump up and yell, today is expected to get off. With Lu Sherman this kind of top big beautiful woman to have a relationship, that enjoyment is absolutely not ordinary. Afterward and then Lu Sherman to the home a collar. To parents see, parents absolutely satisfied. Marry such a big beautiful woman in the old friends that is also a long face of the thing. He was wrong to blame Lu Sherman earlier. Lu Sherman into the house when he without trace reminded Lu Sherman. Lu Sherman did not take off his clothes on the spot, without changing color to bathe. This is not a hint, a clear hint. Women love to be clean, and they like to take a shower before they do something shy. Jiang Feng hesitates to wait for Lu Sherman to come out. Is he going to go in and take a shower to match Lu Sherman? Other girls have washed. He is a sweaty man does not wash. In-depth communication when there is a gap. Time is precious. First take off for respect. Later wait for Lu Sherman out. Ask Lu Sherman's intention. If Lu Sherman wants him to wash, he went in and rinsed a bit of nonsense on the end of the matter. Anyway, sooner or later have to take off. Jiang Feng is very dry to take off a clean. Only one underwear left on his body. Lu Sherman saw Jiang Feng's appearance after bathing and was shocked, and guessed in her heart which root of Jiang Feng's tendons had jerked off again. Jiang Feng said, do you want me to go in and take a bath? Go to the first floor if you want to wash. I don't like others to use my bathtub. Jiang Feng estimated the potential meaning of Lu Sherman's words, meaning that he didn't need to wash it? That's fine. Not washing saves time. He's still lazy to wash it. Directly come to it. So excited Jiang Feng sat on the sofa, frequently looked at Lu Sherman. Words swallowed in the throat. Do not know how to speak. Lu Sherman subconsciously tightened the bath towel on her body. A big man naked body eyes strange looking at her. She was uncomfortable. Why are you always looking at me? Jiang Feng thought to himself that girls are just too many things to look at. He came back with Lu Sherman for what? Not just to look at it. Jiang Feng turned his head, tastelessly looking at the TV set in front of him, glancing at Lu Sherman out of the corner of his eye from time to time. After a few minutes, Lu Sherman got up and said, you go ahead and watch TV. I'm going to take a nap, she said, getting up and walking out. Jiang Feng's heart was anxious. Who wants to watch TV? Seeing Lu Sherman's determination to leave, without a hint of meaning to bring him along, he couldn't help but ask, let's go in the end. He couldn't help but ask, when are we going to start? Don't tell me I have to wait for you to finish your nap. Start what? The doubt in Lu Sherman's eyes didn't seem fake. Jiang Feng's heart was angry. This chick can't be forgetting it. How good she said beforehand. How forgetful she was when it came time to cash in. Before we participate in the exchange, what did you promise me? Really do not have the slightest impression? Said eyes glanced on Lu Sherman bath towel wrapped towering breasts. Lu Sherman reflexively took a step back and panicked. What are you doing? Pervert. I'm calling out to someone. After shouting, she ran back to her room in big strides, leaving only the dumbfounded Jiang Feng in the wind at the same place. Back in her room, Lu Sherman muttered to herself, still cursing Jiang Feng incessantly under her breath for being a pervert. In her mind, she couldn't help but think back to everything that had just happened, and then something came to her mind, and her cheeks climbed up into two blushes. Could it be that Jiang Feng was referring to the take off to him thing? Before entering the venue, can't see Jiang Feng can't afford to imitate the painting's stingy face, then said in passing. Jiang Feng took the joke seriously, thinking she wants to really take off? She finally realized that Jiang Feng stripped like that waiting for her. What is the meaning of the fruit is a big wolf? A little bit did not wrong him. I really do not know what is brain day after day nonsense. In addition to the color is not anything else. Chapter 32, You Are Still Small. Jiang Feng hugged his clothes and walked out, sighing constantly without any interest in putting them on. There were no outsiders in the villa, so what was he afraid of as a man? It is said that the word official has two mouths. In Jiang Feng's opinion, women also have two mouths, saying the same thing and doing the same thing. Dare to have a little bit of the spirit of words and deeds, at first said to him to see. The result, hair did not see a. Back to say that he is a Deng Tui. Where did he get off? He didn't see anything, but he is a traitor. There is no God's justice. When he passed by Lu Linlin's room, a hand reached out and dragged Jiang Feng in. It's you. Thought that after the meal people are all gone. It turns out that in addition to him and Lu Sherman, there is also a room in Lu Linlin. Jiang Feng threw his clothes on Lu Linlin's bed, took out a cigarette and skillfully lighted it, sitting on the floor one mouthful after another. Smoking loneliness. Lu Linlin pushed Jiang Feng. You don't smoke in my house. My room smells like smoke. Jiang Feng snorted. Little kid. Never smoked before? Do you want your brother to teach you? Who hasn't smoked? You. Bring one. I'll smoke it for you. Tell you, people are not little kids anymore. Jiang Feng pulled out a cigarette and handed it over, helping Lu Linlin light it. Cough, cough, cough. So spicy, choking my throat. Jiang Feng taught, it's okay, I'm telling you, it's like a girl's first time. You'll love it after you get used to it. The two big and small smoking guns sprayed at each other for a moment. Lu Linlin's sight swept towards Jiang Feng from time to time. Jiang Feng's body had been improved by the eye of discernment. His muscles were very shapely and comfortable to the eyes. Lu Linlin licked the corners of her lips, secretly said that she hadn't seen on weekdays. Jiang Feng's body was so good. Such a good body is not inferior to the male models walking on the catwalk in the TV, right? Jiang Feng happened to notice that Lu Linlin was actually peeking at him, and said in a bad mood, what are you always peeking at me for? Who peeped at you? Lu Linlin said stiffly. This time, she looked directly at Jiang Feng with a generous gaze, and shyly said, Sister Smokey's agreement with you, I also know about it. Jiang Feng scratched his head. Agreement? What agreement? Oh, is it that thing? Ling Yan told her? Lu Sherman said to sell the painting to Ming Let will fulfill the promise. This has to draw a big cross. Don't count on it. Ling Yan, there is still negotiation. Ling Yan wants to imitation of splash of ink landscape. Before to use the painting to help Lu Sherman to save the emergency. And now the painting is back in his hands. Give the painting to Ling Yan. So Ling Yan promise is not a landing? Jiang Feng thought about Lu Sherman and Ling Yan. Did not notice the side of Lu Linlin strange. Lu Linlin several times thrown to Jiang Feng winks all hit the water. Not only Ling Yan, your sister and I likewise have a similar agreement. Jiang Feng detailed Lu Shimon's matter. Sister is not usually like this. There is nothing she promised others that she didn't do. This time it's my sister who is wrong. I apologize to you for my sister. Lu Linlin's words will pull Jiang Feng back to reality. Jiang Feng absent-mindedly a sound, followed by listening to Lu Linlin said, sister did not do things. I do. Sisters have the responsibility to pay back the debt on behalf of her sister. Repay on behalf of my sister. Jiang Feng was shocked, busy stopping Lu Linlin. Little sister, are you an adult? Brother has no candy in his pocket today. Can you not be naughty? You're only 2 years older than me. What are you pretending to be old? Jiang Feng said angrily. 2 years older is still older. Is this simply 2 years old? This is the indelible gulf between adult and immature. Step over is adult. Did not step over peace of mind to go home to play eggs. Lu Linlin gas, you always treat me as a child. Today I have to let you see. People are not small anymore. Jiang Feng see Lu Linlin play childish temper. Grabbed to Lu Linlin's small hand. Inadvertently touched Lu Linlin. Hand then came warm touch. Jiang Feng looked at Lu Linlin's proud figure. Subconsciously pondered Lu Linlin's body. After arriving at a judgment, he thought to himself that nowadays children are so precocious. how to develop it. At a young age there is such a scale. In a few more years it will certainly not be smaller than Lu Sherman Lingyan's too. Listen to me. You are too young, Jiang Feng said without saying anything. I don't believe it. Look. Lu Linlin yanked over Jiang Feng's big hand. Jiang Feng's face pretended to calm. Helpless said, you see, I touched. The same no feeling. You first endure another 2 years. Wait for your adult say. Have to wait for people to become adults? You guys are not the most like me like this, but also two people called lowly, said what lowly has 3 good. Bah! Who said this? Which is such a thing? This is a barefaced tirade against the majority of men. I'm talking to you. Lin, you have to look on the bright side. The world is still pure today. Really? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Lu Sherman, who wanted to find Jiang Feng to explain clearly and make an appointment to drag him to see, passed by the half-open door of the room, and suddenly saw such a scene. Jiang Feng's back was against the door of the room, half kneeling on the floor. With his hands covering his crotch, Lu Linlin looked like a veteran driver with a cigarette dangling in the corner of her mouth, leaning over and grabbing at Jiang Feng with both hands. Lu Linlin looked like an old driver, with a cigarette in the corner of her mouth, leaned over and grabbed Jiang Feng's crotch with both hands, with a silver smile on her face. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. I promise. I'm just curious to take a look. Jiang Feng. The angry roar from outside the door interrupted the fiery exchange between the two. Lu Linlin threw away her cigarette in a panic and obediently sat down on the side. Jiang Feng took his clothes and covered his body. Lu Sherman asked Lu Linlin, what's going on? Lu Linlin watered and let out a long sigh. Ugh. In this situation, everything was in the air. She was coerced by a bad man. Jiang Feng, what? Jiang Feng felt the need to explain. Lu Sherman, listen to me. I really didn't do anything. It has nothing to do with me. I'm really innocent this time. Why did you leave without saying a word? Lu Sherman, who went back to the house again, had a knife in her hand. Jiang Feng. Chapter 33, Wang Hu's stall. Can you not follow me? Jiang Feng turned around once more and shouted to the little follower behind him. Behind her, Lu Linlin's neck shrank, revealing an unusually sad look, her tone tinged with sadness. People aren't following you. The road isn't your house. You go your way, I go mine. Why are you accusing people so fiercely? Then which way are you going next? The left side. Well then, I'll go to the right. Jiang Feng turned to the right. Lu Linlin, who had said she would go to the left, didn't hesitate for a second and quickly walked in Jiang Feng's direction, only 3 or 4 meters away. Jiang Feng had a big headache for a moment. After coming out from Lu Shimon's villa, he realized that there was a little follower behind him, and when he went in the direction, the little follower went in the direction of wherever he went, and it seemed like he was going to follow him to the end, and go with him to the Green Dragon Bay Hotel. Frightened Jiang Feng, even car dare not open. Do not dare to go in the direction of the hotel. Afraid of Lu Linlin, without saying anything, to get on the car. Go with him to the hotel room, and then follow him. Jiang Feng is not sure that he can hold the temptation that is sent to the door. Nothing happened. Lu Sherman has been so, really with Lu Linlin get into trouble. Lu Sherman shall not really kill him. Jiang Feng pointed to a pair of panda eyes on his own eyes. To Lu Linlin said, look at your sister to do a good thing. I'm a good man not to fight with a woman. Your sister, like how I recruited you, also said that I was listed as the people who are not welcome in the mid-levels villa. Cut. Really think I like to go in the future, Lu Sherman does not give me an apology, and to honor the agreement, I will never go again. Lu Linlin's small hand gently rubbed Jiang Feng's place where he was greeted by Lu Linlin. Heartbroken, does it still hurt? Jiang Feng shook his head. This injury looked a bit scary. In fact, by the eye of discernment has improved his body. Physical quality is much higher than ordinary people. At this time the face injury is recovering. It is estimated that less than tomorrow, will be able to recover as before. Lu Linlin said, I know it's my fault. Following you is afraid that you misunderstand sister. Sister, she for my good. In the heat of the moment to do this kind of thing. Jiang Feng thought he had misunderstood. Really only women and small people are hard to raise also. Just helped her a big favor. Turned around and was kicked out of the villa. End of the bowl to eat. Put down the bowl to curse. She did that, called it dry and sharp. Do not dare to go back to the Green Dragon Bay Hotel. Jiang Feng in the streets wandering aimlessly. Behind the Lu Linlin shouting not to go, scolding not to go. Jiang Feng and cannot be rough on a small woman. Fought to follow the follow. As a right to relax. Passing by a KFC. Jiang Feng quickly walked into. Once again out of the 2 hiccups. Lu Linlin said, usually people rarely eat such greasy food. Calories are very high. Today give up your life to accompany the gentleman. You see my sincerity. Jiang Feng heart funny. Lu Linlin party ate not less than him. Small mouth bark speed that is called a fast. After eating is still not yet finished. Now say do not eat. Fool who it. Well, you do not follow me. This image is not good. He is a big man hanging behind a little girl. Like what appearance? See Lu Linlin's small face dark. Continue, come over, let's go together. Lu Linlin's sad face was instantly happy, jumping to Jiang Feng's side, tugging on Jiang Feng's arm with her small hand, chattering about the trivial things that happened in recent days. It's just that her so-and-so classmate made a handsome boyfriend, or so-and-so classmate at the same time dating a few boys, afoot in many boats. The two walked through the pedestrian street. At the end of the street to see a stall was passing by, the masses surrounded, squeezed in a look. Inside is a man with a dirty face, in front of a stall. The stall is about 10 pieces of different sizes of curiosities, next to a conspicuous sign. It is written, the father is critically ill. The sale of his father's half-life collection of urgent money to save his life. The man looked sad, eyes without light, as if there really is a loved one at home seriously ill. Onlookers pointing at the man, whispering, but there are really people squatting in front of the stall, picking the objects on the stall. Jiang Feng whispered to Lu Linlin, fake. Lu Linlin whispered, I know it's fake. Oh, Jiang Feng knew that this person was selling fakes because the imitation quality on the stall was too poor. He didn't need to use the eye of discernment to see that a few of them were simply modern works of art, imitated in a messy way. How does Lu Linlin know that this person coaxed the crowd? Lu Linlin said, I know him, he is the son of Wang Yuan, called Wang Hu, once went to the mid-level villa. At that time, he can be very beautiful, dressed in a brand name. Look at people do not take the eye. Most of Wang Yuan's savings are spent on Wang Hu. Lu Linlin guessed that the recent Wang Yuan to Wang Hu's money is not enough to spend. Wang Hu made such a scam to cheat passers-by. Wang Yun's son? Jiang Feng sniffed carefully up and down Wang Hu some. Wang Hu more than 20 years old. Physical not strong. As if the appearance of excessive alcohol and sex. Wang Hu faced sadness, eyes but cannot hide the light of joy. Greeted the crowd to buy the object. Stalls after the heart of Wang Hu not overjoyed. He played in recent days with a few good buddies on the street a little over the top. Wang Yun gave him money to defeat Empty, and then asked for Wang Yun. Wang Yun uncharacteristically did not give money. Let him splash. Helpless Wang Hu and a few buddies to discuss what to do money fast. A buddy proposed to sell fake antiques, dozens of dollars into the goods, out of the thousands of dollars easily. Low capital, high returns. The most wonderful is also drilling the hole in the law. But these days, selling fake antiques is not good mix. Too many competitors. Wang Hu has not been to the village to sell, the village to the point, the street to sell antiques of the people at a glance. There are people from other provinces specifically to sell, which more than 90% of all the Shibei goods. Wang Hu and the many stalls selling fake antiques, does not account for a little advantage. Several people discussed, came to the pedestrian street stalls to sell, and put up the sick father to raise money under the guise of playing a shot for a place. Selling fake goods immediately after the transfer of positions, after the wrongdoer found duped like looking for them. Wang Hu without a trace to the crowd of several people show a look, a few to praise the words louder. Boast Wang Hu booth on the object is good, all the real thing. Jingdajun porcelain, this is not common pendant from the Qianlong period, this is an inkstone from the Tang dynasty. What? Only sold 2,000? Into the hands of absolute blood prophet Na. What? You ask me why not buy? Alas, the morning out of the money did not bring enough. Next to the Lu Linlin small face suffocated red. Finally cannot see. To Jiang Feng said, these a few to is too obvious. Jumping feet and screaming, like shouting not to buy. The most annoying is that some people are really fooled. Picking in front of the stalls. Wang Hu, he's cheating. I want to go up to poke through him. Jiang Feng nodded his head and said, yes you have to poke him, but you back off. I'll do it. Chapter 34, Fat Sheep. Jiang Feng squatted in front of the stall, showing a look of interest, picked up a modern artwork, boast, this object is good. Is your father's collection? Behind the stall of Wang Hu joy, brother you put your heart in the belly, buddy I character guarantee, all my father's collection of old objects. If it is not my father is lying in the hospital waiting for surgical fees, how can I sell my father's heart and soul? Speaking of lying in the hospital father, Wang Hu again showed the appearance of pain. Jiang Feng thought that if Wang Yuan knew that he had such a filial son, he would be so happy that he would go out of breath. How much? Wang Yuan saw that Jiang Feng was dressed in cheap clothes and didn't look like a rich man, so he said tentatively, 800? If he wasn't satisfied he could still negotiate and reduce the price to 100 and he would sell it. Jiang Feng sighed and shook his head. Too cheap. Not suitable for me. Let my friends learn that I bought an $800 object. They must not laugh at me. Wang Hu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Nice sister come to ask the price of all too expensive. Even if the price is very low, still again and again bargaining. Spend a penny is a penny. The first time I ran into someone who think the price is too low not to buy. He is to see Jiang Feng dress ordinary, only called the ground 800. Afraid of Jiang Feng cannot accept the high price, for nothing to lose a valuable customer. Wang Hu at this time mood really have a few tears of joy, finally met a fat sheep. Too difficult. At that moment, another hand up an object. Test said, this 1,000? Jiang Feng picked up the porcelain bowl. Once again sighed, bowl edge has a gap. The bottom of the color is contaminated. No wonder only sell 1,000. Really cheap, no good goods. Wang Hu could not help but widen his eyes. 1,000 is also low? Nima underestimated the fat sheep's pockets. Pointing to the side of a calligraphy couplet said, this 3,000. Jiang Feng surveyed two eyes, laughed, the ink color is not the same. The penmanship is not sharp. What kind of crap is this writing? Not as good as I write it myself. Cheap goods really cannot 3,000 is still low? Wang Hu recommended to Jiang Feng a brass vanity box, opened his mouth after a pause, suppressed the idea of bidding 8,000. Intends to step to the top, this must meet your heart. $10,000. A middle-aged man in front of the stall looking through the vanity box said, $10,000. When I asked just now, you said it was only sold for $1,000, and in the blink of an eye it doubled tenfold. It's too black. Wang Hu's eyes glared, revealing a ferocious light. Then you must have misheard. This dresser box price has never changed. Has been sold 10,000. Crowd a few to immediately loudly agreed. Middle-aged people see Wang Hu big voice, hurriedly put down the dresser box and quickly step away. 10,000 is not expensive. Jiang Feng see Wang Hu face with a happy color. Voice a turn, unfortunately, the brass green. You saved too bad. Are rusty you still take the sale. Wang Hu breathing stagnation. Rust? I go. Imitation is antique. This is not rust. Is to do the old deliberately made out of the effect. Take a 10% new object out. Who dares to buy? Jiang Feng stood up, impatient. You have no better goods. Take cheap goods, fool who No words, I can go. Wang Hu was anxious, looked to the crowd of people. A few too. See a few to have nodded. Wang Hu stopped. Jiang Feng said, wait a minute. Just a part of all the objects on the stall. I still have. Opened a box behind him, took out 10 new objects. One by one pointed to Jiang Feng to see. Jiang Feng shook his head. Wang Hu opened a box again. Jiang Feng was still not satisfied. 20 minutes passed. Wang Hu sweating profusely opened the last box. If the person in front of him is still not satisfied, he does not intend to let go of the fat sheep. The crowd has a few of his good buddies. Forced to buy and sell is considered good. See Wang Hu opened the last box. Jiang Feng hard a moment then said no. Angry Wang Hu. The world won the crowd out of a few too, so that all present to see the true face of Wang Hu. To see Wang Hu's new objects. Jiang Feng's pupils shrunk. His eyes fell on an object covered with gray. The moment Jiang Feng saw this object, an indescribable intuition rose in his heart. This object was extraordinary. This object as a whole for a rugged pen tube. Gray-brown, tube mouth outside open. Strong part of the inward shrinkage. Engraved with a dragon pattern. Dragon pattern under the engraved phoenix pattern. The double pattern echoes entwined. The bottom has an inscription in a simple font with rounded strokes. Round bottom periphery decorated with animal prints. Accompanied by the casement prongs, appearing calm and solid. The whole body modeling grand and heavy, giving Jiang Feng a sense of heavy and simple. The eye of discernment swept through. Western Zhou, tin small giant single goblet, 14 centimeters high, upper caliber 13 centimeters, lower caliber 9.8 centimeters, mouth bulging and neck bound, strongly carved with dragon and phoenix carvings, inscription at the bottom totaling 9 characters, with some historical value. Authentic tin small giant single goblet? A pewter object from the Western Zhou dynasty. The word goblet at the end of the name is known to Jiang Feng as an ancient name for a drinking vessel, a wine cup in ancient times. According to the market value of the real price of this object is not less than 3 million. Jiang Feng remembered that the S province once shot a similar object. The auction amount was as high as 4,200,000. The auction amount is generally higher than the real price of the object, affected by the market. This object he bid more than 3 million. There are many people rushed to buy. At this time it was thrown by Wang Hu on a corner of the stall, because of its bad shape. Wang Hu did not even introduce to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng secretly said that Wang Hu treats garbage as treasure and real treasure as garbage. I don't know where Wang Hu got these objects from, since Wang Hu doesn't want it. He wants it. Jiang Feng was afraid of missing out. Jiang Feng used the eye of discernment to scan through the other objects on the stall one by one, and then there was nothing worth getting. Jiang Feng pretended not to care as if a casual question. Looking toward the corner of the real thing said, how much is that? Wang Hu followed Jiang Feng's direction and a tattered object came into view. He didn't remember it being in the stall at all. These objects are all in the S province at a very low price wholesale over. Is the S province of a peddler's bottom of the box? Cannot sell things. Our imitation is too low grade. Goods mixed with such a thing. Think it is that small depreciation of the hand to make up the number. Previously, he has been exhaustive recommendation. Spittle is about to say dry. Opposite the young man is still a look of love and disregard. This is the first time that the young man opened his mouth to ask. Wang Hu has a place to vent. This time he intends to call the price to death in one bite, 500,000. Ha 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 ha. The crowd present burst into laughter. This vendor's call price was too funny. What kind of crap needs $500,000? That object on the stall was selling extremely poorly, giving it to them for nothing. They all had to consider whether they had a place at home to put this trash. Zhang Feng didn't laugh. He knew that this object was worth $500,000. He had been pretending to be dissatisfied with Wang Hu's object, but for the first time he opened his mouth to ask, even if his face didn't care, but his fat goat posture was there. The price couldn't be too low. Zhang Feng guessed that not to mention an object, even if he now asked for a bubble of horse manure, Wang Hu also dared to call out hundreds of thousands of prices. Chapter 35, Western Goblet. Forget it if you don't want to sell. Zhang Feng turned around to leave. Wang Hu was dumbfounded. A few TOs in the crowd were upset with Wang Hu, signaling him to call the person back. People are rich, but people are not stupid so a broken thing to sell $500,000. Little cute, only will buy. Slaughter fat sheep is not false. You do not scare away the fat sheep Wang Hu urgently said, 100,000. How about 100,000? Zhang Feng feet do not stop, just slower. Wang Hu hurriedly bid again. 30,000. 30,000 you take it. This is the lowest price. Any lower and I'll lose blood. Zhang Feng pondered in his heart. According to the fat sheep stance he had put up earlier, 30,000 was indeed a suitable price. Suffering from the previous purely fine fault with the pretense of forced to pretend to be a fat sheep. Otherwise Zhang Feng is confident that $100 to buy this thing. Another thought, if it is not a fat sheep paradigm, Wang Hu which can put all the objects to him to see. He cannot find the gold hidden in the sand. 30,000 is fine. My family's long hair likes this kind of thing the most. Buy it back for my family's long hair to play. Long hair? Aha. Zhang Feng said unconcernedly. Long hair is my favorite dog. Buy back this thing and put it in long hair's nest just right. Wang Hu heart a hard correction. Secretly I wipe. Really do not see. In front of the young man is actually an inconspicuous rich second generation. Spend 30,000 to buy a broken thing to the dog to play. Too damn rich, too damn loser. His father always said he spends a lot of money. And in front of the person then, really a small witch. Not as good as a hair of others. Two people pay for delivery. Money and goods clear. A moment are all smiling. Wang Hu thought a rag for nothing to earn 30,000 yuan. The night and a few brothers to go to the stalls to drink and not drunk. Zhang Feng is also very happy. 3 million for nothing. Alas. Sold to who is good. In Fengzhou in the city of A has 3 antique stores. I think it must be able to eat to go. Single macro-like collection. Should also be interested in. Tu Shangzhong even if. That old boy like calligraphy and painting treasure class of antiques. Hiding in the crowd. Lu Linlin finally couldn't stand it. Stood out and shouted at Zhang Feng. You really bought it? Don't be a fool. It's not too late to return it. She had kept quiet earlier for fear that Wang Hu would recognize her. She knew Wang Hu and Wang Hu knew her. Lu Linlin overestimated the IQ of Wang Hu. Wang Hu saw the crowd appeared a familiar face. Did not think too much. Still in the joy of earning big money in the uncontrollable. Hearing Lu Linlin called the clamor to return the goods. Categorical, one hand to pay, one hand to deliver the goods. Money and goods too clear. Once out, no return. The crowd of two shouted, just bought on the return. Playing with people there is no such thing in the world. You can't go back on your purchase. Wang Hu, who thought he had gotten the better of himself, said, Lu Linlin, can you pull back the you pull out on weekdays? If you can pull it back, I'll give you a refund. Lu Linlin was so angry that her fingers trembled. You are disgusting. Shameless. It is shameless. How? Face is worth a few dollars? Buddy since out to mix. What all want, is not want face. Today buddies put words down here. Unless the moon hit the earth, or else do not want to return. The crowd whispered louder in twos and threes, all talking about Zhang Feng's big loss, pointing at Zhang Feng and Lu Linlin. Young man meets hooligan. Where to reason? The whole 30,000 RMB throw it into the water and still hear a ring. By such a piece of crap, it's better than floating it. There was also someone who held an opposing view. Maybe it's some valuable antique. This sentence drew multiple people to refute it in succession. Isn't it worth a lot of money? The seller is not sure. That is, you see that peddler happy are jumping up and down. Obviously earned a big bargain. The real thing is necessary so. The peddler bites cannot return. This attitude is quite obvious. Pit the young man. It's estimated that the thing that young man bought is 10% real trash. Zhang Feng looked at the smug Wang Hu and the few touts in the crowd, listening to the successive rebukes to him and Lu Linlin in his ears, and gently smiled. Lu Linlin eagerly said, buy a piece of crap and you still laugh. Quickly think of a way to return it. Return it? Rags? Zhang Feng turned to the crowd and said, a genuine Western Joe small giant goblet is a piece of rags? Isn't it too ridiculous to put this epithet on top of $1 million antique? The bustling crowd was suddenly quiet, followed by louder jeers. Young people are crazy for wanting money. Worth $1 million? Young people aren't awake. Everyone listen to me? This young man told us a joke. He told this joke how successful. You see, we all laughed. Ha 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 ha. One who proudly flaunted at the crowd, may as well tell everyone, my booth belongs to this thing is the most worthless. I did not expect to accidentally into the hands of $30,000. This luck I have to go to buy a lottery ticket. I'm going to buy a lottery ticket for this kind of luck. This kid smooth talk nonsense. I want who here to assure everyone, if it really is a small giant single goblet, I do not need to walk on my feet later. Don't use your feet to walk with what? Use JJ. Ha 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 ha. Could it be that it was really a small giant sheet? Little friend, I am a member of the A City Antique Association. Lu Shuesheng, do you mind giving me a few glimpses of the object in your hand? Why not? Zhang Feng graciously handed over the small giant goblet to the old man. The old man took out a round mirror with a golden chain from his coat pocket and examined the small giant goblet in detail, seeing that someone came out to identify the treasure. The crowd's voice of ridicule towards Zhang Feng lowered a few times, and suddenly one person pointed at the old man in the appraisal and shouted, I remembered. He's the old man of the Antique Association. The old man of the road. The old man of the road has been immersed in antiques for most of his life, and the antiques he identified were sent to auction in the province of S for a number of times, and he's a famous expert of the antique in the city of A. I seem to have heard of Lu Shuesheng's name. Me too. Lu is a low-key person, but what he does is not low-key. There are a lot of people who have heard of his name and come to the door to ask Lu to appraise the treasures. I didn't realize that old man Lu was also present, but also took the initiative to help that young man appraisal. That young man earned a lot. I think it's a big loss. To be Lu Lao appraisal, 100% of the conclusion of a garbage. Lu Lao appraisal of the accuracy is very high. The young man's millions of illusions broken, can be completely dead heart. Half an hour later, the road old man looked up to Zhang Feng said small friend why conclude that this object is a small giant sheet of goblet? He carefully viewed the object, can see that this is a real antique, 30,000 yuan to start very profitable, but cannot see whether it is a small giant single goblet. See Zhang Feng calm and collected, cannot help but speak out to ask. Chapter 36, the Eye of Identification wants to be upgraded. Zhang Feng stepped forward and smiled lightly. Lu Lao please look at the upper mouth of the goblet body with blue rust surface with black, red and brown three-color convex spot. This three-color spot is the goblet body of the millennium change of the crystals. In the sunlight to see it side by side, the three-color spot light flashes, which is artificial cannot be synthesized. Some counterfeiters will really three-color spot covered in fake copper, the so-called fish eyes to confuse the pearls. The exquisite shape of this artifact with the carving charm believe that you also see. We then look at the bottom of the engraved inscription to assist in verifying. All the gazes were gathered on Zhang Feng, only to see Zhang Feng in the crowd counting the several features of that inconspicuous object one by one. The old man on the side of the road nodded his head repeatedly. A few passers-by who usually like antiques also came over to listen to Zhang Feng's explanation. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Mr. Lu said indistinctly, after listening to your explanation and comparing it with this object, it is really like what your friend said. It is a genuine small giant goblet. The crowd instantly buzzed. I dare to bet a meal that this young man is definitely not a fat sheep. Nonsense. Didn't you see that the old man Lu didn't identify the object, but the young man did? This skill is something that ordinary people can have? You seem to have overlooked one thing. Authentic small giant sheet. According to that young man, it's worth millions. Millions? Geez, 30,000 RMB bought it and it changed hands for $1 million? The crowd's eyes carried a hint of fire when they looked at the worn-out object again. Such an inconspicuous thing was worth $1 million. If the person who bought this thing just now was them, wouldn't they have earned $1 million for nothing? Lu Lao said, this genuine small giant goblet is worth more than 1 million. According to my understanding, according to the recent market it is worth at least 3 million. Sent to the S province for auction, it is worth even more. 3 million? Become a millionaire in minutes? I thought that the young man had suffered a big loss, but it turns out that the person who really suffered a loss was that peddler. $3 million for something that was sold for $30,000. Ha 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 ha. You're really right when you say that. The peddler just jumped straight up and down with joy. Look at him now. His face is almost bitter out of water. Lu Lao said to Zhang Feng, I don't know if you have the intention of bidding on this item. A city antique association of people I all know can help you introduce a few buyers. Sell 3 million is not a problem. Zhang Feng politely declined. Thank you Lu Lao. I know Shan Hong Tu Shangzhong and some other members of the association can easily bid on this object. Apart from the newly recognized Shan Hong and others, Zhou Lao Yan Lao might be interested in this object. Selling it to Lu Shiman was also an option. Given Lu Shiman's previous poor attitude towards him, Zhang Feng mentally rejected this option and planned to sell it to Shan Hong and the others. Lu Linlin joyfully said, "Zhang Feng, you're so great. It turns out that this inconspicuous thing is worth a few $1,000,000, causing people to worry about you for nothing. I'll call my sister and ask her to send Elder Zhou over." When Wang Hu saw the scene, he didn't know that he was selling a genuine small giant goblet. He lost a lot of money. Worth $3 million? When has Wang Hu ever seen so much money? The thought of $3 million flowing out of his hands, while he only got $30,000, a difference of 100 times, his heart ached so much that it was about to convulse. No way, can't let that young man pick up the favor for nothing. Wang Hu called out to Zhang Feng, "I'm not selling this object." "Not for sale?" Zhang Feng said. "I don't know who said word for word. No returns after the goods have been sold?" Wang Hu reddened his neck and argued, "Is that so? Did I say that? How come I don't remember it myself?" Zhang Feng said, "You didn't just say this. You also said that unless the moon crashes into the earth, returns are exempt." Wang Hu growled, "I didn't say that." Who in the room heard that? Not waiting for the TO in the crowd to respond, there were people who weren't afraid of anything to pick up. "Me. I heard it too. And me. Not only this, I remember the peddler said that if this is a genuine small giant monolithic goblet, he will walk with his JJ later. I've never seen anyone walk with his JJ when I was growing up. Perform a show, so that I can grow my eyes. I also want to see. Ha 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 ha." Exasperated Wang Hu said, "Sensei, what I said. Always know this thing I do not sell. Brother, let's give this kid a lesson." A few TOs in the crowd stepped out in large strides and surrounded Zhang Feng with Wang Hu. Lu Linlin's pretty face changed greatly and said to Zhang Feng, "Let's call the police. They seem to be trying to rob by force." Some people in the crowd raised their voices in support of Zhang Feng, wanting to stand up and help him against Wang Hu. Earlier, they had shamed Zhang Feng and their hearts were overjoyed for one thing, and for another, they couldn't see Wang Hu's behavior. Zhang Feng thanked a few people for their help, politely refused their help, persuaded Lu Lao and Lu Linlin to leave, and then faced Wang Hu's surroundings alone. Wang Hu broke his hand to click, and a few punks laughed and slowly went forward. "Brothers do not need to stay in a while. Give me this kid, beat the out of him. Do not give him an unforgettable memory. He really think that buddies are vegetarian." Zhang Feng sighed, "I advise you to stop right away. I don't know you guys well. If I really fight in a while, I won't be able to stop. You guys will get beaten up." Wang Hu was furious. "Bah! Seen arrogant. Never you so arrogant. A pair of six actually talk big. I want to see the result as you get beaten or I get beaten." Half an hour later, Zhang Feng stood in the open space as if nothing had happened. Wang Hu and the 5 gangsters all fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Zhang Feng sighed, "I told you guys earlier that you can't beat me, but you want to try. Have you reacquainted yourself with the cruel truth now? If you had listened to my advice, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. Originally thought that the ending is a group beating lopsided onlookers. Did not expect the ending is really lopsided." But a young man counterbeat a group of people. 10 minutes later, Zhou Lao rushed to, seeing Wang Hu on the ground, who was still crying out miserably. He said to Zhang Feng, "Wang Hu is Wang Yuan's son. Wang Yuan is the young lady's housekeeper, and this matter is considered a family matter of the Lu family. I will say sorry to you on behalf of Wang Yuan." When he came, Zhou Lao had listened in detail to Lu Linlin's account of what happened and had called the police, handing Wang Hu over to the police. "All the imitations on the stall will be destroyed and Wang Hu and a few punks will be detained according to the law." Zhou Lao had looked at the small giant sheet of goblet in Zhang Feng's hand, and really exuded the will to buy it. $3.5 million. "If you agree, I'll immediately inform the company to make a payment to your account." Zhang Feng vetoed Zhou Lao's proposal. Zhou Lao's offered a more reasonable price, but he just didn't want to sell it to Lu Shiman. His heart was not free from the mentality of being angry with Lu Shiman. Separated from Zhou Lao Lu Linlin, Zhang Feng turned to the parking lot. Halfway to the parking lot, a clear reminder came from his mind. The Eye of Discernment is being upgraded. The current progress is 1/3. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered the upgrade task of the Eye of Discernment. The small giant cheat sheet that he had just gotten his hands on fulfilled the upgrade conditions of the Eye of Discernment. 1/3 of the progress? His heart was vaguely looking forward to the new features that might appear in the upgraded Eye of Discernment. Chapter 37, Lu Shiman goes to the door to apologize. Early in the morning, Zhang Feng, who was still in a beautiful dream, was woken up by a cell phone ringing. Zhang Feng put his head into the quilt. The cell phone ringtone perseverance. A series of ringing 4 or 5 times. "Pick up the phone." Zhang Feng did not have the good sense to yell over. "Early in the morning to disturb my dream. Do you know that your ignorant behavior to me brought much loss? I was about to get married in my dream. My pants were off, and your Mahdi's phone came. You have to compensate me for a daughter-in-law." The person on the other end of the phone was Lu Linlin. Lu Linlin heard Zhang Feng's request and said happily instead of being angry, "Brother Zhang Feng, can I compensate myself to you?" Lu Linlin? Hearing the voice of Zhang Feng, looked at his cell phone. The caller is not exactly Lu Linlin's cell phone number. "Oh, I'm joking with you. This matter has to wait for you to become an adult." "Humph, early in the morning looking for me, what's the matter?" Lu Linlin said. "It's not that I'm looking for you, it's that my sister is looking for you." "Oh, Lu Sherman?" Zhang Feng pondered what Lu Sherman could be looking for him for. He hadn't forgotten about yesterday's incident. "I explained yesterday's matter to my sister in detail. My sister came over and wanted to apologize to you. She was afraid that you wouldn't come downstairs. She was too embarrassed to open her mouth and asked me to give you a call. My sister, she's been waiting for you downstairs for an hour." Lu Linlin's voice was permeated with aggression. She explained the matter to Lu Sherman. Lu Sherman severely reprimanded her. She pleaded again and again, agreed to many unequal treaties. Lu Sherman agreed not to tell her parents. Lu Linlin knows that let Lu Sherman misunderstanding Zhang Feng. She did not have a little loss, but afraid of Zhang Feng from now on no longer go to the Serenity Villa. Not with their contacts. To say that Lu Linlin she was in love with Zhang Feng was an overstatement, but Zhang Feng was the most favorable of all the boys she had contact with so far, and she, who loved Korean soap operas, had recently overlapped Zhang Feng's shadow from time to time with the male number one in the opera, wanting to have a sensational love affair with Zhang Feng as in Korean dramas. "I know." Zhang Feng put down his cell phone and finished washing up without hurrying, and another half an hour had passed. At this time, Zhang Feng was not in a hurry at all. Doesn't Lu Sherman like to wait for people? Let her wait. Slowly downstairs, called a breakfast, was about to eat. A fragrant wind came. Opposite sat down a woman. Zhang Feng does not need to look. Just by the smell will know that it is Lu Sherman. Without lifting his head, he said, "Miss Lu is here. Why didn't you inform me? Let me go downstairs to pick you up." Lu Sherman, heart angry, she wandered downstairs for more than an hour, waiting for the right and left. Cannot Zhang Feng? I do not know Zhang Feng get up so late. Hold back the shyness to Lu Linlin called to notify Zhang Feng, and then waited for more than half an hour. Zhang Feng do not know that she came. What to pretend? On the face but did not show it, she came over to apologize to Zhang Feng this time. Zhang Feng said even more difficult words. She also accepts. Is she misunderstood Zhang Feng? Lu Sherman softly said, "I know you are a good person. Swindling $8 million from Ming Jin's hands with 2 pieces of antiques, worth more than $10 million in total. You didn't hesitate for a second in order to help me. Exchanging these things for the genuine white jade Kirin gathering of blessings furnace, so that my company won't lose its reputation in the auction in S province. I've always been very grateful to you." Zhang Feng devoured his breakfast with a big mouthful and said in a salty manner, "I'm exempt. I can't afford it. To be able to get your Miss Lu's gratitude, don't I have to say it's my honor?" Lu Sherman said, "You don't have to be cynical. I did something wrong yesterday. Here I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Apologizing is useful? What do you need the police for?" Zhang Feng was upset in his heart. Yesterday Lu Sherman gave him a pair of panda eyes and said he was an unwelcome person in Serenity Villa. Today came over and lightly said 2 words, wanting to take everything back. Is it possible? Lu Linlin said, "I came over because there is one thing that I want to ask you to help me to do. I know you don't want to forgive me. I'll pay you this time." Zhang Feng thought to himself that he had something to ask him for. Payment? He used more than $10 million to help Lu Sherman get back the Rue furnace. What did he care about payment? "I'm sorry, I'm not short of money right now." Letting Miss Lu down, Lu Sherman said, "I don't intend to pay with money. The payment is our unfinished engagement. That agreement I promised you before the small exchange meeting initiated by Shan Hong." Zhang Feng looked up sharply. Lu Sherman was talking about taking off her clothes and letting him feast his eyes? Last night, Zhang Feng called Ling Yan, wanting to see Ling Yan undress, asked Ling Yan if she still wanted the imitation ink splash landscape. Ling Yan replied to him, at that time, she was interested, but now she wasn't, and she didn't want the painting. Let Zhang Feng wait for her one-day interest, and then come to exchange with Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng still does not know to see Ling Yan undressing things aborted, then he is. What do you mean by interest? Who can say clearly? That thing is not a great aunt, fixed so many days every month. Ling Yan has no interest in her whole life. Do you want Zhang Feng to wait for her for the rest of her life? An old man watching an old woman take off her clothes. That scene is too sour. Zhang Feng hesitated. Who knows if you'll renege again. After the matter is done, let's go to my room. I promise to keep my word. Seeing that Zhang Feng was indecisive, Lu Sherman said, "It doesn't matter even if you don't forgive me. This cooperation is a deal between the two of us. You help and I pay. We don't owe each other. No personal feelings mixed in." After considering for a moment, Zhang Feng put down the cutlery. "Okay, this is the last time I help you. After that you open your company, I earn my small money, we each go our own way. From now on too clear. Lu Shimon's heart vaguely passed a touch of twinge, the corner of her lips slightly upturned, floating up a stiff smile. A promise is a promise. Say it. What is it? It turned out that Lu Sherman had found out that Wang Yuan, who had been on sick leave for a few days in a row, appeared in an antique store in a city every time, and seemed to have an unusual relationship with the shopkeeper. Lu Sherman wanted Zhang Feng to explore the curio store. The curio store on Culture Road? Zhang Feng recalled the name of that curio store, Easy Zhai. Don't look at the curio store with an odd name. The scale was not small at all. In the first few years, Easy Zhai was the hottest curio store in a city. Later, the price of antiques all the way up. A city of Yinfengju and other rising star figures opened many antique stores in a row. Free fast impact. Business is not as good as before. Then there was a rumor of the free lounge selling fake events, so that as city people know, which antique store has not sold imitations. Oddly enough, it is odd that the free fast out of the infamous, the original price of money to redeem cannot be. The two sides of the people argued for a long time, and finally to the free fast to publicly apologize, and 10 times the compensation to the end of the game. For a curio store, public apology is like a public hit their own face, admitting that they are selling fake goods. Reputation loss and then more money is difficult to buy back. The infamous free and clear fast dwindling. The last 1 or 2 years almost no customers to the door. The shopkeepers rely on their own family money struggling to maintain. Chapter 38, Free Lounge. A silver-white Lamborghini parked in front of the antique store. On the antique store hangs the traditional free Zhai 3 words. 3 words quite ancient style, like someone inscribed the name. Zhang Feng stepped out of the limousine, looked up and looked at the cold and clear easy lounge. Striding over, the board clerk at the door was the first to notice the young man coming down from the limousine. Seeing Zhang Feng walking straight towards the antique store, he enthusiastically went up to greet Zhang Feng. This way please, be careful of the steps. Zhang Feng climbed a few words with the clerk and casually asked, you don't have many people here, business is not good? The clerk's face tightened, and she explained stiffly, you're not clear, our line is like this, do antiques, 3 years do not open, open to eat for 3 years. Zhang Feng smiled in his heart. This was the situation before. Previously low prices. Antiques have overseas markets, high value, the gap between the two is large. There is this 3 years said that in recent years, should prices rise, the rate of increase of antiques is much smaller than the price of goods, and then 3 years does not open, guaranteed to lose to grandma's house. We get away fast a full range of goods. This side is a small piece, this side of calligraphy and painting. Zhang Feng in front of the free leant to the inside roughly look at a few eyes, ears listening to the clerk's explanation, nodding from time to time. The free lent is worthy of being once famous as city of the old store, the store of all kinds of objects as if there is a certain level, compared to the stalls in the village of the city of Guanwu cannot be compared to the same day. To go inside, see the curio store, Zhang Feng's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. It turns out that this store is a little better. Antiques are placed in the doorway of the conspicuous place, the more in, the shelves placed on the more poor antiques. Although the appearance of the antiques seems similar, the inner gap between the two is not generally large. Fool ordinary people can. Some no antique identification, can see out. Zhang Feng heart doubts, once famous free fast how to fall to the situation? No guests in the store. The standard of goods is also seriously out of order. New to the antiques line of white mostly heard of the infamy of the free lent. They do not come, antique world of the old man or do not care, but the store goods which veterans will buy. High is not low, and then go on like this. The free fast is closed sooner or later thing. The clerk said, not I blow. The village of those places. Too many imitations, put your eyes to see, in the line of sight can have a real goods, count your luck, buy antiques also to antique stores, we free fast objects to ensure that the goods are inexpensive. Zhang Feng said inexpensive he believes that the beauty of the material even if, the store's objects and these two words do not match. Zhang Feng absent-mindedly deal with the clerk on the one hand, the other side to see what abnormalities in the free fast. In the store after 2 laps, Zhang Feng disappointed. Free fast is a common low-level antique store. Nothing special place. The clerk saw Zhang Feng only see not buy, has been accompanied by Zhang Feng around him. The words of the introduction of items gradually reduced, and finally gave Zhang Feng hit a passerby label. That is to say, this Thai place to guests is not normal at all. He is a newly hired clerk in the free lounge. Income is linked to the number of goods sold. Base salary plus commission. The clerk's heart cried without tears. It seems that this month properly and only take a minimum base salary. No wonder the previous clerk have left. Only he stupid not listen to people. To the free fast this big pit. Ha! Store wandering Zhang Feng afraid of missing. Watching at the same time, with the eye of discernment one by one swept through the objects in the store. The mind resounded with a prompt, purple gold alchemy furnace parts. In ancient times, alchemists used to make pills. Purple gold alchemy furnace? This type of alchemy furnace Jiang Feng had seen in Lu Shiman's company. Most of the pills made by ancient alchemists were polymers of lead and mercury, which would kill people if they ate too much of it. Remains of the alchemy furnace also have our ordinary furnace, simple structure, external luxury. At this time into the eyes of the furnace parts Jiang Feng actually cannot see which part of the furnace belongs to. Flabbergasted for a moment, see the side of the clerk looked at him without blinking. Jiang Feng coughed, to cover their embarrassment, pointing to the 10 centimeters the size of the parts of the clerk said, "How much is this?" "All the objects in the grocery section are $10,000. Pack it up. I'll take that object." The clerk's face was ecstatic. Finally this month there was a commission. Day after day he was almost idle out of his egg pain. This was the first piece of goods he had sold. Helped Jiang Feng to hold. Data entered into the computer. The clerk's face back to the bitter color. Enter the object number, not logging into the settlement interface. The entire computer as a virus. The screen only 2 big blood red words, warning. The word warning flashed and flashed, emitting a conspicuous red light. The clerk suddenly remembered the boss's command. Switched the computer desktop and dialed the boss's cell phone with the network. On his face, he said awkwardly to Jiang Feng, "There's a small problem with the computer. Please wait." Jiang Feng is still caught up in the party's thoughts. Did not notice the store clerk, who was entrusted with the time. The unnaturalness on his face. In less than 2 minutes, a woman in pajamas with fluffy hair walked down the stairs. Seeing the sudden appearance of the stairs and the woman, Jiang Feng said to the clerk, "I've never heard of the second floor of the Prosperity Fast." The clerk said, "The second floor is the boss's resting place. It is not open to the public. The boss locks himself up on the second floor all day long, and usually the ladder in comes the roof. Outsiders of course don't know." Jiang Feng looked up and down at the boss in her pajamas. The woman was 27 or 18 years old, both eyes with thick black circles, as if seriously sleep-deprived. Yawning, the face is not powdered, veiled, the appearance is not inferior to the first-class beauty on the street. Jiang Feng secretly said that nowadays half of the women do not make up and dress up as simply as rare as aliens. This woman even a little bit of light makeup, posture must not be weaker than Lu Shiman and Ling Yin. Pajamas loose, Jiang Feng cannot guess the woman's cup, only careless estimate seems not small. Pajama's skirt opened very high, revealing a pair of snow-white legs. Jiang Feng subconsciously looked at a few more eyes. The woman also did not care. "You're the owner of Easy Fast?" The woman in pajamas half opened her eyes and said sleepily, "Pretty much. The store is my father's. It was handed over to me to take care of a few years ago. My name is Inran." The woman uttered a time. Jiang Feng had a pair in his heart. It was a sudden shock. According to the time Inran said, Easy Fast heyday all is Inran's father to take care of. After handing over to Inran's hands, Easy Fast began to go downhill. Until this time half-dead look. Once famous a city free fast in the hands of Anran's father in full swing. To the hands of Anran. After the door can be sparrow. The gap is not generally large. Will a hot store life play dead? The heart of Inran in front of him can be really big. And he and Inran never know. Inran actually wearing pajamas out to see him. This receiving skills beyond the world's common sense. Jiang Feng heart to Inran hit a freak mark. Chapter 39, Purple Gold Alchemy Furnace. Anran long stretched a lazy waist, said to the clerk, "I have been busy until the early morning yesterday. Just slept a few hours. You come to disturb me. If there is not a suitable reason, you are going to be fired." The clerk thought that this Thai place to earn not a penny commission, month after month to get a meager base salary, thought he was happy to do if it is not pressed for 2 months of the work of the expenditure. He early left without saying a word. At this time, it is not appropriate to anger their boss. The clerk with his eyes to indicate the small objects on the table, and glanced at the side of the Jiang Feng. After the woman saw the object on the table, her eyes snapped wide open, no longer a trace of sleep in her eyes, as if she saw something unimaginable, slowly twisted her head to the side of Jiang Feng. The fire in the eyes of the color is not hidden. Jiang Feng was taken by the substantial burning gaze of Anran, suddenly felt uncomfortable. Anran looks beautiful, with a vegetarian face to support this face value, is definitely a beauty level, but Anran look at him is obviously not with lust. Anran picked up the object on the table and stared straight at Jiang Feng. "You picked it? It was you who wanted to buy it, right? Is that right?" "That is an inconspicuous object. This is a semicircular shape, an internal concave, the color of black and blue, no half pattern, very ordinary. What is unusual?" Jiang Feng said back, "I bought it." "What's wrong with it? You're not selling it?" Anran asked back. "You know what it's for, right? You must know, otherwise you wouldn't have bought it. There are hundreds of objects like this in the store, and it's the only one that stands out, the only one, and you know exactly that." "Knew what?" Jiang Feng pretended to be dumb and flabbergasted. At this moment, he realized that the truly extraordinary thing about this object was not its character, not its value. The most valuable part was that it was part of the purple gold alchemy furnace. The woman in front of him also knew this? And Ran explained, from the time I took over the Easy Jai, it has always been placed in the store. No one has ever asked its price, and even more so, no one has shown any willingness to buy it, except you. Zhang Feng realized that he couldn't let Ran speak any further and interrupted. Your store is not doing well. Not many people have seen it. I'm also a member of the A City Antiques Association. Gave it to all the members of the Antiques Association to see. They all do not recognize it. Took it to the S province and other major provinces. Moving around a lot of places. No one can say clear the origin of this object. Recognize the value of this object. And even more so, none of them are willing to pay money to buy. I'm not buying it. Zhang Feng turned around to leave. Anren waved her hand and called off the clerk until the clerk walked out of the antique store and closed the outside door. Anren continued. I know you won't admit it easily. You come with me. Anren climbed up the ladder on the second floor and waved at Zhang Feng. Why don't you come over? Afraid I'll eat you? Zhang Feng thought for a few seconds and followed Anren. Anren was not afraid of a woman in pajamas. What was he afraid of? If Anren dares to do something untoward to him, he will obediently suffer well. He is a big man in this aspect, is not afraid to suffer. Arrived at the second floor. The second floor is different from what Zhang Feng imagined, except for Anren's bedroom and bathroom. The rest of the place is full of goods, all kinds of medicinal herbs and materials, some of which Zhang Feng has seen before, some of which even Zhang Feng does not recognize, and cannot name. The largest living room was transformed by Anren into a huge alchemy room. All the equipment for alchemy was readily available, and a simple and ancient furnace in the center made the corner of Zhang Feng's eye jump hard. The identification results given by the Eye of Identification, Purple Gold Alchemy Furnace, 1 meter 9 high, 0.9 meters in diameter, 3 feet and 2 ears. The foot is the style of the foot of the Jinshan mountain. The ears are like elephants, and its inner skeletonization was once a famous furnace for the ancient Danshur, and it was recorded by a number of wild histories, and it was temporarily unable to make Dan due to the lack of a component. The purple gold alchemy furnace that has been recorded by history? Although it wasn't canonical history, but how could canonical history record these things? Wild history was also a part of history. For the past of a certain thing or a certain person when exploring, wild history are to the orthodox history to add quite a large part of the content. Wild history is both true and false. The discerning eye suggests that the purple gold alchemy furnace has been documented in several histories and is highly authentic. It was possible that the purple gold alchemy furnace had once been of inestimable value. Seeing Zhang Feng staring flabbergastedly at the hall's Dan furnace without saying a word, and Ran revealed a resolute gaze. You really recognize it. I knew it would be like this. You recognized its parts. There's no reason why you wouldn't know it. Seeing Zhang Feng slowing down, and Ran said, don't you try to deny it. Your just now surprised gaze betrayed you. After saying that, her eyes waited expectantly for Zhang Feng's answer. As if an elementary school student was looking forward to his exam results, Zhang Feng gently nodded. So what if I recognize it? Not only did Ran recognize it, he was also using the violet gold alchemy furnace all the time. Zhang Feng could see the traces of the violet gold furnace being maintained and used, and Ran recognized that he knew the Dan furnace. Zhang Feng no longer denied it. He wanted to know why Ran was clear. He relies on the eye of discrimination. Anren, an ordinary woman, how to know this thing? Anren drew out a cigarette skillfully lit, tone with a few points of decadence. Father will be free fast to me to take care of. I was initially very resistant. I simply do not like this line of antiques. This is my father's only wish. Before he closed his eyes forever, I promised him, this store is father's half-life's work. At first I want to run it properly, according to the instructions left by my father. One by one, do as I say, until... Anren's gaze looked towards the purple gold alchemy furnace, with extremely complex emotions in his gaze, until I discovered its true value. It was then that I seemed to find the true meaning of life, and found something that I was willing to give my life for. The more I learned, the more I loved what I was doing, and my father's store became more and more desolate with each passing day. The fish in the bear's paw couldn't have it both ways, and I failed my father after all. I don't regret it. I'm sure father would understand if he knew what I'm doing. Based on Anren's narration, Zhang Feng sorted out the ins and outs of the matter. Anren get purple gold alchemy furnace. Bitter do not know how to refine pills. After checking all the information nothing, she chose to ask for help. Not to mention the alchemy of this thing would have been with a few points of false color, where normal people are willing to believe her. To play it safe, Anren with purple gold alchemy furnace parts began to ask for help trip, but was shocked to find that no one recognizes the parts, let alone refining the pills and other methods. When Anren vaguely revealed some intention of alchemy, many bearded old pedants even rebuked Anren face to face for her whimsicality. After wasting a lot of time and seeking in vain, Ayn Rand shut herself up in her home and carried out her research alone. And whenever she realized something, she would open the furnace to make a furnace of elixir. With her financial resources, she was unable to refine pills often. Chapter 40, New Genetic Elixir. Ayn Rand, who still had not completely died, placed the Dan furnace parts downstairs when doing alchemy preparation work or studying alchemy information, imagining that one day someone would walk into the small store and recognize this object. The one who recognizes this item will definitely be the one she has been searching for, who is familiar with the knowledge of alchemy. The reality was cruel. Due to her intoxication with alchemy, the operation of the Easy Lounge was getting worse by the day, with almost no customers coming to the door, no one coming to the door, and the probability of recognizing this object dropping again and again. In recent months, she made no progress on the matter of pills. The operation of the small store was about to close down. At the time when she wanted to give up, reality played a big joke with her, and Rand had tears in her eyes. I finally waited for you. I knew that what I did was not a whimsical idea. The world is a big place, and I must not be the only one doing this kind of thing. It's the one I have to wait for, the one I'm going to turn to. Ayn Rand gently stroked the Dan furnace and said to Zhang Feng, count on me to beg you. Don't deny it. Don't let my hopes go down again. Tell me that you know it. When things came to this, Zhang Feng was not hard-hearted, not untouched, and frankly said, you mean this purple gold alchemy furnace? That's right. I know it, but, before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Ayn Rand. It's called the purple gold alchemy furnace. It was originally called the purple gold alchemy furnace. Why didn't I think of this? It is so beautiful, so many different. How can it not have a name? Purple gold alchemy furnace is its name. Ayn Rand immediately took out his cell phone and logged into a website over the wall, and entered the name of the purple gold alchemy furnace into a check, and the guide got no less than dozens of entries. Randomly open one, read the ancient text above, and the furnace in front of the control. A long time, Ayn Rand excitedly waved his fist, really is the purple gold alchemy furnace. It's not even close to what's recorded above. If she had known the name of the furnace, her progress in alchemy would have been taken to another level. The young man in front of her knew the true name of the furnace in a single glance, a feat that horrified her, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. The person in front of her was a Dan master. Ayn Rand held back the joy on her face and said, it's me who is too joyful. You don't know how long I waited and how bitter it was. I was a bit out of sorts at first sight of you. I wonder what your name is. Zhang Feng. Running into such an oddball, Zhang Feng was a bit speechless. Seeing Ayn Rand's complimentary words in a row, Zhang Feng really couldn't bear to poke the truth. You stop first. I actually don't know how to refine Dan at all. And Rand laughed. Zhang Feng, you're really modest. What do you say about not being able to alchemize Dan? And Rand's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. You said you don't know how to alchemize Dan. Yes, but you recognize the Dan furnace parts and know that the furnace is called purple gold alchemy furnace. How can such extraordinary eyesight not know how to make Dan? Zhang Feng spread his hands. Who told you that the person who recognizes these has to be able to alchemize? I've read a lot of books on treasure identification, and I like to pick and choose antiques on weekdays. Recognizing the purple gold alchemy furnace was a chance event. Zhang Feng didn't say anything about the eye of discernment. The eye of discernment was even more unbelievable than alchemy. Ayn Rand's method would have been unreliable. Zhang Feng understood Ayn Rand's approach in his heart, knowing that Ayn Rand didn't dare to publicize the matter on a wide scale for fear that others would take away the purple gold alchemy furnace. And so he came up with such a testing method. As a result, Zhang Feng was recruited as a freak. He only knew the parts in the furnace, and couldn't alchemize. It was hard for Ayn Rand to accept. He tried to test Zhang Feng with a few questions. Zhang Feng couldn't answer one of them, and after forcing Zhang Feng to answer, he got a wrong and outrageous answer. And Rand sat down on the ground in a state of dismay. His eyes were lifeless. His eyes stared vacantly at the small empty space in front of him. His body was like a soulless shell. What I waited for was surprisingly an ordinary person who doesn't know the art of Dan. Zhang Feng had the intention to comfort Ayn Rand with a few words, but the words didn't know how to speak. He had used the eye of discernment to get a pair of resident Dan formulas, but the matter of alchemy could not be sloppily done. It was not enough to just have the Dan formulas. There were still a lot of things that Zhang Feng did not understand, and those had not been recorded above the Dan formulas. The Dan formula is brief. A lot of general knowledge of the Dan art without half a pen record. The person who wrote the Dan formula will be all alchemists understand the place omitted, which can be bitter Zhang Feng. The formula was like telling Zhang Feng how to solve a problem with calculus. Only the knowledge below the university depended on Zhang Feng's own comprehension. It would be strange if Zhang Feng could comprehend it. That Dan formula written for alchemist people was too advanced for him, and he didn't know where to start without a foundation in Dan art. Dreaming for too long, it's time to wake up. And Rand sneered. extinguished the smoke on his fingertips, and pulled out a wax-colored paper, which was filled with hieroglyphic-like characters. Such writing Zhang Feng had seen when he got the resident pill. This special font had not yet been deciphered by the world and became one of the many unsolved mysteries. The corner of Anrun's mouth slipped through mockery. Those who rebuked me for not doing my job. Those who scolded me for being whimsical. They were right. Everything was me thinking that I was self-righteous. And now, when it's time to wake up from the dream, there's no need for all the things in the dream to exist. Both hands exerted force, wanting to tear the paper in his hands. Zhang Feng at this time in the brain finally came the prompt sound, healthy body Dan Dan formula. A kind of genetic elixir. Serving can improve the body. Strong body. With the face of the Dan seemingly similar. Bodybuilding Dan Dan formula. Zhang Feng saw Anran's hands between the Dan formula paper taut. In the heat of the moment off the mouth said, healthy body Dan formula. Anran, whose face was ashen, heard what Zhang Feng said, and his eyes glowed again. You don't just recognize the furnace, you also know the words on it? Zhang Feng coughed dryly. I guessed. Well, that's something to fool kids. Kids don't even believe it. Anran could see the perfunctory nature of Zhang Feng's words. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng's arm, leaning halfway on Zhang Feng's body, her face less than 3 inches away from Zhang Feng's. Oh, you guessed? Do you want me to check online again? Seeing Zhang Feng's look like you can just check. Anran sighed. Okay, I admit that this can't be checked. Just now you are not too far away from me and not too close. You may not be able to see clearly. Do you want to take a look again? She said and handed the Dan formula to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took it and looked at it. The words on the wax yellow paper were different from the regular font. There were big and small. The biggest word was more than 4 times bigger than the smallest. The dots on the font were generally more. On average, each word carried 1 or 2 dots. Some even carried 7 or 8 dots. No connection could be seen between the characters. Zhang Feng thought to himself that this was a heavenly book. Not to mention him, if a language expert came to see it, he would be just as confused. In his head, he used the eye of discriminations to determine once again that it was indeed the bodybuilding Dan formula. Zhang Feng said with a relaxed face, I just said in passing, this paper looks like a child's random drawing. It has no value. Even if the words have no value, the paper is an ancient object, right? How can you say it has no value? Anran questioned. Zhang Feng as if he remembered something, after you said, I found that it is still worth a few dollars. If you want to sell it, I'll buy it. Usually I like to collect ancient paintings and calligraphy. Chapter 41, Cooperation in Alchemy. Seeing that Zhang Feng was dead set against admitting it, Anran tried. Humph, you clearly recognize the script on it. Fine. You don't say it, do you? I'll tear it up. Zhang Feng reached out his hand to signal and ran to go ahead. The information of the antiques that had been identified by the Eye of Identification was firmly recorded within Zhang Feng's mind, which was once the case with the resident Dan. Anran tore up the Dan formula. Zhang Feng could just as easily access the healthy body Dan formula at any time. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't care, Anran raised her hands, unable to get down. With a slight turn of her eyes, she said to Zhang Feng, the Dan formula is not for sale. I'll give it to you, said the Dan Feng greatly handed over. Zhang Feng had doubts about Anran's behavior, but sent up something, there was no reason not to accept it. Anran laughed, now that you've got the Dan Feng, do you want to try to make a furnace of Dan? Zhang Feng secretly said that he had long wanted to. Unfortunately, in addition to the Dan formula in his hands, there is nothing else. A skillful woman cannot cook without rice. Not to mention, his skillful woman name does not live up to its name. Half of the alchemy of common sense do not know. Nowadays, all kinds of historical materials into the network. In the network to find the basic knowledge of alchemy. Difficulty is difficult and the above a variety of alchemy method is disorganized. There are wrong. There are correct. The two confused. A lot of knowledge conflicts with each other. There is no master to teach the orthodox knowledge. To be Zhang Feng with the confusion of the knowledge of alchemy on the internet, talk about how easy it is. Anran was like a little fox with her tail half exposed. It's not enough for you to have a Dan formula. You have to have a real Dan furnace, right? There has to be a sufficiently hidden place for alchemy, right? Zhang Feng secretly nodded. Anran was right. The resurfacing Dan and healthy body Dan were not ordinary pills. The ordinary blacksmith stores could not use the Dan furnace. He could not even find someone to customize it. The antique Dan furnace was not unavailable. Most of them were just look-alike goods. There are also some like the white jade unicorn gathering blessing furnace such is decorative, to obtain is a good moral. No one really used them. Anran said that a hidden place was just as necessary. Zhang Feng has never eaten pork, always seen a pig run. Alchemy should be very taboo others to disturb. An alchemy thing should not let outsiders know. In the Green Dragon Bay Hotel absolutely not. Anran saw Zhang Feng showing a contemplative look. and was more certain that Zhang Feng hadn't just blurted it out. He really did recognize the words on the Dan formula. Recognizing the parts of the Dan furnace and knowing the name of the purple gold Dan furnace were not accidents. And Zhang Feng's words about not being able to make pills had become a lie in Anren's eyes. Anren's grip on Zhang Feng's hand tightened, her eyes gleaming as she stared at Zhang Feng. At this moment, she had only one evaluation of Zhang Feng in her heart: Dan Master. What she didn't know how to make Dan and so on were all lies. He treated her as an ordinary person and didn't want to divulge the hidden secrets of Dan making. Anren said, Zhang Feng, you only have the Dan formula in your hands. I have everything you need here. The purple gold alchemy furnace, alchemy materials, and the second floor here, an exclusive and quiet alchemy place, guaranteed to be undisturbed by trivialities from the outside world. Zhang Feng's heart thumped. He himself would have to spend a great deal of hand and foot to gather all these things. Like the purple gold alchemy furnace, this kind of treasure that could be encountered but could not be sought. He didn't know if he would have the chance to see a second one in this life. Anren is not an outsider. She is drunk on alchemy than he first into this line. Things can be explicitly told to Anren. Think Anren saw that he just misspeak, said healthy body Dan, 3 words are true. He again cover up Anren will not believe. What do you want to do? Zhang Feng said. And Ran smiled sweetly. The two of us cooperate in refining pills. Cooperation? Zhang Feng scanned around and thought for a moment. It's better for me to buy your place and do it myself. Why do I have to cooperate with you? Anren didn't care about Zhang Feng's skepticism. Alchemy isn't just about following the formula in front of the furnace. You have to collect the materials for the pills. Don't think that the materials are cheap and affordable. A phone call to the pharmacy delivers to your door. Many of the materials in the pills have various requirements, such as the year of the material and so on. Just the material set is not enough. Those materials you have to deal with it. Peeling, drying, medicine dip. Such things are numerous. Ancient alchemists cannot do it alone. You have to find a few alchemy children help. You say you a person busy over it. And these things, you can all be handed over to me to do. Lastly, let me tell you, the things on the second floor are not for sale. And the purple gold alchemy furnace is even less for sale. So you don't have a second method other than cooperating with me. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and said, deal. I'll cooperate with you in alchemy. Since it's a cooperation, no matter if it's successful or not, we'll share the burden together. If it's a fluke, we'll split it into 1/9. I'll be 9 and you'll be 1. And Ran lost color and said, I have to do things far more than you, tired than you more. In ancient times an alchemist with a few children to share. You only, I am a person. Exhausting things all have to be done by me. You simply alchemy just. Not to mention the materials, furnace, place all by me to provide. Us 50-50 split. What do you think? Zhang Feng said. In addition to the materials in the room, the materials for future alchemy will also be provided by you all the time? Anren was shocked. You don't know how expensive those materials are. Do you know how long I've been collecting these materials in the room? Many of the materials are very rare. Take the most common ginseng for example. Do you know how much a 100-year-old ginseng costs on the market? It would scare you to death to say it. In order to refine pills over the years, she continuously sent valuable objects in the antique store to S province to sell, making a famous A city's easy lounge into an empty shell. And the store's antique standard hit rock bottom. She has almost lost all her money. How can she have the money to support all the materials needed for Zhang Feng's alchemy? In addition to the room, these materials that have already been purchased, she can't get any more things. After Anren explained in detail, Zhang Feng had a bit of a headache. It seemed that alchemy was really an extremely money-consuming thing. A few years ago the free lent was so rich, the store's items said to be worth a few $100 million is not false at all. Nowadays the free lent objects all add up. Put together 10 million is difficult. And ran several years what was several $100 million. At this time to take over the heart of Zhang Feng has a few apprehensions. He earned some money by virtue of the eye of discernment. All of this money is not enough to add up to a fraction of the materials of the elixir. Anren cannot support the material. He Zhang Feng the same way. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. Anren here is a lot of materials. Perhaps to get together a furnace of pills required. And Ran will be free Jai sold almost. The hand may not have much money. The burden of the materials in the future to change to his body. Thinking about this point Zhang Feng talk about the share to a little bit relentless, 1/9 share. And Ran was pitiful. You look at the fact that people are a weak girl, 46%. You 6, I 4, 19%. Hate it, 3 or 7. I only need 3. 1/9, 28 is fine. Brother, you take the lion's share. I'll take the loss and get some soup. 1/9, surnamed Zhang. You're tough. 1/9 is 1/9. I'll admit it today. Chapter 42, The Miserable Status Quo. The two talked about cooperation. The relationship is a step closer. Anren wants to further understand Zhang Feng. Asked Zhang Feng detailed family background. Was Zhang Feng vague response. Anren was not happy. We are partners at least. You know all about me, but I don't know about your character and identity. What if you cheat me? Jiang Feng didn't care about Anren's questioning. This woman was getting to the bottom of the matter and was about to annoy an individual, digressing and leading the conversation to the top of the easy lounge. At present, there is almost no profitability. The store's valuable things were sold off cheaply by you to the S province. Next you want to close down the free Lent, concentrate on alchemy with me? And Rent's excited look became a little dark. Shaking his head, the easy lounge is the only thing my father left me. I'm sorry enough for my father for not running it well. I can't shut down the easy lounge anymore. In the past, I had to study pills and run the store by myself, but now that I have more of you, I won't be as tired as before and will have more time to focus on the store's operation. Jiang Feng did not expect anything from Anran's words. In the past when the standard of antiques in the store of Easy Zhai was extremely high, Anran did not run it well. Nowadays Easy Zhai has become a third-rate store among the third-rate stores, and Ran will run it again with all her heart. How can she attract the customers if there are no valuable objects? All the objects placed in the store downstairs, I have looked at all of them. To be honest, much better than the goods in the ground stalls in Qingguan village. Compared with other antique stores, not that I'm hitting you, the goods in your store are not good enough. No attraction, no competitiveness with other antique stores. Cannot compete with other stores? Antique store business is still a pool of stagnant water, close to a dead cycle. To break this cycle, the first step was to increase the quality of goods. Jiang Feng currently only had a small giant single goblet from the Western Zhou dynasty in his hand, which was a drop in the bucket to help Anran. The value of the small giant single goblet could not support a large antique store. Jiang Feng said, "You think about it again. There is nothing missing antiques. I will help you appraise it. Write as a partner on your share of the loss of part of the compensation." Anran was right earlier. A person refining Dan has to be exhausted to death. A lot of trivial matters in the future refining Dan has to be left to Anran to deal with. He didn't want to see Anran immersed in the sadness of the store withering all day long. No intention to do anything. For the time being, try to help Anran to save the Easy Lounge. In case the Easy Lounge survives, in the future there will be one more way to divert funds. Alchemy is too expensive. A small fortune Jiang Feng in the matter of alchemy, close to call a penniless. He had to grasp every possible opportunity around him. Whether it was the body-strengthening pill or the face-residing pill, both had endless attraction for Jiang Feng. And Ran's eyes lit up when she heard that Jiang Feng was helping to appraise antiques. And Ran does not understand antiques. Her father left behind antiques have prices. She refers to the price of dumping. Over the years, the store in the top and intermediate antiques are sold cheaply to the S province, with the money sold to buy alchemy materials. If you want to revitalize your store, you can't go back to selling cheaply and destroying your foundation by killing the chicken to get the eggs. Anran very much believe in Jiang Feng's vision. See out of the purple gold furnace parts and furnace body, but also know the ancient text has not been deciphered by the outside world. Jiang Feng's strength is beyond doubt, but the store's good goods dumped to the S province. The rest of the objects Jiang Feng said, is not worth the money. In addition to these, only the warehouse has some broken and tattered things. Those are all antiques that were once identified by my father and have no value. Anran hurriedly changed her clothes and brought Jiang Feng to the back of the store. After opening the warehouse, a deep dust came out. Cough cough cough. The two choked and coughed on the dust, stood at the door and waited for nearly 10 minutes. After passing through the wind, the situation inside was much better. Open the lights in the warehouse. The warehouse is not like the clutter that Jiang Feng imagined. There are 7 or 8 shelves inside. Each shelf is neatly decorated with dusty objects. Jiang Feng stood in the doorway, torn between whether to walk in or not. The dust in the warehouse danced gently with the breeze, and under the light, it appeared even thicker. It was really too dirty. Anran pleaded, "It's a bit dirty inside. If we find something good, I'll share 10% with you too. Don't mind the bad environment." Jiang Feng waved his hand and said forget it. Anran was in a difficult situation. Besides, Jiang Feng didn't hold much hope that there were missing objects inside. Walking into the warehouse, Jiang Feng scanned the discerning eye one by one, and in his heart, he admired Anran's father more and more. The ones on the shelves were as Anran said, basically worthless. Anran, I guess your father must be a marvelous person. His discerning skills are extraordinary. Checking one shelf after another, Jiang Feng kept shaking his head and ran on the side without much discovery. When he checked on the last shelf, Jiang Feng shuddered. This shelf appeared to be the same as a few shelves outside, but the shelves were actually filled with genuine items of great value. The shelves totaled 4 layers and held a dozen pieces of antiques of different sizes. Anran saw Jiang Feng standing motionless in front of the shelves and questioned, "Found something valuable? Bring it out for me to take a look." Jiang Feng pointed at the entire shelf and said, "This shelf is full of valuable and genuine items. Unbelievable. You never knew about the objects your father hid here? Wait, there's a letter here." sweeping off the dust on it. The fountain pen script on the envelope was like a golden hook. Leave it to dear Anran. Jiang Feng handed the letter to Anran, who opened the envelope, read the contents of the letter, and couldn't calm her heart for a long time. The objects on this shelf are the backhand that father left for me. He was afraid that I would be desperate one day. This is the backhand that father purposely left for me. Father thinks so much for me, and I can't even take care of the only easy lodge he left behind. I am truly a fool. Anran sobbed uncontrollably. Jiang Feng patted Anran's shoulder. The store hasn't closed down yet. You still have a chance now. The two of them walked back to the store, speechless all the way. Anran was in a bad mood. Jiang Feng thought to himself that it seems that he can't proceed with the alchemy today. Wait for Anran to be in a better mood and then discuss with her. On the steps of the store sat the downcast clerk. The clerk saw Jiang Feng and Anran come back and eagerly said to Anran, "Boss, you're finally back. They're here again." Saying that, he pointed at the two black sedans parked on the street. When Jiang Feng and Anran turned their heads to look, the people inside the black sedans saw them as well. 7 or 8 people came out from several sedans, all wearing black suits and formal ties. Who are they? Jiang Feng asked Anran, turning his head to look. Anran was trotting away. Seeing Jiang Feng looking over, Anran smiled sarcastically. I don't know them. They got the wrong person, I guess. The clerk on the side breathlessly reminded. Boss, they came 4 times this month. Now you say you don't know them. Did they come specifically to find me? Chapter 43, Debt Collection. A group of men in suits stopped in front of the prosperous Zhai. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a somewhat pretty face. The middle-aged man wore gold-rimmed glasses, and always had a smile, if any, at the corners of his mouth when he looked at people. Introduce yourself. My name is Wen Chang. I am the Foreign Affairs Manager of Crescent Moon Company. I wonder what is your relationship with MS? Anran? The middle-aged man who called himself Wen Chang saw Anran hiding behind Jiang Feng and said to Jiang Feng with a smile. Jiang Feng said that he and Anran were purely cooperative. But at this moment, these people seemed to be from a bad background. He couldn't leave and ran behind. He didn't recognize or continue Wen Chang's words and replied, Hello Wen Chang, are you guys from Crescent Moon Company? When did a city have a Crescent Moon Company, and what do you do as a company? Wen Chang laughed, Our Crescent Company has always been low profile. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Our Crescent Company mainly develops the business between finance and individuals, and provides convenience for people who are in urgent need of money. Wen Chang was mouthing off, making a big deal about how big their company was and how it contributed to society. Anran whispered, Crescent Moon Company is Crescent Moon Society. They are loan sharks. Jiang Feng nodded, understanding what Anran said. Society is progressing. Some gray, not legally permitted things, were drilled into, and put on all sorts of seemingly decent and legal names. But in fact, it's all appearances. For the sake of escaping certain legal provisions, Jiang Feng whispered to Anran, You won't be borrowing from loan sharks, right? Anran said in a soft tone, I just want to turn around. Who knows I didn't turn around. It's not my fault. Who doesn't have a time when they are in a hurry to use money? Last month, she went to West Province to sell off her antiques, but unfortunately it didn't sell out. Anran went to the Crescent Moon Club to get a sum of money under the introduction of her friend. Jiang Feng said breathlessly, No money to find friends to borrow. Don't you have any good friends and girlfriends? Borrow from loan sharks. I'm kind of convinced you. They're hard to get rid of. When Wen Chang started to say new club company, Jiang Feng didn't react. After Anran said the 3 words Crescent Moon Club, Jiang Feng recalled this gangster gang in his city. At first, the new moon will only 3 or 4 street gangsters. I heard that a certain year a city economic development experienced a bottleneck, coupled with the impact of the stock market. A lot of young people are unemployed. The new moon will be from then to develop the status of large, into a gathering place of hobos. In recent years, the development of a city returned to the right track. Jiang Feng thought that the crescent moon would have long disappeared in the river of history and become the past, which knows that the crescent moon will change its face, respond to the times, and set up the Crescent Moon Company. When Chang learned Jiang Feng's name, said, Mr. Jiang is a man of character. If I'm not mistaken, the Lamborghini next to you is yours. Worth more than 4 million. Luxury cars are not common. Mr. Jiang, in the future, if you have financial difficulties, please feel free to contact our Crescent Company. The Crescent Company likes Mr. Jiang's high-quality customers. Please accept this. This is our Crescent Company's business card. Jiang Feng received the business card handed by Wen Chang and felt very strange. Were all the loan shark punks so cultured? After Wen Chang finished his courtesy with Jiang Feng, he then looked at and ran with a gaze that was steeply colder. When are you going to pay back the money you owe to Crescent Moon Company? This month you've been dragging your feet 3 or 4 times in a row. We've given you enough face, but you seem to be taking us seriously. Is it possible that we've been too polite and made a mess? And misunderstand something? thinking that Crescent Company's money can be paid back or not? Anran whispered to Zhang Feng, help me. I really don't have any money on hand right now. These people will take me away. I'm a girl who fell into their hands. You won't be able to imagine that kind of miserable outcome. How dare you borrow their money knowing the outcome? I thought I could pay them back. As a result, Zhang Feng sighed. The second floor of the Prosperity Lounge was going to officially become his alchemy place. Not to take care of the Crescent Moon Society. The Crescent Moon Society would come over every few days, annoying like flies. What else to do with alchemy? Looking up to Wen Chang, he said, how much does Anran owe you guys? Not much, counting the interest with late fees totaling 8 million. Anran was surprised. $8 million? Are you kidding me? I only borrowed a total of $1 million. The interest rate is even higher for 2 months but not $8 million. When Chang held the gold glasses on the bridge of his nose and laughed, MS. Anran forgot about the late payment fee on the contract? Our company charges a very high amount of late payment fee for those who don't repay the loan on time. Looking at MS. Anne's appearance, is it that she still doesn't have any money? It doesn't matter. Missin used the Easy Lodge as collateral in the first place. I brought a new contract. As long as Missin signs it and credits the Easy Fast to the company, the account between us will be cancelled. And Ran said, you guys want Easy Fast? Wen Chang modestly smiled. How can we say we want to get away from the fast? Is Missin when the free fast to do the collateral? Not on the money to get away from the fast naturally returned to the Crescent Company. Jiang Feng said that the Crescent Company played a good hand calculator. Although the business is not good, but the location is good. Backed by 2 apartment complexes and a rich villa area. The top source of customers. Jiang Feng stopped the aggressive when Chang said, cannot be a period of time. I give Anring guarantee, to ensure that she will return the money owed to you. A man in a suit beside Wen Chang pulled his voice and said, if you say guarantee, you say grace. How old are you? You dare to meddle in the affairs of Crescent Moon Club. Are you tired of living? Without waiting for Jiang Feng to say anything, Wen Chang turned his head and rebuked. Shut up. Where is the Crescent Moon Club? We are now Crescent Moon Company. Mind your own mouth. You are now an employee of Crescent Moon Company, not a street punk. The man in the suit looked at Jiang Feng with hatred for a couple of moments and reluctantly lowered his head. When Chang arched his hand at Jiang Feng, I let Mr. Jiang laugh at me, but he was right in what he said. This is our last call for money from Crescent Moon Company. There is no next time. Today either MS and Ran pays the money back, or hand over the Easy Lounge. There is no second choice. Mr. Jiang, don't think about being a guarantor for Anran. Mr. Jiang is young and talented, but we've seen a lot of teenage tycoons like Mr. Jiang. Just based on you want Crescent Moon Company to extend the payment. To be honest, you're not qualified yet. After Jiang Feng activated the Eye of Discernment, part of the money he earned was transferred back to his home, part of it was used for his daily life, and the cash on hand added up to less than $8 million, so he couldn't do it even if he wanted to help Anran pay back the money. Jiang Feng said bluntly, Anran doesn't have any money on hand right now, and Prosperity Jai can't be handed over to you. When Chang's smile turned colder by the minute and finally converged completely, his eyes stared sharply at Jiang Feng and said, young people don't think for themselves. Mr. Jiang, I advise you not to make a mistake for yourself. People who meddle in other people's business never live long. Really, when Jing ideally want to teach me some social experience, I want to appreciate it. Chapter 44, Conflict. Anran hid behind Jiang Feng. Wen Chang's left and right were full of tall suited men. Jiang Feng and Wen Chang were both straight and quietly facing each other. The sunlight stretched the shadows of the two people. The temperature in the air implicitly rose a few times, so dull that people could not breathe. Just as Jiang Feng and Wen Chang were about to break out into a conflict, a man walked around the corner. The man's figure was only about 1 meter 6. His hair was half bald, combed with Mediterranean hairstyle, dressed in black casual clothes. As soon as this person appeared, all the gazes of Jiang Feng and Wen Chang fell on this person. Wang Yuan. Jiang Feng initially came to the free lounge for the purpose of Wang Yuan. After seeing the purple gold alchemy furnace, and Wang Yuan still did not have a clue. Thinking to find a suitable time to ask and ran face to face, did not expect that at this time, Wang Yuan appeared in front of his eyes, and was walking towards the free lounge. When Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, the surprise on his face when he saw Wang Yuan appear was not much lower than that of Jiang Feng. He did not have much contact with Wang Yuan. He only knew that Wang Yuan was a good friend of the boss of the Crescent Moon Club and had had several collaborations with the boss. Once by chance, his boss had talked about Wang Yuan and spoke highly of him. Anran waved at Wang Yuan. Uncle Wang. I'm here. Jiang Feng was suspicious. You know Wang Yuan? You know Uncle Wang too? What a coincidence. Uncle Wang is my father's former good friend. He has helped me many times. Without Uncle Wang's help, Easy Fast would not have been able to open long ago. Wang Yuan coldly looked at Jiang Feng and Wen Chang, but showed a smile to Anran. After greeting and ran, he asked, "What happened?" And Ran was embarrassed and said, "I owe money to Crescent Moon Company, and Crescent Moon Company wants to take away the promenade." Crescent Moon Company? Wang Yuan looked at Wen Chang. "Can the money and Ran owes you guys be slowed down again? You know I know your boss." Wen Chang yanked off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and crushed them with his foot. You all one by one all bull then is it? This to talk about mercy, that also to talk about mercy. How not at least give the old man a face? No, the boss is terrific. To tell you the truth, today to collect the free lent is the boss's order. You whose face is not good to make. Wang Yuan said, "There I am. You guys cannot move the free lent. Is that so?" When Chang struck towards Wang Yuan with a fist, Wang Yuan did not dodge. His shoulder resisted Wen Chang's attack. His backhand wanted to pinch Wen Chang's throat, and Wen Chang had to turn around and withdraw his attack. Wang Yuan did not pursue the attack. He coughed dryly twice in place. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. "Uncle Wang, are you alright?" Anren said worriedly. Wang Yuan sighed. "The years have not spared me. I am still old." Wen Chang said, "Scared old me." Wang Yuan had exchanged injuries for injuries, wanting to kill with one blow. If not for Wang Yuan's old age and slow movements, he might have fallen. Wen Chang greeted his left and right and came forward together. Wang Yuan said, "You guys are bullying me, an old man, and you want to beat me up? Wen Chang, do you want some face?" Wen Chang spat. "Bah! I don't like to fight one-on-one. Who can fight one-on-one in a group? If you know that you are an old man, obediently hide to the side. Be careful of splashing you with blood." Wang Yuan whispered to Ran, "I will block them in a while. You go first, don't mind me." "Uncle Wang," Zhang Feng said. "Wang Yuan, Wen Chang is right. You and Ran hide to the side first. Leave this place to me." "You?" Wang Yuan recognized Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng went to Serenity Villa and Wang Yuan had a few encounters with him. At that time, Zhang Feng looked no different from ordinary people. Wang Yuan thought that he was a friend made by Lu Sherman. See, Zhang Feng did not fear the name of the Crescent Moon Club and left. The heart felt a little surprised, and now heard that Zhang Feng to deal with this matter alone. Wang Yuan worried. "You don't understand the Crescent Moon Club. 9 out of 10 of these people present have practiced sparring. After the Crescent Moon Club changed its name to Crescent Moon Company, it has become very different from before, treating them with the same vision as before. They may have to suffer a big loss." The commotion when Wang Yuan and Wen Chang were fighting attracted some passers-by. Those onlookers saw that the two parties were going to fight again. They took out their cell phones and prepared to videotape. Zhang Feng took off his jacket and warmed up. Wen Chang and the gangsters also took off their suits, and the two parties gradually approached. Wen Chang indicated his side of a gangster first. The gangster from the waist pulled out a stick, snap thrown open, into a half-meter-long hollow iron rod. The gangster holding the stick vigorously flung. The stick mixed with the sound of the wind towards the head of Zhang Feng attack. Zhang Feng slightly side of the head, gently flashed. The gangster lifted the stick horizontal fling, changed the split into a sweep. This time if the hit is real, Zhang Feng will have to neck numb. A few seconds cannot move body. Zhang Feng flicked through again. The two of you back and forth. The gangster will be in the hands of the swinging stick dance whirring wind. Zhang Feng or retreat or bow body, lightly avoiding the attack of the iron stick again and again. When Chang gasped, "Didn't eat ah?" People almost fell asleep from the fight. "Why are you soft? Did you use all your strength on the woman's belly last night?" The scene of the gangster has bitter self-knowledge. Panting heavily, heart in front of the young man in front of him is absolutely not ordinary. He usually fights in a few. Never met like in front of this person so slippery. He used all his strength. The other side time and time again to avoid. Simply did not use the real strength. Breathing did not mess. Hearing Wen Chang's urging, the gangster hardened his head, fighting with the last ounce of strength in his body, giving up defense and attacking with all his might. When Zhang Feng avoided the stick once, he happened to turn his back to Wen Chang, who was overjoyed, and with a wave of his right hand, he was about to lead all the gangsters to come forward and beat them up. He was waiting for such a good opportunity. Zhang Feng heard footsteps coming from behind. How do you not know that Wen Chang wants to start a group beating? At the same time, not in the dodge. A fist hit the oncoming swinging stick. Iron stick and fist connected, issued a bang loud sound. Snapped. The stick broke into two. One remaining in the hands of the gangsters. One fell to the ground, rolled to the feet of Wen Chang. Zhang Feng withdrew his fist. The back of his hand didn't have a trace of breakage. The punks in the field suddenly widened their eyes, unable to believe that Zhang Feng had actually broken the iron throwing stick with his fist. You have to know that although this kind of stick is hollow, but the material is different from ordinary iron, which is mixed with a variety of alloys, more solid, not to mention being broken by his fist. That is, he vigorously take the stick to hit the steel, will not be so easy to break into two. Wen Chang, who was leading a group of gangsters to rush up and beat Zhang Feng, had his footsteps broken. and the gangsters beside him also swallowed their spit. This is not scientific. When did the stick break so easily? The bullish desire to rush over just took a step and stopped sharply. A group of people beating a young man actually looked at each other, and did not dare to come forward for a moment. Onlookers of the many passers-by laughed out loud. Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's gaze with deep meaning, and did not say a word. After An Ran was stumped for a moment, his face revealed a joyful color, and he provoked Wen Chang. Now you know how powerful we are. Right, you didn't agree to the earlier peace talk. Now you're dumbfounded? Let me tell you, I was threatened by you just now. My heart is very hard. If you don't compensate me for some mental damage, today I won't let. It's Jiang Feng who won't let you guys leave standing. Chapter 45, Earth Yellow Essence. When Chang left abruptly, he received a call from a caller and once again looked at Jiang Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. Before leaving, he said to Jiang Feng that his boss had said that the extension was okay, on the condition that Jiang Feng and An Ran would have to attend the reception at Crescent Moon 3 days later. Jiang Feng was silent and didn't say he agreed or disagreed. After Wen Chang and his team left, Jiang Feng asked Wang Yuan about Lu Sherman. Wang Yuan thought for 5 minutes and told Jiang Feng that the person who pitted Lu Sherman was related to the Crescent Moon Club, and that person was the boss of the Crescent Moon Club. The Crescent Moon Club used Wang Yuan's son, Wang Hu, to threaten Wang Yuan, and Wang Yuan said he had to do that. Jiang Feng told Lu Sherman about this and about the Crescent Moon Society's reception 3 days later, as a way to give Lu Sherman an explanation. Jiang Feng, who was idle, devoted himself to refining the healthy body pill. The healthy body pill was less difficult than the resident pill and was suitable for beginners to try their hand at it. After handing the materials over to An Ran to finish processing them, Jiang Feng read all the alchemy books in An Ran's collection. Thinking that he had gained something, Jiang Feng started to refine the first furnace of the elixir. According to the prescription, the bodybuilding Dan should be refined for 7 days in a row. With An Ran in charge of the daily chores, Jiang Feng was ready for a long battle. He shut himself in the second floor, started the fire, just started refining. The furnace occurred a rumble loud noise. Even downstairs An Ran heard clearly. An Ran went upstairs and saw Jiang Feng looking dumbfounded, staring at the furnace. Jiang Feng was incredibly depressed. The materials he tried his hand at were the lowest level recorded on the Dan formula. All aspects were of the lowest level. The level was even lower than the Dan. The lowest level on the Dan formula, in Jiang Feng's opinion, is not low at all. This furnace of pills refining is not something else, is the money. A furnace worth a lot of material. After a loud bang, only a pile of black stuff left in the furnace. Loss of Jiang Feng meet pain. And Ran like very do not understand Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng on the Dan formula on all the things to keep secret from her. She was looking forward to Jiang Feng into the Dan. I did not expect to bring her such a big surprise. Since she started refining Dan, when has she ever been as miserable as Jiang Feng in front of her? She has never exploded the furnace. In her heart, she guessed whether the Dan on the Dan formula was different from ordinary Dan. Too difficult to refine? This must be the case. Jiang Feng had told her about the effects of the healthy body Dan. In An Ran's opinion, the healthy body Dan was different from all the medicines in the world. The effects had to be described as magical. Such a miraculous medicine was very difficult to refine. Jiang Feng reflected for a whole day, thinking of several mistakes that could lead to the explosion of the furnace. Once again opened the furnace to refine the pills. According to the formula, one by one, put in the medicinal materials. Boom! This time the outbreak of loud noise more violent than the last time. Outside the free lounge pedestrians heard the movement of the second floor. Jiang Feng do not believe in evil. The third time to open the furnace. The results still end in tragedy. An Ran mistakenly thought that the body Dan rate is very low. After all, there is a certain failure rate of alchemy. The higher the rate of Dan. Jiang Feng for An Ran's misunderstanding is not much to say, but to save the tongue on some explanation. Want to open the fourth furnace pills? The two were shocked to find that the pills in a flavor of medicinal herbs in the ground yellow essence used up. Ground yellow essence looks like a bubble of livestock feces. Rugged trunk, no branches, few and yellow leaves. The minimum requirement for the earth yellow essence recorded in the Dan prescription was more than 30 years, and Ran only had one piece of earth yellow essence, divided into 3 parts. After Jiang Feng used it 3 times, if he wanted to open the furnace again he had to find at least one more similar piece of earth yellow essence. Jiang Feng said to An Ran, who was worried, this thing is expensive. Let's find another piece of up not on the line. And Ran said helplessly, compared to other materials, it is the cheapest. A piece of Gu Huang Jing is only $2 million. The difficulty is that it is very rare. After taking the ground yellow essence, it has the effect of clearing the eyes, clearing the fire, clearing the liver and other effects. These effects are the same as many ordinary medicinal herbs. The price is cheaper than the ground yellow essence. Although the ground yellow essence is scarce, the use of the place is also less. The price is not high. 30 years of the ground yellow essence is even more rare. These years I only saw 5 pieces of ground yellow essence, all in the hands of a person. These 5 pieces of ground yellow essence originally in a place I bought is the smallest piece of it. Then there aren't other 4 pieces? Zhang Feng noticed the bitterness in the bottom of Anren's eyes, and violently thought of an extremely bad situation. Don't tell me that you bought the Earth Yellow Essence at the Crescent Moon Club. Anren nodded. As far as I know, the entire S city only has the Crescent Moon Club that has a year that meets the requirements. I don't know about the S province, but there may be a few pieces of it. It's not realistic to look for so many pieces of geomelanin in an entire province. Zhang Feng understood the meaning of Anran's words. He and Anran didn't have such a big ability. Rely on their own a little bit slowly find. Have to find when. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart. It seems that the best way is still to get those 4 pieces of geomancy essence from the Crescent Moon Society. If they could get their hands on the 4 pieces at once, they wouldn't have to worry about the geomancy essence for a long time in the future. Looks like, even if I don't want to participate in the Crescent Moon Society's reception anymore, I still have to go, right? Zhang Feng had learned about the contents of the Crescent Moon Society's reception from Anran. On the surface, the Crescent Moon will borrow the anniversary celebration to start the cocktail party, secretly for the collection of money, but the Crescent Moon will do extremely clever maneuver, not directly to other people to ask for money, but to cheer as the reason. Auction a number of antiques, antique imitations. Want to maintain a good relationship with the Crescent Moon will be people. Through the auction of high-priced imitations, real money, a lot of money hands-on. This means that many people in the city have complained bitterly at the same time, gritting their teeth again and again. High-price shot imitations. The appearance also have to pretend to be very happy, like getting into the hands of what a treasure. Go home and then shoot the baby thrown to the garbage heap. Some people out of the Crescent Moon, smacked shot baby in the way, thrown into the door of the trash can. The Crescent Moon will hear that they do not care. Their auction is the garbage. Thrown into the trash is not very normal, but if someone dares to do so in front of them, that person is not far from death. The Crescent Moon Club reception started at 7 o'clock in the evening and ended at 11 o'clock, lasting a total of 4 hours, of which the most crucial auction was only 1 hour. The place where the reception was held was less than 2 kilometers away from the Prosperity Lounge. Zhang Feng was reading the Danpil Canon for an afternoon, and at 6:30, he saw Anran standing in front of the mirror scratching her head in a light yellow gown. The gown was tight, the chest revealed a deep gully, the skirt tail tightly wrapped in Anran's hips, arching the entire buttocks round and attractive. 2 long legs luo exposed in the air, without stockings. The pretty skin looked rather more watery, with fire red high heels. Anran looks very fashionable. Li Rin fan. Anran made a big turn and asked Zhang Feng, how is it? Anran, who had applied light makeup, made Zhang Feng's breath stagnate, and he thought to himself that she really was not inferior to Lu Shimon's level of beauty. Chapter 46, Crescent Moon Reception. Zhang Feng drove a Lamborghini to bring Anran to the Crescent Moon reception. Before walking into the hotel, Anran was quite speechless. Once again asked Zhang Feng beside him, are you sure you want to wear a groundbreaking casual wear to the reception? The reception held by the Crescent Moon Society has many famous people in a city attending. No one has ever dared to be so perfunctory. Her usual dislike of dressing up had changed her dress and put on light makeup. Zhang Feng was all dressed in cheap ground goods and hadn't even changed his clothes. In recent days, Zhang Feng had nestled on the 2nd floor, reading Dan books and refining Dan day and night, without changing his clothes or taking a bath, and his body smelled rancid. He also looked down on the Crescent Moon will be too. She did not know how to accuse Zhang Feng. The Crescent Moon will be in the status of the city of Ahau. She explained clearly enough. The said all said, is Zhang Feng do not pay attention to, she cannot help. Zhang Feng said, district a Crescent Moon will drink. I did not want to come. A group of garbage in order to extort money. Fancy play good and so what? Wearing a suit and drinking red wine can change the nature of their gangsters? A group of poor punks rich? Still doing the old change the name. The difference is that there is money and status of the camouflage. The hotel has been chartered by the Crescent Moon Company to hold an annual reception. Are you here to attend the reception? A few security guards at the door swept a glance at Anran. Most of the people who came to attend the reception is such as dress. It is normal. Their gazes have fallen on Zhang Feng. A cheap casual dress? Zhang Feng said. Packed a whole hotel? Crescent Moon Club, good big strokes. Seems I didn't come to the wrong place. I think there must be a lot of various kinds of food inside. I didn't eat at night, and now I happen to be hungry. If you guys don't have anything to do, I'll go in first. The security guards watched the strutting Zhang Feng and Anran slowly walk into the hotel. A new security guard asked the captain, coming to the new Moon Club to dabble in food and drink. Looking for death. Captain, why are we letting them in? The security captain sneered. Humph. The Crescent Moon Club opened a reception. You know the difference with the ordinary reception. There is no invitation. Who should come and who should not come is all based on self-awareness. Dare to make trouble in the Crescent Moon Club? That person has not been born. The hotel is brilliantly lit. Coming and going waiters like weaving. Enter the hotel. Jiang Feng directly pounced to the seafood area. Take 2 more than a foot-long lobster on the table to feast. Jiang Feng in order to facilitate the food. Sitting table from the food table is very close. Located in the center of the hall area. Some people dressed in formal attire passed by. Saw nibbling happily Jiang Feng. The corners of the mouth are hard twitch. When they looked at Jiang Feng, they incidentally swept a few eyes at Anran. Anran's skin was thin. She was uncomfortable by those strange gazes. Still sitting at the same table with Jiang Feng, far away from Jiang Feng. She couldn't understand how Jiang Feng, who was in the center of the line of sight, tasted the food without anyone else's eyes. And she was just as greedy for the lobster that Jiang Feng was chewing on, but she was too embarrassed to take it over and eat it for real. Like Jiang Feng, who only had a glass of red wine in front of her. Anran's tone with some sour flavor. You have not eaten for hundreds of years? Look at the way you're eating. The people in the hall are all looking at you. Jiang Feng said disdainfully. They like to look. Let them look. This is how I eat. I can't do it shyly like a little girl. Who's hungry and who knows? Jiang Feng knows that Anran busy changing clothes and dress up. Dinner only eat a few snacks. At this time the dignified is sitting on the chair to see him eating food. Think about pretend is quite difficult. Anran huffed and puffed angrily. Humph. People are not hungry. In her heart, she added in dissatisfaction. She is not hungry at all. She is on a diet. But she is greedy. Jiang Feng ate too deliciously, watching her appetite move. In the end, her fragile persistence was crushed by the food, and she brought a big plate of food and ate with Jiang Feng. The two of you drank all the orange juice in one sip. I blew red wine against the bottle. You dismembered a large lobster. I took a bite of an Australian abalone. Jiang Feng. A voice softly and faintly leapt into Jiang Feng's ears, and a familiar aroma came from the tip of his nose. Jiang Feng wiped his mouth and raised his eyes to see Lu Sherman at the table. You're here too? Lu Sherman belonged to the Lu family. With the status of the Lu family in the city, there was no need for Lu Sherman to participate in the Crescent Moon Society's reception. Lu Sherman had come for what Wang Yuan had said. She wanted to find the person who had been screwing her over and over again. The matter is investigated to the head of the Crescent Moon Club. Jiang Feng has the intention to persuade Lu Sherman to forget it. He does not know what Lu Sherman and the Crescent Moon Club has had any faults. Want to get back to the Crescent Moon Club on the body of the cheap. Difficult. After a pause, Jiang Feng still did not say the words in his heart. They are now ordinary friends. To say something like that would be too shallow. Anran wiped off the oil stains on her lips in a panic and greeted Lu Sherman. Are you Jiang Feng's friend? Hello. Lu Sherman looked deeply at Anran. Her heart flashed with a touch of bitterness for no reason. Jiang Feng was dressed casually, but still couldn't hide his handsomeness. Anran was pretty and beautiful. The two of them, no matter whether it was their face value, or the similar eating style together, they were all so well matched. Perhaps, this is also very good. You guys eat slowly. I'll go over there and take a look. I won't bother you guys anymore. Lu Sherman couldn't bear to stay at this table, and left in a hurry after saying a few insalubrious words with Jiang Feng. Inexplicable. Jiang Feng muttered as he sucked on the lobster in his hand. Anran shook her head inside. She likes you. You big wooden head who doesn't understand flavor. Jiang Feng almost ate the lobster shell into his stomach when he heard this. Are you kidding? She likes me? Is she the one with a brain problem or are you the one with a brain problem? There were countless people pursuing Lu Sherman. Jiang Feng couldn't rank in it, wanting to have a good time and have something indescribable with Lu Sherman. Before there was no chance. Later he didn't want to get entangled with Lu Sherman again. Lu Sherman's previous promise, Jiang Feng did not mention. Lu Sherman also did not mention again. Became a tacit understanding between the two. Anran said, you really don't understand women. Can't you see the way she looks at you? Jiang Feng really didn't notice this. After Anran pointed it out, his mind recalled the scene just now, and didn't feel that there was anything strange about Lu Sherman's eyes. Forget it. Women are just troublesome. Don't bother thinking about it. Let's think about how to get our hands on the earth yellow essence. The two of them, one of whom had a conflict with Wen Chang and one of whom owed money to the Crescent Moon Society, did not have a good relationship with the Crescent Moon Society. Anran said, the auction will have to wait a little longer. Why don't we also auction off an item from the Crescent Moon Society to improve our relationship with the Crescent Moon Society? Jiang Feng vetoed Anran's unreliable suggestion, spending a large amount of money to buy Crescent Moon Club's trash. Jiang Feng didn't have more money to that extent. What's wrong with having money to do something to please a bunch of hooligans? Other people are afraid of the Crescent Moon Club. Jiang Feng is not afraid. With the poor relationship with the Crescent Moon Club, so what? He does not expect the Crescent Moon Club to live. The Crescent Moon Club dares to look for his trouble. He needs the Crescent Moon Club to pay back tenfold. Chapter 47, Kneel Down and Apologize. Zhang Feng, and Ran, you two are here too? Shan Hong, Fu Long and Yin Fengzhu came in company. Fu Long sat on the other side of Zhang Feng, patted Zhang Feng's shoulder fiercely and laughed loudly. Your kid is good. Our City Antique Association has such a big beauty as in Ran. It's been won over by you. Your kid's hand is too fast. Zhang Feng said. I just met in Ran for a few days, and she has a cooperation. Unlike what you said. The words turned and asked Shan Hong several people. What are you guys doing here? A few of them were members of the A City Antique Association, and the auction later in the Crescent Moon Society was all imitations with no entry value. Zhang Feng didn't believe that they couldn't see this. Shan Hong glanced around, saw that no one was paying attention to this place, and whispered to Zhang Feng, let's not say anything in the dark. I won't say anything about the Crescent Moon Club's auction items, but with your eyesight, you'll be able to see that they're all imitations. Participating in the auction is not only the Crescent Moon Club party, the other people sent to the auction can be all authentic, extremely valuable to start. I like to collect with Fu Long, naturally have to come to get together. Crescent Moon Club auctions imitations while auctioning other people's items? Zhang Feng thought about it for a moment and realized the connection, guessing that it was a cover-up done by the Crescent Moon Society for the sake of face. An auction of all imitations will not be well received, and they will not be able to mix it with the real thing, so what should they do? Add others into a piece of play. They auction imitations, others auction the real thing, real and fake. In the future someday meet the enemy, it is more difficult to be singled out as a pain in the ass. The food is relatively good looking. Since he came, Zhang Feng thought to look at a moment to see if there is worth getting into the object. The new moon will be imitation, he is not going to get into the. Zhang Feng looked at Yin Fengzhu. You too? Yin Fengzhu laughed bitterly. I have 3 antique stores in a city. You know, like us to open a store. How dare you not have a good relationship with the Crescent Moon Club? Zhang Feng heard the potential meaning in Yin Fengzhu's words. She was here to spend money unjustly. Doing business was about making peace. Perhaps Yin Fengzhu hadn't expected the Crescent Moon Society to solve her business problems and still attended the Crescent Moon Society reception in order to not want to provoke the big trouble that was the Crescent Moon Society. There is no end to this, Yin Fengzhu said. Who doesn't know? But look at how many people like me there are in the hall. Really don't want to cause trouble, don't want to provoke right and wrong, and spend some small amount of money as if it were a disaster. A moment after the auction begins, I pick the new moon will be one of the lowest priced imitations. Mix over forget. At this time, Wen Chang and a few old boss-like people accompanied a short-haired man into the hall. The short-haired man had a slender figure, with a mustache on his lips. The people in the hall politely went forward and greeted the short-haired man. The short-haired man had a faint smile on his face, and responded to the people who came to greet him one by one. He vaguely became the center of the hall, and there were many people who paid attention to his every move either explicitly or implicitly. Who is he? He looks quite bullish, Zhang Feng said. Shan Hong doubted. You don't recognize him? He is the boss of Crescent Moon Club, named Huan Yao. Next to him is Crescent Moon Club manager Wen Chang. These two are quite a bit of a legend to say the least. Shan Hong, Fu Long and Yin Fengzhu all knew about Hua Yao. In 3 words, they began to tell Zhang Feng about it. Hua Yao is more than 40 years old this year, studying in 4 countries, the United States, France, England and Germany. After returning from his studies, married with a former college friend. According to today's fashionable words, proper life winner. Working in foreign-funded enterprises. His wife is beautiful. Life is good. Chemical Yao very much love his wife. His wife as the center of life. But unfortunately, his wife and his boss cheating on him by chance to break. The anger of the Chemical Yao stabbed the boss. The stabbing cost him his job and his wife, and he spent more than 10 years in prison, during which he committed several suicides, until he met Wen Chang. At that time, Wen Chang was also in a miserable state, no less than Hua Yao. And the meeting of 2 people with similar backgrounds created a wonderful spark. The result, needless to say, the world since then less 2 straight men, more a pair of friends. Zhang Feng had a chill. Damn. Originally I said how they have been in pairs. It turns out to be a pair of old glass. It's too disgusting. Isn't Huan Yao and Wen Chang not afraid of others talking about it? Domestic for this kind of people for friends is not as open as foreign countries. The vast majority of people are wearing colored glasses, including Zhang Feng. 2 men together. Really cannot accept. Fu Long said, these 2 people have been hurt by women. Love wounds are very painful. They change sex interest, like men can be understood. As for what you said about others talking about it, the matter of Hua Yao and Wen Chang, all the people with head and face in a city know about it, and behind their backs, they may have laughed at them more than once. Who dares to talk about it in front of them? Hua Yao was living with Wen Chang openly and honestly without stopping the rumors. It wasn't that Hua Yao wasn't shy about this. It was that she planned to live with Wen Chang for the rest of her life and didn't want to spend her life sneaking around. Yin Fengzhu reminded Zhang Feng, you know about this matter and put it in your heart at ease. We are at the Crescent Moon Club reception, surrounded by people from the Crescent Moon Club. Don't offend Hua Yao because of this. Zhang Feng said, they don't come to mess with me. I'm too lazy to care about them. Really? Are women bad? A woman broke her heart. Then find other women well. The world is never short of good women. Alas, because of a crooked neck tree, give up a big forest. A pair of, not it? When Chang and Huan Yao came over, Huan Yao looks like he has a bad face. Zhang Feng, you must hold back. As Hua Yao walked to the table, Shan Hong and several others all got up to greet him. Only Zhang Feng remained seated in his chair. Hua Yao said to Wensheng gently, is he the Zhang Feng who was upset with you? Wensheng was very close to Hua Yao and whispered back, that's him. He dared to meddle in our Crescent Moon Society's affairs. I thought he was some kind of extraordinary character, but when I checked, he was a ridiculous nobody. As Shan Hong listened to the words of the two of them, he realized that Zhang Feng had a conflict with Wensheng, and had the intention to mediate, but he couldn't intervene. Hua Yao said, I don't care who he is. Anyone who wrongs you has to pay the price. Whirling to Zhang Feng, he said, kneel down now and apologize to Wensheng, and I'll consider forgiving you for your transgressions. Wensheng said, don't you know that he mouthed off that day that Crescent Moon would sell him favors? Bah! Don't take a piss and look at himself, plus break one of his arms. Let him learn a lesson about who he can mess with and who he can't. Zhang Feng acted as if he hadn't heard. Hua Yao said angrily, do you hear me? Kneel down and apologize, plus break your arm. Zhang Feng laughed, are you talking to me? I'm sorry, you guys showing love in front of me is making me retch. It's seriously affecting my hearing. What did you guys say just now? Say it again. I didn't hear it. You two don't need to repeat your previous love words. I'm afraid of being sickened by you again. Zhang Feng's words landed on the ground, and the lively hall fell silent, and ran. Shan Hong, Fu Long and the others were all dumbstruck, and the rest of the hall all looked at Zhang Feng in shock. Chapter 48, Toast and Punishment. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. When Cheng Jie, when did he and Huan Yao's matter when someone said it to his face? Time was too long, to the point that he nearly fast forget this pain foot. At this time Zhang Feng said it out loud. The whole audience looked at Zhang Feng with different eyes at the same time. There were really people who would have their eyes sneak to the two of them. A deep sense of humiliation rose from Wensheng's heart, followed by infinite bursts of anger. He wanted to tear the person in front of him into two halves. Wensheng struck Zhang Feng's face with a fist, and amidst a gasp of shock from Shan Hong and the others, Zhang Feng was unbiased and didn't even get up, still sitting on the chair, gently raising his hand, accurately blocking Wensheng's vigorously incoming fist. Are you an attacker or a receiver? Sissy doesn't have a bit of strength. Zhang Feng laughed with utter contempt in his tone. He didn't intend to start a conflict with the Crescent Moon Society, but the boss of the Crescent Moon Society himself came over to find fault with him. Kneeling down and apologizing? Wasting his own arm? A group of hooligans dared to play with him like this. There was no need for him to care about the face of this pair of S. They didn't take him as a human being, thinking that he was a dog that could be taken at will, wanting to maim and screw, wanting to play dead and play dead. If he didn't fight back, these trash really thought they were the king of heaven. When Cheng felt his fist seemed to be trapped in the boundless cement, unable to move the slightest bit, Zhang Feng seemed to lightly grab his fist. In fact, he used all his strength and still could not retract his hand, because he used too much strength. Veins popped up around his neck. His face was red. Zhang Feng on the chair had a light smile on his face, as if he hadn't exerted any force at all. When Cheng's eyes looked to the side of Hua Yao for help, Hua Yao snorted coldly. The young man thought he had some strength, dared to play a big knife in front of him, broke the private affair between him and Wen Cheng, and grabbed Wen Cheng's hand. Even if Hua Yao had always been unperturbed by changes, at this time, he was also covered with a gloomy color. Your name is Zhang Feng? I advise you to let go of Wen Cheng. If you don't accept the choice I gave you, you may not have the life to accept it in the future. For the person who refuses to drink wine, I like to let him appreciate the cruelty of reality the most. Shan Hong and Fu Long were desperately winking at Zhang Feng from the side, their eyes flying out of their sockets. Hua Yao was right, just take it as it comes. It's not too late before Hua Yao goes berserk. What's the point of bowing your head? Young people who don't have a few bumps in the road, recognize the mistake today. Don't make it again. Don't mess with the new Moon Club. Zhang Feng said, don't be polite. I'm the one you said you'd refuse to do something. The world is a big place. I'm the kind of person who specializes in taking penalties. You've seen it? Hua Yao, who still can't see the mocking meaning in Zhang Feng's words, previously took the opportunity of Zhang Feng's speech and approached Zhang Feng without any trace. At this moment, he was less than a step away from Zhang Feng. Suddenly, a powerful fist wind struck Zhang Feng's face. The aside Shan Hong and others were completely stunned, did not react. The fist was like a shooting star, carrying a gust of strong wind in the air. Splat! The sound of fists and flesh exchanging blows. When Shan Hong and the others came back to their senses, they only saw a strange scene in front of them. Zhang Feng was holding onto Hua Yao's fist with one hand, and Wen Cheng's fist with the other, and the two of them were like two puppets with stiff bodies, not moving at all, while Zhang Feng was sitting on a chair. In front of the table was a small pile of gnawed lobster shells. Zhang Feng sighed, "It's a pity that I didn't grow a third hand. Otherwise wouldn't I be enjoying myself right now while dealing with the two of you and gorging on lobsters? Crescent Moon Club is worthy of being born a rogue." The sneak attack stance is exactly the same. Huan Yao is a bit better than Wen Cheng, knows to sneak closer by talking. He had realized Huan Yao's intention earlier. He thought he could deal with two people. Zhang Feng didn't care. At this time, Hua Yao realized that Wen Cheng's helplessness. Zhang Feng on the chair is not a pure man and woman. They have a little movement. Was grabbed by the hand, immediately came to the road to be pinched and crushed the pain. He attacked Zhang Feng's face, not to pull back Wen Cheng's fists to fight the idea of Wei Wei save Zhao, which want to put themselves into it. For a moment both were Zhang Feng control. Forehead beads of sweat revealed a fine dense piece. Two people followed by the security guards to see the boss suffered. Greeted the distant counterparts, shouted, "All dead, ah." Someone kicked the field, still do not come over. Around dressed in suits of gangsters continue to come here. There are a few stewards, look like people have pulled out the phone to call people. Shan Hong's face was bitter. "This time I can't even think of apologizing. Zhang Feng, you've caused big trouble." Fu Long suggested, "While the people from the Crescent Moon Society aren't all here, Zhang Feng should hurry up and leave." Shan Hong said, "Where to go? Look around. Even if the Crescent Moon Society doesn't have all the people, there are quite a few of them here, so I'm sure there are all their people outside." Wen Cheng faced smug, "That's right. This vice president of the Antique Association is an old geezer. A little insight. Offended the people of the Crescent Moon Company. Can you run away?" "Ah." Zhang Feng's hand slightly force. The two-pane face twisted. Wen Cheng screamed more than. Huan Yao, mouthful of cold air, just wanted to raise his hand to attack over. Hand bone was almost pinched by Zhang Feng, caught in severe pain. He could not store up the strength again. Zhang Feng smiled. "I'd like to learn about the Crescent Moon Society today. Let's see if the Crescent Moon Society is as scary as the rumors say." The people around the Crescent Moon Club were getting more and more. The people attending the cocktail party slowly withdrew from the center of the hall, looking at the vaguely encircled Zhang Feng in the periphery. With the increase of people from the Crescent Moon Club, their whispers were gradually less and less, and finally, the whole hall became quiet and eerie, and the heavy atmosphere seemed to be audible by the breath. At the time when everyone thought that Crescent's cocktail party couldn't be opened, a bright laughter penetrated the eardrums of everyone present. "Does Crescent know that I'm going to come and set up such a big battle to greet me? Really look up to the old man. Where's the kid Huan Yao? I want to thank him properly." The crowd followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walk into the venue. The middle-aged man, hair mixed with a small amount of silver wire, face slightly fat, double chin, smile is very bright. He is about 1.65 meters tall, wearing a suit without a tie on the upper body, the lower body with a light-colored sweatpants, coupled with white sneakers. The whole person looks unorthodox. Behind him were 4 or 5 bodyguards who were more than 1 meter tall, and he was as fat as a chicken in front of several bodyguards, but all of them followed him respectfully, not daring to take a step beyond thunder. Voices exchanged in the hall resounded again, and the crowd of Crescent Moon Club could not stop the surprise in their hearts. "Lei Aojuan's son, Lei Ming. I heard that Lei Ming has never had a close relationship with Hua Yao. The Crescent Moon Club reception has nothing to do with Lei Ming. Why did Lei Ming suddenly come over? Not to mention that Lei Ming came to buy the Crescent Moon Club's auction items. Lei Ming doesn't even buy Hua Yao's face, much less in order to please the Crescent Moon Club and get his hands on the curio." Chapter 49, Making Mud. Most of the people in the Crescent Moon Society knew Lei Ming. None of them dared to stop in front of Lei Ming. Lei Ming entered the hall unhindered, and when he saw the two men of Hua Yao and Chang, his bull's eyes widened as he walked towards the two men. "Mr. Hua, Manager 1, why are the two of you motionless, holding hands with a young man, doing this sensational thing in public?" Lei Ming said, "The chemical remote heart, I can move it. This kid named Zhang Feng, strength earth amazing. He forced to break free. Palm bone must be crushed. Paul a new moon will boss. Was a fledgling kid waste a hand. His face want to do not want it? Crescent Moon will be more and more people. He does not need to take such a risk in Zhang Feng's single battle. Ants bite the elephant. Zhang Feng strength again. Fight over the group beatings? Recently, some people in a city have jumped to their feet, just to make an example of them, and give some people a wake-up call." Fu Long hurriedly whispered a few words in Zhang Feng's ear, fearing that Zhang Feng's head iron once again offended a big man. Zhang Feng muttered, "Lei Ming, what do you mean you can't mess with it?" Fu Long revealed a helpless look. People's Lei Ming was right in front of his eyes. Tell you can't mess with it and don't mess with it. Just pretend you can't see Lei Ming. He did not dare to talk about people's details in front of Lei Ming, but reminding them was enough. Zhang Feng looked to the cannot provoke Lei Ming. Lei Ming's figure than Tu Shangzhong slightly better on a trace. Not too obvious. Tu Shangzhong is 10% of the short and fat. Lei Ming than Tu Shangzhong a little thinner. The figure of 10 centimeters higher. Lei Ming was also looking up and down at Zhang Feng, seeing Zhang Feng's face calm and self-composed, covered in a cheap stall goods dress. Clothes not only have multiple stains, but also a rancid odor that comes from not taking a bath for several days. He let out a light giggle. I'm in a groove. I thought my body dress top day. Did not expect the strong and the more strong hand. Dare so not sell the face of the Crescent Moon Club. Little brother, your degree of bull than not less than me. Lei Ming is rich, but people do not too. He usually has a very good taste in clothes. This trip in order to completely practice from the inside out contempt for the Crescent Moon Club. Carefully dress up. Just want to be in the Crescent Moon will be a super debut. And now see Zhang Feng, only to know that his behavioral art has been robbed first. He also had to say serve loudly. This young man's dress is really bullish. From the street casually pull a hobo, dressed than the young man in front of him a few times better. Zhang Feng didn't hear Lei Ming's deep meaning. He didn't have clothes that could be changed in the free lounge. For a rogue wine club to deliberately go to buy new clothes? It was normal to have multiple stains on his clothes. The discarded materials from the Dan furnace bursting Dan avalanche splashed on his clothes. Were the clothes clean? Little brother had a conflict with Hua Yao? Lei Ming asked Zhang Feng with a smile. Zhang Feng laughed. Hua Yao wanted me to apologize to his lover on his knees in front of him, and then waste one of his arms. I didn't agree to it, and they got infuriated, and that's how it turned out. Lover? Lei Ming let out a strange cry. His eyes strangely glanced towards Hua Yao. Then his eyes landed on Wen Chang, revealing a look of sudden realization. Oh, that's so. Wen Chang was furious. Zhang Feng kid, you dare. Ah, a sharp pain came from his arm once again. Lei Ming laughed even more happily than the party. I've long seen this pair of S get upset. Never heard anyone dare to say that in front of Huan Yao. Little brother, you are the first. Lei Ming swept his eyes around the hall and said to Zhang Feng, don't you look at them dressed like men. In fact, they are all a bunch of eggless goods. If not for these cowards, would it be so bad that the New Moon Society has become a monkey without a tiger in the mountain? Jumping up and down? Hua Yao said with a grim expression. I am a monkey, aren't you, Lei Ming? We both know the situation in his city. What's wrong with monkeys? Tigers have died one after another, but monkeys are still alive and well. Zhang Feng could see that the man named Lei Ming had a bad relationship with Hua Yao, and he dared to speak out with Hua Yao, so he thought he had a certain status in a city. Zhang Feng suffered from once has been for food and clothing running around. Every day 2.1 line. Contact with people less, low level. Do not know Lei Ming its people. What does Lei Ming do? He owns the same company as Huan Hua Yao? Lei Ming slapped his thighs and pointed at Zhang Feng. No wonder you look familiar to me. I just recognized you now. You are my so-and-so relative's family. That's so-and-so's great-nephew. Zhang Feng breathlessly reminded. My name is Zhang Feng. Lei Ming double-palmed. Right, it's you. That Zhang so-and-so's great-nephew. Zhang Feng. He counted to see that Lei Ming was smooth-talking nonsense. He might not remember that his parents had a distant relative like Lei Ming, but after he reminded him of the name, Lei Ming still looked like a up. It was pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Feng did not hastily reject Lei Ming. Zhang Feng could see that Lei Ming seemed vulgar, but actually coarse in the fine. He did this or what intentions? Intends to see first. Lei Ming said aloud to Huan Yao. The one in front of you is my Jian something great nephew, not an outsider. Huan old brother give me face. This matter ends here. Forget it. Hua Yao's face sank. Lei Ming was forcibly making peace. Who couldn't see that Lei Ming didn't recognize Zhang Feng at all earlier and called him little brother? After Zhang Feng reminded him, he still couldn't call him by his name. Zhang, what's his great nephew? You're kidding. First listen to people's names clearly before coming over to fool him. This surface work is too poor. Obviously do not care about the reputation of the Crescent Moon Society. No way. Zhang Feng is young and doesn't know the heights of heaven. He offended Crescent Moon. As the boss of Crescent Moon, how can I convince the public if I don't give him a little lesson? How to convince the public? That's your business. I said he's my great nephew of Zhang. You're just messing with me by forcibly making things difficult for him. And now you want to officially tear your face off with me? I don't care. It's up to you. Lei Ming and Hua Yao eyes went like knives, quietly staring at each other for a moment. Hua Yao hatefully twisted his head. I'll give you face today, but Lei Ming, I'll tell you. It's not that Crescent Moon Company is afraid of you. Crescent Company and Lei Ming have some potential coveted them. They're two parties brutalized. The bystanders hate to see the two of them kill each other and sit back and reap the benefits. Now was not the time to go to war with thunder. Taking a step back for the time being, Just for the time being, Hua Yao secretly gave Wen Chang a wink, signaling him to use the old method of settling the score afterwards, temporarily let Jiang Feng off the hook. Once Jiang Feng left the reception and left Lei Ming, it was still up to them to deal with it. There was no need to formally confront Lei Ming, that reckless man, because of a pawn. Lei Ming turned to Jiang Feng and said, "Great nephew, did you hear me? I have a big enough face." "Right." Old brother Hua agreed to reveal this matter. "You let go. Don't worry, I'm here." Old brother Hua can't do anything to make things difficult for you. Chapter 50, Initial Auction. Jiang Feng looked at Hua Yao, who waved his hand towards the several stewards behind him, and in a short while, the many suited punks in the hall retreated to nothing. The eerie atmosphere was very different from earlier. The laughter around them all disappeared, and there was no more lively atmosphere of the cocktail party. Anrun quietly said, "Don't forget the purpose of our coming here. If you want to find death, there will be plenty of chances later. Don't mess around now. The Earth Yellow Essence is still in the hands of the Crescent Moon Society." Jiang Feng said, "At this time, if Huan Yao makes a move, the matter of purchasing the Geomancy Essence will naturally go down the drain. Anyway, he is not afraid of the Crescent Moon Society. Let's see who will have the last laugh in the future between the Crescent Moon Society and him." Lei Ming stepped forward to break Jiang Feng's palm. Jiang Feng obediently loosened. Huan Yao, and when Cheng Chad free, suddenly felt his arm flabby and weak. At times came the pain of muscle pulling. "Good, Jiang Feng, you are really something. I hope in the future you will not bow down to me like today." "We'll see." As soon as Hua Yao and his group left, the people in the hall seemed to be sipping wine and chatting, trying to restore the atmosphere that had disappeared just now. Jiang Feng saw that there was still a line of sight in the corner. He looked straight over, and that line of sight quickly retracted as if it had been bitten by a snake. It was a familiar figure. Lu Sherman. Zhou Lao beside Lu Sherman said, "Since we care about Jiang Feng, why don't the two of us go over and take a look?" Standing here like passers-by, Lu Sherman gently shook her head. She spent half of her party looking at Jiang Feng and half of her time scrutinizing and ran beside Jiang Feng. She thought to herself, isn't her relationship with Jiang Feng nowadays not that of a passerby? That pretty woman seemed to have a close relationship with Jiang Feng. She was his girlfriend, right? Jiang Feng had always wanted to have a formal pretty girlfriend, and now he must have gotten his wish. What would she do if she went over there again? Just serving on the side would be embarrassing. Fu Long beside Jiang Feng's table followed Jiang Feng's line of sight. "Who are you looking at? So absorbed?" Jiang Feng suddenly realized. "Nothing, I seem to see an acquaintance." Fu Long realized, "Don't look for an acquaintance at this time, it will offend Hua Yao. Think about the future. You can't stay in a city. Why don't you go to S Province?" Jiang Feng smiled. A gangster forced him to S Province? If you go to S Province and then send similar things, where can he hide? Always hiding is not a solution to the problem. Jiang Feng wanted to see how Hua Yao would deal with him. Fu Long saw Jiang Feng start sucking the lobster on the table again. Knowing that Jiang Feng would not listen to any more bitter persuasion, he sighed in his heart. He really didn't think that offending the Crescent Moon people would end well. Lei Ming was extremely appreciative of Jiang Feng's calmness. You can still have such a good appetite even after offending the big nephew of Hua Yao Jiang. It's not ordinary. This calmness that doesn't change when MT Tai is about to collapse. Like me, Jiang Feng eat lobster gap. To Lei Ming said, "Do not think that older always take advantage of me. Who is your great nephew?" And then leaning on the old carefully, "I'm not polite." Just now as Lei Ming helped him to make peace, he in order to get the ground yellow essence, all the time endure. Not immediately with the crescent moon will move. Acquiescence to Lei Ming big nephew title. Now that Hua Yao had left, Lei Ming still did not take back the title of great nephew, taking advantage of his verbalization. With Lei Ming's age, it was more than enough to be his uncle. The problem was that he didn't have that relationship with Lei Ming, and with Lei Ming calling him great nephew with every mouthful, Jiang Feng felt very uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. Lei Ming burst out laughing. Outside he didn't know how many young people were competing to be his nephew. He took the initiative to pull a relationship with an ordinary young man today and was actually rejected. This fiery little temper was exactly the same as when he was young. When he was young, he was not happy with anyone, but now he was much older and smoother. And when he happened to see his once faded straightforwardness, Lei Ming's favor towards Jiang Feng grew higher in his heart. Picked up a piece of lobster in Jiang Feng's plate. Lei Ming and Jiang Feng not up against each other. Lobster is not hungry. The abdomen does not have a lot of food accumulation of Jiang Feng and the appetite of the same big Lei Ming together. In a few moments, two people's table piled up a small mountain of lobster shells. Lei Ming's security guards went back and forth. Almost all the high-grade seafood in the hall over. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng and Lei Ming patted their round bellies, half lying on the chairs burping happily. No one in the hall dared to look at Jiang Feng in a different way, pretending not to see Jiang Feng's ugly eating face, because there was also Lei Ming who was eating and drinking with Jiang Feng. Most of them knew about Lei Ming, and those who hadn't heard of him were reminded by their companions to look at Zhang Feng again with complicated colors. If they made friends with Lei Ming and offended Huan Yao, who could tell whether they were earning or losing? It's been a while since I've eaten so well. Hua Yao is not a good person. The cook he hired is first class. This hand of seafood is flavorful enough, Lei Ming said. Zhang Feng and Lei Ming viewed it differently. The main thing is that it's free. If you spend your own money, it feels like two completely different things. A group of gangsters company to fill the big head, set up so many seafood, the hall to eat very few people, a few individual shallow taste. Zhang Feng thought I belonged to the good people good deeds. In the spirit of the principle of not wasting, eat a big meal. This good behavior is comparable to helping an old lady cross the road. Ha ha ha. Free. That's right. It's free. I said why my appetite is better than usual today. Great nephew Jiang, you're too interesting a person. In the distance, Huan Yao and Wen Chang coldly looked at Zhang Feng and Lei Ming who were talking and laughing. Wen Chang said angrily, look at that kid's unbridled appearance. He really treats the Crescent Moon Society as his own home, without a hint of politeness. Should we do something about it? Wen Chang made a drugged motion. Huan Yao shook his head. There were quite a few people coming to the reception, and the selection of meals was in buffet mode, so it was too difficult to drug them, and Zhang Feng ate at the same table as Lei Ming, so it would be troublesome to drug Lei Ming. Should we just let him go? Huan Yao said. Let him get away with it for a moment first. You want to take revenge. After the reception, everything is up to you. Things were just as Lei Ming had said, with Lei Ming accompanying Zhang Feng at all times during the reception. They really didn't have any chance to strike. When Chang was dissatisfied with Huan Yao's answer, thinking that later in the auction, he would first give that kid a hard time and get back a little bit of face in public. During Zhang Feng and Lei Ming's casual conversation, the auction started. The table in the center of the hall was emptied, placing a small table of 10 square feet. The corresponding display props due to the auction on the table are complete. Lei Ming saw that Zhang Feng did not understand the process of the Crescent Moon Society. Said, first auction the real goods, after the auction of imitation goods. What objects you see, you can consider getting your hands on them. Most of the things in the back are Shibei goods, specialized in selling to the hall to hold the stinking feet of the cowards. And Ran said there's ground yellow essence? Zhang Feng asked, geomancy essence? Let's see. There's this one among the only few genuine items that the Crescent Moon Society has put out, with an odd name, like some kind of medicinal herb. Crescent Moon Club is actually willing to put out a few real items this year, for the sake of booming good reputation? Ridiculous, when the watch is thinking of setting up a house of cards. Chapter 51, Fighting Price. The first thing to be auctioned was an exquisite Qinghua fish pattern plate. The Qinghua fish pattern plate was 1 foot square, with a flawless body, and the body of the plate was engraved with a blue fish pattern. After Zhang Feng verified it with the eye of identification, it was as Lei Ming had said, it was an authentic piece. South City Antique Store Xiaboss's Qinghua fish pattern plate. This is Xiaboss's beloved things. Most know the Qinghua fish pattern plate's precious place. Here I'll spend less time talking. Now start to call the price. The base price of 800,000. Each call shall not be less than 100,000. 900,000. 1 million. Behind the Thai blue boss raised his hand. Bid 1,100,000. There is no higher. 1,100,000 once. 1,100,000. 2 times. Each piece of antique will be introduced beforehand to the offerer, so that everyone is clear about whose object is bought. The advantage of this is that in the future, which person found that the purchase is fake, although it can't be reversed, at least know by which guy is pitted. Zhang Feng clearly knows the price of the clear flowerfish pattern disc, sold to the S province value of the minimum more than 2 million. He is now partnering with Anrun in alchemy, is in the stage of serious lack of money, considering whether to get into the hands of the realm when the resale of a small profit. Seeing Zhang Feng in deep thought, Anrun asked, the price is high? Zhang Feng shook his head. No, this Qinghua fish pattern plate is worth more than 2 million. Less than 3 million. I'm considering whether to get my hands on it. Turning over $1 million is not worthless. Is thinking that there may be better behind. Do not want to take up the few capital. Anrun gasped, you big head. Send money to the door not to earn. Driving a Lamborghini marvelous. More than 1 million don't want. More than 1 million is not money. Come on. You give me more than 1 million change to spend. Zhang Feng thought also, the back of the object to say it. 100 birds in the forest. Not as good as a bird in the hand. What comes to hand is one's own. Zhang Feng did not get up, slightly half raised his arm. The auctioneer saw Zhang Feng raised his hand. His heart was happy. In addition to all the auction items of the Crescent Moon Society to accept the Crescent Moon Society's commission, he paid by the Crescent Moon Society. The higher the turnover, the higher the bonuses he got. He is not like Zhang Feng so much understanding of antiques. Probably know that the price of the clear flower fish plate in front of him can still rise. No one called the price. 1,100,000 sold. That Sen Xinhua fish pattern plate Xia boss undoubtedly lost. He will not get any commission on this item. The auctioneer reached out to Zhang Feng and said in a loud voice. This young handsome man raised his hand. 1,200,000. Is there a higher bid? If no one bids, this exquisite Xinhua fish plate will belong to this young man. 1,200,000 once. Not far away. When Chang signaled the boss-like person beside him, and that boss understood and busily raised his hand. Boss Zhang bids $1,300,000. Anrun whispered. Zhang Feng, someone is robbing with you. You bid again. We'll grab it back. We'll just make $100,000 less. Zhang Feng looked towards that boss Zhang. Boss Zhang looked ordinary. Nothing special. Only Wen Chang beside boss Zhang caught Zhang Feng's attention. When Wen Chang saw Zhang Feng looking at him, he smiled contemptuously at Zhang Feng, seemingly mocking Zhang Feng's insouciance. Zhang Feng raised his hand. This young man is dressed in normal clothes. He's got a lot of money. $1,400,000. Boss Zhang followed closely. 1.5 million. Zhang Feng didn't raise his hand this time and opened his mouth to whisper. 2 million. The venue only had the words of the auctioneer at this point. Zhang Feng's voice spread out not too loudly. The auctioneer got excited. This one is bidding 2 million. Bold. 2 million once. Oh. Boss Zhang bid 100,000. Anrun gasped. What's that boss Zhang up to? Always chasing after you. Do you have a grudge against him? Zhang Feng said in his heart that he didn't have a grudge against boss Zhang. He had a grudge against Wen Chang. During the period of Zhang Lajie's bidding, he looked at Wen Chang from time to time to show an inquiring look, and only after he got Wen Chang's nod did he bid one after the other. Following closely behind him, Zhang Feng has a few hesitations in his heart, whether to continue to call the price. Clear flower fish plate is close to the actual price. At this time not much value to start. In case of fluctuations in the S province antiques, may be a small loss. Not into the hands of words. The following auction may not have what he did. His capital is not as strong as Wen Chang. See what things? He called the price of Wen Chang will call the Zhang boss to follow the price, so that he went on to get into the hands of not half a piece of curiosity. Lei Ming laughed. Zhang big nephew, how not to continue to call the price? Zhang Feng will be worried about the heart. Lei Ming said, thought you worried about what it? This is not a thing, but Zhang big nephew you cannot ask me to help in everything. This small matter depends on your own. Zhang Feng thought about it and continued to bid, going back and forth with boss Zhang until he called the clear flower fish plate to 3 million. Boss Zhang bid 3 million. Is the young man at table 3 not bidding? This Qinghua fish pattern plate has great value whether it is placed in the living room of your home or played with for collection. The auctioneer babbled for 2 minutes in a row, and seeing that Zhang Feng really had no desire to bid, he sighed. 3 million once, 3 million 2 times, 3 million 3 times. Good. This Qinghua fish plate belongs to Mr. Zhang. The Qinghua fish plate will be packed by the staff. Please wait patiently for Mr. Zhang. Boss Zhang, who won the Qinghua fish pattern plate, had a bitter look on his face. 3 million to buy a plate. Really want to pat the ass and leave. 3 million turned back to look at Wen Chang. No Wen Chang called him and the young man on the third table bidding. Won the hand. Wen Chang will not compensate him for a penny. Do not dare to disobey the Wen Chang Zhang boss face green. See Wen Chang's line of sight look over, hastily accompanied by a smile. The heart of the MMP only his own clear. Did not get the clear flower fish plate. Anren sighed. Good pity. We obviously can make a small profit. That Zhang boss is so hateful. Zhang Feng said. If we don't break Wen Chang's siege, we won't be able to get half of the items in the next auction. Ignoring Anren's surprise, Zhang Feng continued to look at the next item on the stage. The following item is offered by Boss Qian. Northern Song Dynasty Zhao Lin's auspicious phoenix bird and flower scroll. This painting is 3 feet 2 in length and 1 foot 7 in width. It is one of Zhao Lin's masterpieces. In this painting, the green bird has a delicate brushwork, green feathers and red beak. The ink is light all around and deep in the middle. The rendering is gradual in layers without losing its softness. The green bird feet of the stone atmosphere. A few strokes, sketched out a looming monstrous stone. I believe that all of you sitting here all know. Zhao Lin painted flowers and birds are fine. In the province of S had a number of Zhao Lin paintings and calligraphy auction. The value of the yearly increment. Zhang Feng looked carefully at the scroll in the center of the hall. The painting of the green bird is quite realistic, delicate and gorgeous. The other background atmosphere set off. Very artistic value. The eye of discernment swept through. It was also authentic. Zhang Feng secretly said that although the Crescent Moon Wine Club's auction was super small, the authenticity rate was quite high. 2 authentic items in a row. It seems that the authenticity rate of the first half of this auction can be compared to the general auction. The auction items of the Crescent Moon public are not counted. Chapter 52, Win or Lose. The auctioneer not only introduces the art and value of the painting, even the Northern Song Dynasty Zhaolin detailed introduction. Zhaolin's painting bragged to a certain level. Zhang Feng Heart. This auctioneer's compulsion ability is not small. He is if into the first this line of white. It is likely to be said by him to the heart. The reserve price is $2 million. Anrun hurriedly asked Zhang Feng, how much is this painting worth? Zhang Feng followed Zhaolin's paintings in recent years with the previous auctions in S province and said, around 4 million. Ha, that's not going to be another profit. Quick, hurry up and get your hands on it. Lei Ming on the side finally showed some interest in Zhang Feng. You know a lot about antiques? Every time you give an estimate? Shan Hong snatched, don't look at Zhang Feng's young age. His sophisticated eyesight is not comparable to ordinary people. I have held an exchange meeting in the villa. That time Zhang Feng identified the treasure pot on the spot. At that time, in addition to him, a group of our antique association did not see the true meaning of the final listen to Zhang Feng's explanation, and only then realized that we almost missed the real treasure. That treasure pot was exchanged by Zhang Feng for a brand new Lamborghini, or two Shangzhong that fat man begged Zhang Feng to exchange. Fu Long and Yin Fengju added at the side, telling the scene one by one. After Lei Ming finished listening to several people's narratives, he couldn't help but give Zhang Feng a higher look in the bottom of his heart. This Zhang Feng is not in a hurry. No youthful frivolity. Think twice about things, have their own unique insights on antiques. At this time he encountered Wenchang price siege. Lei Ming would like to see how Zhang Feng to resolve. As soon as the price of $2 million was shouted on the stage, Zhang Feng immediately raised his hand. $2,100,000. This unimpressive young man at table 3 is a small boss. Putting down his hand, Zhang Feng looked at Wenchang's place, and sure enough, Boss Zhang beside Wenchang raised his hand with a face full of helplessness. $2,200,000. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate. $2,800,000. Boss Zhang, under Wenchang's signal, once again offered to $2,900,000, and Ran was furious. What the hell? At this rate, we can't get our hands on a single antique. Still thinking of a small profit back to someone to follow the price. We do not have more money, but also called them. Can't we buy all of them? Zhang Feng laughed. You just saw it? Humph. The other party has more money, so what? To perform such a lowly scheme, I'll let him lose his wife and his soldiers. You see me. Zhang Feng put on an angry look and said angrily, 3 million. I have to have this painting of Zhaolin. Wenchang wore a happy face and urged Boss Zhang to continue bidding. 3,100,000. 3.5 million. 3,600,000. Calling the price to 4 million. Anrun could not sit still. Quickly stop. I do not know how to identify antiques. At least sold antiques. The value of 4 million objects. Not necessarily sold 4 million. No proper opportunity to dump how much loss. Don't call the price again. Don't worry. Zhang Feng whispered. 4.5 million. The price of 4.5 million. The field in addition to Zhang Feng and Zhang Boss too. The rest of the people who follow the price all give up. They dare to intervene in the bidding. Most of them know the price of Zhaolin's calligraphy and painting. The recent price of Zhaolin's calligraphy and painting continued to go down. More than 4 million premium is too much. It's not worth it. Boss Zhang slowly raised his trembling hand. His heart was dripping blood. He was a businessman who had come to make friends with the Crescent Moon Society. What was the use of buying a broken painting? Liquidity is more important to him. He does not know the people of the Antique Association. No collection of antiques, after getting this painting out of the resale, has become a problem. $4,600,000. Zhang Feng and Boss Zhang both sides have been shouting 6 million, and Ran at the table stood up to stop Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng annoyed no longer called the price. Seeing this scene, Wenchang's heart was soothed, as if he had eaten a cup of cold drink on a hot day. Well done. Next to auction the third collectible. Hey, that kid Zhang Feng is also interested in this collectible? Boss Zhang, you go ahead and bid with Zhang Feng. Boss Zhang hardened his head, and after some breakdancing with Zhang Feng, he auctioned the third collectible at a price $3 million higher than the market price. At this moment, Boss Zhang's back was covered with sweat. On the contrary, Zhang Feng, except for the resentment shown on his face, he seemed to be in a good mood, eating seafood while bidding with Boss Zhang. As soon as the auctioneer finished introducing the fourth item, Wenchang saw that Zhang Feng was once again the first to call for the price, looking as if he was determined to win. Boss Zhang, it's your turn. What are you doing? Wenchang beside the Zhang boss heard urging sound, a smoke to run out, until Wenchang even called several times. Zhang boss flabbergasted, hands over his stomach. When manager, I eat bad stomach, have to cloud trip to the bathroom. That kid called Zhang Feng, I will not let go of him. You wait for me to come back. Not waiting for Wenchang to refuse, his footsteps flew out. His heart made up his mind. Never come back. When Shang beside a group of bosses square all watch Zhang boss's good show. See Zhang boss eat several big losses in a row. Have secretly straight music. At this time Zhang boss go. When Chang's eyes moving back and forth on them, cannot help but scalp numbness, just afraid of when Chang shouting himself and Zhang Feng fighting price. Boss Zhang, you come. The hearts of the rest of the people were relieved, and the face of Boss Zhang, who was called by Wen Chang, was ashen. 6 million. 6 million for the first time, 6 million for the second time. Good. This collectible belongs to Boss Zhang. Congratulations Boss Zhang. The failed bidder Zhang Feng huffed and puffed and sat down, intending to get his hands on the fifth piece of artifacts. At this time, Wen Chang has a few minutes back to taste, but Zhang Feng's performance is too good. A moment by Zhang Feng confused. Especially see Zhang Feng's angry look. Wen Chang thought that no matter what Zhang Feng play tricks, worth it. See Zhang Feng once again interested in the sixth piece of collectibles. Wen Chang heart cursed, this kid how to see what want what, but also to come? At that moment, a sweep of the eyes. Zhang boss neck shrinking, like Zhang boss appearance urinate away. In Wen Chang to find someone to replace. Around the people rise up to leave the idea. They originally in order to pull the relationship with Wen Chang, waiting to later buy a half of the Crescent Moon Club imitations, but their money is not the wind blowing. Cannot help the Wen Chang incessant requests. Zhang boss is a precedent. If Zhang boss is not smart first, the consequences are unimaginable. Enough. Feng Kai Huayao went out for a moment, came back and heard his men report this matter. Secretly hated Wen Chang pigbrain, you fell for that kid Zhang Feng's trick. Those auction items I heard were all overflowing with very high prices. Zhang Feng didn't want to buy them at all. He purposely called out the price to lure you to pay a high price to win the auction. Such a simple scheme. Why don't you think back properly? Those few bosses secretly exclaimed their gratitude, while echoing Huan Yao, describing Zhang Feng's bidding as a treacherous ploy. That kid has too much heart. We paid a high price and lost money. Zhang Feng just moved his lips and lost nothing. This scheme is too poisonous. That's right. I think we don't want to bid with Zhang Feng later. Who knows when he will stop bidding? Once he stops, our high price is a blood loss. Chapter 53, Mei Yaochun's drinking vessel. How pleased Wen Chang was just now. How depressed he was at the moment. He resented Zhang Feng more and more. Zhang Feng had caused him to be criticized by Huayao, and the bosses beside him did not look at him with the same eagerness as they did just now, and individual bosses occasionally showed contempt in their eyes, although they quickly restrained themselves, but they were still seen by Wen Chang. Wen Chang clenched his fists involuntarily, wishing to jump in front of Zhang Feng and tear him in half. Let you go first, for the humiliation you've inflicted on me today. After the reception, I want you to pay back 100 times over, without Wen Chang to follow the price. Zhang Feng after some performance, see Wen Chang recognized, also no interest in calling the price. This collection fell into the hands of one of the bosses present. Anren said, it's not easy for no one to mess up. Zhang Feng, why don't you call the price? Zhang Feng said, this collectible has some cultural value. The auction price is higher than the market price. I think it's that boss who really likes this item. I'm not good at taking it away from others. Lei Ming laughed. I think it's you who is afraid to buy it and suffer a loss. Now Wen Chang there is no longer you and call the price. I did not expect you to use this method to get rid of Wen Chang's siege. The approach is a bit rough. Zhang Feng instantly came up with this method. Is not easy. Zhang Feng said, to get rid of Wen Chang's follow price is one, the second is with this lesson. The next what he looked at the object, think Wen Chang timid, will not compete with him again. The next few pieces of collectibles, Zhang Feng tried to call a few times. Wen Chang sighed no one shouting price. As Zhang Feng thought, Ming Dynasty issuing purple sand pot. Purple sand pot everyone understands. The most beginning in the Song Dynasty, the most prosperous years for the Ming Dynasty and the Qing Dynasty. And this Zisha pot is different from the objects on the market. For one thing, this item was made in Yixing by order of the Imperial Palace, and belonged to the tributes, which were the Palace Zisha, and the craftsmanship of making this Zisha pot was the top technology of the time. Secondly, this kind of Zisha pot is worth a lot of money. Once exhibited in the Forbidden City, Zhang Feng's body was taut, his face showing no emotion. He had previously agreed with the auctioneer, thinking that the most on stage was a slightly rare Zisha pot, until the eye of discernment prompted, Song Dynasty Purple Sand Pot, once for the famous Mei Yaochun's drinking utensils. The pot is 12 centimeters high, the diameter of the mouth rim is 9 centimeters, the diameter of the bottom is 7.5 centimeters, the lid is flattened, the spout is slightly curved, double bar handles, and the body of the pot is in the form of a 5-pronged shape. The side of the pot is carved with a bamboo that welcomes the snow, and inside the bamboo is a seal of Mei Yaochun in small seal script. Overall shape and spirit, fine carving, full sense of shape, strong flavor. Zhang Feng held back his ecstasy. the drinking vessel of the famous Mei Yaochen, and Mei Yaochen's seal, hidden inside the welcoming snow bamboo. This was definitely a very big surprise. Mei Yaochen was no stranger to the vast majority of Chinese people. There were poems by Mei Yaochen in textbooks. The artistic value of a Mei Yaochen alabaster pot is sky high. There are only a handful of alabaster pots with seals, and those of Mei Yaochen's caliber are even rarer. The seal of Mei Yaochen, not to mention the others, would have cost more than 10 times as much as a similar Zisha pot. Coupled with the fact that it is beautiful and well preserved, its value is incalculable. Zhang Feng thought that this Zisha pot was priceless when he met a collector who liked Mei Yaochen. He had to auction this pot. Boss Sun of Yinhai Book Company bid 2 million. 2 million for the first time. Well, Boss Lee of Table 9 has bid $2,100,000. Does the distinctively shaped Zisha pot belong to Boss Lee? Everyone who loves tea not to get their hands on this piece of treasure is after may not see similar objects. Lei Ming noticed Zhang Feng's strange appearance. It seems to be a little better than ordinary Zisha pots. Zhang big nephew, you are interested? Zhang Feng's body was cold. Lei Ming is really an old man. After he saw this masterpiece alabaster pot, he tried his best to control it, but he was still seen by Lei Ming. Lei Ming can arm wrestle with Hua Yao. This observation power is extraordinary. Lei Ming's relationship with him is not close, and both of them are enemies of Hua Yao. The difference is that Hua Yao doesn't dare to move Lei Ming easily, and doesn't put him in Zhang Feng's eyes. The two are temporarily on the same side. Zhang Feng still does not want to share the secrets of the famous purple sand pot to Lei Ming. The value was too great. Who knew if Lei Ming would covet it? One more person knows. There is one more risk. After he auctioned this pot, later pretend to suddenly discovered Mei Yaochen's secret. Who can not believe? Lei Ming will be informed in the future, cannot say anything. Zhang Feng laughed. There are elders in my family who like to drink tea. I want to buy this pot, but it looks like the bidding is too tough. I don't have much hope. We'll try to call down the price. Someone scramble, even if the more interested, the more cannot show. In addition to the table Lei Ming, there are Antique Association of Shan Hong and other people. They are all antique enthusiasts. In case they learn that it is Mei Yaochen's drinking utensils, have to fight for their lives. Then there was Wen Chang and Hua Yao who were not far away, keeping an eye on this place at all times. The bidding on the stage gradually decreased. 2,600,000. 2,600,000 for the first time. 2,600,000 second time. 2,600,000. At the last moment when the auctioneer was about to price the item, Zhang Feng opened his mouth. 2,700,000. Afraid of raising his hand, the auctioneer couldn't see it. He exited and raised the price by $100,000. This is the first time Zhang Feng's shouting at the most critical moment. He cannot show too much interest in the object. The number of bids to be the least number of times. Each bid as far as possible to capture the object. Not far away. A boss looked at Zhang Feng, raised his hand to indicate 2,800,000. Zhang Feng directly shouted 3 million. That boss gave up helplessly. 3 million is a bit high. In his opinion, this Zisha pot is no longer good. Not worth 3 million. There are a lot of better Zisha pots than this one on the market. 3 million has a better choice. When Sheng thought Zhang Feng was up to no good again, and Lei Ming stared at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face, trying to see something on Zhang Feng's face. The rest of the hall treated this item as a slightly better Zisha pot and didn't follow the price again. 3 million for the third time. Bang! The auctioneer said as he dropped the hammer. This fine alabaster pot belongs to the handsome man at table 3. Someone in the background went up and whispered a few words into the auctioneer's ear, and the auctioneer said, Zhang Feng from table 3 has won the auction for this item. Congratulations, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, who had won the purple sand pot, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shan Hong on the side said, little friend, your eyesight I can't see through. This alabaster pot I estimated most about 2,400,000. 3 million is not a loss? Yin Fengju said. This type of Zisha pots on the market said not much, said not a lot. I have a total of 4 pieces of Zisha pots in several stores. The price is far cheaper than the immediate. Zhang Feng, you have a small loss. Heart secretly happy. Zhang Feng does not argue with them. Is a loss is earned, later have a conclusion. At this time he said more than beneficial. Zhang Feng is looking forward to single macro, and Yin Fengju learned that the purple sand pot has Mei Yaochen seal. Face color must have, how brilliant. When the world must let these two people will play with the purple sand pot carefully, and then finally take it back. Greedy dead in front of these two guys. Chapter 54, Broken Sword. Anren saw Zhang Feng's lips curled up. Suspicious, I seriously doubt that your kid is not honest. You honestly, just the Zisha pot. How much money did you earn? Zhang Feng was hesitant to change hands and earn more than 1 million. She was the one who pushed Zhang Feng to call for the price. At that time, facing the millions of dollars within reach, there was no trace of joy on his face. At the moment, Zhang Feng's face did not show any sign of emotion, but the corner of his lips curled up from time to time. which led to Anrun's suspicion. Jiang Feng shook his head into a wave drum. Where? I shot the Zisha pot that is purely hobby. You can't be a little more noble. What is a hobby? Can one's hobby be measured by money? Look at the low moral character of Anrun. Open mouth money, closed mouth money. Vulgarity. Jiang Feng didn't care to talk to this kind of person with low moral character. Jiang Feng dead unrelenting. And rant, you do not speak, I take you as a default. After this Zisha pot sold out, there is a share of me. You do not forget that the two of us at the time of the agreement, today is also counted in. 1/9 share. Jiang Feng heard the words violently changed color. According to Anran's algorithm, Anran will be out of 3 million 10%. After selling the alabaster pots, the money earned also scored her 10%. Anran did not do anything, earned a large sum of money. This won't work. Anran's character is so low, so bad. Jiang Feng, a noble man, couldn't let Anran fall any further. Educating others was part of Jiang Feng's good character. Letting the world shine for the society, regardless of personal gain or loss, was the only right path. Let's cooperate. Things here is not convenient for me to detail. We have a gentleman's agreement. I did not interfere in the affairs of the Prosperity Lounge, did not ask for a share of the proceeds of your store. You likewise cannot be divided into my private things. We are working together on the basis of the right to retain personal privacy. Jiang Feng knows that in the future the purple sandpots in a city cannot be hidden from Anrun. Mei Yaochen name is too loud. Single Hong and other people are very likely to eat cannot go on. Have to look for a higher level of buyers. Said no need to Anrun's help. At this time to dispel the idea of Anrun, Jiang Feng felt very necessary to save the future Anrun I hot. Anrun disagreed. The turnover of the free lounge I can share your 90%. Say we get the essence of the ground yellow together. During the object you rightfully score me 10%. You usually privately purchased objects are your own. This time is different. Jiang Feng is serious. Jiang Feng's serious persuasion more attracted Anrun's suspicion, and Jiang Feng on the matter. Jiang Feng heard that and ran to the turnover of the free lent him 90%. Heart, this is really move a stone to stone their own feet. The free lent is continuously losing money. There is turnover essay, and Ran is not divided into his 90%. Is to bear 90% of it? This chick is too evil-minded. Jiang Feng angrily said, and Ran, you take me as what people? I am the kind of people who see justice and forget profit. The easy fast is what your father left you. How can I share it for no reason? I have to criticize you a few times on this matter. This matter ends here. No need to discuss it again. Attempting to obfuscate Jiang Feng once again failed, and Ran was not compliant on the side. Jiang Feng sat upright, only occasionally when he had no choice. He returned a few words with Ran. Jiang Feng smiled at Lei Ming. I'm sorry to make you laugh. You must have heard about the business situation of the city's Prosperity Lounge. Anrun, she's in dire need of money recently. A few people sitting there nodded with a look of understanding. Lei Ming's smile had a deep meaning in it. I've heard of the easy lent. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. The Zisha pot that makes a mess. And Ran want to get a piece of the pie is really just that? Jiang Feng's smile stiffened on his face. Dry smile, single macro single old brother in Fulongyin Fengju. The three of them are all members of the Antique Association. Their eyesight general people cannot compare. Is it possible for there to be variations in what they agree on? The suspicion on Lei Ming's face was successfully dispelled. Jiang Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And when he looked at Ran again, his heart carried a three-quarter fire. This loser, should he broadcast that he had auctioned off a superb purple sandpot, so that everyone here would know about it? The stage was quickly changed to a beautiful long box to start the next round of auction. The auctioneer opened the box and took out the object inside. And when the people present saw the object clearly, they all let out a long phew, followed by several roars of laughter. Ha ha ha. Auctioning antiques is not auctioning garbage. At least take a complete thing up. Unlike the exquisite long box packaging, what the auctioneer took out was a lime green broken sword. This auction item is offered by Gu Hongye, the largest easy recycling company in a city. The words didn't finish, the laughter under the stage was louder. Lei Ming explained to Jiang Feng, Gu Hongye's easy recycling company has been working hard for more than 10 years for the development of a city, and has made great contributions to the development of a city. Gu Hongye's easy recycling company is different from all the bosses present here, and the other bosses can be, and can't be, not irreplaceable, but only easy recycling is different. The only difference is easy recycling. This is the only large-scale enterprise among similar companies. Seeing Jiang Feng getting more and more curious, Lei Ming laughed. Easy Recycling is a garbage recycling company that specializes in the secondary treatment of garbage. Shan Hong. Several people laughed. They all know the Gu Hongye of Easy Recycling. At this time, Si Jiang Feng did not know, was Lei Ming joked. They have been greatly happy. Jiang Feng thought to himself that Lei Ming actually joked with him like this. According to Lei Ming's words, that Easy Recycling Company is not a garbage treatment plant? This year is really everything with the times. Crescent Moon will set up Crescent Moon Company, collect money at the same time, racking their brains to set up a house of cards. Gu Hongya's a broken garbage treatment plant also set up what is easy to recycle the company. I have to say that the behavior of these guys seem to be with a few points of hilarity, but is in line with the rhythm of the times product. Easy Recycling is a garbage recycling plant. Gu Hongye has a daily deal with the owner of the garbage. What to do here? Easy Recycling is irreplaceable and indispensable. Gu Hongye has no reason to look at the face of the chemical Yao. He does not buy imitations. To participate in the auction of antiques? Gu Hongya's offer of antiques is not a pick from the trash? Jiang Feng guessed that most of the people in the arena were aware of this, which is why they laughed collectively. Jiang Feng did not laugh. With the eye of discernment, he knew that the dusty treasures glow before hearing. In the eyes of the world is not worth a penny. What's wrong with a garbage disposal plant? In Jiang Feng's opinion, such people have a better chance of getting the treasures hidden in the world. The auctioneer waited for the cacophony of laughter under the stage to descend. Brewing up boastfulness swept away. Well, I admit that the appraisal expert invited by Crescent Moon did not see what treasure this is, but it is definitely not an imitation. This sword broken, at least counted as a piece of antique. That, reserve price of 100,000 RMB. Chapter 55, Yuang Xieguang Sword. Jiang Feng looked towards the lime green broken sword on the stage. The sword body as a whole appeared to be in the shape of a curved leaf. The arc of light converged inward. The center line was straight. The side edges were thin. The guards had a line of prongs. The handle was small, supporting a one-handed grip, and the end of the sword was a small disc. The entire broken sword is ancient and atmospheric, and under the illumination of the light, a vague green aura flickers. The eye of discernment swept through. Yuang Shirquang Sword, broken. The broken sword is 30 centimeters long. The width of the scabbard is 5.1 centimeters, according to the whole sword prediction. The head of the sword is 4 centimeters long. The scabbard is thin. The whole body is narrow. The middle is narrow, and the two sides are slightly wide, and the arc is exquisite. Broken sword, a total of 12 inscriptions, cast with flowing gold lines. The bottom of the gold lines around the sword tail. The sword body gold lines flow its front, for inscriptions at the end, was corroded by the patina. The sword body 8 inscriptions. Patina can be clear. Estimate, the front 4 words Yuang Yuang. The back 4 words Shirquang Shirquang. Yuang Shirquang sword for the 4th generation of Yuang Gojin's grandson Cataract holds. Jiang Feng looked shocked beyond words. Yuang Fei's sword? Jiang Feng understood some history, knowing that Yuang Fei lived for a long time and usually didn't do too many stupid things. In other words, at that time, Yuang Fei had more bronze swords cast. In other words, Yuang Fei had more bronze swords cast at that time. At that time, in the land of Wu and Yu, there were many famous swords, and the Yuang Shirquang sword was one of such swords. Jiang Feng thought back in his mind for a moment and remembered that there were 7 complete Yuang Shiguang swords unearthed in the country at that time. Yuang Shirquang sword shape is different. There are like willow leaves. There are like a long square. Like this sword in front of the unique shape of the sword Shirquang sword, only this one. This sword is not only different from the other Shirquang sword, and many bronze swords on the market are also different. Narrow in the center and wide at both ends does not have the advantage in the actual combat. More like a beautiful decoration or sacrificial offerings. The only pity is that this sword is broken. Otherwise, the value of this sword could hardly be estimated in money. It was not as valuable as the other 7 Shirguang swords. Those 7 complete Shirguang swords were not as unique as this one. After all, it was well preserved. The broken Shirguang swords, depending on the degree of damage, there were more than a dozen broken swords that were barely recognizable. Once this sword is out, the number of Yuang Shirquang sword will be added to another one. The auctioneer on the stage was embarrassed. His words trailed off, and the stage went cold for a moment. Auctioneer forehead sweat. Thought this is a broken sword. Is always 10% of the real antiques. 100,000 yuan. You cannot buy a loss. Cannot be fooled. You do not call the price. The auction of the first piece of the collection of the auction is about to appear. You casually out of a reserve price or ah. The auctioneer's heart screamed at the same time. The bottom of the cheering voice, just when the auctioneer sighed and wanted to end, announced that the auction. Jiang Feng under the stage slowly raised his hand. $100,000. The auctioneer rejoiced. Jiang Feng from table 3 calls for $100,000. To ask the auctioneer's favorite under the field who? Non Jiang Feng, earlier Jiang Feng and Wenchang fight price. Led a series of several pieces of collectibles prices inflated. For the later auction set the tone. At this time to appear abortive auction, and is Jiang Feng bid to save the scene. Jiang Feng's unkempt image has become handsome in the eyes of the auctioneer, who speaks much faster than usual, and doesn't expect anyone to bid as long as it doesn't go to auction. One broken sword with no name. 100,000 yuan for the first time. $100,000 for the second time. $100,000 the first. $1,100,000. The auctioneer subconsciously said. The lady at the same table as Jiang Feng bid 1,100,000 RMB. $1,100,000? Miss, each bid must not be less than $100,000, and Ran was worthy of being a person who had done business. Bargaining, you said that was a general antique. Is this collection a general item? Special items have to be viewed in a special way. The price is worth 10,000. I call 10,000 every time. How? Want me to call 200,000? You want the beauty. The auctioneer paused, didn't answer Anran, and opened his mouth. The lady at table 3 called for 110,000. Is there any more? Jiang Feng had a splitting headache and pulled down and ran beside him. Men do things. Can you women not make trouble on the side? You and I call the price? There's something wrong with your head. Anran snapped. Humph. Let's act together. You're eating alone. I'm going to go against you. In her heart, she made up her mind that she would buy whatever Jiang Feng bought. She trusted Jiang Feng's eyesight. The purple gold alchemy furnace is currently only recognized by Jiang Feng. This treasure connoisseur's skill is by no means comparable to all the people here. Jiang Feng can't afford to lose money by following him. Jiang Feng helplessly raised his hand, saw the auctioneer with a happy face to shout 200,000. Stopped, 120,000. And Ran could shout 110,000. He could naturally shout 120,000. No one was bidding anyway. Jiang Feng calls for 120,000. 120,000 at a time. 130,000. Anran looked like she was following Jiang Feng. 140,000. 150,000. Jiang Feng can't wait to really want to grab Anran in public and beat her ass. This woman's heart is too small. He does not share with Anran, for Anran's good character is not tainted by money. How can Anran not understand his painstaking it? Have the heart to continue to call with Anran? Not to mention more than 100,000. A million into the hand will not lose. The value of the Yuan Shirquang broken sword at least 10 million or more. I'm afraid of attracting other people's attention. Single macro and other people's eyesight is not as good as his. The same cannot be underestimated. Hua Yao, Wen Chang, Lei Ming, these guys are not alike. Wen Chang is bent on whitewashing the Crescent Moon Society. Hua Yao has a deep mind. Lei Ming is a meticulous observer. Stay will be seen by any party to see the clues. Want to get into the hands of the sword is a fool's errand. Jiang Feng hated the iron is not steel said, and Ran you do not call the price. I do not want us just cooperation on the cracks. The auction of the payment and income counted as you 10%. Only this time, the next time will not be a repeat. Anran smiled with joy. Men should be like this. You share my 10%. There are still 90%. You account for the big head. I borrow your light to drink some soup. Jiang Feng won the auction of Yuan Shirquang's sword without any danger. In his heart, he was even more eager for the next auction. 2 valuable treasures in a row, making Jiang Feng's heart stir. What made Jiang Feng speechless was that the next auction was uneventful and there were no more objects worth getting. Instead, Shan Hong, Fu Long and Yin Fengju auctioned off a few antiques. Lei Ming talked to Jiang Feng about the details of the sellers in the field. Did not get an item? His face was not anxious. He was not here to buy antiques. Jiang Feng had a general understanding of the people in the arena through his conversation with Lei Ming. The two talked until the penultimate collectible of the real auction, the Qianlong Cloisonné Flame Silk Pier, not far away. Wen Cheng commanded one of the bosses beside him to shout the price once again, and Wen Cheng had no intention of stopping it. This unusual sight attracted Jiang Feng's attention. Jiang Feng once again with the eye of discernment to determine. On the stage but $1 million worth of ordinary objects. Wen Cheng looked at the surface with magnificent ornamentation of the artifact. This was a good opportunity to avenge the price of the fight. Chapter 56, Auctioning Imitations. Jiang Feng didn't have the financial power to fight with Wen Cheng over the price, but Lei Ming on the side had it. Lei Ming must be very interested if he could make the hearts of both Hua Yao and Wen Cheng clog up. Jiang Feng said what Wen Cheng had called for combined with his own guesses, and Lei Ming's eyes glowed after hearing it. Jiang big nephew really have you. This matter you feel at ease look good. Look at me. Chemical remote that the boss called a few times the price. From the bottom price of 500,000 shouted to 1,200,000. No one in the field to follow the price. If there is no Jiang Feng and Lei Ming intervene, this is a normal actual price. Lei Ming opened his mouth differently. $2 million. Jiang Feng thought I go. This premium is too hard. Into the hands of a big loss. Reminded Lei Ming said, the price of the item is only worth 1 million. 2 million to buy. To lose 1 million. Lei Ming did not care. I lost $1 million to buy the Huanyao heart blocking. Worth it. Look at the way Hua Yao and Wen Cheng are like glue. Wen Cheng usually likes this kind of fancy stuff the most. Hua Yao must have bought it for him. $2 million doesn't necessarily get you in. As Lei Ming said, that side was silent for a moment and called out the price of $2,100,000. $3 million. Once Lei Ming's high price came out, that side was completely dumbfounded and stopped following the price. Lei Ming, who had auctioned off the collection, laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. A loss of $2 million makes those two people from Huanyao suffer. It's so worth it. Zhang Feng's forehead was sweating slightly. Those who knew you lost $2 million. Those who didn't know saw your excitement and thought you were in $2 million. Really rich people take $2 million out of a breath. This defeat of luxury is far from the general tycoon then. The last auction item is the new moon will be a few pieces of the ground yellow essence. On the stage, the auctioneer introduced the various medicinal values of the ground yellow essence. All kinds of bragging and exaggerating. Anran worried, I was thinking of easing the relationship with the Crescent Moon Society, but it's all because of you. The relationship has not been eased a little bit. It's getting worse and worse. This is good. How to shoot the geomancy essence. Once the two of them revealed their interest in the earth yellow essence, Wen Cheng's side would definitely not fight over the price. He only needed to do one thing. Announce that the earth yellow essence was under auction. The earth yellow essence was theirs, and the venue was also theirs. They had that right. Unlike ordinary curiosities, the 30-year portion of the essence of rhubarb in the hands of ordinary people, not as good as a few dollars a pair of medicine to clear heat and remove blood stasis, put in the hands of the people who need it, a few hundred to buy it without frowning. Zhang Feng met Single Macro and others before. I wanted to let Single Macro to help buy. Did not think Single Macro several people with him at a table and no longer leave, and then let a Single Macro and others to call the price. And his own price is not much difference. This blindfolded method cannot deceive the chemical Yao. To Lei Ming help also cannot. Lei Ming just hit Wen Cheng's face. High price to buy the last collection. There was no need to say anything about him and Anran. As long as either of them called for a bid, they would surely return empty-handed. Zhang Feng looked at a table in a far corner. A pretty shadow by that table reflected in Zhang Feng's eyes. Sighing in his heart, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message. Lu Sherman called in a bid to get her hands on the earth yellow essence. And Ran said, called your little lover shot the ground yellow essence. Zhang Feng, you good calculating Originally I also thought of your little lover for why different from us to sit in a thought. It turns out that you play is to repair the road in the open. The secret method of the You are quite scheming. Anran mentioned Lu Sherman. Zhang Feng mood complex. Initially a misunderstanding. The two ghostly developed to the present point. The two had the intention to make up, but no one was willing to speak first. The relationship had been in such an awkward situation. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Sherman and I are just ordinary friends. It's not like what you said. Later on, I will go to her place to retrieve the groundnut essence. The money will be paid to her in 1 cent. Don't forget that you have to pay 10% of it. There was mockery in Anran's eyes. It's really just an ordinary friendship? Zhang Feng didn't answer. He couldn't tell the relationship with Lu Sherman. Lu Sherman is pretty and has a good family background. The two of them didn't wait until the day of the relationship. They just broke up and played it out. What is that? Ordinary friends is good to hear. Say each other passers-by is true. After the auction of the Crescent Moon Club's House of Cards, the next part of the auction was the part most people were looking forward to, the auction of the Crescent Moon Club's imitations. To ask the people present in the heart of what is most expected, that is, imitation price is lower, preferably let them to the reserve price auction. Both with the Crescent Moon Society pulled the relationship, spend less money, the best of both worlds. They have their calculations. The Crescent Moon Club has the Crescent Moon Club's method. Call the price of less people? It's okay, just raise the reserve price. So the auction of the Crescent Moon Wine Club has always appeared a unique scene. The atmosphere is very warm. Few people call the price. Up to 2 rounds of no longer call the price. And the collection of the reserve price has risen year after year. The auctioneer walked off the stage. Not far away from the Wen Cheng straightened his clothes, walked onto the stage generously. The next auction was hosted by him. This move was undoubtedly a signal that Crescent Moon would have unique imitations to start the auction. Lei Ming said disdainfully, the clowns are starting to perform. Another ugly scene will be staged later. Jiang big nephew, you get ready. Zhang Feng knew the inner workings of the auction of imitations, and completely agreed with what Lei Ming said, a trick of both sides deceiving themselves and others. However, that was in previous years. This year Zhang Feng participated, necessary to make the big show of the Crescent Moon Club more brilliant. Zhang Feng laughed. Lei Ming, are you interested in the Crescent Moon Club? Lei Ming said, I snatched Wen Cheng's favorite objects as not to engage in the Crescent Moon Club? Lei Ming didn't understand Zhang Feng's meaning. He had finished the Crescent Moon Society. Wen Cheng and Huan Yao were blocked by him. What else could he do? Zhang Feng shook his head and said, I don't mean to easily make the two of them uncomfortable. I'm going to make a big deal out of it. The kind of spending $2 million to buy Wenchang a moment of bad mood. Too defeatist. To Zhang Feng's current wealth cannot afford to play. Zhang Feng was going to play without spending a penny. The effect was 10 times better than Lei Ming's money-spreading behavior. Guaranteed to call Crescent Moon Society to suffer a big loss and give Huan Yao an unforgettable reception. What do you mean? Zhang Feng came to Lei Ming's ear and whispered something. In a flash, Lei Ming's eyes flickered, his mind hesitating over Zhang Feng's words, playing too big. After doing this, the two of us can reach the realm of immortality with the Crescent Moon Society. Zhang Feng smiled. I'm not afraid of an ordinary person. What are you afraid of, Lei Ming? If you're afraid of the Crescent Moon Society, you tell me straight. I'll play alone without you. A very blunt provocation. Lei Ming thought for a moment, clenched his teeth. I have long endured that boy Huan Yao for a long time. Let's do as you say. The end of the Crescent Moon Society's reputation is now. The Crescent Moon Society has been singing a one-man show year after year. But this year, with me joining hands with you, my great-nephew, I will definitely make this show even more exciting. Shan Hong and the others persuaded Zhang Feng in succession. What are you going to do? Crescent Moon Wine Club is the main source of funding for Crescent Moon Company. It's a top priority for Crescent Moon Club. You'll have to pay a price for your death on this. Chapter 57, Uncovering the Old Man. When Cheng proudly looked down on the crowd, all the eyes of everyone in the room were focused on him. The feeling of being the center of attention when Cheng enjoyed it very much. There was an illusion of being in the top class. Everyone had to look at his face and act. What happened to auctioning garbage? These garbage at least had the appearance imitated realistically. For the sake of the face of the Crescent Moon Society, he did not agree to use two low-grade imitations. And even then, an imitation of more than $1,000. They change hands, the price of more than 100 times. The cost is almost negligible. When Cheng cleared his throat, enough to pause for 2 or 3 seconds, before slowly said, the following auction. The first collection is the appearance of fine Jingdezhen porcelain. Jingdezhen authentic ceramics traditionally sought after by many collection enthusiasts. The prospects for appreciation is very optimistic. This blue-green tree vase is one of the best. The price of it naturally expensive. Value for money. Reserve price of $500,000. The front of the touting. The presence of the crowd are ignored. To hear the back of the auction value, the crowd nerves a taut. 500,000 yuan? Last year, a similar porcelain only $300,000, up a full $200,000. The service will they have to be concerned about the face of the crescent moon, at least 2 rounds of prices, which is unspoken by all the things, so that the price is 7 or 800,000. Too expensive. The year before went up. Last year went up. This year still went up. When Wen Cheng's reserve price came out, the field was momentarily quiet for a few seconds, and Wen Cheng's face was ugly. This group of is too expensive again? If it is not in order to eat face is not too ugly. He can set the price to 1 million. He painstakingly for the sake of the crowd. In exchange for all of them do not understand. Isn't it normal for prices to go up? What hasn't gone up in price in recent years? Can you name one thing that has gone up under price? The price increase is following the development of society. Really think that their Crescent Moon Company doesn't need overhead When Cheng looked at Boss Jiang, his gaze tinged with anger. Pick this person when Cheng is not random. Jiang Boss is soft bones. Take him to open the knife is the best candidate. Boss Jiang's face was bitter, and he let out a long sigh in his heart. Really do not know when is the end. The appetite of the Crescent Moon Club is getting bigger and bigger. It is more and more difficult for them to satisfy the Crescent Moon Club. Perhaps they should have resisted collectively in the first place, instead of thinking of spending a little money to eliminate the disaster. It has been proved that spending money to eliminate disasters once, there is a second, third, endless, a year of hard-earned money. Most of the money was handed over to the Crescent Moon Company, and the people still did not appreciate it, thinking that it was something that the people should do. When they compromised in the beginning, how did they ever think about today? One wrong step. If there is a chance to start over. Zhang Lao took a deep breath, and now he thinks that it is too late. The crowd did not have a united heart at that time, and now he wants to take the lead. The hearts of the people are scattered, and a few people are counted against the Crescent Moon Company. Jiang Boss was just about to open his mouth to shout out the reserve price. A voice grabbed Jiang Boss before, shouted, "Oops, this is Jingdezhen porcelain? Bottle body rough, pattern confusion. That messy coloring is what is going on." I closed my eyes on the coloring. Stronger than this garbage 10 times. The crowd was shocked. The new moon will auction objects are imitations. This is a well-known thing. Who said the truth to the face? The new moon reception. Don't say the truth. No one dares to say a word of no, after the high price of the item, but also have to pretend to be incomparably happy. Look, this is the bitter fruit they planted. How can someone dare to say such words at the reception today? The crowd followed the sound and saw that the speaker was at table position 3. Some people remembered that the young man who stood up and was not humble was called Jiang Feng, who had previously auctioned off a broken sword and an alabaster pot. Wen Chang seemed to be displeased with the young man called Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng pointed at Wen Chang's nose and said, "Wen Chang, I thought I was shameless enough. Compared to you, I'm not good enough at all. A piece of trash imitation. You sell it for $500,000? Are you crazy about money? Are you out of your mind? Did the doctor say you have delusion?" The crowd heard this shocked, fearful. There are people who feel sorry for Jiang Feng, and the crescent moon will do right at least politely to Here is the lair of others. Say this, life does not want is not it? Shan Hong and others beside the table were all twitching. They didn't persuade Jiang Feng after all. In their opinion, Jiang Feng is definitely young and promising. With Jiang Feng's extraordinary eyesight, in the future in the world of antiques, it is possible to break through a piece of heaven. Jiang Feng has a great future. Why bother to break their own future for a punk company? And say that the Crescent Company auction imitations are not aimed at civilians. Not aimed at them, they cannot buy Sitting at the table leisurely eating and drinking is not good. Jiang Feng said this, undoubtedly in front of the crowd to hit Wen Chang's face. Wen Chang is the second in command of Crescent Moon Company, and has a close relationship with Huan Yao. Embarrassing Wen Chang is embarrassing Crescent Moon Club, and hindering the auction of Crescent Moon Club is equal to cutting off people's financial path. Jiang Feng's fate could be imagined. Anren covered her face tightly, looking like I don't know Jiang Feng. In his heart, he cursed Jiang Feng to death. They originally had a bad relationship with the Crescent Moon Club, and now that Jiang Feng had said this, the relationship between the two had snowballed. Jiang Feng is a dead man, and she has nothing to do with she still have free fast to operate. The heart of 10,000 do not want to have any conflict with the Crescent Moon Association, and Ran move is tantamount to ostrich mentality. She did not leave the table. Light cover the face of what use. Many people, including Wen Chang, all know that the person sitting next to Jiang Feng is her. As Jiang Feng's words landed, the scene was quiet. Wen Chang on the stage glared angrily. In recent years, his comfortable life had made him arrogant and extravagant, and he liked to be bossy and superior, and he liked to see the pitiful faces of all the people who were not happy in their hearts, but had to show him a smile on their faces. The auction of the wine club was always the place where he received his admiration. Jiang Feng's words of defying him in front of his face was tantamount to hitting his face in public. Jiang Feng, Wen Chang spoke word by word, each syllable seemed to be ground out from between his teeth. With 12 points of sternness, our previous account has not been settled clearly. You jump out again at this moment. Do you think you have a long life expectancy? I advise you to think about it. Recently a city is not peaceful. There were 5 car accidents, 3 drowning, a fall. People are unlucky to drink cold water will be choked to death. Certain people do not know the height of heaven, make reckless things, no one will forgive him. Society is not his parents. No one without grudges of tolerance. An account all clearly remembered. The day the account book is full, is the life expectancy will end. The heart of the people desolate. Wen Chang said unpleasant, but in reason. Cruel society is not a family. Many times wrong the first time. There is no opportunity to start again for the second time. Society is not only benign competition, there is also inferior competition. Of course, like Wen Chang, this parasite attached to others. Tear cannot be torn, cannot be shaken off. Once accepted, lifelong use. Chapter 58, Defense. Wen Chang stood on the stage, condescendingly glaring angrily at Jiang Feng, who straightened his back, his gaze not flickering half-heartedly. The two stood quietly, their gazes crossed. Boss Jiang thought that if even one of them was like Jiang Feng in the beginning, they might have had another chance to choose. Today's crescent moon will be raised by them to become a climate, and then say anything is too late. Jiang boss people's soft heart, cannot bear to see Jiang Feng by the crescent moon will be harmed. Stood up to make a when manager. Why do you have to be angry with a young man? He is young and do not understand. We have experienced the social world of people, not and his general understanding. What imitations of the real? He a young man know what? I see the stage that piece of Jingdezhen porcelain is the real thing. 10% of the real thing. I like it very much. $500,000? I hope everyone will not be too hard to call the price. I want to buy back to display in the living room at home. Boss Jiang turned his back to Wen Chang, and continuously winked at Jiang Feng, signaling Jiang Feng to take it as it comes, and hurriedly sit down. Things did not come to the point of irreparable. Afterward out of the bleeding, compensation Crescent Moon Company a sum of money. Spending right has a long memory. Wen Chang's face looks good for a few points. Has the intention to follow the words of the Jiang boss to continue the auction. Jiang Feng that boy wait for the end of the auction and then clean him up. Boss Jiang's vision is not Jiang Feng's brat. Good. Boss Jiang bid $500,000. Is there any higher? Wen Chang didn't finish his words and was interrupted by a loud laugh. Laughing me to death. Cannot. Did not expect the auction also comes with telling jokes to ease the atmosphere. My vision cannot? Zhang Feng looked straight at Wen Chang and said, is it true or not? Let's discern. If you lose, I'll kowtow to you and apologize. Zhang Feng understood Boss Zhang's good intentions, but unfortunately, his conflict with the Crescent Moon Society had reached an irreconcilable point, and the Crescent Moon Society's offer of reconciliation, asking him to kowtow and apologize and waste one of his hands. What kind of reconciliation is this? Zhang Feng has not fallen to that level. Wagging his tail and begging for mercy is not his style. He won't do it today, he won't do it tomorrow, and he won't learn it in the future. What Wen Chang and Boss Jiang said earlier made some sense, only to a certain extent. You can't just settle for less in life. Sometimes you have to be tough and head on to the end. Wen Chang heard Zhang Feng said to debate to prove the authenticity of the heart instead of a happy. Antiques in this line especially eat experience. Zhang Feng is not old. He asked to identify experts can be Zhang Feng fooled limp. There is a better choice in the field. Wen Chang looked at Shan Hong. Shan Hong is the vice president of the A-City Antique Association. He sat at a table with Zhang Feng as Wen Chang did not think of it first, but Wen Chang is not afraid. The crescent moon will be with a common youth. Between the two Shan Hong will choose which side. He believed that as long as Shan Hong was not stupid he would know what to do. Shan Hong got up and laughed bitterly. It's not that I don't want to discern with Zhang Feng, the key is that I really can't discern with him. Manager Wen does not contact Antique this line. May not be clear about the recent rise of this person. Zhang Feng in addition to the age of the young. Other than these old guys then we are not worse. He had identified my eye of the treasure bowl. With that pot of treasure for a luxury car. This matter has been spread in the A-City Antique Association. If you don't believe me, ask In Fengju and Fu Long. In Fengju and Fu Long roughly talked about what happened that day and gave Jiang Feng's appraisal skills a high rating. Shan Hong was a bit helpless. He did not want to help the Crescent Moon Club. The key even if he stepped in. The same can't say Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's mouth is sharp. The heart is strong, which is so easy to recognize the win. Not to mention that the Crescent Moon will provide a Shibei goods. Cheat ordinary people line. Cheat them these insiders simply do not enter the eye. Take this imitation and Zhang Feng discernment. The results of single Hong imagined. Not Zhang Feng crushed him. Is completely special code abuse him He put out his old face to stand on the side of the Crescent Moon Club also did not have the slightest chance of winning. Single Macro bluntly said, when manager. This reception invited treasure expert I know. Is also a city antique association. His ability is not as good as me. More cannot be compared with Zhang Feng. I advise when manager do not call him out of the good. That person must know Zhang Feng. If you don't believe me, you can call to confirm. When Jing was on the stage, of course he couldn't make a call in public. His eyes signaled one person aside. That person quickly broadcast the call. After a few sentences, he came forward and whispered to Wen Chang. Wen Chang's anger surged as he listened. One by one, all are waste. A lot of age to live to the dog. Even a brat cannot win. Spend money to invite these experts to do. Eat. Zhang Feng laughed. How? Wen Chang with how many people you call over? I can one person. Safe to call all the people speechless. The real thing cannot be fake. Fake things cannot be real. The new moon will auction imitations in public, but also dare to call themselves real? Who say one more sentence on the stage is the real thing I listen to. Let's use reason to recognize reason. The person who is not convinced to stand out and I speak a little. Boss Jiang snapped and sat down. It's not his fault. People have said to this point, he then buy fake goods. Kneeling Crescent Moon will. To be shameless, he is a businessman. Paper face is also face. Cannot lose. When Chang's face was frosty, waving his hand to signal others to take down the imitation and replace it with another one, not waiting for him to open his mouth. Zhang Feng once again got up and said, alas, Crescent Company's real goods cannot all auction light. Now up how all the things are imitations. We look at this imitation is a jade lion pendant. The jade quality is too poor. The color is messy, as if it is not translucent. What kind of jade is this? I have not heard of how. A little in plastic similar Carved lion workmanship cannot use a little heart. That is also called a lion. At first glance I thought whose dog ran out. Not a Tibetan Mastiff. Is a mongrel two-string? Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng. When Chang said angrily, you iron heart with the crescent moon will be difficult to go down not? He could see Jiang Feng's intention. The auction could not go on. He auctioned an imitation. Jiang Feng detailed one by one the imitation dross. How to sell. How can he sell the imitations in front of everyone? The Crescent Moon Club's whitewash plan will not be ruined here. Jiang Feng said, it is your Crescent Moon will be difficult with me first. I would like to reconcile. Crescent Moon will be too high settlement conditions. I cannot afford to lose. So I have to fight with you to the end. Today this step is all forced by you guys. Jiang Feng on discerning the authenticity of antiques. He is not afraid of any person in the field, but also has the eye of discernment to assist. How many people to come to discern the death of how many people? When Chang does not accept to identify the authenticity, is the default of that piece of counterfeit goods, he and Lei Ming plan to reach the first step. Want a black hand on the black hand, want a whitewash on the whitewash. Before the crescent moon will how to do Jiang Feng does not care. Today he was present. Will be the crescent moon will turn out the old bottom. Chapter 59, Second Chance. Hua Yao walked onto the stage and waved his hand to retire when Chang, who argued with Hua Yao for a few moments and was overruled by Hua Yao. In the end, when Chang had no choice but to step down from the stage, and when he looked back at the crowd, he thought, I have given you face, but you don't cherish it, and now that the auction is not presided over by me, the Crescent Moon Society's road to whitewashing will be aborted, and you're about to find out how ugly eating looks can be. Hua Yao presided over the auction and when Chang is different, not detailed introduction of the items, do not brag about any words. Hua Yao opened on a sentence, Jade Lion Crafts, the reserve price of 900,000, the auction will now begin. Didn't say real and imitation, straight talk handicraft. What is called handicraft? To put it nicely, it is called modern art. To put it bluntly, it is a fake goods in public auction 900,000. Hua Yao does not expect like in previous years under the shouting 2 rounds of price. Make a show, is a price, a hammer. Hua Yao pointed to a person in the field, Mr. 1. I see that your family lacks ornaments. Shoot down and put it home is just right. Being chemically remote pointing Wang Boss cheek then Jiang Boss thick, smiling and said, chemistry is right. 900,000. Hiss. Not expensive at all. I buy. It is clear that the straight talk to buy a fake. Jiang Feng signaled Lei Ming a glance. It's his turn. Lei Ming laughed. Wang Boss you have a lot of money spend 900,000 to buy an imitation. The premium is more than 100 times. Really make me envious. I have a real product. Wang Boss you generous, also premium 100 times to buy it. See Wang Boss to just politely rejected. Lei Ming stopped. Do not think I'm joking with you. You do not look at who I Lei Ming. I never joke with people other than friends. I never joke with people other than my friends. Today, I put my words here. Whoever is sitting here today, whoever buys the imitation of Hua Yao's work will have to pay 100 times the premium to buy mine. To give face to Hua Yao, but not to give face to me, Lei Ming, when I'm a vegetarian? Hua Yao's imitation premium to hundreds of thousands. Lei Ming's real product if it is 100,000 level, premium 100 times more than 10 million. The crowd's heart calculations a flip, a jaw-dropping. Hua Yao wants to suck blood on them. Lei Ming this move is to let them lose their money. Boss Wang in the scene couldn't smile even if he was thick-skinned, and sat back in his chair, pretending to be unconcerned. He couldn't afford to mess with Hua Yao. He couldn't afford to mess with Lei Ming. He didn't want to offend either of these two people. At this time he shrunk his head, as if he didn't exist. Now the matter is not his a small person to interfere. Two big men fighting, he mixed in the middle of the purely self-importance. Jiang Feng hard Lei Ming said in their previous plan is not quite the same. This by Jiang Feng set off the crescent moon will imitation of the old bottom. Let the crescent moon will pretend to go on. If there are still people shamelessly buy imitations, and then by Lei Ming on its ridicule. How to threaten on people. Lei Ming shook his head gently at Jiang Feng, has torn his face with the Crescent Moon Club, simply a little more thorough, in his decision to agree to Jiang Feng, is so intended. This change, the effect is more thorough. Of course there are harms. After today, the outside world may circulate his imposed way of doing things, but the Crescent Moon Society will have a worse impact. A comparison of the two phases. It is still a big profit for him. Hua Yao looked towards the other suited boss. Boss son, I heard that you've been wanting to buy a jade piece. Isn't this the best time to get your hands on one? Boss son, who was named. Of course he couldn't buy it. The true face of the imitation was poked by Jiang Feng. He spent $900,000 to buy an imitation. Would he still want to be a human being when the word got out? The outside world shall not call him a. It is not that he does not want to draw a relationship with the Crescent Moon Society, but also willing to spend money, send money to others for nothing after all, not to see the light. Two people privately, he is willing to spend $900,000, when Chang in order to whitewash, engage in imitation auction. Sun boss feel better, others even know, catch not the pain of the two parties. The bad thing is that it was originally Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, a willingness to fight a willing thing, was stripped of camouflage. Now everyone is looking at him. He did not have the thick skin of the previous boss Wang, where willing to buy. Besides, there is Lei Ming sitting at the other end, waiting for him to buy the imitation. Take the opportunity to make trouble. Difficult Sun boss took out his cell phone, did not even press the button, said a few words in a hurry, and then said to Hua Yao, there is an emergency at home. That Hua, sorry this jade piece you give me to keep, and so on the next time. Next time to say. After saying that, he jogged towards the hall. and his companion couldn't even stop him. Hua Yao looked to another person. Boss Feng, you come. The words carried a few moments of commanding tone. Boss Feng didn't even need the cover of pretending to answer the phone. I suddenly remembered that when I went upstairs, the car was unlocked. Crap, it won't be driven away by someone on the way. Mr. Hua, wait for me first. I'll go and come back. Boss Chen, you come. You don't want to leave here. No excuse will do. Boss Chen stood up helplessly and didn't say a word. That is, he didn't open his mouth to call for a price, nor did he say anything in his defense. Just like a wooden man, pretending to be a fool. Zhang Feng said, Mr. Hua, you don't need to bother today. Can't you see? None of the people present want to buy your overpriced imitations. Do you want to buy and sell by force? It seems like this is the only way at the moment. Do you want to give it a try? Hua Yao. Hua Yao's eyes kept wandering between Zhang Feng and Lei Ming. Good. Very good. Zhang Feng. Lei Ming. I'll remember you too. To Lei Ming, this you start the war first. Don't blame me for fighting back. I don't want to lose again. But Crescent Moon Society never accepts any provocation. Lei Ming said, when I am scared, just come. I've long been tired of seeing you kid. Good. With anger blazing in his heart, Huan Yao said to Zhang Feng, and you. I never thought that one day a pawn would dare to jump around in front of my eyes. Zhang Feng, you've got guts. Unfortunately, a pawn is a pawn after all, and it's easy to get trampled to death. Take care of yourself. Lei Ming he had to be cautious. Even if he was in complete opposition to Lei Ming, the struggle was skillful. Zhang Feng an ordinary kid, he didn't have this concern. Kneeling down and apologizing for losing a hand? That was the condition of letting that kid go in the past. Now Zhang Feng was just kneeling down and knocking his head off. Huan Yao wanted to whip his corpse. Zhang Feng laughed, by what right am I a pawn? What am I need not you to make a judgment? You always have a lofty appearance. Reviewing the crowd. In fact, in the end, you are a gangster. Crescent Moon is a gangster company. Wear a suit, printed business cards, feel detached from the gangster? That is your illusion. Just ask. If you weren't taking in the front of you punks, would you have been able to open this imitation auction? The people holding the Crescent Moon venue felt their faces were dishonored. Zhang Feng still felt that it was not enough, and said to the crowd, you guys buy Crescent Moon's imitations at high prices year after year. Will Crescent Moon bring you even a single point of benefit? When will it end? Year after year to buy, year after year to rise, this money with what not good, have to support the new moon will this group of white-eyed wolves. Now is the time for you to make a new choice. Those who want to continue to spend money to support the Crescent Moon Society will stay, and those who have already regretted and want to turn back, please leave the field. I'll tell you bluntly, without your financial support, the Crescent Moon Society is nothing but an ass. The people who regretted spending money were in the minority, and after hearing Zhang Feng's words, they gritted their teeth and got up, leaving the hall. Crescent Moon Society is a bottomless pit. It's rare to have such a good opportunity today. If you don't leave at this moment, do you want to be tied to the Crescent Moon Society's car for the rest of your life and feed the parasites for the rest of your life? Chapter 60, The Wine Party That Won't Go On. Some people think more. The New Moon Club and Lei Ming pinch fight. May not be able to care about them for a long time. They will sit back and watch the tigers fight. If the Crescent Moon Club wins, they will support the Crescent Moon Club again. If the Crescent Moon Club loses, they will have nothing to worry about from now on. And Lei Ming will watch over Hua Yao, and Hua Yao will be able to make waves. However, at the moment, these hearts secretly applauded for Zhang Feng. It was Zhang Feng who had given them another chance to take sides. With the first person leaving, the subsequent people leaving without the slightest hesitation, hurriedly followed the army. Some people like Shan Hong, Gu Hongye and others who simply came only for the first half of the auction, also walked away, fearing to get a little dirty. Before Shan Hong left, he patted Zhang Feng's shoulder without saying a word. He can persuade words have persuaded. Appreciate Zhang Feng's talent. He sometimes regarded himself as Zhang Feng's elders. Do not want Zhang Feng to go the wrong way. Things have come to this point. The consequences are brewing. It's already too late to say any comforting words. Zhang Feng understands the approach of Shan Hong and others. They have only met with him a few times. To this degree of benevolence and righteousness, Lu Sherman wanted to spend time with Zhang Feng, but was forcibly dragged away by Zhou Lao. Aside from Zhang Feng and Ran, Lei Ming and the few bodyguards Lei Ming had brought with him, the tables in the arena were empty. Zhang Feng said to Anren, they've all left. Why don't you leave? Anren said bitterly, you think I don't want to leave? I came in your car and no longer go back in your limousine. Walk with my feet. Zhang Feng heart gave birth to a few touched. Know that Anren said is a pretext. Here taxi convenient. Not far from the free lounge. Anren walked back with less than an hour. Lei Ming slapped the table. Zhang big nephew, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this kind of vigor. he openly went against Huayao. It was he who had the strength not to lose to Huayao. What did Zhang Feng have? An ordinary person dared to go head-to-head with Huayao. This boldness, that is, he didn't even have it when he was young. Huayao on the stage sneered, "Zhang Feng, you did a good job. 3 words to persuade all the people to go away, so that the Crescent Moon Club's income this year will be 0. As compensation, you don't have to go." Lei Ming just wanted to speak out to strongly defend Zhang Feng, only to see a flash in front of his eyes. A silhouette rushed to the stage at a fast speed. The artifacts on the stage to assist in the auction were scattered all over the place. When the crowd saw clearly, they only saw Huayao's face was cold and green. Next to Huayao, Zhang Feng was smiling. Zhang Feng had an elder-like appearance, stroking Huayao's hair, and his expression looked as if it was alive, as if he were saying to Huayao, "Little kid, how old are you this year?" The security guards in the hall reacted badly, but it was too late, and they wanted to rush forward again without Zhang Feng's reminder. Huayao said, "You guys stand down." In his heart, he cursed a group of fools. So many people couldn't protect him alone. Were they all made of wood? When he fell into Zhang Feng's hands, there was no use in rushing over. Zhang Feng's strange power. Huayao heart palpitates. Zhang Feng's hand on his head. Huayao believe as long as Zhang Feng is willing, one hand can twist his head around. Zhang Feng said gently, "Huayao, I want to leave here. As the proprietor, don't you have to see me off?" Huayao thought to himself, he dares to say a no. Zhang Feng is not a pure boy. He can twist off certain parts of his body without blinking. He couldn't reject Zhang Feng directly. "Count me in this time. Zhang Feng, I'll let you go. As a hand of Crescent Moon Company, my word is my word. My guarantee has always counted." Huayao made up his mind. Once Zhang Feng let go of him, the first thing he did after he got away was to call all the company's staff to attack Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is powerful again. Can he stop the endless rounds of fighting? Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "No, we've known each other for a long time. If you don't send me to the parking lot, that's the way of hospitality." "Zhang Feng, don't you bully people too much. I'm the boss of Crescent Moon Company. Accompanying a brat like you to go out, what's it like? Do I want my Crescent Moon Company's face?" Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders. "Then don't want it well. You a punk company, every day pretending to be the king of heaven, tired or not. I'm helping you." "You," Zhang Feng said to Lei Ming, "there is Huayao personally accompany me out. Do not need you. You go by yourself." Lei Ming laughed out loud. "Zhang Feng, there's really something about you. Okay, you kid is better than me. I'll go first." "Alas, I wanted to recognize you as my great-nephew, but I didn't expect you to get into more trouble than me, so I'm not lucky. I can't afford to recognize you as my great-nephew. Zhang Feng, when we meet again, I'll buy you a drink." Zhang Feng knew what the result of Lei Ming opening his mouth to forcefully protect him would be. After being surrounded by everyone in the Crescent Moon Club, Lei Ming had to give up even if he favored him. There was only one way for him to rely on himself. There were many people in the Huanyao company, all of them at once. He couldn't beat them. Huanyao shouldn't keep standing on the stage, revealing a big break. Anren as a small daughter-in-law. Lowbrow obediently walked in front to open the road. Zhang Feng from time to time Huanyao joked 2 sentences, mocking Crescent Moon Company this bad that bad. Huanyao cold face, did not say a word. A group of punks in suits followed Zhang Feng 5 or 6 meters away from the 3 of them, not daring to get too close. The hotel's location was not remote. Some people passing by on the street had sideways glances at the strange scene in front of them. A beautiful woman walking in front, 2 men walking in the middle, a man smiling and laughing, another man frowning like the world owes him $200 each, followed by many people wearing color and style uniform suits. Zhang Feng was happy. "See, I'm really quite handsome. So many people are looking at me." At this moment, only Zhang Feng could laugh. When Zhang Feng got into the Lamborghini, he pulled open the window and shook his hand to the crowd of Huayao at the back of the car. "Don't send anymore. You're too polite." Huayao. When Cheng looked at the smug Zhang Feng and gasped, "Let's drive after him." For the first time in his history, Huayao roared, "Chase after you. They are blind. They can't see what kind of car they are driving. They don't want to see what kind of car they are driving. How can they catch up with Zhang Feng's Lamborghini? This matter is not over. Zhang Feng does not leave a city, cannot escape him." On the road, single macro, Fu Long and other people one by one to Zhang Feng called to greet, learned that Zhang Feng left unharmed. The heart of the freaks really cannot be viewed in a normal way. Many times to remind Zhang Feng future careful after hanging up the phone. Car to drive to the free lounge. Zhang Feng received an unexpected person called. Lu Sherman on the other end of the phone learned that Zhang Feng left the Crescent Moon Wine Club, and Zhang Feng plainly chatted a few sentences, after which the two were silent for a long time. After the silence ended, the two only said precious to each other. Anren snickered. "A little lover's call. Nosy, the 2 pieces of the collection I auctioned off, bring them to me." These two objects are rare treasures that need to find a rich seller. Chapter 61, Gathering the Crowds to Come. 1 month later, Zhang Feng looked at a greenish-purple elixir in front of the table and fell into deep thought. Over the past month, he had repeatedly failed in alchemy, and when he was pondering over a question that he had been struggling with for a long time, he was overheard by Anran, who casually told him the answer. When Zhang Feng asked under curiosity, he realized that the problem that had eluded him was actually a common sense of alchemy. After Zhang Feng asked again and again, he realized that he had gone astray. He had studied alchemy for less than 2 months, but Anran had studied it for several years. Anran's talent in alchemy was much better than his, and the two of them were able to solve a lot of difficult problems after collaborative research. Zhang Feng no longer alchemized pills behind Anran's back, agreeing that Anran would join in. When it came to a certain key step, Zhang Feng still did it alone. After the two worked together, the progress increased greatly. The oval-shaped elixir in front of them was the very first healthy body elixir that the two had refined. When they saw this pill, the two of them didn't know if it was a success or not. They didn't dare to eat it. Testing the pill on their bodies was too much of a no-brainer to take their little lives seriously. Zhang Feng, Shan Hong and the others are here, Anran shouted from downstairs. Zhang Feng put the pills into a jade box. The jade box was an object from Anran's store. Anyway, the business of Easy Zhai was not good. Taking it to contain the pills was just right. Walking downstairs, there were more than just Shan Hong, Fu Long and Yin Fengzhu downstairs. A short fat man with an oily face was making loud noises downstairs. Why hasn't Xian's son-in-law come yet? I'm in a hurry. Anran, you go and rush again. Zhang Feng went downstairs and said to the man, Tu Shangzhong, I don't think I informed you. Short fat Tu Shangzhong said, look how many people are downstairs. I'm the only one who came uninvited? Tu Shangzhong introduced to Zhang Feng. The dozen or so people over there are members of the Antique Association. I won't introduce them. Their group of poor saps are here to see the fun. Ignoring those people's retort, he pointed at a white-headed old man in his 50s and said, this one I have to introduce to you solemnly. The president of a city antique association, Su Jitong. President Su specially rushed back from S province after hearing about the antiques you're selling. After Zhang Feng greeted Su Jitong, Tu Shangzhong couldn't wait to pull Zhang Feng and introduce a pretty girl around 20 years old to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw that the woman looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Tu Shangzhong said excitedly, Tu Jiajiao, I've shown you her photo. Isn't she more beautiful in real life than in the photo? Xian's son-in-law, in the future we two are a family. You don't treat Jiajiao as an outsider. Tu Jiajiao, you still don't come over to call people. Tu Jiajiao was wearing a light yellow dress. Her chest was quite large. A pair of long pink legs were hidden with the hem of the skirt. The whole person carried a youthful and beautiful atmosphere. Tu Jiajiao reluctantly walked to Zhang Feng. A trace of anger on her face disappeared without a trace. Hello Zhang Feng, my name is Tu Jiajiao. Tu Shangzhong coughed. Tu Jiajiao changed her words. Hello brother Jiang. Zhang Feng was flabbergasted. Brother Jiang? Tu Shangzhong laughed. That's how it should be. We're family. What's the point of being so clear? Zhang Feng thought to himself. When did I become a family with you? Tu Shangzhong did not introduce his daughter to him. But today, Tu Shangzhong's idea. Zhang Feng's heart is clear. This dead fat man is really excellent. Intend to use beautiful daughter to lure him? He's really open to it. My son-in-law? Sister Smokey, look at Zhang Feng. He didn't go to Serenity Villa for a month and became someone's son-in-law. There's no need to be in such a hurry. When he becomes an adult, he'll definitely look prettier than that Tu Jiajiao. A girl dressed in laid-back clothes said. The pretty woman next to her was dressed like an urban beauty. Don't listen to that dead fat guy Tu Shangzhong. I heard that Tu Shangzhong didn't just promise his daughter to Zhang Feng. Whenever he wanted to draw a relationship with someone, he pushed his daughter out, and when the other party asked afterward, he repeatedly pushed it back. So don't take it seriously. Zhang Feng looked at the two women in the corner. Lu Linlin, Ling Yan. After greeting the two, he asked, why are you guys here? Lu Linlin snapped, big pervert, if I don't come over to watch you, what are you going to do if you wreak havoc on other families' women? There are quite a lot of beautiful women around you. It's Anran and Tu Jiajiao. You said you would wait for me to reach adulthood. Your words don't count. Humph, Ling Yan said. Shimon's company heard that you are going to bid on Mei Yaochen's drinking utensils and is very interested. She had something that she couldn't come to, and begged me to help her out by coming over to take a look on her behalf. Zhou Lao on the side said, Zhang Feng, 3 days apart, really should be impressed. In the vast sea of antiques found in the famous Zisha pots, your ability to identify antiques is really profound. I'm not as good as you are. Elder Zhou is joking, chatting with Zhou Lao about some of the recent market of antiques in a city. He said to Lingyan, I wanted to go to S province to find a big seller. Who told me that a city is too small? And Ran accidentally said leakage. You all find the door one by one. This time I can't sell it to you alone only. Fair bidding. Ling Yen sighed. I really don't know what you and Lu Shiman are up to. The two of you don't feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed. Lu Shiman's relationship with Zhang Feng was one step closer. This antique which had the share of the other people present, especially Tu Xiangzhong. This time he actually dragged his baby daughter here. This was something that had never happened before. There is also Su Jitong, as S-Province auction appraisal expert, heard about this matter, put down all the things at hand, non-stop rushed over. Think it is a big determination to get their hands on the treasure. Spend a few moments with the crowd. Zhang Feng let in Ran greet the crowd. He went to fetch the purple sandpot. When he left, a silhouette followed. Zhang Feng turned around. Tu Jiajiao. During the chat, Fatty Tu was especially enthusiastic, saying from time to time that he and Jiajiao Tu were a match made in heaven. Tu Jiajiao is like a good girl. What Tu Xiangzhong said, Tu Jiajiao do. She gave Zhang Feng the impression of a polite three good students. She called Zhang Feng brother Zhang so much that his scalp was numb. Tu Jiajiao, what's the matter with you? Tu Jiajiao came to Zhang Feng's body. Face changed from the previous good girl. Flowed and said, my father and you joke. To tell you the truth, there are a large number of handsome men outside the pursuit of sister. You cannot rank the number of the kid, before it is too early to dye this heart. Do not be delusional. The sudden change let Zhang Feng some surprise. A good girl into the street hooligan sister. This change is a little big. Earlier it was all Tu Jiajiao's pretense? Being good and obedient was just her disguise in front of Tu Xiangzhong? Zhang Feng thought that Tu Jiajiao cared a lot about Tu Xiangzhong. That fatso? He didn't intend to accept Tu Xiangzhong's words, but when he saw Tu Jiajiao revealing her true nature and threatening him, Zhang Feng half-joked. I don't know what to say, he said. Zhang Feng half-jokingly said, I and Tu Xiangzhong is a close friend. He said that you will be promised to me. He begged me before I agreed. You look barely passable. I agreed to a little bit. In the future, you are my wife. Don't mix the street all day long. Full of gangster flavor. Chapter 62, Strike the famous purple sandpot. Zhang Feng counts you hard. You're really not Sis's cup of tea. You can't pursue Sis. You're not very old. Why is your head so iron? To tell you the truth, I have a lot of good buddies who like to fight to the death. Zhang Feng laughed. One day you bring those good buddies to show me. I'll educate them to be human again. You wait. Tu Jiajiao left with hatred. Zhang Feng's heart was angry and funny. Tu Jiajiao looked like a social model who wanted to threaten. What he said just now was purely to try to get angry at Tu Jiajiao. Tu Jiajiao is quite pretty, but there are many people who are prettier than her. Lu Shiman, Ling Yan and Anren are not comparable to say. Lu Linlin in a few years, not less than Tu Jiajiao. Tu Jiajiao's front foot just left. Another person ghostly followed up. Lu Linlin, I see you. Don't hide. Come out. Lu Linlin beamed her small mouth. People won't look at you for a while. You take advantage of the gap to look for women. Big colorful wolf. Why don't you wait for me for 2 years? Lu Linlin surveyed around the free lounge. In the future I have to live here to watch you. You and Anren, that big beauty, live together. I don't believe that your mind didn't go to that above. Men all one kind. Zhang Feng couldn't help but get a big head. Little ancestor. I'll serve you, okay? I've been very busy lately. Don't come and make trouble. He and Anran is living in the free lounge. He is in order to alchemy convenient. He lives on the first floor to hit the ground. Alchemy only nest in the second floor. They study alchemy research. Hair is about to fall out, which have the heart to that aspect. The alchemy has just been accomplished. Anran in the morning will want him to return to the Green Dragon Bay Hotel. He and Anran purely cooperative relationship. Lu Linlin to live here. Zhang Feng imagined more than a small vinegar jar of the scene, staring at him at all times. Hard to die. Lu Linlin hit Zhang Feng's chest with a small fist. Big wolf, you have a weak heart. If you're open and honest, why don't you dare to let people come over? You're annoying. Zhang Feng comforted Lu Linlin while taking out the purple sandpot. When they returned to the crowd's table, Tu Jiajiao frowned as she looked at Zhang Feng and Lu Linlin playfully. Lu Linlin didn't hesitate to glare back. The two women momentarily, you wouldn't let me and I wouldn't let you, both looking at each other fiercely. Zhang Feng saw the situation in his heart a happy. These two women are all trouble. They come together, trouble, to eliminate. Zhang Feng said to Lu Linlin, you go over and play with Tu Jiajiao. You don't understand what we're going to talk about later. Accompany Tu Jiajiao for a stroll. Don't come back until it's over here. Lu Linlin's small mouth pouted. You wait, I'll accompany her to have a good play. I'll make sure to play her to her heart's content. She won't dare to harass you anymore. Zhang Feng didn't know what Tu Jiajiao was thinking. When Lu Linlin passed, the two said a few words and walked out of the easy lounge together. Putting the Zisha pot on the table, Zhang Feng told the tricks of the trade, following the tips from the eye of identification. The crowd followed Zhang Feng's words and observed it in detail, astonishment rising and falling. After a quarter of an hour, Tu Shangzhong's shout broke the silence. This is really great. I've been in the antique business for many years, but I've never seen such an exquisite engraving. The seal is hidden in the snow-welcoming bamboo, and it fits perfectly with the snow-welcoming bamboo. Without my son-in-law's reminder, I can't see it at all. It's perfect. The crowd did not rebuke Tu Shangzhong's shouting. They were thinking the same thing as Tu Shangzhong at this time. The antique world is not without such things. The vast majority of occurrences in painting and calligraphy. A small number of occurrences in porcelain and carving. Painting and calligraphy in the hidden seal is the most simple. Most people can be found by taking a close look. Porcelain and carving less. This kind is not easy to find. Jiang Feng's Zisha pot-to-pot body of welcome snow bamboo pattern hidden seal can be described as ingenious. Hidden techniques are very skillful, without reminding people, simply cannot be found. They did not know that Zhang Feng had the eye of discernment, have boasted Zhang Feng good eyesight. Zhang Feng smiled in his heart. With his own eyesight, he couldn't see it either, and had to marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. Mei Yaochen and Ouyang Xiu were close friends. Some people call him the founding ancestor of song poetry. In my opinion, with Mei Yaochen's achievement is enough to earn his name. Su Jitong, the president of the Antique Association, said. Tu Shangzhong said, "Don't look at me as a rough man. I like Mei Yaochen's poems the most, and I know every one of his poems by heart." He said, "I can recite every one of his poems." He recited a poem by Mei Yaochen, A Walk in the Mountains of Lushan. After reciting it, he said, "My favorite poem is The bear rises the tree when the frost falls. The deer drinks from the stream when the forest is empty." What a mood! The crowd joked that the poem was memorized by Fatty too before he came. Shan Hong said, "Mei Yaochen's drinking utensils are really extraordinary. You see, this alabaster pot is very different from the world." Not kidding. When Zhang Feng shot this thing, I was present. I did not see the true meaning of this pot. Hit the eye. The heart is not compensated for the feeling of Zhang Feng's complaint. Zhang Feng found this point when there is no first time to inform him, and now the field is quite a lot of people. In addition to antique associations such as the Fulong, a few people are watching the fun. The other people are thinking of income this treasure. The chances of him getting his hands on it is very slim. The thought of this treasure fell into the hands of others. His heart is a vicious correction. Yin Fengzhu gasped, "Good you Zhang Feng, when you shot it, I laughed at your small loss. Why don't you explain to me in detail? This alabaster pot is so different. You must have seen something." Came back to check carefully, and then found Mei Yaochen's seal. Zhang Feng saw everyone all looking at him, waiting for an explanation from him. Zhang Feng couldn't tell the eye of identification, so he could only agree with a smile. "I believe that with your eyesight, you can distinguish between the real and the fake. I want to offer this Zisha pot without favoring anyone. Whoever bids high, the Zisha pot is that person's." Zhang Feng knew that bringing the alabaster pot to West Province to sell it for a higher price was far better than bidding among the few people in front of him. In his heart, he let out a long sigh. He blamed in Rantsmouth. She gossiped with a neighbor and said this. That neighbor happened to know someone from the Antique Association. Now it was completely spread in the Antique Association. How many people haven't read Mei Yaochen's poems? The people in the Antique Association were even the best in studying history, and they were about to go crazy with excitement once they knew that there was a drinking vessel by Mei Yaochen. Shan Hong and Su Ji are both vice president and president of the same organization, and the emergence of such a big event could not be hidden from the two of them. Zhou Lao is a member of the Antique Association, and Lu Sherman took this opportunity to know about it as well. Tu Shangzhong, who always disliked going to the association, had come. Zhang Feng thought to himself, did all the members of the A City Antique Association know about it? The exact value of this item, I'm not good at estimating. No reserve price, how much you want to offer? As you wish. Fatty Tu said urgently, thank you all for letting me have this antique. Tu Shangzhong, say 1 for 1, remembering the love of everyone present. I heard that Zhang Feng spent $3 million to buy this object. I'll triple it. $9 million. I would like to thank you all. After I buy the purple sand pot, I will celebrate with a banquet in the highest specification hotel in a city. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 63, Clear Lake Villa. Tu Shangzhong's stinginess caused the crowd to laugh. $9 million? You're joking. Not counting the value of the Zisha pot itself, just a Mei Yaochen's name alone. You can't even buy it for $9 million. The highest specification hotel in a city? How high can the specification of the hotel in a city be? If you have the ability to invite us to S Province, Zhang Feng knows Tu Shangzhong called 9 million. The price is absolutely low. Buy and sell antiques. This line cannot just look at the starting price. His 3 million does not represent the value of the purple sand pot. Zhang Feng said. Tu Shangzhong 9 million. Su Jitong said. I bid 12 million. I know the price is still a little low. Don't look at me as the president of the A City Antique Association. Think I'm rich as hell. This 12 million is my whole body. May also borrow some from friends, who bid higher than this. I quit. Su Jitong heart is really like in front of the purple sandpot. But this kind of treasure who do not like, based on the degree of like to speak, he tops the crowd. But unfortunately useless want to get into the hands of the real gold and silver. Single Hong said, 14 million. Simple sentence let the crowd see. Single Hong this vice president actually rich than the president. Jiang Feng was not surprised. The place provided by Shan Hong when he organized the exchange meeting was quite luxurious. He was a rich man. Tu Xiangzhong bitterly lost his face and said, "Can you give me a face and humble me?" Then he said to Jiang Feng, "My son-in-law, we are a family. The fat water can't flow to the outside. You see I brought Jiao Jiao to meet with you. This is my greatest sincerity. I used to use Jia Jiao's marriage to cope with other people in passing, but I regretted afterwards. Only your son-in-law you're not the same. The two of us have to become a family in the end. $15 million. Anyone who tries to grab it from me again, I'm going to be furious." Yin Fengzhu deserves to be a person who owns several antique stores. Her bravado is no worse than any other man present. $18 million. The more Yin Fengzhu looked closely at the Zisha pot in front of her, the more she felt that this pot was exquisite, and those places that were different were instead beautiful when viewed from another angle. Together with the famous scholar Mei Yaochen, the market prospect of this Zisha pot of Jiang Feng is very optimistic. In a few years, the price upward by 1 or 2% is not a problem. Tu Xiangzhong issued a pig-killing howl. "You have to rob with me. It's my son-in-law who wants to sell it to me. This is my son-in-law to sell me the object. What has to do with you?" He relied on his wide body to squeeze away from the crowd, a pair of fat arms to protect the table. $20 million. Jiang Feng thought to himself that he had underestimated this fat man selling medicine. Is selling medicine so profitable these days? $20 million is not a small amount. Tu Xiangzhong is willing to spend $20 million to buy an alabaster pot. Judging from his stingy character, he is probably the richest among all the people present. Tu Xiangzhong 20 million. The crowd was silent for a moment. Not that they do not want to shout the price. It is too hasty. Give them enough time to collect money. He can open a higher price. Jiang Fenghart is not satisfied with the price of 20 million. But no one bid. It must be announced that Tu Xiangzhong to obtain the alabaster pot. This is something that cannot be helped. The number of bidders was too small, and they were too limited to sell it for a big price. As Jiang Feng was about to open his mouth, a voice said crisply, "Jiang Feng, you have been to Lu Shimon's Serenity Villa. You can guess the price of the Serenity Villa. 5 kilometers away from the Serenity Villa, there is a villa with specifications only slightly worse than the Serenity Villa, built near the lake with beautiful scenery. When it was first built, it was intended to be Lu Shimon's residence. Then Lu Sherman had the Serenity Villa and didn't stay there. So far it's empty. I'll use that villa to exchange for your Zisha pot." The crowd pondered over the location of the villa mentioned in Ling Yan's mouth. Tu Xiangzhong was the first to think of it, and exclaimed strangely, "Clear Lake Villa? Are you crazy? Exchange the villa with the Clear Lake Villa?" Ling Yan laughed. "Not bad. It's exactly the Clear Lake Villa. The crazy person is not me. It's not like I want to exchange it. I made the deal with Jiang Feng on behalf of Lu Sherman. It was Lu Shimon's order." Anren saw Jiang Feng has not heard of the name of the Clear Lake Villa. Whispered to Jiang Feng said, "Clear Lake Villa in the entire city are ranked in the forefront of the best villa. Your little lover really open-minded. A Clear Lake Villa, not to say for you a master's alabaster pots. For 2 are more than enough. Don't forget that I have 10% here. I've earned a lot." Tu Xiangzhong wailed, holding the alabaster pot and not letting go. "It's rare for me to see an object, and you all want to take it away from me." Small eyes blinked twice, did not squeeze out a tear. Su Jitong, the president of the Antique Association, said, "Jiang Feng, you definitely won't lose out by exchanging the Qinghu Villa for this Zisha pot. With the Clear Lake Villa, you have since squeezed into the rich class of a city and can join the Antique Association at any time. The 2 criteria for joining the Antique Association, one is reputation and treasure appraisal skills, and the second is money." Not relying on his own skills to join the A City Antique Association, by virtue of being rich, made Jiang Feng sigh in his heart. After Ling Yan said Qinghu Villa in exchange for the famous purple sandpot, no one in the field shouted again. Jiang Feng put the crowd's performance in the bottom of his eyes, and thought to himself, "It seems that this Clear Lake Villa is quite famous, second only to the Serenity Villa's mansion." "Sold," Jiang Feng said to Ling Yan, thinking that he didn't need to live in the Green Dragon Bay Hotel in the future. He had his own little nest. No, it was a mansion. Fu Long was very keen on Jiang Feng obtaining a mansion. "I've been struggling for many years, still squeezed in the neighborhood. Jiang Feng, you could casually buy a piece of antique, a change of hand for a villa. Rub. It's really a pity that people are more angry than others. When can I have your luck?" Jiang Feng smiled, did not say much, thinking that if there is no discerning eye, how his life should be a world. On the way, he sold the small giant sheet to Su Jitong for $3.5 million. Before leaving, Tu Shangzhong complained about Zhang Feng words. Fast wanted Zhang Feng drowned. He did not flow out a drop of tears. Snot a big. Rubbed Zhang Feng all over. Son-in-law. Tu uncle where to do wrong. You straight. Why the baby sold to someone else? Is not a villa it. I can't afford to pay that price. But you sold me the purple sand pot. In the future you and Jiao Jiao married. Live in Uncle Tu's house. Not also live in a villa? Zhang Feng was impatient early. He was thinking about how to get rid of him. And ran on the side muttered. Che, what's a famous Zisha pot? Zhang Feng still has a Yuang Shirkuang sword. Zhang Feng secretly said. Oh no. This loser, I can't tell her anything in the future. When he looked at Tu Shangzhong again, he only saw Tu Shangzhong's pair of small eyes shining brightly, staring at him closely. The crowd's talking came to an abrupt halt, their gazes shooting towards Zhang Feng with the centripetal force of a million swords. What? Yuang Shirkuang sword? That's right. It was those 5 words that they heard clearly just now. Chapter 64, Deception. Zhang Feng took out the Yuang Shirkuang sword. After the crowd observed it, they showed even stronger desire to buy it. Tu Shangzhong the dead fat man almost drooled when he looked at it. Zhang Feng tried his best to persuade the crowd, saying that he would definitely let them participate in the sale of the sword in the future, but he didn't want to sell it at the moment. These people do not have the ability to buy the Yuang Shirkuang sword. The value of this sword is more expensive than the out of the purple sand pot. There is no suitable seller. He bid as a loss. Lu Sherman is qualified to buy it, but unfortunately Lu Sherman herself didn't come. The one who came was Ling Yan. Lu Sherman doesn't know the actual situation here. 2 antiques. Zhang Feng got a villa and $3.5 million in cash. On hand there is only the Yuang Shirkuang sword, a curio. Yuang Shirkuang sword is a broken sword. This is not only. Zhang Feng shouted helplessly. All the people present are heartbroken. But this broken sword is not worried about out. There are a lot of people want to buy. Zhang Feng according to the tips of the identification of the eye in addition to patina. Broken sword body 8 can be seen clearly. Shan Hong and Ling Yan and his entourage left. Zhang Feng hand slowly stroked the sword body of the 4 words Shirkuang Shirkuang. There is an illusion in his heart. Always feel that this sword were not right. According to the appraisal of the eye of discernment, there is no more special. Could it be that the level of the eye of discernment is not enough to dig out the real secrets of this sword in detail? It seemed like the upgrade of the eye of discernment had reached an imminent time. Zhang Feng, come over here. An Ren shouted. Zhang Feng put away the Yuang Xieguang sword and walked out doubtfully. Shan Hong and the others were back again? When he arrived at the store on the first floor, he only saw a middle-aged man around 40 years old standing in the store. The middle-aged man was dressed plainly. His clothes looked like they hadn't been washed for a long time. An Ren and the clerk greeted the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is more impatient. How long do I have to wait? You guys are not looking at it. Where not to say this is a family heirloom treasure. Can there be false? An Ren said to Zhang Feng, it's been a long time since anyone has come to sell antiques at the promenade. I almost forgot that there is such a business. It just so happens that you're here, to help come over to palm the eyes. Zhang Feng was speechless. How difficult is the business of easy lint to the point? There wasn't even an appraisal expert like Zhou Lao. He can help once or twice. Can he help again and again? Looking at the depressed store, Zhang Feng sighed. Perhaps he thought too much. He wanted to help again and again. Easy Lunch has so much business? In the past a whole month, he did not see anyone door to door. The middle-aged man in front of him is about to break the Easy Lint's 0 record this month. The middle-aged man to sell is a Qing dynasty landscape painting. Landscape paintings seem exquisite. Flowing water, ancient trees, bare stones in the water, birds in rows, distant green hills, mist vapor hazy, but the imitation is too deliberate. The scenery is too rigid, giving people a gloomy, dull feeling. Zhang Feng swept it with his eye of discernment, and it was indeed an imitation. Imitation. As soon as Zhang Feng said the 2 words, An Ran's face changed. Good lord, she was almost successfully deceived by the middle-aged man in front of her. The middle-aged man earlier again said that his family was short of money, and also spoke in detail about the origin of this painting, introducing that his grandfather's grandfather exchanged it for a steamed bun. Said in order to keep this painting, their family has repeatedly refused to bystanders to buy high prices. Not until this critical moment. He will not think of selling the painting. The original is all fake. This middle-aged man's acting skills are too good. An Ren earlier how touched. At this time she is how angry. Take a piece of imitation to fool me. Really think I sympathy flood? Hurry up and take away your grandfather's precious painting. It's in my way. When the middle-aged man saw that Zhang Feng had casually looked at it twice and the whole process didn't take more than a minute, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that the 2 of them didn't know whether it was real or fake and were collaborating to swindle him. Who are you to say that my painting is fake? This one is clearly genuine. Well, take away your broken authentic. This small store is not rare. When the 2 people accidentally tore it in half. The middle-aged man has no image of bawling. You compensate my painting. Gift my painting. I'm going to get all the townspeople and hold up a banner to stand in front of your store. The free fast to buy the real at the price of the imitation. Things are exposed. You tear the painting. Said to stride out. Anran did not react. His face was wooden. The truth is that the middle-aged man said just poked her soft underbelly. Because of the fake sales fiasco to this point today, she is determined to restore the former scenery of the free lounge. And now there is still such a scene? Once again scandal. And Ran imagined that the world, no matter how hard everything into the east flowing water. Father's free Lent is about to become history? Jiang Feng blocked the doorway. Slow down. The middle-aged man panicked. What? You tore my painting, but also want to use force? Believe it or not, I'll call the police. Jiang Feng laughed. Call the police? That's exactly what I'm going to do. Jiang Feng saw clearly just now. It was the middle-aged man who forcefully tore with Anran and didn't want to take back the painting. When Anran handed the painting to the middle-aged man pretended to be panicked, and his hands vigorously tore, tearing the painting into two pieces. This was not an accident. The middle-aged man's behavior was more like a deliberate act. This is a person who specializes in finding trouble at home. Merely wanting to blackmail money? The middle-aged man must be able to see the business of the Prosperity Lounge. In such a store with no business, how much money can be blackmailed? Wanting to make money from this, the middle-aged man had better options. Unless the middle-aged man is coming at them. Jiang Feng said, there is surveillance in the store. You just pretended to tear with and ran. After deliberately tearing the painting, behavior is recorded. We call the police. Say you take fake paintings. Fraud. Fraud does not force blackmail money. I hope you have some idea of how heavy this charge is. Painting is true or false. The police will find identification experts to recognize, coupled with the surveillance video. Brother, you have to eat jail. Jiang Feng's words are like a breeze blowing away the dark clouds in Anran's mind. She is too caught up in the wrong path. By the middle-aged man with the rhythm. Jiang Feng is right. They have reason to be afraid of what? She believes that Jiang Feng's eyesight. Jiang Feng said that the painting is fake. Certainly not true. The middle-aged man with fake paintings to cheat. Cheating failed and want to blackmail money. Such people have to go to the prison to taste the taste of prison. The middle-aged man listened to and ran in Jiang Feng's words, and took out his cell phone to call the police. Flopping and kneeled down. Big brother, big sister. I'm sorry, it's because I'm blinded by money. The painting is fake. My family is really in need of money, so I have no choice but to use this method. It can't be helped. I have a family to feed. I can't go to jail. You guys do me a favor and let me off. Just pretend this never happened, okay? Jiang Feng pressed Anran's hand to stop her from calling the police, and said to the middle-aged man, you didn't accomplish anything. We let you off the hook, but will the New Moon Society let you off the hook? Middle-aged man smoothly said, it's okay, they can't find. Big brother, what you say? I do not understand. What crescent moon? Chapter 65, Shot. Anran Feng did not understand Jiang Feng's approach. At this time, when he saw the middle-aged man's strange behavior, his heart was enlightened. It turned out to be the ghost of the New Moon Society. The middle-aged man said that he had revealed Jiang Feng's heart speculation, coupled with the test just now. Roughly imagined the ins and outs of the matter. Said, you put things from the beginning in detail. Said, we let you go, or we alarm. You choose. Middle-aged man hesitated less than 2 seconds. Words such as pouring beans narrative open. He is the countryside into the city workers. After the building was completed, the contractor rolled money to run away. He did not want to return to his hometown empty-handed, thinking of doing something in a city, squatting every day in the talent market. Yesterday he was Crescent Company's people look at. Yesterday, he was spotted by the people from Crescent Moon. Crescent Moon was very satisfied with his scruffy image and gave him an imitation of the painting, helping him to think of a way to say it. First sell the painting. If the free Lent did not identify the real and fake, successfully sold the painting. After a few days he then brought the folks over to redeem the painting. The boundary of a bite of the painting he sold is real. The free Lent back to the painting is fake. Want to fake the real. And then 1 or 2 identification experts happened to pass by. Heard rushed to an appraisal. Really is fake. Identification experts happen to know the reporter, and then happen to end up on the news headlines. Well, a pot of all buckled in the head of the free fast. It is a chain plan to completely step on the free fast. Backup plan is what the middle-aged man just did. The plan is a good plan, but it is a pity that the people chosen by the Crescent Moon Society are not good, not well executed. Anran was furious and said, too vicious. The Crescent Moon Society can't positively wreak havoc using these underhanded means. The location of the free fast is good, close to the police station. The new moon will be a lot of means cannot use. The first attempt to force Jiang Feng disabled. Come too many people should not be too much, for fear of too much commotion. The result did not wait for the police to come. are Jiang Feng one by one knocked down, lying on the ground howling. From the initial 4 or 5 people, to the later 8 or 9 people, are useless. Crescent Moon will probably see that unless engaged in large-scale action. Otherwise they really cannot beat Jiang Feng. Later, the implementation of harassment. What cut off the water pipe, broken wire, splash paint, etc. Jiang Feng impatient guard for 2 days. The harassment of that group of people beat the crying father and mother. It turned out that that group of people want to use urine and feces to splash the free lentil. Jiang Feng heart of the gas. The hand a little more ruthless. And then no one dares to come over to harassment. As a result, Crescent Moon will come up with such a big show. Jiang Feng heart not completely solved the Crescent Moon Society. Have to be annoyed by this group of flies. Waving his hand to the middle-aged man, he said, "You go, it's best to leave a city immediately." The middle-aged man said back, Thank you, I'll buy a ticket back to the countryside. You city people are too deep. I'll go back to the countryside and farm obediently. I won't come to your city anymore." After the middle-aged man left, Jiang Feng said, "Now that the matter of alchemy has come to an end for the time being, the elixir will be put here first. I'll see if there's any chance to try the medicinal properties. Appropriately, I have time now. I'll accompany the New Moon Society to have a good time." And Rand doubted, "What bad things are you going to do?" "Ha ha ha, I'm looking for Hua Yao to talk to tonight." "Where is the bad thing?" Jiang Feng, who wanted to settle the Crescent Moon Society once and for all, didn't wait until the evening when a phone call suddenly came. "Jiang Feng, you quickly come to the Central Hospital. Lu Sherman was shot at with a gun and got shot." When Jiang Feng first heard this, his brain went blank, driving all the way through several red lights in a row. When he saw Lu Sherman was lying on the hospital bed, her face pale. When Jiang Feng saw Lu Sherman was unhurt, his heart was relieved, his taut strings soothed over. His tone carried a few points of reproach. "Good for nothing. How did you suddenly get shot?" Lu Sherman said breathlessly. "Nothing, it was an accident." Jiang Feng thought to himself that it was an accident. Put in the United States, Lu Sherman suddenly shot, said as an accident. Jiang Feng 100 believe. In the country gun is strictly prohibited. Ordinary people except on TV, life cannot see the real gun, and even more cannot appreciate the American people's preferential treatment. This matter is by no means as easy as what Lu Sherman said verbally. There must be some hidden reasons. He looked at Lu Linlin in front of the bed. Lu Linlin was made uncomfortable by Jiang Feng. And la. In fact, sister was shot because of you." Jiang Feng was shocked. "Me?" Lu Linlin tone as if a small adult like sighing, free fast near the police station. The sound of gunfire just sounded. "Shooting that unlucky person was caught." "Know that person?" Interrogation said what? "He said he ambushed in the street corner opposite the free lent for an hour, did not see you. Thinking of smoking a cigarette to relax when you suddenly appeared. He was in a panic to pull out a homemade clay gun. Hooked the trigger. The gun opened fire. Accidentally found that there is a woman blocked in front of you, to help you block a shot." Jiang Feng thought to himself that he hadn't rested well in recent days, and had been sleeping in the afternoon in the easy lounge. When did Lu Sherman help him block a shot? Lu Sherman glared at Lu Linlin, angry at her for telling the truth. Jiang Feng knew the truth at this time. She didn't want to hide the truth from Jiang Feng anymore, and said bluntly, "That person's side face is very much like yours. Not only did I look at the wrong person, but the one who fired the gun looked at the wrong person as well." Jiang Feng was eerily speechless and pondered for a moment. In a low voice, he roared, "Crescent Moon Society! Huan Yao! Wan Chang!" Whoever had a grudge against him, to the extent of shooting him, was only the Crescent Moon Society. The scheme to pit the easy lounge had failed, and the Crescent Moon Society had taken the risk and wanted to game over him with a single bullet? Fortunately, Lu Sherman wasn't seriously hurt. Otherwise Jiang Feng really had the heart to kill the Hua Yao duo by 1,000 cuts. It was time to settle the score between him and the Crescent Moon Society. Jiang Feng's clenched fists were reflected in Lu Linlin's eyes. Lu Linlin said, "Relax. You must be thinking about how to get back at Crescent Moon, right? Don't count on it. After such a big event, Crescent Moon won't need you to make a move. The reason why the Crescent Moon Company exists is that the rapid development of a city has left some after effects. A lot of things can't keep up with the fast pace of the times, facing all sorts of difficult problems. And the people above didn't pay attention to the Crescent Moon Company when they solved those troubles. Now even I know that the person who fired the gun was behind the Crescent Moon Company. With the Lu family's position in a city, do you think it's your turn to avenge your sister's death?" Jiang Feng thought to himself that he had actually overlooked this for a moment. He knew that the Lu family was far higher in rank than the Hua Yao and Wen Cheng duo, and with the handle of this shooting, coupled with the black history of the Crescent Moon Company in the past, the Crescent Moon Company was in big trouble this time. Lu Sherman is the pearl of the Lu family. Who pit Lu Sherman in business? Cheating Lu Sherman money. The Lu family does not care. They take that as a training for Lu Sherman. once a threat to the personal safety of Lu Sherman things, as touching the scales of the Lu family retaliation is more ruthless than Zhang Feng imagined. Zhang Feng had only made Hua Yao and Wen suffer some physical injuries, but they had the money to cure broken arms and legs. The Lu family could make Hua Yao and Wen Cheng lose everything they had. Those piles of ill-gotten gains in that gangster's company might be about to become a thing of the past from today onwards. Chapter 66, Dan Poison. You're too stupid. In the future, whether it's for me or not, don't do something like this again. Lu Sherman half-joked. Hearing you say that, I really regret it a bit. Afterward, when she recalled what happened at that time, she was also a bit surprised at how she had pounced on it at that time. After the key blocked the gun and realized that she was looking at the wrong person. This was embarrassing. She didn't want Lu Linlin to tell the truth. And a big part of it was because of this. Zhang Feng saw Lu Shimon's chin hand on the outside of the quilt. Had the intention to hold it? Lu Linlin was watching from the side. He could not get down. To Lu Linlin, he said, go help Lu Sherman get a cup of hot water. Lu Linlin pointed to the water cup on the small cabinet in front of the bed and said, inside is the cool white water I just called. Then you help her bring back some dinner. Lu Linlin pulled out her cell phone and called to order dinner. Lu Sherman is injured and needs nutrition. How can there be no fruit at all? You go buy some over. Lu Linlin looks like I have already seen through it, where there is no fruit. It's too many people sending fruit and other gifts. It's all blocked. The fruit gifts are piled up in the other room. As much as you want. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Do you want to spend me to facilitate you to do bad things? Zhang Feng didn't expect this little girl to be really careful in this aspect. Seeing his purpose at once, sandwiched between him and Lu Sherman. Is it comfortable to be a light bulb? Being exposed by Lu Linlin. Zhang Feng's old face didn't change color inside. I'm doing this all for Lu Shimon's sake. I'm afraid you're too young to take care of her. Lu Linlin hummed. Did not buy it. There is a professional nurse. Where to use her to take care of. Zhang Feng talked about what he had done in the past month at Easy Lounge, describing alchemy as helping Easy Lounge appraise antiques. After all, alchemy is an incredible thing. Less people know more stable. It's not that I don't trust Lu Sherman, but I'm afraid that Lu Sherman will accidentally say it and expose the wind. Lu Sherman spoke of the company's recent developments. The company changed its name to Qinghu Limited. The shares held by the family all quit. Held by me alone. The company's business from antiques began to transition to the jade category. You know the recent market. Gold is weak. The stock market is a prairie. Only antiques and jade are on the rise. I think this is related to the public's increasing standard of living. These two aspects will be the main target for the development of Clear Lake. Antiques line. Lu Sherman operated a sound and colorful jade class she has not been involved in. Lu Sherman is not worried. When the antiques are not also so, everything a little bit too. The process is slower. It does not matter. There are antiques to support the bottom. Jade class to lose some money to buy lessons. She can afford. Zhang Feng touched his nose. Lu Sherman reorganization of the company. This point is not unexpected. The family business has benefits and disadvantages. The good thing is that the starting point is higher than ordinary people. The bad thing is that the family shareholding. The future of the company is bigger. Not her, one person said. Lu Sherman no longer needed the family's financial support after the initial profit. Kicking those people out. Thought it took a lot of effort. But the name is Qinghu Limited? Zhang Feng associated it with the Qinghu villa he just got his hands on, and thought to himself, how did Lu Sherman come up with such a name? Preferring to use the villa as a name. Wouldn't her Serenity Villa's name be even louder? Lu Sherman did not go into detail with Zhang Feng on the name. Zhang Feng is not good to ask in detail. Lu Linlin said, Zhang Feng, you big wood. My sister discussed with Zhou Lao and wanted to ask you to be the company's consultant. She didn't mean to open her mouth, so I'll come and say it. Advisor? Zhang Feng didn't understand Lu Shimon's approach. Didn't the company have Zhou Lao as an appraisal expert? Zhou old man has spent half of his life in antiques. His qualifications and eyesight are excellent. General imitations can't be hidden from his eyes. With Zhou Lao and then invited him, is not a duplication. Lu Sherman smiled. Zhou old age. A lot of things cannot do. The company hired some new entrants to the industry to help the old man to play the next hand. In addition, the company is developing rapidly. Some objects Zhou old cannot see the real or fake. To the hand of the money do not dare to earn. Zhou has always praised your eyesight. I do not know how to identify antiques. I believe Zhou's eyes. He has recommended you to me many times. Lu Linlin beamed her little mouth, not understanding why her sister said so. It was clearly her sister who had asked Zhou Lao about Zhang Feng 3 times, and when it came to Zhang Feng, she said it became Zhou Lao's recommendation. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, Lu Linlin snapped. Humph, do you think my sister's company is too small to accommodate you? Not wanting to help is just straight talk. Okay, I promise. Lu Sherman then talked about Zhang Feng's duties, only when there were objects that Zhou Lao couldn't pinpoint. he was called upon to help out. Not many things. He probably wouldn't be able to use him for 10 days and half a month. A very leisurely position. Zhang Feng thought that this position is very suitable for him. He often have something cannot work from 9 to 5. It seems that Lu Sherman understand this point. After talking to Lu Sherman about some company matters and leaving the hospital, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that the jade box he had been carrying was missing. The jade box contained the healthy body pill. Zhang Feng wasn't worried about losing the healthy body pill. He was afraid that someone would pick up the jade box and eat the pills inside. Zhang Feng didn't dare to guarantee that the medicinal properties of the elixir would not kill him. This way he rushed to the more hurried into the ward after the mind all on Lu Sherman. Other did not pay too much attention to think about it. The most likely to fall in Lu Sherman bedside. Rushed back to the central hospital. Directly pushed open the door of the ward. The most worrying thing happened. The jade box was opened and placed on the cabinet. The box was empty. Zhang Feng was so scared that cold sweat came out of his head. Lu Sherman on the bed was fiddling with her cell phone. And Lu Linlin was playing happily with a white long-haired puppy. Where's the elixir inside? Who ate it? Lu Linlin was startled by Zhang Feng's stern look. What's so fierce about it? That's called an elixir? It looks like a pile of pigeon and smells weird. Who would eat it? No one ate the pill, how come it's gone? Zhang Feng dropped his sight on the long-haired dog playing with Lu Linlin. You guessed right. This puppy, I don't know which patient brought it in. Ran in by mistake. So cute. It ate your precious elixir. Lu Linlin said. Zhang Feng scrutinized the shaggy dog and asked, does it have any abnormalities? Abnormalities? Lu Linlin tilted her little head and pondered for a moment. To say abnormal, there is only one point. It is much more cheerful after eating the elixir. You see how excited it is? Like eating stimulants, jumping and jumping, not idle for a moment. Zhang Feng's heart was excited. Could it be that the healthy body pill was successfully refined? The perfect elixir? Extraordinarily happy Zhang Feng did not wait for the front foot out of the ward. Heard Lu Linlin a scream. Turned around to see the party excited shaggy puppy twitching. A few seconds later, foaming at the mouth. Look peaceful. Taking advantage of Lu Linlin's sadness and not noticing him, Zhang Feng slipped out the door with a bit of a thief's heart. The Dan poison was too strong, and the puppy died by mistake. The initial alchemy failed. It was a ruined Dan. Chapter 67, A Chance Encounter with High School Classmates. A week later, a city happened a not-so-small thing. Crescent Company suspected of a number of violations of the law was banned. Hua Yao and Wen Chang was criminally detained. The specific verdict will be announced soon. There is a rumor that the two of them again out of the jail. The older have to crutches. Some sites noticed Zhang Feng as a result. It seemed that some people felt that he was jumping up and down and were upset with him. Zhang Feng paid a smile when he heard about it. At this moment, Zhang Feng walked in a city's Chengguan village. There were more than 20 days without coming. The place had not changed much. Some original old stalls occupied a better location, using vague words to cajole newcomers passing by. While taking a stroll, he scanned the goods on the stalls with his eye of discernment, and all sorts of jumbled information flooded into his mind. Imitations, imitations, imitations. Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng turned around and followed the voice. A raw face from a stall waved his hand towards Zhang Feng. Holy, it's really you. Look familiar. Call you a try. I didn't expect it's really you. Haven't seen you for a long time. Forgetting your old classmate? Listening to the familiar voice, the appearance of the person in front of him gradually overlapped with his memory. Sure, Guanyun? Once a high school classmate. Recognize me? Sure. Guanyun laughed and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. Zhang Feng similarly revealed a smile. After a few years of not seeing him, Sure Guanyun's fondness for patting his shoulder hadn't changed. In high school, Sure Guanyun was the leader of Zhang Feng's rebellious path. At that time, Zhang Feng's academic performance was average, ranked in the middle of the class, and in the future, he might be able to take a third-rate school and mix a diploma. It is the guy in front of him, dragged him from the results of the middle of the class into the tail. The class teacher at the time repeatedly lamented Zhang Feng. A good boy was brought bad. Want to help Zhang Feng change a seat to correct the next. Then Zhang Feng and Sure Guanyun mixing. The class teacher's painstaking efforts to hit the water. Sure Guanyun, in addition to learning, do not like everything else like. With Sure Guanyun words, what is a diploma? Diploma is a fart. People with high diplomas and low IQs abound. So why does he have to have a diploma to get a good job? What can a diploma made of paper represent? You came to a city Chengguan village to set up a stall? Zhang Feng asked, pointing at Sure Guanyun's stall. Sure Guanyun smiled as usual. The smile was not as easy as it once was. Recently the days are not good. Want to find a better job? Go to the interview. The result is that people only pick 911 and 285 college students. Some ordinary university graduates have no chance. I have never been to college. Not even give half a chance. Going to the interview, even the interview examiner did not see the interview was brushed off. His self-contained ability in front of the diploma became worthless. The country does not have a lot of anything. Is a lot of people? People pick that is to have a high diploma and have the ability of the people. Shi Guanyun asked rhetorically. Old classmate, how about you? Up and down slightly measured Jiang Feng. See Jiang Feng a ground dress. Brother, all blame me, it is I harmed you. Otherwise to your results are not mixed into this. Alas, I kind of see. This society is very unfair and fair at the same time. Even a 211 diploma can't get. What makes you hold yourself capable? We are a group of the first to be eliminated. Society is full of malice to those who are eliminated. Jiang Feng hastily interrupted Shi Guanyun. High school is his most careful, talking with a big orator's temperament. For people and gossip, the combination of these two, the achievement of a very cocky man, Shi Guanyun said about his experience. He gave the construction site as a laborer. Too hard to stand that crime. And then sell breakfast. Found that selling breakfast every day to get up early in the morning. The day does not dawn have to get up and push the trolley out of the breakfast stand. The chicken has just chirped, and is not easy, and since then he has sold cell phone jewelry, poring over cheap daily necessities, and finally he found that the actual fact is that the actuality is not a lot more than a few of the most popular and also the most popular. Shi Guanyun eyes bright to Jiang Feng said, see you are old classmates. I just tell you these, I went to the S province bulk low cost into some of the objects that are not sold there. Most of them are imitations. Come back to the village of Qingguan a change of hands, which has a great deal of potential. Yesterday, you know how much money I made in one day yesterday? Shi Guanyun extended a palm, 500. Brother, if every day so open, get rich is not a dream. Unfortunately, most of the time, he often sat in front of the stall and no one asked him for a whole day. When Jiang Feng was asked what he did, he casually said, I don't have much to do all day, I wander around. Brother, this won't do. Shi Guanyun painfully said, we too are eliminated from the university, and then do not work hard. Life is really not half hope. No diploma. We now have to pay than those who have a diploma of high school students 10 times the effort, blindly wandering for a few years, and so you run 3, that is completely finished. Shi Guanyun pulled Jiang Feng, picking up his booth on a silver snuff bottle-like object. Look, so beautiful object you have seen. Long eyes, I tell you, this Qing dynasty snuff bottle origin is extraordinary. Cixi once used to say good, and then passed to. Jiang Feng couldn't stand it. What Cixi used a snuff bottle? Too much bowl asterisk. Shi Guanyun hands is an aluminum imitation. Imitation of the means of particularly low level. Great orator, you stop first. What you have in your hand is a modern imitation. See the pattern at the bottom of the snuff bottle? No. Look like a green vine floating up carving. This ancient times? No. The masterpiece of the 21st century. In other words, you have this in your hand as a piece of Shibei goods. If I'm not wrong, are you unable to sell it? Shi Guanyun looked at Jiang Feng with surprise and said doubtfully, it's quite like a thing to say. Really? The fact is indeed as Jiang Feng said. He introduced the snuff bottle over a few people, no one to show the will to buy, and even some of the people who originally wanted to buy the object listened to his recommendation. Do not buy a thing turned away. Jiang Feng said, imitation is too low level. This handmade even children cannot fool. Count on it to make money. You have to take all the pedestrians on the road as a little cute. Shi Guanyun was Jiang Feng said a flabbergasted. Half a day of confusion. Fierce realized said, so you are also engaged in the imitation of this line. I said how to run into you in the village of Qingguan. We are old classmates and peers. On the right. Jiang Feng smiled, pointing to Shi Guanyun booth objects, one by one out of the authenticity of the characteristics, such as counting. Previously Shi Guanyun thought Jiang Feng like him, blindly blind, until now. See Jiang Feng said reasoned, aboard. Many objects explained even his layman also clear. Dumbfounded, all imitations. Do not believe that I point so back. Stalls did not wholesale in a real product. Jiang Feng pointed to a porcelain pony pendant said, this is the real thing. The value is not high. Probably can sell $2,000, but originally a pair. You only have one. The price is even lower. Shi Guanyun's old eyes glared. What? $2,000? Originally a pair of. I sold $50 to the front of the old man selling soybean milk. Chapter 68, Tang 3 Colors. After the business deal, he was happy all morning. At this time, he realized that he had suffered a big loss. Shi Guanyun slapped his head. Not right. The key point is not here. Jiang Feng this hand of profound identification skills to Shi Guanyun great shock. His heart has a bold idea. Shi Guanyun rubbed his hands. Words with a hint of flattery said, old classmate, you this skill is not ordinary. With your treasure identification skills, coupled with my eloquence, absolutely can do a great cause. Are you interested? We split the money 50-50? What do you mean by shaking your head? You think it's too little? 4 or 6? 37 is fine too. Jiang Feng knew Shi Guanyun's intentions, nothing more than wanting to rely on him to get a bigger stall. Agreeing with him would be better than agreeing to take over the easy Zhai. Too small for today's Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng politely said that the antiques line is easy to hit the eye and other risks. Many people take a step wrong, lose out of. Shi Guanyun saw Jiang Feng too resolute, not wanting to give up. He thought of a roundabout way. Old classmates, since we met in the village of Chengguan, together shopping? I thought a moment when Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Know that inside can make a lot of money. Not afraid of Jiang Feng is not into the business. After asking the vendor to look after the stalls, Shi Guanyun and Jiang Feng strolled between the antique stalls. Jiang Feng originally thought to see if there is a chance to find a suitable object. With Shi Guanyun together he did not refuse. Shi Guanyun everywhere inquiring Jiang Feng where to learn this craft. Want to learn a skill? Jiang Feng pushed the self-taught to send off. Wandered a few stalls. Each stall Jiang Feng carefully patrol, and finally left without saying a word. Shi Guanyun was puzzled. What's wrong, brother? Is there no real goods? Are those assholes of theirs selling all Shibei goods? Jiang Feng shook his head. It wasn't that there were no genuine items on the stall. The value was too low to be worth getting into. Pointing to a few objects on the stall from afar, he whispered to Shi Guanyun, telling him about those genuine items and the approximate price. Shi Guanyun was shocked. Ha, 10,000. This you do not buy? Brother, I know you as a person. Always do not tell lies. You do not buy, I can buy. 10,000 for him is not a small amount. With Jiang Feng's trust, he turned back to go back with the peddler a haggle, and finally to $300 to take. Holding a pair of porcelain, Shi Guanyun smiled into a little cutie. The two just walked to Jiang Feng's car. Jiang Feng suggested Shi Guanyun put the large porcelain on his car, lest the street pedestrians more crash. Tick. Jiang Feng took out his car key and pressed it. A silver-white Lamborghini headlights lit up. In a row of luxury cars, this one was the most luxurious and brightest. Streamlined model, imitation sports car design. Lamborghini is a work of art, exudes the unique light of the tycoon. Jiang Feng stepped forward and opened the trunk of the car, saying to Shi Guanyun, who was frozen like a wooden statue next to him, "Don't stare, put it in." Shi Guanyun put a pair of vases in with a trembling hand, afraid of bumping into the luxury car. Excited, he grabbed Jiang Feng. "Damn, old classmate, you hide too deep. This car I know, not a few million, don't want to touch. Don't tell me is your family to buy for you. You that family situation I understand. Jiang Feng's family cannot be said to be poor, but also with the tycoon has no relation. Jiang Feng's parents recently operated a small store. The days of harmony and prosperity. Expecting the income of a small store to buy a Lamborghini is too much difference." Jiang Feng roughly told his experience of getting the luxury car, and heard Shi Guanyun's blood boil. Picking out the treasure pot from a few antiques and exchanging the white-obtained treasure pot for a Lamborghini. "I still underestimated you. Our group of high school classmates turned out to be the most bullish of you." Shi Guanyun, who adored Jiang Feng to the core, was next to be overjoyed. Where Jiang Feng eyes and money-making objects, Shi Guanyun all into the hand. To and from Jiang Feng's luxury car many times. The trunk of Jiang Feng's car is still full. A street is coming to an end. Shi Guanyun non-dragged Jiang Feng to another remote direction, until a more dilapidated stall. Shi Guanyun let go. There were only 7 or 8 objects on the stall, and the vendor at the back was a woman, dressed in ordinary clothes, with her jeans washed and slightly white. The woman's face is clear, her hair is tied behind her head casually, and when she saw the two of them, she was about to greet Shi Guanyun, but she was shocked to see Jiang Feng. There was a person in front of the stall picking out objects. Shi Guanyun ignored the man and signaled Jiang Feng with his head. Surprise? The woman who set up the stall was also Jiang Feng and Shi Guanyun's classmate, Lai Cheng. Jiang Feng recognized her at a glance. Lai Cheng hadn't changed much. Her clothes were as simple as before, and her face was a bit thinner. Shi Guanyun had to bring him here, wanting him to meet Lai Cheng. Jiang Feng in high school after Shi Guanyun's enlightenment, to the love of men and women born a few points of yearning. Li Qing was once a girl he was very good feelings. Shi Guanyun said, "Excited to see your former crush?" Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Shi Guanyun said a little exaggerated. High school is so much. Class and class dormitory, connected to a line. He had thoughts about Li Qing, wanted to get along with Li Cheng. Li Qing is a first-class good boy, plus Jiang Feng is a little shy. Until they graduated from high school, they did not break the window paper. Seeing Li Qing again, Jiang Feng cannot say that there is no feeling in the bottom of his heart, once the impulse to blow away with the wind, and then look at Li Qing. But I think that she is more than ordinary women, clean, like a small family. In terms of looks alone, she is not even as good as Tu Jiaojiao. Jiang Feng greeted Li Qing with a big smile, but Li Qing was a bit embarrassed. The three of them talked about interesting things in high school, and the gap between Li Qing and Jiang Feng gradually disappeared, with the sound of laughter rising and falling. The person who was picking goods in front of the stall was furious. Can you guys be quiet? You're making a lot of noise to my ears. Lai Ching apologized repeatedly. Shi Guanyun immediately shut his mouth. He had seen a lot of customers who were hard to serve. Jiang Feng saw the two of them like this. He was not in a position to say much and waited for the man to finish buying and leave. I'll buy this pair of vases. 1,000? I'll give you 10,000. The buyer was slightly chubby, with thinning hair and black square glasses on his nose. His eyes wide and evilly looked at Lai Ching. Condition, little girl, you guessed it. I have insomnia lately. I want to find someone to massage me. I see that you're just right. There is a room for me in the nearby hotel. As long as you nod your head, $10,000 is yours. Jiang Feng wanted to speak out to stop. Shi Guanyun stopped Jiang Feng. She has nothing to do with you anymore. This is her own choice to make. You can't interfere. Aren't you surprised that she didn't go to college even though her grades were so good? Her father is lying in the central hospital. Need dialysis every few days. This kind of pressure you won't understand. He into the antique business is Ri Qing introduced. Shi Guanyun has always side Ri Qing's encounter. Give up a great future. Set up stalls to earn money hard to support. $10,000 is not a small amount of money to Li Qing. Li Qing agreed to the man's special conditions. Shi Guanyun is not at all surprised. Chapter 69, New Function of the Eye of Discernment. Jiang Feng listened to Shi Guanyun's explanation and also waited for Lai Qing's reply. You go. I'm not selling this object. You are good. It's you who don't cherish the opportunity. I don't like to impose, so we have to discuss the business in front of us. The man pointed to a small gap in the mouth of the porcelain vase and said, improperly preserved, defective. This is not a small wound. With it, the porcelain vase is no longer a perfect item. So let's do it. $500. The price dropped by half in one bite. Shi Guanyun went up to haggle with the man and finally said that 600 couldn't be less. When he was about to pay, he saw Jiang Feng staring at him, and the man exclaimed, Pouncer boy, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen this kind of large-scale transaction before? Jiang Feng ignored him and looked closely at the vase the man wanted to buy. Feeling offended, the man said to Lai Qing, your friend is very disrespectful to me. Now I want him to apologize to me. Otherwise I won't buy this item of yours. Shi Guanyun said, I'm going to go. This is a big mess. Lai Qing looked at Jiang Feng, did not know how to open his mouth. This is not the matter of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng involved. Want him to apologize to others for nothing? Jiang Feng laughed at the vase. Tang three-color dragon vase. The mouth is rounded with a bunched neck, and the body of the vase is rounded. The mouth of the bottle painted 7 rich peonies. Peonies in full bloom. The shape of the rounded neck 3 colors of the strange tree. Under the ring of 3 green dragons. Green dragons stepping on the clouds, chasing beads and spitting mist. The dragon 5-clawed. The dragon's mouth open and closed. The tail raised. Below the 3 blue dragons painted 4 to the sun disc dragons. Disc dragons dance clouds, like clouds in mist, like rain in the clouds. The 4 disc dragons are not the same shape, and each other to color boundaries divided between the pattern. The bottom of the bottle is white with reddish color. This bottle tire white flashing red. There are tiny particles. Feel not too delicate. Thicker glaze, pattern bright, exquisite shape. This is a genuine Tang 3 color. $500 want to buy a Tang 3 color? The man slightly color change. The young man in front of him said true or false at a glance. He was not too sure. After Jiang Feng said, immediately took out the money and said to Lai Qing, 1,000 right. I'll buy it. Tang Sansai's big name is not only Ri Qing heard. Shi Guanyun also heard. Jiang Feng said that the object in front of him is the famous Tang San Kai. We're willing to agree. Shi Guanyun said, you did not say not to buy it, and now do not sell it. Shi Guanyun said to Lai Qing, you are still looking at Jiang Feng with old eyes. You do not know what Jiang Feng is now. People driving a Lamborghini. Cheat you a Tang San Kai? Jiang Feng see Lai Qing I still have doubts said, this Tang San Kai has flaws. $10,000 I bought. This involves the upgrading task of the Eye of Discernment. Jiang Feng had a hard time finding an item worth $1 million and didn't want to give it up. Jiang Feng pulled out his cell phone. Don't believe me? I'll transfer money to you now. The man from earlier was anxious and panicked. Don't. Little girl, I saw this item first. I'll offer 10,000 as well. What do you think? I was rude earlier. I'll apologize to you. He also whispered to Jiang Feng, little brother's eyesight is really poisonous. Let me have this item. I won't let you go empty-handed. He hinted at giving Jiang Feng some kickbacks. Jiang Feng looked at Lai Cheng. I can't say anything about this. I have to ask her. Lai Cheng accepted Jiang Feng's money transfer, ignoring the man's higher offer. Jiang Feng and Shi Guanyun laughed. Shi Guanyun said, old classmate, you pick up girls means too low, but also Tang San Kai. Ha, obviously want to send money to people for nothing. Before leaving you do not forget to ask for her microsignal. Do you want to ask me? I know her microsignal. He thought that Jiang Feng heard Lai Qing's unfortunate encounter, purely want to help Lai Qing, Tang San Kai or something are all excuses. The other buyer's abnormal behavior that was Jiang Feng fooled. Jiang Feng said, "This is a real Tang San Kai. I'm not kidding. How much does it cost for Lai Qing's father to be treated for uremia? Ask her later and I'll help her pay for her medical bills. $10,000 for a piece of Tang San Kai." Taking advantage of Lai Qing, Jiang Feng wanted to make up for it in this aspect. I don't know if this would count as fulfilling the upgrade conditions of the Eye of Discernment. A few minutes later, discriminating upgrade in progress? Currently 2/3 of the progress. When he arrived at Jiang Feng's car, Shi Guanyan asked Jiang Feng in passing where he was driving to, and Jiang Feng said Qinglong Bend Hotel. The Qinghu Villa is being renovated, and it will take 2 weeks to complete. Shi Guanyan almost eyes did not stare out. Old classmate, not I say you. You have money corruption open luxury cars live in the hotel? Right, to your treasure appreciation skills, 10,000 within the small money is not rare to earn, or you look at this into not, I will give you as a driver in the future. Don't want your salary. You one day stroll antique market take me on it. I help you carry bags. You tell me the objects you can't see. Jiang Feng smiled and politely declined Shi Guanyun's offer. After taking Shi Guanyun for a Western dinner, Jiang Feng returned to the hotel. A few days later, Lu Sherman was discharged from the hospital, and Jiang Feng and Lu Linlin and the others collectively had a small celebration for Lu Sherman at the Serenity Villa. Jiang Feng told and ran about the Dan poisoning the puppy, and the two of them once again devoted themselves to studying the Dan. During that time, Jiang Feng went to Qingguan village and once again found a buried item. The Eye of Discernment meets the upgrade conditions. The Eye of Discernment has been successfully upgraded. After listening to the prompts in his mind, Jiang Feng was puzzled. It's gone? Just this vague? Don't tell him exactly where it changed. Took out the Tang San Kai bottle with the Eye of Discernment a sweep. The information in his mind is no different from before. There is no specific identification information to strengthen. Jiang Feng also thought about it right. Identification information is detailed enough. The content of the content and then strengthen the content of the content has become a lot. That will give him to identify multiple items to bring trouble. Each piece of antique information is as vast as a sea of smoke. His identification of 100 or so pieces shall not be dizzy over. Today's information is just right. No more, no less. He and Ran combined their lessons from last time and once again refined 2 pills, which Jiang Feng accidentally swept through with his Eye of Discernment. Healthy body pill, abandoned pill. There is an elixir poison. Those who consume it by mistake will die. The upgraded Eye of Discernment was able to discern pills? This discovery made Jiang Feng dragon excited, and he gleefully swept through everything on the second floor of Ran with the Eye of Discernment. Earth yellow essence. 32 years old, with some medicinal value. Purple gold alchemy furnace. Magic weapon. Yuang Shirquang sword, broken. Magic weapon. Identifying the medicinal properties of the pills and the year of the herbs is an unexpected pleasure. Purple gold alchemy furnace and the Yuang Shirquang sword. These 2 items Jiang Feng used the Eye of Identification to see. At this time to see the content of the only more magic weapon 2 words. Jiang Feng went to the first floor after scanning all the objects. Found that only the Dan furnace and Shirquang sword in front of him has the word magic weapon. Magic weapon? What's that? Chapter 70, Recycling Station. Soon, Jiang Feng saw the 3rd magic weapon. Gu Hongye called and asked Anren to borrow Jiang Feng. He thought Jiang Feng was an employee of the Prosperity Lounge. After Ran asked Jiang Feng agreed to take a look. The Yuang Shirquang sword he had gotten his hands on was exactly what Gu Hongye, the owner of the garbage disposal plant, had sold him. There might be something new to discover this time when he went there again. The result is very disappointing to Jiang Feng. Gu Hongye wanted him to identify but an ordinary Qing dynasty objects, worth tens of thousands of dollars. Jiang Feng did not want to go through empty-handed. Said, "Do you have other things here that look like antiques? Come all the way back. Want to take a closer look? Turn around. Maybe there is something else to gain." Gu Hongye said, "My things you see? No other." Saw the garbage treatment plant drove in a small truck stuffed with all kinds of plastic and other garbage. These are the small waste collection departments around the neighborhood. They buy the garbage, resell it to him, and hand it over to him to unify the processing and recycling. Gu Hongye eyes lit up. I am no more, but they are likely to collect a lot. Those small waste collection department usually have more contact with individuals who sell waste, and most of the items sent to him are categorized, such as all types of metals and plastics, etc. All strictly subdivided, packed into a tie. No complete object. Gu Hongye questioned to look at Jiang Feng. He was not sure whether Jiang Feng with him to go a trip. The Department of Scrap Acquisition undoubtedly have buried antiques, but the environment there is not very good. Jiang Feng does not go also makes sense. Jiang Feng listened to Gu Hong's reply, thought for a moment, and agreed to go with Gu Hongye's line. He already had some interest in those places. Gu Hongye as the largest garbage disposal plant in a city. He knew all the small recycling stations around a city. With him leading the way and introducing him, Zhang Feng saved a lot of trouble. The first place to go was the nearest recycling station to Gu Hongye. The recycling station was a small 2-story building, surrounded by a nearly 2-meter-high fence, with the sound of dogs barking vaguely coming out of the wall. Gu Hongye pulled open the gate, loudly scolded the 2 barking dogs, and said to Zhang Feng, "This place is opened by one of my former subordinates, Chang Hao, who has the best relationship with me." When he started from a small recycling station, there were only 2 people in the recycling station, he and Chang Hao, and then the recycling station gradually grew bigger. Chang Hao wanted to get out of him to do it alone, and he gave Chang Hao the capital. 2 people are still good relations, often drink to get together. Meet Zhang Feng free appraisal of such a great thing. His first thought is Chang Hao. He did not think of inviting the city's experts. Just their hands similar to the antique objects are not a few. Sold those antiques is not enough to pay the experts' appraisal fees. Like Zhang Feng agreed to personally visit the door is not 1. 2 dogs half a meter long, look very wild. They obviously recognize Gu Hongye, heard Gu Hongye rebuke, squealed twice, still with a hostile gaze at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng strutted past the kennel with a slight frown. Inside the yard, all sorts of garbage was piled up into a small mountain, and all sorts of unpleasant odors were coming out, like the smell of corruption for a long time. Several people wearing masks and gloves were picking and choosing from the garbage, categorizing the garbage. Zhang Feng bypassed those people and walked to the small second floor inside the courtyard. Farther away from the garbage pile, the smell here is much better. Hearing Gu Hongye said that this environment is considered good. Other recycling stations are not as clean as in front of you. A moment Zhang Feng heart bottomless, thinking about whether to refuse to go to other places. Small second floor decoration general. Here is the edge of a city. On the same benefits. Sunny. From the morning to the sun sets, there has been a warm sun shining. Gu Hongye shouted twice towards the upper floor. A middle-aged man in his 30s walked downstairs. Gu Hongye whispered, "He's Chang Hao. He's straightforward. Usually when he doesn't go to recycle items, he nestles on the second floor to look after his wife." Zhang Feng saw the wedding photo prominently displayed. His wife was good-looking. Chang Hao said, "My wife is giving birth recently. It's my second child. We went to the hospital to check. It's a boy." Zhang Feng and Gu Hongye congratulated him. Zhang Feng had some envy in his heart for Chang Hao, who was about to become a family of 4 with his wife and child. A peaceful and fulfilling life. Chang Hao's face hung with a faint sadness. "I haven't saved any savings in the last few years, and I don't know whether it's good or bad for the child to be born." He married for the second time, and his ex-wife has a little girl, raised by him. He is not young, and then do not want a child. Want in the future. His current wife's chances of getting pregnant are not high, to have a child. Now life is developing too fast. Everything needs money. No savings in his heart has a panic about the future. Gu Hongye laughed, pointing to the side of Zhang Feng said, "We are not sending me money. Do you know who he is? A member of the A City Antique Association and the youngest appraisal expert in a city? My broken copper sword was sold to him for more than $100,000. Recently, I found another antique and asked Zhang Feng to take a look at it, and the result was worth $80,000. Zhang Feng is willing to help appraise the treasure. This is an extremely rare opportunity. I firmly grasp, and make a small profit. Now I bring him here. It depends on whether you can grasp it." As soon as Chang Hao heard that Zhang Feng was an appraisal expert in a city, and could possibly help him appraise high-priced antiques, his face was a bit restrained for a moment, and he panicked and took out a box of cigarettes, helping Zhang Feng to light it up. "Expert Jiang, if I had known that you were coming, I would have had to set up a table and invite you for a family meal." Zhang Feng had a bitter smile on his face. He did submit an application to the A City Antique Association. The application was approved and he became a member of the A City Antique Association. The problem is that he is a member of the Antique Association with the money to go in, change other rich people, as well as into. Chang Hao shouted him expert, with his skills enough to competent, just not enough seniority. Antiques line especially look at the achievements and experience. Zhang Feng said, "Do not call me expert, too polite. You all older than me. Call me name on the line." Sitting on the sofa, Gu Hongye and Chang Hao left. Gu Hongye, afraid of Chang Hao missed any object, missed this great opportunity, helped Chang Hao to find. Zhang Feng leisurely sipped his tea. His cell phone rang. It was a message from Lu Sherman, asking Zhang Feng about jade and stone appraisal experts. Zhang Feng replied that he didn't recognize them, and the two of them chatted about the recent development of the Clear Lake Company. The company is carrying out new business. There is a shortage of jade. There are no jade experts. Do not dare to spend a lot of money into the raw materials. The development of a moment into a bottleneck. Zhang Feng comforted Lu Sherman for a few moments and advised her to try S province. He sighed in his heart. He had the intention to help, but he didn't know much about jade. There are many overlaps between antiques and jade, and he is aware of the approximate prices of various types of jade. There are many antiques or all kinds of high-grade jade carving. This is only a surface understanding, cannot be said to be good at, cannot help Lu Sherman. Chapter 71, Wang Xiqing's Blood Plum Drawing. A little girl was lying on the stairs, timidly looking at Zhang Feng. Her big eyes flickered, just looking so curiously, not daring to come over. Zhang Feng waved at her. She hesitated and went downstairs and still sat at the farthest position from Zhang Feng. She was wearing a red short-sleeved, lapel right in the center embroidered with a small tiger. Her hair was slightly yellow, as if her body lacked any micronutrients, and the two groups of baby fat on her small face were a little dry with white lines, seemingly about to crack. A pair of snot hanging under the nose. She from time to inhale, two agar up and down back and forth. Zhang Feng laughed. How old are you this year? What's your name? The little girl wiped her nose, wiping a large piece of her small hand. My name is Chang Meng Meng. Uncle, what's your name? Zhang Feng's smile froze on his face. Uncle? Was he that old? This little kid was quite cute. His eyes were too poor for a big handsome man to see. Zhang Feng laughed. You are still small. Tell you a secret, outside looks like me like this is known as handsome. You later encounter and your age similar to the handsome man. To catch, handsome man is very sought after. The little girl nodded her head as if she understood. Zhang Feng had a flurry of nonsense education, again explaining all sorts of why and helping Chang Meng Meng read poems, and when Chang Hao two people went back to the house, Zhang Feng was chatting happily with her. Gu Hongye curiously said, this child recognizes life very much, and I'm not even close. Zhang Feng, you can chat with her for the first time like this. It's too strange. Chang Hao dragged Chang Meng Meng away. Don't bother your Uncle Jiang. Your Uncle Jiang has business to do. Chang Meng Meng gave a milky O. Zhang Feng thought to himself, Uncle Jiang? It was not easy for him to help Chang Meng Meng to correct. Chang Hao came over and made his previous efforts all in vain. Chang Hao and Gu Hongye brought 7 or 8 objects, large and small. The first thing that caught his eye was a rusty dagger with a sheath. Zhang Feng took a look at it and saw that it was an old object from 20 years ago, and it was rusted to such a degree that it basically had no value for restoration. Shook his head. This dagger is a garbage disposal, exempt from strong sell a metal money. Chang Hao face slightly white. Gu Hongye at the sight of comfort. Alright, that is the first piece. There are still quite a few. Let's one piece at a time. The second piece was an item shaped like a wall brick, slightly yellow in color. The gold powder originally sprayed on it had fallen off due to improper preservation, and the yellow particles remaining on it were mixed with the black brick body, making it look a bit disgusting. Brick ink. 7. 1 centimeters long. 3. 2 centimeters wide. 1. 8 centimeters thick. Imitating the wall bricks of the ancient city wall of Nanjing in the Ming dynasty, with the words Zhang Xianyan on the front. Made by the Zhang Xianyan ink factory in Suzhou during the Republican period. After reading the hints in his mind, Zhang Feng combined it with the recent market offer for ink bricks and estimated around 5,000. This kind of thing has a good prospect of appreciation, but the current value is not high. Do you want to make a move or not to plan yourself? Chang Hao lost his voice. 5,000? Such a seemingly brick non-brick objects. The original body is what he used to pad the foot of the table. Two people in line with the wood rather look at the wrong, not let go principle to take over to make up the number. Did not think that such an inconspicuous thing can be worth 5,000. How much garbage can he sell to earn 5,000? Ah, Gu Hongye patted Chang Hao, who was dumbfounded, and said, see what Zhang Feng can do. This thing in our eyes for 100 years, cannot see the real or fake. In the hands of Zhang Feng, this antique expert, cannot see a wrong object. The second item earned 5,000. Don't thank Zhang Feng yet. Zhang Feng raised his hand to stop Chang Hao's continuous thanks. The third piece is a paint off the clay sculpture, shaped like a Taoist monk look, maybe which abandoned Taoist temple. Not worth money. Some people like this kind of object. More people on this kind of object have resistance to the heart. Different beliefs. Cannot accept. The fourth is a square porcelain, large square bowl shape, the side of the traditional calligraphy. There are fish and flowers of colorful pictures. Bowl body without ribs. Corners concave. The bowl edge slightly convex outward. Smooth. The overall shape is exquisite. Zhang Feng said, a Republic of China Famille Rose Birthday diamond-shaped Narcissus bowl. At the bottom is the inscription of the Republic of China period. The market price is about 20,000. 20,000? Chang Hao more excited. This was brought to him as a dog bowl, small bowl worth 20,000? Look at a few more. Is not the child's milk powder money out? Unfortunately, the next few objects are all worthless. Zhang Feng said the value of these objects. Chang Hao faced with a little loss. Gu Hongye, a broken copper sword, sells more than 100,000. Another antique sells 80,000. There are only 2 objects. The 2 objects add up to be worth more than all the things on his table. Chang Hao said. It's me who is a bit greedy. Getting more than $20,000 for nothing and still thinking of wanting more. Gu Hongye comforted Chang Hao with a few words. The door to a side room was left open when the two came back. Zhang Feng saw an ancient painting on that wall and said to Chang Hao, "Can I go to that room to have a look? Quickly please. If the hut wasn't too messy, I would have had the heart to invite you to visit." Chang Hao enthusiastically let Zhang Feng in. Zhang Feng entered the room and stood in front of the calligraphy and painting on the wall. Hanging on the wall was a half-meter-long plum blossom painting. Plum blossom black and red, two colors. Black for the branches. Red point plum blossom. Black branches back type zigzag. Red plum blossom an eye. The combination of the two. Into the eye to give a person a sense of vitality. The upper left corner with a few vertical lines of mention. Font for thin gold style. This is nothing special. Many Chinese painting people like to use thin gold style title. A modern Wang Shicheng plum blossom painting. Before Zhang Feng finished his words, the two men's faces darkened. Previously there were objects from the Republican period that had lost their value due to improper preservation. How could a painting or calligraphy from the modern era be worth money? Maybe the person who painted this painting is still alive. This is the modern painting and calligraphy. Painting more people, not a few valuable. Some down and out painters, not to mention a few $1,000s. A few $100s also sell paintings. Zhang Feng did not pay attention to the two. Murmured, Wang Shicheng painting style atmosphere. Plum blossom figure is a great modern times. Painting style is very different from the norm. This seems to be Wang Shicheng's early works. The brush is not old enough. Years ago, S province auctioned out a Wang Shicheng's plum blossom figure. That is similar to this. Shot 250,000 yuan. Conservative estimate. This plum painting figure is not less than $200,000. $200,000? The huge surprise almost smashed Chang Hao unconscious. This was a companion crop from his current wife's mother's family, looking joyful and suitable as a wedding gift. It turned out to be a piece of art worth $200,000. This painting is not a curio. Not much understanding of art. Zhang Feng, well in the art and jade class, both with antiques more than a commonplace. On the art alone let Zhang Feng valuation. Zhang Feng really estimate not out. Well remembered the S province auction out of the object, combined with the auction price to give 200,000 conservative valuation. Chapter 72, the third magic weapon. These objects weren't worth much. Zhang Feng wasn't very interested and didn't want to cajole the two on this price. Before leaving, Chang Hao was very enthusiastic and wanted to invite Zhang Feng for a casual dinner, which Zhang Feng refused. Wanted to give Chang Hao 3 contacts. The vice president of the Antique Association, Shan Hong, and Ran of the Easy Zhai, and Yin Fengzhu. The first two are not expected to have much willingness to buy. The next person is difficult to contact. The antiques. In the single Hong is a common thing, whether it is Wang Shicheng's plum blossom or the Republic of China's porcelain. In the myriad of antiques, is not conspicuous. Collection value is limited. Artistic value is not high. Single macro room may not have a place to put down common objects. Anron's Prosperity Lounge is in the middle of a loss, except for the very low price sale. Otherwise she will not buy. The most hopeful is Yin Fengzhu. She has 3 antique stores in a city, running a good business. She can eat all the antiques in the hands of Chang Hao. After Zhang Feng thought about it, he only gave Yin Fengzhu's contact information. Lu Shimon's company is not in the scope of Zhang Feng's consideration. She has a fixed channel for acquiring objects. This kind of small business does not need to trouble her. Several people sent Zhang Feng to the gate with enthusiasm. Zhang Feng thanked Chang Hao for sending him again. When he saw Chang Mengmeng holding a silver coin in her small hand and sucking it in her mouth, he was thinking of reminding Chang Hao that it was easy for children to swallow ancient coins and that it was dangerous to do so. And then he subconsciously used his eye of discernment to scan the silver-colored coin. Zhang Feng's figure suddenly stopped. His voice trembled a little as he pointed at Chang Mengmeng and said to Chang Hao, "Can you give me a closer look at that coin?" Chang Hao stepped forward and patted Chang Mengmeng. "Where did this broken child pick up whatever garbage goes into his mouth? Don't you know it's dirty?" Zhang Feng wanted to see. Chang Hao put the silver coin on his clothes to wipe away the saliva. Carefully handed to Zhang Feng. "Look very new. Not like antiques. It must be something modern that this girl picked up. The coins from the game hall are somewhat similar to this." Zhang Feng shook his head. Chang Hao would have realized the unusual nature of this item if he took a closer look at the coin. The entry is heavier than ordinary coins of this type by 1 point. The front center of the 4 large traditional Chinese characters, Guangxu Yuan Bao, surrounded by raised dots around. The 4 characters above the words Jiangnan Province made. The left and right EC 2 characters. Under the 6 characters, cupping 7 money and 2 cents. On the reverse is a soaring silver dragon. The side of the coin is like a modern coin, with rows and rows of vertical lines. Zhang Feng saw Chang Hao's appearance. "No, Chang Hao, do not know." Take the coin to Chang Hao to look carefully. After reading the words on it, Chang Hao said, "Shiny? Were ancient coins this bright? I've heard that when coins used to circulate as currency, the surface was worn. Look at this. It's as good as newly produced. There's not half a scratch on it. Gu Hongye took a look and agreed with Chang Hao. Zhang Feng said, I'll tell you the truth. This is an authentic ancient coin. It's not a fake. Lowering his head, he softly said to Chang Mengmeng, tell brother, where did you get it? Chang Mengmeng tilted her small head. Chang Hao chided her to say it quickly. Chang Mengmeng commiserated. I just picked it in the yard. Zhang Feng rubbed Chang Mengmeng's plump face, and in a few words, she made Chang Mengmeng laugh again. Zhang Feng got up and said, the market price of Guangxu Yuanbao silver coins is more stable. The price is 1,800,000. The price of 1,800,000. The presence of Gu Hongye and Chang Hao all into shock. Rao Gu Hongye has a large-scale waste treatment plant called Easy Recycling Company. 1,800,000 is not a small number for him. Chang Hao is shocked. Such a small coin is worth $1,800,000? Is this society crazy? Or am I crazy? Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. There were a lot of copper Guangxu Yuanbao coins, and a smaller number of silver coins. A total of about 6,000 to 7,000 were issued, and the number of surviving coins was even rarer. The cupping on the silver coin is the largest mechanism of dragon silver in China. This coin is the most technically sophisticated of all the Longyang silver dollars. The most complete engraving process. Stroking the feel of the bumps is particularly strong, and the anti-counterfeiting technology it uses is unparalleled. No higher than it. Especially behind the coin relief disc dragon. Simply seems like a master carefully carved works of art. I like this coin very much. If you agree, I'm willing to acquire it at the market price of $1,800,000. Gu Hongye and Chang Hao vetoed in succession. If not for you to see out, we certainly put as garbage. How can I sell you according to the market price? A discount, 900,000 it. I don't know antiques. Don't know if this price is appropriate. Or a discount. Zhang Feng thought 1,800,000 discount that is not 18 million? After the three pushed each other, Zhang Feng acquired it at $1.5 million. After entering his hand, he once again used the eye of discernment to determine. Guangxu Yuanbao, made in the 13th year of the Qing Guangxu reign, weighing 29 grams, with an outer diameter of 39 millimeters and a thickness of 2.5 millimeters. Legal weapon, once sacrificed by Wu Weizi, the third magic weapon Zhang Feng had seen so far. A Longyang silver coin. Who was Wu Weizi? Zhang Feng didn't understand. It might be a high-ranking person from the Republican period. There was no way to know this person now. Zhang Feng thought to himself that it was impossible that every Guangxu Yuanbao was a magic weapon. This object shining silver, the weight of a few grams heavier than ordinary Guangxu Yuanbao, the surface of the brand new. Is the name of that person named Wu Weizi sacrificed the reason? Was it also identified as a magic weapon by the eye of discernment for this reason? According to this conjecture, the magic weapon has nothing to do with the age of the antique. The Yuan Shirkuang sword was worth more than $10 million, and this silver coin was $1,800,000. So it seems that the magic weapon had little to do with the value of the antique itself. In the Republic of China period, this item was nothing more than a currency. Could it be that all magic weapons are all refined from ordinary items? After refining into a magic weapon, I didn't see anything else that was different. The Yuan Shirkuang sword is broken. Perhaps the magic weapon is damaged, lost the original function. Then the silver coin in front of me is not other unknown utility? After transferring the money to Chang Hao, Zhang Feng and Gu Hongye left the recycling center. Zhang Feng and Gu Hongye left the recycling center after transferring the money to Chang Hao. Zhang Feng had no interest in going to other recycling centers after getting a new artifact. Gu Hongye laughed and said, little brother, it's done now. You spent $1.5 million to buy a silver coin. As long as you put out the news, we don't need to go to the door. The bosses of those recycling centers have to line up to look for you to appraise it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I can't let them bother you every day. I'll have them send all the objects to me. So let me know when you have time and I'll send them over to you. Good. After getting into the Lamborghini, Zhang Feng realized that the car was out of gas. He realized that the car was out of oil. He thought it was strange that he had seen it clearly when he came here, and it was enough to run back and forth. So how did he suddenly run out of oil? The two turned back towards Chang Hao borrowed gasoline, but found that the car tires were punctured leakage. Which grandson did this? Zhang Feng was so angry that he cursed, called the towing company. Even a few phone calls did not get through, and finally Gu Hongye helped Zhang Feng call. Zhang Feng hate leaning on the car. Just want to smoke a cigarette to breathe. Between the nose smell a strange odor. Look down. He stepped on dog. Chapter 73, The Original Stone. Ling Yan, you're finally here. Zhang Feng and Gu Hongye were in Ling Yan's car, devouring the fast food Ling Yan had brought, calling the towing company. The other party later called back to say that the road over there was restricted, and they were asked to push the car for a kilometer and switch to the main road. Jiang Feng and Gu Hongye bitterly pushed the car. Call and ask. Found this side of the peak traffic again. Waiting for more than 2 hours. It just so happened that Ling Yan was passing through here. And when Jiang Feng found out, he asked Ling Yan to bring some food over. If he had known that it was so unlucky, he would not have come out. In Chang Hao's house have food and drink. Why suffer on the highway? Gu Hongye said. Jiang Feng, you really have no one else's luck. I won't join you in the future. Who can stand it if I get into you? Jiang Feng said. He really wasn't like this before. In just a few hours, a bunch of bad things happened, making Jiang Feng's head huge. Is there really luck in the world? Luck is good to buy a lottery. Go out and pick up wallets. Meet beautiful women, have a love affair. Bad luck to do what not good. All the things and he did right. Like in front of the general. This kind of mysterious things. Jiang Feng did not think too much. Jiang Feng saw Ling's smoke car backseat has a paper bag. Into the hand quite heavy. Inside is a half-foot square stone. The gray stone was as common as the type seen in the river. The color was a bit darker and more opaque. What is this? Gu Hongye glanced towards the paper bag and exclaimed. A jadeite raw stone? He had the honor of seeing a jadeite raw stone once before, and when he saw it again, he said at a glance. Gu Hongye pointed to a piece of raw stone looks like green. Said, the green crystal is jade. The whole piece of raw stone rubbed open a little, revealing a little bit of jade inside. In the industry this technique is called open sky window. Jiang Feng, the jadeite exposed on the original stone. I believe you are not unfamiliar with the water-type jadeite. Jiang Feng took out the whole raw stone from the paper bag. The whole gray irregular raw stone. Above a piece was ground open, revealing a touch of amazing green inside. Jiang Feng had heard that jadeite came from all kinds of raw stones. The raw stone in front of him was the first time he had seen it. Crystal clear jadeite out of the ground before. Wrapped in the original stone is so ugly. Rubbing open a little bit of the original stone to reveal the green. The limit of the two contrast to give people a very strong visual perception. Ling Yan said, this is I help Lu Sherman buy water seed jadeite original stone. Don't look at the water seed level is not high. Such a large piece of water seed cost me a lot of effort. You see the water type jadeite on the skylight is not particularly translucent. Such a translucent water type is not rare. The value is higher. Ling Yan stretched out a finger. Jiang Feng doubted. $100,000? Ling Yan spat out blood. Don't joke. 1 million. This is still the internal price that I entrusted relations. Otherwise the raw stone that opened the skylight wouldn't have gotten my turn. Gu Hongye's hand stroked the green color and said, transparent as water. Soft luster. Such a water type belongs to the top quality. And opened the skylight. According to the overall stone body estimate, the value is guaranteed. Such a large piece of raw stone cut out a small half of the same water type jadeite is not lost. Gu Hongye continuously exclaimed good things, listening to the two men's narrative. Jiang Feng understood that there was a certain amount of gambling in cutting jadeite from the raw stone and said, if, and I'm talking about if, this raw stone can't cut out the jadeite, is that $1 million down the drain? Ling Smoke gasped, blah blah blah, the dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The first time I helped Lu Sherman buy jade, asked several experts present, and even the person selling the stone said that it can't be lost. You can't say something nice, like Jiang Feng said not open green. Don't think that is lost to the family. This piece of raw stone opened the sky window, the water species superior, and then cut downwards. That person must be bad to what extent? Jiang Feng said you do not know my experience. I am trying to say something good. Say it. From Chang Hao's house out he has been unlucky. Who knows at this time bad luck has no end. Disturbed Jiang Feng worried about Ling Smoke stained his luck, subconsciously guessed the original stone wrapped in what is the emerald when, inadvertently with the eye of discernment scanning, into the eyes of a gray, extremely rough, only a little green light happens to be in that open window. Discriminating I did not give hints in his mind, but he watched to the interior of the original stone. Jiang Feng's heart was happy. Could this be the hidden function of the eye of discernment after upgrading? He could see through the thick stone skin on the surface of the original stone to see the internal structure. Nowadays, there was no scientific instrument that could see through the original stone, but his eye of discernment could do it. Jiang Feng, who imagined how to better utilize his eye of discernment in the future, was violently dumbfounded. His bad luck hadn't left. It was still on him. The raw stone that Ling Yan and Gu Hongye had looked at favorably had become a waste stone after passing through his hands. Internal gray is stone. Green is jade. This half-a-foot-long raw stone just 2 centimeters in size of the water-type jade, unbiased was opened the window of heaven. Call this a coincidence? Who can believe? Coincidence is too much. Jiang Feng's forehead emerged fine numb layer of sweat. A good piece of raw stone. To his hands turn around. Into a waste stone. Driving to the pedestrian street. Gu Hongye get off. Jiang Feng still rely on not go. Ling Yan to go to cut stone. Jiang Feng would like to verify the identification of the eye to see the accuracy of the quasi-accurate, and would like to go with Ling Yan to see. Ling Yan said, Want to see how to cut raw stone? Fine, but you have to promise me a condition. What condition? Be my boyfriend. Not waiting for Zhang Feng to veto, Ling Yan said, is impersonating. Lu Shimon's company is newly opened. There is no stone cutting master. I have to go to Yang Hai's place to find Yang Hai's help. Yang Hai is like a fly. He has been chasing me. This time I took the initiative to send the door to beg for his help. He definitely won't let go of this good opportunity. Zhang Feng heart big determination, full of smile quickly cooled down, also thought that there is a big good thing it. Indeed, the sky did not fall pie. The original just pretend to be her boyfriend. White happy. Okay, but we have to say in advance. About the law. I pretend to be your boyfriend. Overnight or something, I reluctantly will be. Then we sleep in a bed. You cannot move my hands and feet. Ling Yan giggle a laugh. Think what good thing it. Going to cut a raw stone. Do you need to spend the night? Sleep in a bed? Zhang Feng thought it was beautiful. The car parked in front of a jade store. Ling Yan led Zhang Feng directly to the second floor. The second floor is very different from the first floor. The second floor shelves are not jade, mostly a different shape of the original stone. Small but palm-sized. Large stones more than half a meter high. The second floor has 4 or 5 groups of rich businessmen look like people rolling between the shelves. Each group seems to be an expert, constantly explaining a variety of raw stone out of the possibility of green. A man with glasses wearing a white shirt and shiny hair came striding in, not even looking at Zhang Feng, eagerly greeting Ling Yan. Long time no see. At first sight I was shocked to see you come. I thought that my longing for you had become a disease and I was having an illusion. Chapter 74, Stone Cutting. The glasses man's sweet words were said without any embarrassment. His expression and movements were just right. Zhang Feng thought that if he exchanged identities with the man in front of him, he would not be able to do it as naturally as he did. Is he the suitor Ling Yan was talking about? Ling Yan squinted at Zhang Feng for a moment. Then her arm affectionately hugged Zhang Feng's arm, and said to the man with glasses, Hello Yan Hai, I'd like to introduce you to him. This is my boyfriend, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng realized, went forward and shook hands with Yan Hai. Yang Hai at this time Feng put his eyes on Zhang Feng, spoke with Zhang Feng with a hint of contempt. The young man in front of him looked as if he was younger than Ling Yan. It turns out that Ling Yan likes sibling love. Looking for a person is really not good. Dressed in ordinary, traveling shoes covered with dust. In the bottom of his heart Yang Hai scratched Zhang Feng a big cross. My name is Yang Hai. There was no meaning to say more. Usually when he introduced himself to the bystanders, when they heard these 4 words most of them had a dawning realization expression, and asked him what his relationship with Yang Wei was. Zhang Feng's questioning gaze was captured by Yang Hai, who coughed out, I'm Yang Wei's younger brother. Impotent? Zhang Feng blinked his eyes and looked at Ling Yan on the side. Who is impotent? How come I haven't heard of such an overbearing name? Seeing that Zhang Feng was flirting, Ling Yan laughed as her petite body trembled. Even my brother Yang Wei hasn't heard of it. Ling Yan, I seriously doubt your vision in picking a boyfriend. Which person he had met hadn't heard of Yang Wei? Yang Wei's fame in his city had always been the target of Yang Hai's admiration. Hearing Zhang Feng make fun of Yang Wei, Yang Hai's face carried a trifle of fire. Ling Yan said in a cold voice, Who I find as my boyfriend is my own choice. No need for others to tell me what to do. If it wasn't for you, she would have found Zhang Feng to be her fake boyfriend. Yang Hai's deep love looked at Ling Smoke. I know you find this man is to gas me. I admit that your goal has been achieved. My heart like the surging sea, not a moment's peace, full of all you. Enough. Zhang Feng really can't stand it. This Yang Hai has more than just a bullish impotent brother, talking to make people sour down their teeth. Can't see that next to him stood such a big man. At the loss of what he said, Ling Yan whispered, You see, you can't stand it the first time. Think of me who is often harassed. Not a great person. Very good sense of self. Ling Yan thought about cutting the original stone, taking the jade and leaving immediately. Not staying here for one more minute, said looking for the stone cutting master to help. Yang Hai hesitated for a moment and said, Generally the raw stone outside is not allowed to cut in my place. This time except for one time. This is all for you. Zhang Feng and Ling Yan endured Yang Hai's love words, took the raw stone to the stone cutting master. The people in the hall saw someone cutting stone on the spot, all curious to come over to watch. After seeing the raw stone in Zhang Feng's hand, there was a chorus of boos. A water-type jadeite with a sunroof. Looking at the texture of that raw stone, there doesn't seem to be any surprises. Unexpected result. I said how dare you cut the stone in public. The 2 results of cutting up and big up. The possibility of cutting down is minimal. Yang Hai glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Kid is lucky. This piece of raw stone is good. Zhang Feng handed over the original stone to the stone cutting master. The stone cutting master carefully looked at, sighed, said, Looks like it can be a large piece of jadeite. Cannot be wide open. You have to rub carefully, lest cut off the jadeite. The original stone is not big. Cut stone master open grinding machine. A little grinding stone skin. 20 minutes later. The original stone small circle. The layer of stone skin is still gray-black stone skin. Snap. The second grinding master from that wipe out the green skylight began to polish, until the skylight around the grinding out of the deep grooves. Still do not see a new green appear. The skylight on the only remaining emerald reveals the true face of the ancient master. Cut a knife cut down. The crowd looked dumbfounded. The first time I saw the skylight is actually a small jadeite 2 centimeters in diameter. The stone cutting master cut the original stone from the center and a blackness was reflected in the eyes of the crowd. Rub. No way. This can even be cut down. I'm convinced. Ling Yan fiddled with the 2 ruined stones and begged the stone-cutting master to continue cutting. She didn't want to give up yet. Ling smoke is difficult. The stone-cutting master to 2 pieces of waste stone cut into 4 pieces. Still cannot see half of the green. It's impossible. Those experts are all saying the same thing, saying that it is bound to cut up. Ling Yan incredulously mumbled. The stone-cutting master picked up the piece of jadeite that opened the skylight and said, "With my many years of experience in stone cutting, your piece of raw stone is not a fake. Some raw stone sellers, in order to sell the raw stone at a high price, purposely use a small piece of fake jadeite to stick on the raw stone, disguised as an open skylight. Some newcomers to the industry may be fooled. In front of this piece is definitely not fake. Cut the stone when the kind of texture imitation does not come out. Only a small piece of emerald skylight. He this many years is also the first time to see." After the crowd's surprise, the sound of laughter in a row. The one who laughed the most was Yang Hai. "Ling Smoke, I have advised you to buy the raw stone here from me. Look at this piece of raw stone of yours. Opening the skylight can be cut like this. It absolutely does not exist here in my place." Ling Yan ignored Yang Hai and said to Zhang Feng, "The jadeite for Lu Sherman is gone. We really need to pick another good piece here instead. Do you know how to pick a jadeite?" Jadeite and antiques have much in common. Jadeite appreciation and jadeite expert is, after all, 2 industries. Ling Yan is not sure Zhang Feng is not good at it. Zhang Feng is not sure. "Maybe, I'll try." I think the eye of discernment now see through the jadeite raw stone. Afraid of the fear of bad luck on him did not dissipate. Never believe in luck. Zhang Feng experienced a series of unlucky things. The heart of fear. Yang Hai has the intention to show off to bring a piece of jadeite in a conspicuous position. Handing Ling Yan, boldly said, "Sent you." Said eyes arrogantly glanced over Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng thought to himself, "If you're giving it to her, then give it to her. What are you looking at me for?" Ling Yan transferred the original stone to Zhang Feng and said, "See if it works. If it works, we'll spend money on it. We don't want his original stone for nothing." This is also a piece of raw stone with an open skylight. A circle smaller than the previous raw stone. The overall oval shape. The skylight's green color is more distinct, as if it is going to be green out of the water. The skylight opened up greatly. Zhang Feng hand stroked over. The jade quality is particularly delicate. It looked more than twice as good as Ling Yan's previous original stone. Yang Hai pointed to a few horizontal lines on the original stone said, "Kid, see. This is called stone lines. Stone lines shallow and messy, showing that the inside is not broken, only stays on the surface. Inside is a whole piece of jadeite. There is no breakage. So profound knowledge I guess you must not understand. How about it? Listen to me today, a pass of the explanation. Long knowledge it. An ordinary young man dares to die. Ling Yan, really do not know what kind of status he and Ling Yan are. Is a bottom person can be delusional." Chapter 75, The Bad Luck That Cannot Be Dispersed. This piece of raw stone in the second floor of all the raw stone ranked number. After more than one person sure, inevitable green, he hung too high price. A party no one asked for. This piece of green jadeite raw stone to Ling Yan. A moment cut out the jade. He then pennies. Show their own huge financial strength. Pipe in the leopard. Perhaps the boy in front of the interest of the automatic withdrawal. Ling Smoke may also be on the other side of the eye. Intentionally Yin and the Yang Hai only heard Zhang Feng said, "This is a piece of waste stone." Through the eye of identification, Zhang Feng saw that the green inside is only in the skylight. That one. The skylight at the green probably spread inward 5 centimeters, came to an abrupt end. Inside was rough stone. It was similar to the last original stone. Zhang Feng was a bit surprised in his heart. Could it be that jade is such a pit? Can't you really believe it when you open the sky window? He was about to hand over the original stone to Ling Yan, and they would choose a new one. Ling Yan didn't understand jade, and when she heard Zhang Feng's words, she just opened her mouth. Yang Hai grabbed Zhang Feng. "Do you know anything about jade? A newbie kid dares to talk big. A large skylight you can't see." Yang Hai saw Zhang Feng's behavior as an excuse to deliberately refuse to accept the original stone. Too low. Yang Hai looked like, "I have understood. You say it's a waste stone? I say cut up. Let's cut it on the spot. If it cuts up, I'll give Ling Yan the jadeite for nothing, and I won't charge you a penny for cutting it down." Zhang Feng didn't think there was any difference between the two results. Yang Hai said, "Anyway, the original stone is not his." Yang Hai insisted on cutting. Zhang Feng has no need to veto. He was thinking of trying a few more times to confirm the accuracy of the eye of discernment. The eye of discernment did not give hints. Let him look at his own identification. He was not sure that the gray color of the eyes must be stone. It may be another kind of jade, or even lower grade jade, such as cotton-type jade. Put the original stone under the stone-cutting machine. Stone-cutting master once again manipulate the knife. A little bit of grinding open the stone skin. Similar scene once again. No green? This situation makes more than one person in the field heart surprised. Today what is wrong? Strange things one after another. Well, maybe the green was hidden deeper, which was normal. Grinding the second layer. The surrounding gasps more. The skylight actually appeared at the fault. Cutting master from the skylight into the hands of a short while. A 4 centimeters or so of emerald was cut off. Inside the body of the rough stone. Stone cutting master let 2 centimeters. Cut a thin piece at the skylight. Then a large piece. Then a large piece. Finally the whole stone was split into several pieces, all of which were gray and black stone bodies. How can this be? Yang Hai was dumbfounded. Ling Yan's previous condition appeared on him once again. Yang Hai was a bit confused for a moment. His own stone, he is the most clear. This piece of raw stone is by no means fake. The skylight on it was opened by his own hands. The lines on the stone, the quality of the stone. How can it suddenly cut down? Ling Yan said, the immediate and I understand the jade situation is not quite the same. Opened the skylight of the original stone cut down one after another. Too bizarre. The surrounding bosses who were watching the stone cutting were talking about everything. Zhang Feng had a hint of a guess in his mind and wasn't sure. Yang Hai saw Zhang Feng whispering with Ling Yan and became enraged. Taking out a better-faced raw stone. He was not convinced. The price of this raw stone is $500,000 more expensive than the one from the party. Without opening the skylight, there are more people who favor it. Without opening the skylight it is unaffordable because it is highly likely that this piece of raw stone will open up a glass seed. Glass seed 3 words out. The whole crowd looked toward that piece of raw stone. Eyes become hot. If the face of the original stone is too good, high value, indeed is not appropriate to open the sunroof. In case not open green, but inside the glass seed, too much loss. How many more openings? The more you open the number of windows, the more certain the actual price. If 4 or 5 windows without green, basically no one will buy it again. Gambling is too big. Yang Hai can't afford to play. Someone in the field should say, that piece of raw stone I always wanted to buy. I heard that Master Lin Sen had appraised. The possibility of green as high as 90%. After the raw stone was handed over to Zhang Feng took a closer look at the raw stone and realized that with his true eyesight, he couldn't tell the slightest thing about it, and secretly swept his eyes with the eye of discernment. It was pitch black inside again. Zhang Feng returned the original stone and shook his head. Ling Yan was shocked. Another waste stone? Yang Hai gasped. This piece of raw stone is from Burma. Where is the waste stone? Zhang Feng that little knows nothing. Handing over the raw stone to the stone-cutting master. The result made the crowd present stupefied. Cut down. No green. Is there such trash in Burma? Yang Hai stayed flabbergasted by the stone-cutting machine. Zhang Feng shrugged to Ling Yan. You see, he did not listen to my advice. How good to keep the original stone for sale. A few cuts down. Worthless. Zhang Feng and Ling Yan wanted to leave. Yang Hai repeatedly retained. Ling Yan came to his store a rare opportunity. He did not want to let it go for nothing. Ling Yan said, I just want to send Lu Sherman a piece of jade. You don't have a suitable one here. There is. There definitely is. Yang Hai said that you said said that he took some guaranteed raw stone over, 100% green. Send Lu Sherman a piece of emerald, and did not say to what quality. Randomly come to a piece of not on the line. Even this can not meet. What face he has in the future to pursue Ling Yan. Ling Yan looked at Zhang Feng. Want him to take the idea. Zhang Feng saw 2 pieces of jadeite cut down in a row. Thought Zhang Feng know how to do. Alright, let's take another look. The third piece of raw stone Yang Hai took out opened 3 skylights. 2 out of green. 1 at the head and 1 at the tail. The overall green was a sure thing. The other skylight that didn't produce green was opened on a bump. Probably caused by a poor choice of location. The original stone was handed over to Zhang Feng, who looked at it with his eye of discernment and realized that the chances of the original stone producing green were too low. Open 2 skylights inside more than 99% of the substance is still stone. According to reason should not jade is really so difficult to come out. The store and the price of jade shall not be on the sky? Did not open the skylight of the even if. Open the skylight of a succession of abnormalities. Cut the stone this line are so thrilling? After the original stone cut, before and after the 2 thin little pieces of jade, the center is all ordinary stone. A lot of stores to buy raw stone customers have eliminated the heart of the will to buy. Some people will pick the good raw stone back to the shelf. Joking. Opened the skylight of the original stone cut down. Did not open the skylight is not garbage. Yang Hai, who noticed the customers around him, finally panicked. He could see the consequences of 3 consecutive cuts. It is common for raw stones to be cut down, but these 3 times are not ordinary cut down. One of the Burmese raw stone with a good face. The other 2 are open the sky window of the original stone. These 2 original stone is generally only a small loss and small profit too. Cut down is too much to bear. Who would be in the mood to buy the other stones in his store? The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on a new product, and then cut it again. Yang Hai do not believe it. His store there are 5 or 6 pieces of raw stone open skylight. Determined to make up his mind he had to get the scene back. Open the window cut out green is a common thing. Cut down is a very small probability. He did not believe that he was unlucky to the end of the day. Chapter 76, Bad Luck Silver Coin. The 4th raw stone. The 5th raw stone. The 6th. All opened the skylight and then cut down. The last jade even opened 4 skylights. Up and down. Left and right all out of the green, which is not much different from peeling off the stone skin. In accordance with the appearance, the whole piece out of the green is very normal. It is the most stable out of the green in the Yang Hai store of the original stone. Was also cut down. The result is funny. A thin layer of peripheral emerald, the center of a large piece of all stone. How can this be? Yang Hai was shocked by the shocking facts in front of him, and a few customers who came to buy the raw stone left. The shopkeeper couldn't even stop them. A fake store. I suspect there are no original stones here at all. Fooling people with ordinary stones. Open the fake sky window. I've bought jade from this store before, and it came out green. This store has degenerated, trying to fool people with fake original stones. I'll rub it in. I said I opened 3 raw stones in a row that didn't come out green, so I've been cheated. Refund my money. Refund. After one of them shouted out, several customers who didn't get any green came forward to question Yang Hai and surrounded him. Yang Hai anxiously said, I'm not to say I'm famous in the jade business. Most of you here know me. When have I ever cheated you with fake stones? The people who had a chance to get their money back didn't care about Yang Hai's defense. The skylight was open like that and there was no green. So do you think it's a fake? Just one question. Do you have any real jade stones in your store? If you have the ability to cut one out in public, as long as it's green, I'll leave without saying a word. Right, cut it on the spot. Yang Hai's heart was blocked. He really wanted to take a few more pieces of raw stones and cut them. The stone cutting masters on the side continuously stopped them. They are the ones who sell the raw stones. Cutting all the raw stones is another loss. Previously opened the skylight of the 7 or 8 original stone all cut down. Simply evil. And then cut down to blood money. Yang Hai is not willing to cut. Central cannot be crowded collective coaxing. Only to sell today's original stone original price refunds is considered to lose a large sum. Ling Yan is determined to help Lu Sherman buy a piece of jade, and after discussing with Zhang Feng, no longer pay attention to Yang Hai in the hall, the 2 of them in the shelves to find their own. Ling Yan didn't know anything about raw stones, and followed Zhang Feng, who scanned the raw stones on the shelves one by one with his eye of discernment. No green, no green, no green. Ha, this has green. Zhang Feng picked up and looked at 2 eyes, helplessly put back on the shelves. Bean seed emerald is not worth money. Zhang Feng checked the shelves of half the house in a row. Nothing. Combined with the previous situation, Zhang Feng's heart vaguely suspicious. Everything is all on him. Whether it was Yang Hai's earlier cut down, or the fact that he couldn't find a single raw stone with good jade memory now because he was unlucky, so Ling Yan's good raw stone has become garbage. Yang Hai's raw stone has become a joke? You can't find any good stones because you're unlucky? Such a situation has never appeared on Zhang Feng. Unlucky over the fire. The situation is too bizarre. After coming out from Chang Hao's house, somehow bad luck has been hanging over his head. Everything related to him is tainted with bad luck. He is like a disaster star. Not only his own bad luck, contact with his bystanders followed by bad luck. Zhang Feng subconsciously put his hand into the pocket of his coat, and touched a Guangxu Yuan Bao coin in his pocket. After coming out from Chang Hao's house, he has more of this item on his body. The relationship of silver coins? At this time the silver coin is much darker, far less dazzling than in Chang Hao's house. Zhang Feng secretly holding the silver coin. The other side with the eye of discrimination one by one scanning the shelves of raw stone. Still all the goods are not green. As the identification continues, Zhang Feng found that the silver coins become more and more dim, until it becomes a simple silver coin, and the market circulation of Guangxu Yuanbao no longer the same. After the silver coin became dark, the whole room only left a shelf of 10 or so raw stones did not check. Out of green, bean seed, water seed, not much of a good jade, 10 or so raw stones have 4 emeralds. Zhang Feng slowly took the silver coin back into his pocket. Secretly this silver coin is a magic weapon. The eye of identification did not prompt the magic weapon specific and ordinary objects have what is different. Is it possible that he previously all sorts of bad luck is because of this magic weapon silver coin? The silver coin became dim, which means that the stored mana inside was consumed. and became an ordinary object before replenishing the mana, so his luck was back. Zhang Feng really wanted to shout asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, let a person's bad luck magic weapon has a use. He cannot give the silver coins to others. Their own use is bad luck. A complete piece of trash. Thinking back to the magic weapon silver coins of Zhang Feng's heart, a cloud of sadness. Cannot afford to pick the interest of the original stone. In the remaining original stone and the pick a piece of better water species jadeite take to Ling Yan. Ling Yan did not dare to let Yang Hai to help cut the stone. Two people out of the store. Yang Hai is lying in the chair humming. He is about to lose money on this deal today. Zhang Feng sighed and shook his head. Thought Junior you have a more miserable in the back of it. You store 99% of all the garbage raw stone. I hope that later you find this painful fact can withstand the blow. Imagine a raw stone store. Cut no green. Plus today cut down open sky window raw stone news spread out. Yang Hai this raw stone store is ruined. Car. Zhang Feng said, no stone cutting master. You take a piece of raw stone to Lu Shiman? Ling Yan thought to herself, is there any other way? Lu Shiman's new jade store has a stone cutting machine. Currently only missing a seasoned stone cutting master. This kind of person is not easy to find. Novice stone cutting. Accidentally easy to cut the jadeite inside the original stone. Seasoned stone cutting master steady hand. There is a certain jade identification skills. According to the surface of the rough pattern of the original stone, presumably inside the jade situation, cut out the jade can maximize the retention of its integrity. Ling Yan said all the points. Zhang Feng felt as if it wasn't too difficult. His body has been strengthened by the eye of discernment, and his hands are far more stable than ordinary people, so he won't go off course when he cuts the stone, and he won't accidentally cut into the jade. He had the eye of discernment to check the situation within the original stone at any time, ensuring that cutting would not destroy the jade. Why don't you get that set of equipment to the Green Dragon Bay Villa and let me try it? You? Ling Yan looked up and down at Zhang Feng as if she was meeting him for the first time. Little brother. Not afraid of the wind flashing his tongue. You are so bragging then my sister can't stand it. Let's familiarize ourselves with each other. To be honest, is it the first time you contacted a raw stone today? Seeing Zhang Feng nod his head, Ling Smoke laughed. Quite honest. Your first contact with the original stone luck is good. See, quite accurate. Maybe and you are proficient in antiques some relationship. Cutting stone is another matter. There is no method of old and spicy stone cutting master. Destroyed the original stone how to do? Zhang Feng said, I watched the Yang Hai store in the stone cutting master how to operate. As if it is not difficult. I buy this stone is not necessarily out of green. Just let me try my hand. The price of this raw stone is not high. At the lower middle and lower level, the appearance of the texture is not good. According to common sense, the possibility of green is not great. Chapter 77, Zhang Feng cutting stones. Ling Yan called and asked Lu Shiman. Lu Shiman agreed to Zhang Feng cutting stone, and transported a set of stone cutting equipment to Qinghu Villa. The second floor of the villa is finished. The first floor is a little worse. The paint used for decoration is an environmentally friendly product. Lu Shiman sent him. Zhang Feng has seen a whole lot of English on it. Can't understand it. Decorated immediately can move in. Like the United States. Do not have to wait. The second floor to clean up a bit. By some daily necessities. Today can move in. Stone cutting tools on the first floor. In the Qinglong Bay Hotel stone cutting is really not good. Zhang Feng and Ling smoked to the Clear Lake Villa. Villa lawn outside the deserted, overgrown, surrounded by greenery. Villa in front of a small open-air plaza. Next to the square is a sparkling lake. This lake is not big, less than a 2-mile radius. This time there are people in the lake rafting. Some of the few people sitting on the lakeside fishing. Ling Yan said that in recent days the weather has turned cooler. Otherwise you can see people bathing in the lake. Zhang Feng's mind fantasized about a group of bikinis. High breasts, white long legs. Hiss. This villa real too much for his taste. Zhang Feng thought that after he took over the Clear Lake Villa, he must take good care of the environment around the lake. Summer can bikini group depends on his efforts. After entering the villa, Lu Shiman was directing several people to install the stone cutting machine. To Zhang Feng, he said, the stone cutting machines are set up in the small side hall. Here I had planned to pile up miscellaneous things. I see you don't have much. Putting the machines here is very appropriate. There were large and small stone cutting machines, as well as a small crane, which was for cutting large raw stones. Large raw stones are not easy to turn. Use the crane to assist in cutting. Ling Yan sighed, alas. Zhang Feng that boy said a sentence on the cutting stone is interested in. Someone bawling to send him a whole set of stone cutting tools. The heart is so anxious yo. Said the eyesight to Lu Shiman body glance. Lu Shiman cheeks scarlet, and Ling Yan tear. Two people addressed in women's office formal dress. High-heeled shoes and black stockings. A big wave of dark red curly hair. Wearing a brand name as if the city beauty. Twisting and turning frequently run light. So that in the side to watch the battle of the Zhang Feng drooling big move. Okay, Okay, I surrender. Look at Zhang Feng. He's swallowing his saliva so fast he's swallowing his tongue in. Zhang Feng wiped his mouth and said, "You guys misunderstood me not. Am I that kind of person? I wanted to go up and pull you guys apart for fear that you would say I took advantage of you. Luckily I didn't move. Did not move our horny. Go forward to help you shall not scratch me to death." The two of them cursed Zhang Feng's thick skin. Bent on digressing, Zhang Feng took out the original stone. Lu Sherman looked up and down, said, "I saw the original stone for the first time, looked and the roadside stone is no different. Here can be out of the emerald?" Zhang Feng said, "The original stone has a certain chance out of jade. This depends on personal eyesight. Good eyesight experts' probability is higher. Poor eyesight can make you lose your money. Doing jade business. The first very important is the jade expert. Not only is the identification of true and false experts, jade store collected jade accounted for a small head. The big head is the original stone in the opening of the jade. Identify the original stone with or without jadeite has become the top priority of every jade store. Small jade store without jade experts, they do not buy the original stone. Raw materials to buy other large stores open out of the jade. The price is higher, relatively more secure. Lu Sherman cannot see the jade store. To do big. Do not want to jade raw materials are pinched in the hands of others. Look at others' color. Must have a jade expert cannot. Lu Sherman said, Zhou Lao found a jade expert in S province. The current salary is being negotiated. That jade expert demanding, said open jadeite split. She bought the original stone. One is to master the upstream and downstream complete product chain. The second is to reduce the procurement cost, thus depressing the price of finished jade, so that the finished jade is more competitive in the market. That expert eyesight is good. The circle recognizes his strength. The share of the matter Lu Sherman some cannot accept. That person is a bit of a lion's mouth. Jade carving masters and related machines are ready. This aspect is good to get. Cutting masters still do not have a clue. This aspect especially eat experience. No more than 5 years of experience in stone cutting people might as well not invite. Zhang Feng laughed. See how worried you are. Not just cutting stone? How difficult it is. You two watch. Let me cut one for you. Lu Sherman and Ling Yan sat on the chairs aside. They didn't expect green. Thinking that a piece of broken stone, let Zhang Feng fiddle with it. Machine installation is complete. Zhang Feng put the original stone under the stone cutting machine. With the eye of identification to see the distribution of jadeite inside. Turn the original stone. Find an empty easy to knife place. Start the machine. Buzz dull sound. The machine rotating blade a little deep into the original stone. Cut to a third of the place. Zhang Feng closed his hand to stop. Once again turning the original stone from another direction into the knife. Zhang Feng's action is not slow and unhurried, as if he has a good idea. With a large piece of stone skin falling, the original stone interior reveals green emerald. It's green. There really is emerald. Such a beautiful emerald from an ugly raw stone. Unbelievable. The two men's bodies gradually left their chairs and came over to Zhang Feng's side to take a closer look. Ignoring the splashing stone fragments, Zhang Feng's movements were smooth and flowing, without the slightest hesitation between transitions. Not at all like a novice cutting stone for the first time. Ling Yan felt that the stone-cutting masters in Yanhai store were not as good as Zhang Feng. 10 minutes later, like a butcher's ox, Zhang Feng closed his hand and stood. A piece of crystal emerald reflected in the eyes of the two. Emerald still remains on the star-dotted stone. Those who have to be handed over to the carving master fine-faceted. Stone-cutting machine can deal with Zhang Feng all finished. So fast. Ling Yan exclaimed. Yang Hai store in the stone-cutting master. Cut a smaller than this head of raw stone at least more than half an hour. In the middle of the pause from time to time to think about how to cut. Zhang Feng rarely used sharpening knife. Wide open. Did not damage the jadeite in the slightest, so Ling Yan surprised beyond measure. Lu Sherman said, I realized why it is so hard to find a master stonecutter. This kind of cloud and water like stone cutting skill is too surprising. Stone skin flying down emerald out. The visual difference is so strong. Zhang Feng picked up the emerald. He was more satisfied with his first stone cutting. His strengthened body coupled with the eye of discernment. Stone cutting was not difficult for him. Ling Yan looked at Zhang Feng, and then looked at Lu Sherman, and laughed. Sherman, you are missing you a stone cutting master. Zhang Feng happens to know how to cut stones. Why don't you just hire Zhang Feng? Oh yeah, Zhang Feng also has some eye for discerning raw stones, and then let him work part-time as a jade expert. This way you have a complete company. Ling Yan told Zhang Feng about picking raw stones in Yanhai store. Lu Sherman looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. She never knew that Zhang Feng had such a skill, and the person she was looking for so hard outside turned out to be close at hand, which was quite funny in the sense of riding a donkey to find a ride. Chapter 78, The First Pill. Zhang Feng agreed to Lu Sherman's hiring and agreed to temporarily wear these two positions, counting the status of antique appraisal consultant. He had to receive 3 salaries in Lu Sherman's company. The stonecutter and jade expert were temporary help. Zhang Feng decided to wait for Lu Shimon's company's new business to get on the right track and then withdraw. At this time, the company's development has come to a standstill. Zhou Lao's side cannot be negotiated, cannot buy the original stone. Like Ling Yin, ask others to help buy a piece of 2 can. More people are not willing. Even if you buy the original stone, there is no stone cutting master. Can't get out of the jadeite. Carving department side nothing to do. The store is out of stock. The first stage is the toughest part. Zhang Feng intends to help Lu Shiman through the first stage. After sending Lu Shiman and Ling Yan away, Zhang Feng casually found a store to have dinner, and then invested in the villa's decoration for a few days in a row. Decoration style is in accordance with Lu Shiman previously ordered. This was originally Lu Shiman's villa. There was a renovation plan. Zhang Feng figure to save trouble. Directly adopted. Lu Shiman's renovation of the department of the famous designers. Everything in accordance with the renovation plan completed. The interior is very atmospheric. In addition to the lack of a swimming pool, Clear Lake Villa is not worse than the mid-level villa. But outside the Clear Lake Villa has a clear natural lake. Then a 4-square artificial swimming pool is too good. After finishing the work, Zhang Feng looked for Lu Shiman and a few people to have a small gathering. Zhang Feng, who had been drinking wine, thought in his mind when to bring his parents over. Parents do not lack of money. Small business is doing very good. The two have some savings. Zhang Feng remitted money to the home a few times, but also let the parents experience the feeling of a small rich. Called a while ago to say that the old house is also in the renovation. The lawn of the villa has been tended to. Zhang Feng sat on a bench in the yard and fell asleep. Early the next morning, sleepy Zhang Feng received a phone call from the Prosperity Lounge. Zhang Feng, you looking for death? Leave me alone here to study alchemy. You go out to get away. In recent days there is still no business in Easy Lounge, but I don't do my job every day. If this goes on, Easy Lounge is going to close down. Zhang Feng thought to enrance nature. It's only a matter of time before Easy Fast closes down. It's a pity that enrance father's peace of mind. After putting on his clothes, Zhang Feng picked up the silver coins in front of his bed. The last few days Zhang Feng baked with fire and soaked with water and sunlight. The coins were still dull and hadn't worked out a way to replenish the mana. He would only passively ask for it, not knowing how to replenish it. And in the future, when he came across a suitable magic weapon again, he could only foolishly covet it. He couldn't treat all the magic weapons as disposable items and throw them away when he finished using them. Called Gu Hongye, let Gu Hongye to the various recycling station bosses sent to him the object, sent to the Prosperity Fast. By the way, together with the look, Gu Hongye received Zhang Feng's call, hoofed it to the free lunch. After Zhang Feng bought a coin for 1.5 million things spread out, it is true that all the bosses of the recycling station in a city, all the things like antiques sent to him, please he begged Zhang Feng to appraise. Zhang Feng roughly looked at, casually said the value of the object. The other did not go into detail. Gu Hongye on the side of the record. Less than half an hour. All finished. Zhang Feng was disappointed. The magic weapon really cannot be found. These objects are all ordinary goods, real or fake. The highest price is a Ming Dynasty objects, worth more than 2 million. Zhang Feng did not acquire interest. Let Gu Hongye with the owner to finding Fengzhu go. On the second floor, an explosive head in pajamas jumped into Zhang Feng's field of vision, and Ran's disheveled hair was like a chicken nest, like a ball of fluffy straw upside down on her head. Anran's eyes hung with 2 thick black circles and her head dozed off like a chicken eating rice. Zhang Feng shook and ran awake, and Ran excitedly said, "The problem that plagued us has been solved by me." She picked up the book full of outlines in front of her and mouthed to Zhang Feng to explain the recent discoveries. 20 minutes later, Zhang Feng looked at Anran in surprise. Alchemy genius. The pills they had refined were all waste pills, involving many and varied problems, and many of the internal problems of the pills, even Zhang Feng didn't know where the causes were. Anran had actually solved them with her own research alone. She has a talent for alchemy on the business side, and Easy Zhai is not half dead. Anran's eyes glowed. How is it? It was as if a student was waiting for the final exam results, full of anticipation. Zhang Feng honestly said, "Your research is progressing very fast. It's very helpful to our alchemy." Zhang Feng had told her most of the steps on the bodybuilding Dan formula, and Ran carefully checked the specific medicinal uses of each material, and many of the materials were handled smoothly and completed. The two of them did it again. A few days later, a lime green oval elixir was placed in front of the two. Compared to the first few irregularly shaped pills, refining it into an oval was already rare for the duo. Last time it was greenish purple. This time it's greenish green, like a bean. Zhang Feng took the elixir in his hand and secretly appraised it with the eye of discernment. Healthy body into a semi-finished product. No elixir poison. Has the same effect as the healthy body elixir. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. It worked. What's wrong with a semi-finished product? A semi-finished product is also a healthy body pill. There is no poison. It won't kill you. Want in accordance with the material in front of the refined product, 10% of the health Dan. That is impossible. The material first failed. Those centuries and thousands of years of material today to find it. Anran saw Jiang Feng's face full of joy. Success? We succeeded? Finally. She had refined the healthy body pill. Anran looked at Jiang Feng expectantly after her excitement. Jiang Feng was uncomfortable by Anran's look. What for? Trying the elixir. You said it's successful. Not trying the specific utility. Actual testing? Jiang Feng picked up the elixir, thought about it and put it down again, and brought it to his mouth in Anran's urging, still unwilling to swallow it. This thing is without Dan poison. What about the others? It's always better to be cautious. Little hesitation. Hesitation for 10 whole minutes. The sight of the Anran see yawns day after day. Sister, are you upstairs? A big boy walked up the stairs. Anran introduced, he is Feng, my aunt's family's child. Usually and I have a good relationship. Feng was wearing a jersey, tall and thin, with a slender body. Jiang Feng saw Anran go to the bathroom to wash up and handed the elixir to Feng. Feng, as I observe your complexion, it seems like you had a disease when you were a kid. Your stamina is not good. I have an elixir here that strengthens your body. Do you want to try it? Really? Don't you know if you try it? I'm your sister's good friend. It's not like I'm lying to you. Don't charge you money. Don't worry. Can't hold Jiang Feng compulsion. When Anran came out from the bathroom, she was seeing Feng swallowing the elixir. She who couldn't stop it, stared straight at Feng with both eyes. The atmosphere became a little weird. For 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Feng and Anran did not say a word, just staring at Feng. Feng got up and wanted to leave, suddenly felt abdominal pain, face hideous, a dial away from the two into the bathroom to run. Out of the Feng, legs such as 2 noodles weak, did not walk 2 steps, another pain in the abdomen, hastily returned to the bathroom. Anran angrily said, I thought you didn't have Dan poison. Jiang Feng, is not Dan poison did not eat dead. Chapter 79, Taking the Healthy Body Pill. 2 hours later, Jiang Feng and Anran sent Feng to the hospital for first aid. Feng had pooped more than 20 times and came out paler than once. The emergency doctor said that Feng had pulled dehydration. In the face of Anran's repeated accusations, Jiang Feng had a trace of doubt in his heart. The eye of discernment suggested that the semi-finished healthy body pill didn't have Dan poison. So why did Feng poop so badly? I blame you. Anran punched Jiang Feng's shoulder. This cousin was very close to her. Her childhood playmate who was not much of a friend. A relative who still kept in touch with her today. Prosperity fast business is not good. I borrowed money everywhere. Those relatives were borrowed by me all over the place. Met me on the doorstep, without saying a word to throw out. Only Feng's family is different. Feng's family is even poorer than those relatives. Borrowed more money from me. Their family only Feng a son. As a result, Feng came to the free lounge to find me. You make him like that. Jiang Feng said. You have some confidence in yourself. The elixir we made this time is very different from the past. The past elixir is like pigeon. Smells like a bad odor. This time it is like green peas. Smells like there is no fragrance. But there is no odor, right? If there is an elixir of venom, the doctor can't check it out? It's just dehydration. Don't make a fuss. Let's both wait and see. Jiang Feng and Anran spent the night sitting on the hospital chair. Feng woke up early the next morning. Anran bought rice porridge for her brother. Sat in front of Feng's bed and undertook a small bowl for Feng. How do you feel? Feng's face obviously recovered a lot. Quite a bit of redness. It feels like I finished going to the bathroom all at once this month. This goods again looked to the bathroom gaze with fear. Perhaps pull out the shadow of the heart. Jiang Feng asked some of Feng's physical condition. There is no abnormal situation. The two people take care of Feng a morning after Feng completely recovered. Can get up and move around on their own. The doctor said that a recovery like Feng's was uncommon and complimented Feng on his good physical condition. His words confused Anran. The thin and weak Feng was in good health. He was malnourished as a child. His body was far thinner than that of an ordinary child. And after the base was laid down, it was still difficult to replenish it back even if the standard of living improved later. In school the weak Feng were all bullied children. For the first time someone said he was physically fit. At noon Feng was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Feng and Anran invited Feng to have a big meal. The two at the table watched dumbfounded as Feng swallowed most of the food into his belly. He ate nearly 4 people's portions by himself. And when he left the restaurant, Feng licked the corners of his mouth. Not yet finished. Jiang Feng didn't know if this was a good or bad situation, and told Feng to be mindful of moderation. A child who normally couldn't eat a bowl of rice, fiercely eating too much would easily break his stomach. In order to better observe Feng, the two of them left Feng in the easy lounge and hit the first floor with Jiang Feng on the first floor. A few days down the line, Jiang Feng kept an eye on Feng's every move. Feng's meal size gradually tended to be that of an ordinary adult man. and had doubled compared to when he was taking the healthy body pill. His body seemed to be much stronger, and Fong was full of guilt towards Jiang Fong. I doubted you more than once in my heart when I was pulling dehydration. It turns out that the elixir you gave me really has the effect of strengthening my body. I now feel so strong that I can beat a cow to death. This was of course his illusion. Jiang Fong had tested in Feng's strength, and Fong was only a tiny bit stronger than an ordinary child of the same age. Not as strong as an adult man, and Fong used to be too thin and weak, but when he became strong, he had the illusion of being invincible. Jiang Fong did not blame Fong, and Fong was pooped out half-life. He was scared enough. He also suspected himself. Once the words are out of his mouth, he is comforting Fong. Who are we and who are we with? In the future, if someone bullies you again, you don't have to be afraid. By virtue of your current physical quality, those of the same age can't beat you single-handedly. If there are many of you, you can just run away, or give me a phone call. Jiang Feng's pure comfort was misunderstood by Fong. These days he saw Jiang Fong and Ran getting along harmoniously. The two sides were quite a bit like guests, and Fong said, "My sister is a great beauty. There were quite a few people who pursued him before. They were all inferior to you. I feel much more relieved that my sister has your help. Brother-in-law, when you guys get married you must have me as your best man." Jiang Fong, brother-in-law? And Fong said, "Brother-in-law, it's this time, don't push it off anymore. Living with my sister in the easy lounge, facing a big beauty of my sister's level, a man can't hold it." And Fong had a tone of certainty. In his opinion, Jiang Fong treats Ran well, can allow his sister to play small, can be tolerant of her sister's defeatist behavior, good looking, except for being a little younger. However, it is not a problem. The female big three hold gold bricks. Two people are matching. Jiang Fong thought your sister is a big beauty is not false. She is in front of you to pay attention to the image. In the past, the two of them alchemy, one more than a scruffy, and then good-looking beauty wantonly indulgence, but also beautiful not up He Jiang Fong is going to be interested in a woman in the garbage, but at least let that person freshen up. And Ran was currently the only beautiful woman he couldn't get interested in when he saw her. After Fong left, Jiang Fong and Ran started refining pills once again, producing 4 pills in a row. 1 ruined Dan and 3 semi-finished bodybuilding Dan. Semi-finished bodybuilding Dan. No Dan poison. Possessing 20% of bodybuilding Dan's efficacy. 2 of the pills possess 20% efficacy, and the last one had 30% of the efficacy of the finished bodybuilding Dan. The 4 pills looked more or less the same, and Ran didn't know how Jiang Fong could tell that one of the pills had poison. Jiang Fong didn't say much, and Ran, who wanted to ask in detail, had to give up. Jiang Fong pinched up an elixir with 20% of its effects and put it in his mouth. After the pill entered his stomach, it turned into a warm current that surged into his abdomen. The pores of his body relaxed, as if he was taking a steam bath. It was very relaxing and comfortable. At this moment, Jiang Fong was sitting in front of the bathroom, and there were 2 rolls of handkerchiefs next to him, in preparation for the upcoming grand lattice. That kind of cozy feeling is only a short 10 minutes. After that, all the abnormal feeling disappeared. Jiang Fong was surprised to look around. This is the end? He and Anren had been sitting there for an hour, staring blankly. Anren said strangely, "Why don't you go to the bathroom?" Jiang Fong thought to himself, "I was wondering why. Paper are ready. Intend to pull a dead in the bathroom, outside the limousine full of gas. Convenient a moment to pull dehydration sent to the hospital emergency. The result is not even a fart?" Jiang Fong hesitated. Maybe a potion is too small. I'll eat another one to try. Another pill into the abdomen. This time that kind of cozy and comfortable feeling only after 7 minutes. The spirit of the return to reality. Jiang Fong face full of dismay. I'm afraid this isn't a fake elixir. The potency is too small. Could it be a factor of his high physical quality? Jiang Fong had been transformed by the eye of discernment, and all aspects of his body were very different from normal people. So the enhancement of the healthy body pill was limited? Chapter 80, Lu Linlin's clothes. Jiang Fong guessed that each bodybuilding Dan boosted the physical quality by a fixed amount, not by a percentage. People who originally had poorer physical qualities, such as Fong, had more bodybuilding Dan boosts, while his body had already reached a high level. The boosts from the bodybuilding Dan became negligible. Again, because his body was too good, he was able to resist the enhancement of the bodybuilding Dan. The bodybuilding Dan boosted the human body by a certain strong amount at a time. This sudden change was extremely tough and drastic, and Feng's body was poor, so the change was especially noticeable, and he got a bigger boost afterwards. The second time he took the elixir, the cozy and comfortable feeling time became shorter. Is not the body has a drug resistance? Jiang Fong suspected that with his current physical quality, at least have to eat more than 50% of the effectiveness of the bodybuilding pill, before some changes. According to this view, the healthy body Dan is really some chicken ribs. Physical quality of people, eat the improvement is not obvious. Physical quality is not good. People eat easy to live. Poop, dehydration and death. Jiang Feng was drenched in cold water. Subconsciously took out the pocket of silver coins to look at. Silver coins are still dull. It's not the bad luck silver coins. Why he still point back. The hard-earned healthy body pill is useless. And Ran didn't know how Jiang Feng felt and said, the remaining materials can still refine 7 more healthy body pills. Do we want to continue? Come on my ass. Jiang Feng sat paralyzed on the second floor and said what he had guessed just now. And Ran likewise couldn't think of a better way. It seems like we still have to count on the resident face pill to make money. Jiang Feng said the materials needed for the face residing pill. The resident face Dan was more than 1 level higher than the healthy body Dan. And Ran couldn't gather all of them here. And a few of them were rare materials that needed to be hundreds of years old at the minimum. Valuable materials Anran did not have the financial resources to buy. First inquire about where to sell. After all, this kind of top medicinal materials money is not necessarily buy. Ordinary people may not see a glance of such treasures in a lifetime. Face residing pill? Anran's eyes light up. Sure enough, you have other Dan formula. Listen to the name, seems to be very bullish. What is the effect? The formula was vague. Jiang Feng literally guessed that the resident skin pill was mainly based on the word resident, which had the meaning of eternal youth. There are a lot of drugs on the market to slow down the aging process, both Chinese and Western medicines. Jiang Feng thought of a low-level health Dan effect is far from the drugs on the market can be compared to it. Not to say that the face of the Dan not aging, 40-year-old woman, 20-year-old face at least to do. Perhaps there is a side effect of beauty. The more Jiang Feng said, the brighter and Rant's eyes became, and finally clapped his hands. In this world, it's always the woman's money that's the best to earn, and I'm sure that once our resident skin Dan is made, I'm sure that the supply will outstrip the demand. We'll be rich. Jiang Feng didn't want to discourage and Ran. The resident Dan was much more difficult to refine than the bodybuilding Dan, which looked like an introductory elixir and couldn't be compared to the resident Dan. It was still difficult for them to refine the simple bodybuilding Dan with full success, and it was hard to say whether the face residing Dan could be refined or not. Jiang Feng said some of the non-critical alchemy steps for Ran to study. Jiang Feng, who had left the easy lounge, received a call from Lu Linlin and drove to the Serenity Villa. Where's your sister? Jiang Feng swaggered onto the sofa. Lu Linlin had obviously dressed up today. Scratching her head in front of Jiang Feng's eyes, sister has been very busy in recent days. It seems like there is a raw stone exchange in S province. She wants to use this to get her hands on a batch of jade. Lu Linlin does not understand jade and raw stone. Those weird and wonderful things she does not like. Recently she watched a Korean drama. Moved her to learn the dress of the female number 1 of the Korean drama. Dress yourself up carefully, thinking to let Jiang Feng eyes bright. Jiang Feng didn't pay attention to Lu Linlin's dress at all, munching on the fruits in the fruit plate. Hearing Lu Linlin's words he was flabbergasted. Your sister isn't here. What are you looking for me to do? Said turned around and wanted to leave. Lu Linlin's big eyes covered with fog. Every day does not come to mid-levels. You said yourself that this month you have come a few times. No sister, I cannot find you. Jiang Feng sat back on the sofa and sighed. Well, I'm not leaving is. Lu Linlin face cloud swept away in a flash. Secretly attached to Jiang Feng's ear. I ordered a set of nurse uniform online. Do you want me to wear it to you? Nurse uniform? Jiang Feng bullseye stared. This little girl's weekday test scores are not good. Learn up this aspect of things how to be so fast. Lu Linlin shyly said. You don't like the nurse's uniform. It's okay, I also have a set of stewardess uniform. With stockings. Oh. Jiang Feng was on pins and needles. It's better not to. Lu Linlin has good looks. Her body is not as hot as Lu Sherman and Ling Yan. That's because she is not old enough. Now she is already in her infancy. Jiang Feng is not sure if he can hold it in front of the temptation. Jiang Feng's pushback in Lu Linlin's ears became a half push. The veto is not resolute. That is, agreed. Korean drama played really right. The female has been with the male development of the flat, until the female changed the uniform. The two immediately happened indescribable things. Men really do like uniform seduction. Ignoring Jiang Feng's stop, Lu Linlin trotted up to the second floor to change clothes, and Jiang Feng on the first floor was engaged in a fierce competition inside. On the one hand, he was mentally curious about how Lu Linlin would look in her stewardess outfit, and on the other hand, he was afraid of having a relationship with another Lu Linlin. Lu Sherman seems to be especially jealous of this. The last time he and Lu Sherman relationship almost so cut off, he again do not learn a lesson. To stand up to Lu Sherman, the first thing I want to do is to get up and think. He and Lu Sherman nothing. Why can not and other women to come and go? He and Lu Sherman's relationship he himself cannot say. Then ordinary friends a little better than male and female friends much worse. Similar to male girlfriends. But Lu Sherman never told him about women's personal affairs. So it seems, he is not as good as male girlfriends. The relationship between the two was really awkward. Lu Linlin changed her clothes quickly, Zhang Feng didn't make a decision. Lu Linlin had already come down from upstairs. She bought the uniform according to her own size. The sky blue clothes tightly wrapped Lu Linlin's delicate body. Willow Linlin's beginning body charm amplification, seemingly with a hint of mature woman's plumpness. Chest slightly bulging, flat belly more visible breasts. Zhang Feng looked at the eyes straight. The little girl seems to be big again. This development is too fast. Lu Linlin's hair was coiled behind her head, with a blue beanie on her head, revealing her bare forehead. Neck tied with a silk scarf. Blouse small arms exposed. The lower body with a short skirt. Looked shorter than the skirt of the stewardess, a large section, revealing a pair of bare long legs inside. Long legs with flesh-colored stockings, walking between the spring light unlimited. Seems to have the risk of exposure at any time. This kind of want to cover up temptation than stripped naked more attractive. Zhang Feng whole mouth in half-open state. Did not say a word. Chapter 81, Caught in the Act. Lu Linlin glanced at Zhang Feng's lower body and secretly rejoiced in her heart. But on her mouth she snapped. Hate it. Really anxious. Zhang Feng hurriedly after this does not blame him. He a hot-blooded young man. Is at the age of animal blood boiling, which can withstand this position. Being, on the contrary, with a strange feeling, cannot help but let a person some. Lu Linlin's small face slightly red, sat down next to Zhang Feng. The faint aroma drifted into Zhang Feng's nose. See how hard it is for you to hold it in. Want to help you? Zhang Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At the moment his IQ was seriously offline. How can I help? Lu Linlin's crystal jade hand explored Zhang Feng's shoulder, slowly slid down, caressed Zhang Feng's chest, hovered in front of Zhang Feng's chest for a moment, then straight down, all the way to Zhang Feng's chest. Her small hand kept rubbing Zhang Feng's big hand. Her small mouth exhaled like orchids. You let go. Look at you, there are swollen. People help you rub. Swollen? Rubbing? Hearing this, Zhang Feng felt that he could not cover it. With only a trace of reason left in his heart, Zhang Feng hesitantly said, Is it against the law for us to do this? Lu Linlin ranted. Where is the offense? You didn't do anything to me. You see my clothes are intact. Help you rub, what's wrong? These words are estimated to tease a little cutie. Little cutie. Can believe. Desire on the head of Zhang Feng. Intelligence is not a little cute. Wins more than a little cutie. Hands slowly loosened. Lu Linlin's small hand a little bit explored. What are you doing? At the entrance of the hall stood two old men in their 60s and 70s. They walked into the hall smilingly. Seeing the scene in front of them, their faces changed dramatically. Lu Linlin was dressed in a seductive uniform. Her petite body was next to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's hands were covered. Lu Linlin's small hand probed in as if she was about to grope. The two old men's faces turned blue. Doing this in broad daylight. The door is not closed. Too wanton. Too much nonsense. When Lu Linlin saw one of the old men, her face turned white. Grandpa? Oops. Why is he here? Hurriedly leaving Zhang Feng, she ran upstairs to change her clothes. Being startled, Zhang Feng's heart's desire faded as much as it could. Just now he heard Lulu mumble that the short old man was her grandpa. Zhang Feng got up. A tall and a short two people at the door. The taller one is a head higher than the shorter one. The taller one has a 2-inch long white beard on his face. His skin is tanned with spots unique to the old man, and his face is always with a smile. The shorter old man has a slightly curved back, a round face, and a sharp gaze when looking at people. A hawk-like gaze as if he wants to pierce people's hearts. Hello you guys, the short one grunted, ignoring Zhang Feng and walking directly inside. The taller one smiled and said, Don't mind old Yen, he's that stubborn. It's strange if he doesn't get angry when you play with his precious granddaughter like that. Don't take it to heart if he says anything nasty later. Zhang Feng nodded. Playing a uniform seduction with Lu Linlin was caught by her grandpa on the spot. He didn't go up and whip him, but if he said anything unpleasant, Zhang Feng wouldn't see eye to eye with him. This matter is ultimately his wrong. Things are so, he is not good to explain what. The more explain the more chaotic. May put people's heart anger ignited, and sight himself in trouble. Ultimately inexperienced he either did not agree with Lu Linlin, agreed with Lu Linlin why in the hall to die, go to the room who found out, then really a pig head, did not eat meat, caused a mess. It is good that the person who came is not Lu Sherman. After Lu Linlin changed her clothes and went downstairs, like a little daughter-in-law, she sat quietly next to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng has the intention to push away Lu Linlin, in front of people's grandpa face but not good hands. Her grandpa did not say anything, he was in a hurry to get out of a bit of a show. The short old man with the surname of Yen had a gloomy face, while the tall man was extremely talkative and kept talking to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng introduced himself. From his words no, the tall smiling old man surnamed Lu, the short man surnamed Speech. Speech old man is Lu Linlin's grandfather. Lu old man and his is a good friend. Meet such a thing. Lu old man seems to smile more brightly. To Zhang Feng said, our young people, make such things is not incomprehensible. I am like you this age when more nonsense. You this count good. Never mind the old speech head. I support you. Jung Fong nodded, feeling that old man Lu's words were strange. He didn't retort. After a few minutes, old man Yan saw that Jung Fong still had no intention of explaining or apologizing to him. He coughed dryly and changed the topic back to, when did you guys start? Jung Fong felt that old man Yan seemed to have misunderstood something and said, the two of us, Lu Linlin and I, are innocent. Nothing happened. Before he finished his words, Lu Linlin said, yes, Jung Fong is different from all the boys I've met. He's been asking me to wait 2 years for us. Said, cheeks like blood, words like mosquitoes. Jung Fong felt that the topic was getting out of place, but the two old men nodded. The old man of the word looked at Jung Feng's face better. Said, young people have to cherish their own bodies. You wait for Linlin's practice. I am very much in favor of it. The relationship can be in the first place, but it can't go over the line. I am considered an enlightened old man. I won't stop you, but if you send forbidden things, don't blame me for beating up the lovebirds. Old man Lu praised. Jung Fong, you're a good young man. See, old man Yan's words are agreeing to you dating Lu Linlin. Jung Fong stood up violently. Going out with Lu Linlin? He previously called Lu Linlin wait 2 years, but is to see Lu Linlin, cannot distinguish what is good feeling in love? Thinking Lu Linlin handle more, no more, meet better people, naturally forget him in the back of the mind. Not two people said that, waiting for Lu Linlin. The gap between them is worlds apart. They misunderstood. Lu Linlin gently tugged Jung Fong, who wanted to open his mouth to defend himself. Whispered, my grandpa is old. In recent years the body is not good. You let him a little bit of everything. The old man has good intentions. You have to discern all the fine points with him? This matter only stops at him. You and I keep it a secret. Outsiders don't know. You make him angry again. His old illness will come back. Jung Fong opened his mouth, and finally sat down dejectedly. What else could he say? The next part of the meeting seemed to have the content that a blind date must not lack. Old man Yan asked Jung Feng's family situation in detail, and after knowing that Jung Feng's family was ordinary, he sighed long and hard. The gap between you and Linlin is too big. Linlin's status is not something you can imagine. Her parents are bound to not be able to see you. The huge difference in status makes your development impossible. Jung Feng's heart rejoiced. Secretly scared old me. Fortunately it can't be accomplished. Have to thank Lu Linlin's powerful parents here. Words old man words turn. Said, but I am poor origin. Most hate Linlin parents this kind of snobbish eyes. You can rest assured. They this pass I help you over. Have my support you. This aspect is not a problem. Chapter 82, Pinning Dan. Half an hour later, old man Yan became more and more satisfied with Jung Fong, taking Jung Feng's inactivity as steadiness and lack of flattery. He thought to himself that Lu Linlin was right. The kid in front of him was indeed different from others. In the past, those children of the family, none of them got along with him calmly like Jung Fong. All kinds of horses farts and flattery. Not looking at how old he was. Those low-level means are all the tricks he played. Can work on him is strange. Anti-provoke his disgust. Jung Fong this person calmness. Lu Linlin has vision. The cold color of his face gradually faded away. Spoke with a few more smiles. Jung Fong looked bitter. Whispered to Lu Linlin, what's wrong with your grandpa? The more you talk, the more addicted. Think of a way. If this continues, we two are not to be engaged. Old man Yan looked at his granddaughter-in-law in a way that made Jung Fong feel uncomfortable. According to the situation in front of him, he would be tied to Lu Linlin, a little girl. This was not the result Jung Fong wanted to see. Lu Linlin was secretly happy. She didn't expect the two of them to fail to subdue the temptation, and was bumped into by Grandpa, who actually had a strong liking for Jung Fong. Mouthfully, she shrugged it off. The old man's opinion of you is something a junior like me can change. She couldn't wait to get engaged with Jung Fong. This thing she thought again and also know that there is no hurry. This matter her grandpa has no right to do it privately. She has to inform her parents. Her parents and grandpa once they know that she and Jung Feng's things will be obstructed. Maybe another good love by the world to destroy. The power of the world cannot be underestimated. This aspect of the Korean drama has too many precedents. She learned from a lot. Do not want all sorts of tragedies to happen to her. Lu Linlin felt the need to take precautions in advance to protect the fragile relationship between her and Jung Fong. Whispered to Jung Fong, you in front of my grandpa to perform well. Let's my grandpa this heavyweight to fight over, and then ask him to keep our things secret. Not to say, to the outside world. Jung Fong thought right. He said 2 years is a short period of time. In 2 years anything can happen. Lu Linlin met another man, or 2 years later, the relationship between him and Lu Linlin faded. As long as the two old men do not say anything about this matter to the public, they conceal this matter at the same time. The matter of uniform seduction naturally confidential together. He thought that in the future, he should strengthen his own strength. Cannot resist temptation is one of his weaknesses. Today this situation is particularly difficult for Jung Fong. How to behave better. In front of the two old men to win favor? He was trying to downplay the relationship between the two sides. Did not go up to kiss ass, then want to shoot also late. The change is too abrupt. Jung Fong recalled that Lu Linlin had mentioned that her elders were proficient in pharmacology, and suddenly remembered something. Taking a jade box from his coat pocket, he opened the box, and a green azapi elixir inside the box was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Jung Fong said, Elder Yen, I happen to get an elixir and would like you to appraise it, whether it could be sold or not, and how valuable it was. It had to be viewed by someone who was well versed in this path. Lu old man saw the elixir flat. Ha ha, a laugh. Pointing at Jung Fong said, your kid from where know the old man of speech good medicine. This preparation is very good, very much to his liking. I course understand antiques, do not understand medicine, look like a grain of beans. You a little bit of heart young people, said to pick up the elixir from the box and play with it. Slowly, a bellowing stop startled old man Lu. The words were not spoken by Jung Fong, it was old man Yen next to him. Old man Yen who was talking and laughing. Since Jung Fong took out the elixir, his eyes stared straight at the elixir, as if a 1,000-year-old whoremonger encountered a superb virgin. His eyes were fiery and almost red luo. His hands were a bit trembling as he took the jade box little by little, fearing that the elixir rolling inside the jade box would be damaged. This, Jung Fong heart said you this manhwa, is good or bad to say the cause. He and Anren in order to refine this broken thing, consume too much painstaking, don't just get excited. Speak For a long time, the excitement of the old man of speech dropped a little. The whole person is still in a state of exuberance. The medicinal fragrance is intoxicating, and the color is ancient and introverted. Color and lust introverted Jung Fong saw. The appearance and an ordinary beans are no different. Medicinal fragrance intoxicates the heart and spleen? There is a medicinal fragrance? Whispering asked Lu Linlin. Lu Linlin also said did not smell. Jung Fong thought surely he went through the eye of discernment strengthened body did not smell. In front of this old man organ degradation of the people smell medicine? Words old man see Lu Linlin Jung Fong do not believe. Said, you young people underestimate the ancient Chinese medicine of the profound. I come from a family of medicine. My father is a poor doctor. He is I have seen so far the most exquisite medical skills. In the father's cultivation, I grew up to recognize the medicine. By the identification of medicine to identify the beginning of the medicine, and gradually practiced a sense of smell beyond the ordinary people. This damn clear and elegant aroma is not easy to distinguish. Your sense of smell has not gone through systematic exercise. Easy to confuse this flavor with the air and the odor. Jung Fong couldn't help but be impressed with old man Yen after hearing his words. This skill of his was easy to say but not at all easy to do. Jung Fong imagined the hard work that old man Yen had gone through when he was studying medicine. Based on the smell alone, Jung Fong thought that he had found the right person, and he wanted to listen carefully to the old man's evaluation and valuation of this potion. Old man Yen said, I've never seen such a miraculous elixir. This kind of elixir is clearly recorded in the ancient books does not exist in the world. My father has never seen it in his life. This is the first time I've seen it. Jung Fong, where did you get it from? Jung Fong pushed that he found it by chance to be on the safe side. Old man Yen sighed. This is your chance. If what I've seen isn't wrong, this isn't a poisonous pill. You'll have to scrutinize it more carefully to find out exactly what effect it has. It's best to test it. He took out a small dagger and gently scraped off a bit of the outer skin of the elixir and placed it in his mouth. A cozy and comfortable feeling rose from his heart. The whole person was like falling into the clouds, like flying, like floating. In a short while, old man Yen came back to his senses, his eyes shining outwardly. Indeed, it's a divine elixir. This kind of miraculous feeling is only recorded in the ancient books. It feels as if the whole person's soul has been sublimated. Jung Fong said in his heart, which is so evil. It's just more comfortable, like taking a hot bath. It has a gross relationship with the soul. The red-faced old man Yen boasted about the potion's efficacy as if it was rare in the sky and unparalleled on the ground. His words made Jung Fong feel strange and incomparable. The words of the old man of the word, said not like a divine medicine, better than a divine medicine. Is it the healthy body pill that he felt chicken ribs? Oh, the old man of the word small abdomen rises a strange feeling, constantly downward, straight to the anus. Jung Fong knows that the words of the old man to go through the miserable experience of Fong. Poop pull a half dead. Looking for now to call first aid ahead of time. The old man's body is not good. Pulling dehydrated easy to slow down. Chapter 83, Unearthly Wonder Pill. Old man Yen was shocked and delighted. Such a strong feeling of defecation. This Dan actually has the effect of cleansing the marrow and removing toxins. It turns out that all the strange records in the ancient books are not just a dream. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Covering his posterior, old man Yen, who was trotting towards the bathroom, was still praising Zhang Feng's healthy body Dan under his breath. Lu Linlin snapped. Zhang Feng, where did you get that elixir? My grandpa is old and sick. If he eats him out, I can forgive you, but my family won't forgive you. If they deal with you because of this, it's hard for me to be in the middle. Zhang Feng was unsure. That, Hing, is probably fine. He had eaten 2 20% efficacy bodybuilding pills in a row and nothing happened. And Feng had eaten one 10% efficacy bodybuilding pill and nearly died from pooping. The 30% efficacy of the healthy body pill that Old Man Yen ate is the best pill that he and Ran have refined so far, but Old Man Yen ate very little. Only a little bit of dregs of the pill. It should be fine. A quarter of an hour later, from the bathroom out of the old man of the speech is full of breath. Walking with the wind, slightly curved hunchback seems to straighten so a little. Fantastic. Simply amazing. The effect is unbelievable. This is an unearthly divine medicine. The more Old Man Yen speaks, the more exaggerated he becomes. Old Man Lu doubts. Old Yen, your vision has always been superior. This is the first time I've seen you praising an elixir like this. Is it really as good as you say? I'll try it as well. Old Man Yen raised his hand to stop Old Man Lu. His eyes looked at Zhang Feng with a questioning look. After just now's test, I'm sure that this medicine has the effect of strengthening the body, cleansing the marrow and removing the poison. The other effects have to be further tested in detail, but it's definitely all beneficial to the body. This Dan is extraordinary. Old Man Lu as my old friend cannot take advantage of you. He wants to try, cannot be determined by you. Zhang Feng cried and laughed. Is it that exaggerated? Scraping off so little Dan dregs also have to ask him and let him decide? Try it, but don't take too much at once. And Feng's previous experience was not far away. It was easy to eat to death. Old Man Yen said, that's for sure. The potency of this elixir is fierce. My body will not be able to withstand it if I and other mortals are subjected to this immortal elixir. As before, scraping off a little bit of Dan dregs, Old Man Lu will believe it after taking it. With his eyes closed, his expression slowly revealed a smile from seriousness, revealing a magical expression of extreme enjoyment. Lu Linlin said, I've seen the cartoon China Little Dongjia before. That's the kind of magical expression when the people in there have eaten the food, to not enjoy it so much. This expression is too exaggerated. It's more than 10 times better than getting high. Old Man Yen said, this Dan makes Old Man Lu's mind and spirit calm, from the inside to the outside to reach the state of unity of heaven and man, immersed in the world of mind and spirit cannot be extricated. This kind of divine effect is not experienced by oneself, and cannot be described. A few moments later, Old Man Lu also ran to the bathroom and came out as if his entire body was glowing. It's amazing. There is actually an elixir with this kind of divine effect in the world. I feel as if my entire body is much lighter, more energetic. My body has strength. The old illnesses that used to plague me seem to have disappeared for a short while, and at this moment, I feel like I'm 10 years younger. Old Man Yen said, you're 10 years younger, that's your illusion. The old disease is alleviated is true. The body is rejuvenated. Everything becomes vibrant, briefly suppressing the root of both of our illnesses. I have a guess. The two of us secular medicine cannot cure the old disease. If we insist on taking this medicine on a regular basis, strong body to slow down aging at the same time, the old disease will be completely eradicated. Lu Linlin saw Old Man Lu and Old Man Yen praising Zhang Feng's elixir and clamored for some to try. Zhang Feng and Old Man Yen unanimously rejected. Old Man Yen said that the medicinal properties of the medicine is not yet determined. Let her wait. Zhang Feng is considering that the potency of the body strengthening pill is too strong for ordinary people, in case there are androgens in it. Lu Linlin ate it to strengthen the body at the same time. Long throat knots and long beard, what should be done? That would harm this little ninny for life. Old Man Yen reluctantly put the elixir back into the jade box as if the lovers were separating, just short of shedding tears. It looked as if his heart was cutting into his flesh. After experiencing the extraordinary effects of the bodybuilding pill, Old Man Lu had the same look of reluctance in his eyes. But there was no way. The medicine was Zhang Feng's. Such an extraordinary elixir. They couldn't ask for it even if they wanted to. It was too much of a hardship. The medicine was pushed in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng reached out his hand and stopped. This elixir is sent to you for research. Take it as you two wish. Just tell me the value and medicinal properties of this elixir later. After a short contact with Old Man Yen, Zhang Feng was amazed at Old Man Yen's high level of medical skills. Although Old Man Yen had exaggerated the medicinal effects of the healthy body Dan to the heavens, which was a bit over the top in Zhang Feng's opinion, but the medical skills of speculating on the medicinal properties and smelling and recognizing the Dan were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lu Linlin had roughly said that her family is doing medicine business. Specific did not go into detail. Zhang Feng guessed that with this kind of medical skills of the old man, the business will not be small. Coupled with the old man dressed in speech behavior, seems to be in the mansion. The pills to send him to see if the old man can borrow the body of the Dan open up the sales of the body in the future. When the old man heard that Jiang Feng wanted to send him the elixir, he said in surprise, "This is a worldly elixir. Wouldn't it be better for you to keep it for yourself or sell it?" Jiang Feng laughed. "I have a few more unseelie divine pills like this one. It's just a single elixir in the district. I can afford to give it away." And Ran could still make 5 more healthy body pills there, and according to their current chances of making pills, they might be able to come up with 4 pills of healthy body pills that were free of Dan toxicity. Any more than that, and there wouldn't be enough materials. When Jiang Feng said this, Old Man Lu and Old Man Yen were both moved beyond words. Old Man Lu went forward to put the jade box into his bosom, but was slapped away by Old Man Yen. Old Man Yen tightly clutched the jade box, repeatedly asked Jiang Feng, learned that Jiang Feng was not a joke, received the pills. Old Man Yen repeatedly guaranteed that he would study the pills properly, to live up to the gift of pills by Jiang Feng. Lu Linlin whispered, "Listening to what my grandpa said, your elixir seems to be worth a lot. Giving it away directly? No regrets?" Jiang Feng replied back, "How about it? I've performed well. Now that I can do what I can do, it's up to you whether or not you can keep the 2 old men's secret." Lu Linlin thought that Jiang Feng had sent the elixir purely for the sake of the 2 of them, and the sacrifices he had made to win over her grandfather were not small. Jiang Feng had worked hard to preserve their love, and it was her turn next. Lu Linlin sat down to the old man's side. A series of several pampering. See, Jiang Feng frowned, greatly wrinkled. This Lu Linlin cannot act at all. There is no professionalism, so pleasing expression. Is a person can see that you have to beg? The old man said, "Girl, something to say. You learn more from Jiang Feng. That peace and calm. Your grandpa needs your flattery." Lu Lin said the worries in her heart.